Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A guy appeared hugging a girl, and a question was asked about the meaning of life. The men shook hands, and the words love and success were heard. The mother hugged her child contentedly. The protagonist, lowering his arms, explained that if happiness comes to mind, then they are not hopeless. A moment later, the protagonist smiled slightly. A guy was seen embroidering clothes. A young man was standing near the cars. A grandmother appeared, lying on the floor, and the protagonist said that for those who are poor, the goal of life is to escape from tedious poverty. Looking ahead, the protagonist added that it does not matter at what cost. A huge signboard of the game was visible in front of the guy. In the near future, a wide banner hung, and it was said that this is the royal road, namely the path to becoming an emperor, the land of fulfillment of desires, and also the greatest game in history. The young man, closing his eyes, said that the game is unlikely to help him earn money. In his hand were several buttons and one banknote. The protagonist lowered his head. It seemed as if the protagonist was walking along a lighted street. In the evening, the poster with the game was shining brightly. After some time, a door with broken glass was visible, and it was heard that he was home. With his eyes bulging, the guy asked his grandmother how she was feeling. The old woman, raising her head, was glad that her grandson had returned, to which he asked her not to bother, because her back hurt. The elderly woman, opening her mouth, asked how everything went. Han, smiling contentedly, exclaimed that he had received an ID card. The relative, lowering her hands, asked if it was really so useful, after which the protagonist explained that with it he could work in a cafe or another similar place, and since he was now an adult, he could find a well-paid job. The protagonist, turning his head to the side, asked where Hyan was, and the grandmother replied that she had left and had not returned yet, so she was afraid that she was hanging out with hooligans again. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he should not worry, because it was unlikely that anything would happen. The relative, looking forward, said that he was her only brother, and brothers should protect their younger sisters. Turning around, the young man agreed with his grandmother. A moment later, the door to the room creaked open. A second later, Han pressed the power button on the computer. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that from tomorrow he needs to find a job and prepare for it, and also thinks that he can play a little. The splash screen with the game Land of Magic appeared. Holding the computer mouse, the protagonist entered his login. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy said that he had not logged in for a long time, and before he hung out for days on end, and those were glorious 200 hours without sleep. A warrior without a guild was visible in the game. Entering the game character auction, the young man wondered how much he could sell his account for, since he wouldn't have time for games anyway when he found a job. Poking at the keyboard keys, Han said that they really did buy and sell them. A lot of offers appeared at the auction. The main character thoughtfully lowered his head. Moving the mouse cursor to the Create Auction button, the protagonist decided to try to sell. Suddenly, a powerful warrior of the maximum level and his characteristics appeared. The light reflected from the windows of the computer club, and it was heard that everyone should look at the character that had just been put up for sale. The young man, his eyes bulging, clarified what had happened. The guys, their mouths wide open, were very surprised by the full set of red dragon armor, and did not understand where these rare things came from, to which the man asked them to shut up. The current price was displayed, and the guys wondered who would sell it, and one of them exclaimed that he was participating in the auction, so they should not think of stopping it. After some time, an office was visible. The worker, raising his eyebrows, asked what it was. An article about the protagonist's character appeared, and it was heard that he would receive several 100,000 won for selling this item. In the evening, the sun's rays reflected off the windows of a small building. The boss approached the chair after being asked to look at the best character of their game at the auction, and clarified that it was about the character with the protagonist's nickname, after which he received the answer that this was the strongest character in their land of magic. The manager thoughtfully grabbed his chin. Snapping his fingers, the director shouted that they would buy it, and therefore they should make a bid of 20 times the current one and continue to increase. The boss held out his hand and explained that if they stirred up the event enough, it would be perfect advertising, and it was much better than paying 20 million won for a TV commercial. The guy reached for the keyboard, and the boss asked to send a message to all top-class players. The current auction price appeared, and a question was heard asking if he meant VIP players who had at least 2 buildings, after which it was said that if this became a battle of honor between the rich, then millions would be added to the account. It was clear that the price was rapidly rising. After a while, the man, noticing the call, picked up the phone. A notification for VIP players only about the game Continent of Magic appeared on the smartphone screen. Suddenly, a guy appeared, looking at the girls with satisfaction. The system wrote on the young man's unusual glasses that a message had been received. Sharply opening his jaw, the guy said that this was cool. It seemed like someone was holding a computer mouse. The man's hand was illuminated by the light from the monitor. The girl looked thoughtfully at the phone. After some time, the night city was visible. The man, lowering his eyebrows, said that it would be his. The price changed quickly, after which the auction ended. Suddenly, the sun's rays illuminated a narrow alley. It seemed as if the phone, lying on the table, began to vibrate. It was visible that Han was sleeping on the bed. Touching the smartphone, the protagonist wondered what someone wanted from him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist heard the secretary of CTS Media greet him, and he said that the final price was transferred to his account, and they would like him to check the amount. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, hoped that he sold it for at least 300,000 won, after which he clarified whether it was announced, as well as how much he received. The secretary replied that he had received 3,090,000,000 won, and the young man calmly looked ahead. Han bit the corners of his lips. A second later, the protagonist turned off the phone. Leaning down, the protagonist wondered who was joking like that, and if they had nothing better to do there. Suddenly, the guy looked thoughtfully at the monitor. The screen said that the auction was over. Squeezing the keys of the computer mouse, the young man was perplexed. The price of 3 billion won appeared. Clenching his jaw, Han wondered if this was all for real. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Lowering his hands, the protagonist wondered how much money that was. Imagining himself as a small man, the guy wondered if he could change his life. A tall building was visible, and the young man said that there would be no leaks in the roof of his house, and no rust in the plumbing. Han looked at the public transportation and added that when he had too many things with him, or his legs were tired, he would just take the bus, and he could also ride a speed bike. The protagonist, noticing the delivery guy on a scooter, said that he could order chicken wings to his home. Looking through the window at the food, the protagonist explained that he could also buy himself a super large portion of black bean noodles and sweet and sour pork like everyone else. The guy's legs appeared. The young man, biting his lips, said that first of all, he would not feel like a loser when others mocked him for being poor. After some time, the hospital buildings were visible. The grandmother, lying on the bed, clarified whether they could really afford it, to which her grandson replied that he had already said that everything was fine now. Smiling happily, the protagonist exclaimed that they could pay for water and electricity like everyone else. Pulling out a small envelope, the protagonist said that they would now have a happy life. The elderly woman, placing her palm on her chest, said that of course they would, because they should be happy. The guy closed his eyes contentedly. Suddenly, the young man turned his gaze to the side, hearing that it was very touching, and tears welled up in his eyes, after which the relative asked who it was. Suddenly, a man with a sly smile appeared. Winking, the blonde asked Han if he was now living in prosperity. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Lowering his eyebrows, the bandit exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked if the protagonist remembered him. Frowning, the guy recognized these robbers. In the past, the shadow of the villains was visible, and they clarified where the money was, and also said that they should work day and night to pay off the debt, and not shirk. The young man quickly ran away from the bandits along the dark street, and explained that in this world, poverty is not a crime. A wall covered in graffiti appeared, and Han explained that being in debt is a crime. The teacher could be seen taking the protagonist's hands, and it could be heard that he should pay off his debt, and also that he should have pity on his teacher. The protagonist, holding his backpack, muttered that friends and help do not exist for a criminal. Opening his mouth, the guy asked what he needed. The man, adjusting his glasses, answered that he himself knew what, and also added that he came for the money that his father lent him, and asked if he was now able to pay off the debt. Opening his jaw, the young man exclaimed that he would end this once and for all, after which he clarified how much he needed. The blonde, smiling broadly, chuckled and said that any whim for his 3 billion won. Clenching his fists, Han shouted that his father definitely did not borrow more than 100 million won, to which the bandit objected that almost 8 years had passed since then, and interest had already accrued on that amount. The protagonist, taking the phone, said that he shouldn't joke with it, because he could call the cops. The bandit, looking ahead, said that he should call, and also asked if he thought they would listen. A moment later, sweat began to run down the protagonist's cheek. Suddenly, the man in the suit, lowering his eyebrows, ordered him to stop. The boss, turning his head to the side, asked his assistant to properly explain the situation to the guy, and also to stop wasting time, for which he apologized. A second later, the blonde pulled out a document. The bandit, grinning, said that the rate was 50% per annum, plus there was still a commission, and if all this was calculated, the debt would easily exceed 3 billion, and if he did not believe him, he could see for himself. The young man, clenching his jaw, wondered if he could have avoided this debt by refusing the inheritance. The man's shoes were visible, and he said that if Han understood everything, then he should give up 3 billion. Frowning menacingly, the villain added that he knew he could. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked what if he didn't want to. The bandit, opening his mouth, replied that he didn't care, because if he didn't want it today, they would come tomorrow, and of course, the percentage would increase a little. Raising the corners of his lips, the blonde asked if he had a younger sister, and added that as far as he knew, they weren't the most law-abiding citizens. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils dilated. a frightened girl suddenly appeared. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, turned to his sister. Hyan sharply raised her eyebrows. The bandit, bending over to her, said that she had become prettier since their last meeting, and would also be an excellent product for someone, and added that she was too good to sell. Suddenly, Han's hand shook. The protagonist clenched his fist, hearing the question of whether he agreed. The protagonist, with his jaw hanging open, shouted that he would give them 3 billion won to end this, but if they ever touched her family again, he would not forgive them. The villain, hugging the girl, said that this was different. There was a small envelope on the table. The guy bit his lips angrily. The man handed over the letter and explained that it was an IOU and change for 90 million, and added that even though their deal was illegal, he was now clean in their eyes. The young man, through the sweat on his face, thought that they even knew how much he had earned. Grinning menacingly, the blonde exclaimed that the era of access to any information had arrived, and there was no such thing as a secret anymore. Bending over to the boss, the bandit said that the job was done. Suddenly, Han, shuffling his feet, asked him to stop. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that he wanted to say something, to which the villain asked what exactly their dear former client wanted to say. Opening his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that one day he would pay back the debt in full. It was obvious that the grandmother was in tears. The younger sister's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, said that now that he had paid the entire amount, he would repay them in full for all the troubles they had brought to his family, and let them be sure. The bandit, baring his teeth, objected that he should not think that he could go against them just because he had paid the debt. Suddenly, the boss, turning his gaze to the side, ordered them to stop and explained that they did not need any extra trouble, and also asked his assistant not to start a showdown in the hospital. The man, approaching the young man, said that this was a bold statement for a boy like him. Closing his eyes, the bandit said his name and asked if he wanted to make a bet. Suddenly, Jinseep extended his palm and said that these were the naive aspirations of youth, and then asked if he thought that they ruled the world. The leader from Myeongdong, spreading his fingers, said that since he was not satisfied with today's problems, then let him bring him 3 billion won in 5 years. Hyun, lowering his eyebrows, listened to him say that if he could earn that much money in 5 years, he would recognize him as his boss. Frowning menacingly, the man added that if he could, of course. A second later, the bandit's legs were visible, and at the same moment, the boss ordered them to go. It was visible how the protagonist clenched his fist. The younger sister looked at her brother in surprise. Lowering his hands, the protagonist wondered if he could earn that much again. After some time, a small house appeared. Hyun was holding a large box. The room was illuminated by daylight, and the guy thought that if he could earn once, he could do it again. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the young man quickly moved his legs. Han ran along the dark street. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the protagonist was having a snack at the table. 2 hours later, the protagonist held a wooden sword in his hand. The guy could be seen fighting his opponent. During the day, the young man was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. There were books on the table, and Han thought that without preparation, he would not be able to use the opportunity that had come his way. At 7 in the morning, the protagonist was in the training room. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's body, and he muttered that people treat games as simple fun. There were several documents hanging on the wall. A moment later, a computer desk appeared. A candle was burning brightly near the keyboard. The guy, looking ahead, was thinking about what not him. The young man could be seen standing in his room. After some time, it began to snow outside. Han, opening his mouth, muttered that from that very day on, he dedicated a year of his life to the future game. The protagonist ran quickly and thought that he had done everything possible to prepare for it in the real world. Moving his legs, the protagonist said to himself that tomorrow would begin. Suddenly, a car approached the guy. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Unexpectedly, Han jumped onto the roof of the car. A second later, the protagonist did a somersault in the air. A moment later, the protagonist landed on the ground. Turning around, the guy said that it was dangerous, because now is not the time to lie in the hospital at the expense of compensation from a bad driver, and asked who drives like that on a snowy road. Raising his leg, the young man exclaimed that he was completely ready. Snow quickly fell down, and Han added that he was ready to earn money through the game. After some time, a small house appeared. An unusual capsule appeared in the room. The man, smiling, said that the installation was complete and everything was working properly, and the connection to the server was established, so it can be used at any time. The worker, holding a suitcase in his hand, explained that all the possible dangers were written in the instructions and asked to read them, after which the protagonist thanked them for their work. Suddenly, a red book appeared. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, wondered if this meant that this was the beginning. Looking at the capsule, the guy thought that it was needed to connect to Royal Road, namely, the #1 virtual reality game in the world, and such a thing costs 10 million won. Keeping his hands on his hips, the young man said that so far everything is according to plan. A moment later, the capsule door opened. An unusual glow appeared. A chair was visible inside the virtual reality apparatus, and Han exclaimed that it was time to begin. Taking the helmet, the protagonist asked if he needed to put on the helmet to turn it on. A small screen appeared, and the system reported that the system check was complete and the connection to the server was established. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips and thought that this was great, and the AI greeted him and asked if he wanted to connect to the royal road. An unusual energy swirled around the guy's head, and he realized that the journey was beginning. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. It was possible to see the young man sitting in an unusual chair. Opening his mouth, Han thought that the connection was beginning. A second later, his face began to emit light. Suddenly, the silhouette of the protagonist disappeared behind a white glow. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Finding himself in the old city, the guy wondered if this was the royal road. Han's body was enveloped in teleportation beams, and a question was heard about what virtual reality was. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the system reported that the scan of the retina and vein pattern showed that the protagonist was a registered player, and asked if he wanted to create a new account, to which he exclaimed that he wanted to. The guy lowered the corners of his mouth, and the artificial intelligence asked him to choose a name for the character, to which he loudly shouted the chosen name. A projection of a human brain was visible, and it was said that the reality in which the user feels like he is in another world is a connection between a person and a computer in order to create an interaction area and a future in which cybernetics will be applied to virtual reality. A screen with character types appeared, and the system reported that there are currently 49 races in the Royal Road game, and you can choose any of the 29 initial ones, when suddenly the protagonist exclaimed that he was choosing a person, after which he was asked to determine his appearance, and the protagonist decided to be himself. The projection of the human brain was spinning due to synchronization, and it was said that together they brought games to a completely different level, and the artificial intelligence notified that the account was created, and all of the characteristics and class would be determined during the game, when suddenly the guy interrupted the system and told him to skip it, because it was wasting electricity. And it needed to be finished quickly. The screen displayed the terrain options, and the young man was asked to choose a city and kingdom in which to start the game, to which he exclaimed that he was choosing the fortress of Cereberg in the kingdom of Rosenheim. A magical space was visible, and it was said that the world created in virtual reality is a place that in itself is already a different reality, when suddenly the system greeted the player, to which he asked to skip. Opening his mouth, Han cried out that this was a connection to the game Royal Road. A flash of light appeared in front of his face. The space in front of the protagonist was enveloped in a bright glow. A moment later, the protagonist was standing in the middle of the city. The merchant, standing behind the counter, said that he could not lower the price, and the customer asked to lower it a little more. The girl grabbed the hilt of the sword and told about a new quest that she had recently received, and she was asked how much her weapon really cost then. The man hid around the corner and muttered that he was selling a magic stone from the Melbourne dungeon, to which others asked if it was true, and whether it would be much more effective to go to that dungeon to improve skills. An inscription with the name of the Fortress Cereberg and the Kingdom of Rosenheim appeared on the sign. Grinning, the protagonist realized that this was the Royal Road, or rather a world in virtual reality, and also his new job. Arching his back, the protagonist decided to test his body. The guy struck the air and sighed heavily. The young man turned his head, and the people around did not understand what was happening and assumed that this player was in virtual reality for the first time, because his clothes spoke for themselves. The strangers said that everyone did this when they first logged into the game, and it was cool that this person did it for some reason when there were so many people around, and was really old-fashioned, to which he spread his arms out and muttered that he needed to go somewhere, and quickly. Standing in the middle of the street, Han thought about the fact that he had already decided where to go. A brick bridge over a river appeared. Above the arch hung a sign that said Training Hall. The protagonist raised his head, thinking about how, according to the beginner's guide, he needed to increase his stats here before doing quests. The player's progress appeared on the screen, and the protagonist decided that if he increased his stats first, it would pay off later, since the stats gained from levels would be added to those gained from training. The players walked along the bridge and said that they did not think this was a suitable place, and wanted to go do quests. The man approached Han, and from his appearance, he assumed that he was a newbie who had read the guide and came here, when suddenly he was told not to go there and not waste his time. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked what they wanted to tell him. Pluto raised his hand and introduced himself, then said that he would explain everything, since he had only come here briefly while doing a quest, to which the protagonist agreed. The man grinned and said that many people said that increasing stats at the beginning would greatly help in the later levels, then added that it was all because leveling up became harder as you leveled up, so a lot of people came here following the beginner's guide. The guy pressed his lips together, wondering if it was obvious. Pluto closed his eyes and noted that there was a big problem, since what they were being forced to do was something a human could not do. The players swung their swords, and the interlocutor explained that you need to beat the scarecrow for 10 hours without rest to increase your strength by 1 point, and then added that normal people are not capable of this. The girl looked away and noted that no one would develop like that, and the man supported her, because people should not do this, to which the protagonist clarified why. Pluto put his finger to his temple and explained that it is easy to say that you can do it, but in reality everything is much more difficult, because people think of it as training to become healthier, but in the end they give up. Putting his hand on his back, the protagonist asked what would happen if he managed to finish it, and then offered to make a bet. The girl raised her palms and said that the guy takes it too much to heart, and the man asked if the player was going to beat the scarecrow for 10 hours in a row, and noted that he would not be able to do it. The young man grinned. Smiling, Han said that in that case he offered another option, because if it takes 10 hours to get 1 point to the characteristics, then he would have to beat him 20 hours a day for 20 days, and therefore it would take 400 hours to get 40 points. Raising his palm, Pluto noted that he was a funny guy, and then said that he should already go do the quest, but he would give him something, since it seemed like fate. The man's inventory appeared on the screen, and he said that he himself had spent a lot of money to prepare for the quest, so he could not give much. Spreading his fingers, the interlocutor said that he would give him this rye bread, and although this is a game, hunger is also felt here. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked the player. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that they would go. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought about how easy it was to develop. Tightly grasping the handle of the sword with his fingers, the guy decided that there was nothing easier than this. Standing in front of the scarecrow, the young man thought that it would distract him from thoughts that he didn't want to think about. Small eyes appeared on the scarecrow. The player swung his hand. A moment later, the swordsman struck the scarecrow and realized that the despondency was due to being poor. Gritting his teeth, Han decided that the anger was due to being mired in debt. Strings began to come off the scarecrow's body. Thick clouds appeared in the sky. Players were visible on the training field, and the protagonist decided that there should be no thoughts about this. The protagonist clenched his jaw, and no one understood who this guy was. The girl's eyes widened and clarified whether this scarecrow had become his sworn enemy, and whether this young man was crazy. The setting sun painted the sky red, while the swordsman sighed heavily. Reaching his hand towards the system screen, the swordman muttered that his stats were increasing slower than expected. Han looked at the notifications and said that he should spend more time hitting the scarecrow, because he needed to win the bet. Raising his head, the protagonist felt that there was something tasty next to him. The man was sitting on a bench. The instructor opened the box with food. The protagonist ran up to him and laughed. The interlocutor asked the player's name and whether he wanted to say anything, to which he scratched the back of his head and noted that he was probably bored having lunch alone, so he decided to come and keep him company. The man assumed that the guy was hungry, after which he offered to sit next to him and then share the food, to which the guy raised his hands and thanked him, and then said that he would gladly agree. The box contained hearty sandwiches. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he did not remember the last time he managed to eat something other than rye bread. Bringing the bottle to his mouth, the protagonist muttered that he always drank ordinary water, and this one was incredibly tasty, to which the instructor remained silent. Opening his mouth, the man admitted that he wanted to ask the protagonist about something. The swordsman asked him again, widening his eyes, and then allowed him to ask the question. Holding the box in his hands, the interlocutor asked what the swordman thought about sculptural art. The guy lowered the corners of his mouth, clarifying what the instructor meant, and then thought about what sculptural art was. The statue of Venus de Milo appeared, and the protagonist did not understand whether this was sculptural art, in which statues and monuments are created. At the same second, the protagonist imagined the sculpture of the thinker. A monument of a man was visible, and the swordsman realized that this was not it. Opening his mouth, the instructor said that this was exactly what he said, and he just wanted to know the answer. The guy closed his lips and thought about why his interlocutor, who was not interested in anything except muscles and sword training, was suddenly asking him about sculptural art. Frowning, the young man suddenly realized that this could be a quest. It seemed like a girl in a red cloak was passing a basket through a wolf to her grandfather, and the system reported that a quest is when the player is given a special task, upon successful completion of which he will be able to get experience, gold, and items. The gold coins sparkled brightly, and Han thought that usually such unexpected tasks were rare, and the reward for them was cooler. Folding his hands, the protagonist thought about what he should answer to get this task. Looking at the instructor, the protagonist did not know whether to tell him that he liked it or not. Frowning, the swordman exclaimed that he could not believe that he was being asked about this, and then added that he was convinced that sculpture art was useless in real life, and thought that he should reject it first. Folding his palms, the man exclaimed that this was great, and the guy had the heart of a true warrior. Smiling widely, the swordsman shouted that a warrior like him did not need to learn such a thing, and then thought about how lucky he was to be tested, and gave the correct answer. Turning his head, the protagonist clarified why the instructor asked him about this. The man scratched his head and replied that he had heard a rumor that someone who had mastered this art had created a sculpture out of moonlight. Raising a finger, the protagonist pointed out that it was just gossip, How could a person create sculptures out of moonlight? And muttered that it was probably a stone. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor stated that the swordsman was right, but the person who told him this was a royal knight, so it would not be possible to ignore his words, and then added that only he could be trusted to investigate this matter. The guy widened his eyes, when suddenly the system reported a riddle about a sculptor visiting the royal palace, which he needed to solve in order to receive a quest, and the young man realized that this was excellent. Han brought his fingers to his face and thought about the fact that he had no money left, so he was almost starving, but the difficulty of the riddle was low, so he could quickly figure out this quest, and his satiety level was 15%. Frowning, the protagonist did not understand why the difficulty of getting the task was so high, and the close relationship with the instructor, so that no one would even think of doing this. Dropping his hands, the protagonist agreed and said that the rumor was like a lie, but he would deal with it. Stretching his palm forward, the man said that he would not remain in debt, and for now asked to take this deposit. 2 coins appeared, and the system reported that the player received 2 silver coins. Squinting, the swordsman thanked the interlocutor and realized that this was wonderful, because now for some time there was no need to worry about food. A spacious street was visible. At the entrance to the precious metals shop there was a sign. The man smiled and greeted the player. Entering the door, the protagonist apologized, when suddenly he was asked if they could help him with anything. The protagonist muttered that he wanted to ask him something, to which he raised his hand and said that he was busy at the moment, so it would be better to come later. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy thought about how everything in the game was like in life, and decided that he would not give up so easily. Grinning, the young man said that he did not know who created it, but it was definitely a master of his craft, and added that he was lucky to have come here, because now he knows what to strive for. The owner of the shop raised his eyebrows and thanked the stranger, and then assumed that he was interested in the art of sculpture, and asked him to come and sit down with him, because he was bored, and with the company he would surely be able to dispel this boredom. There was a glass on the tray, and the man said that it was cool honey water. A sculpture worth 15 silver appeared on the shelf. 2 more inexpensive statues of animals were visible. Han grasped the glass with his fingers and noted that, as expected, there was no way to earn much money with sculpture. The protagonist grinned and said that he had a question about sculpture, as he had heard that someone had created a sculpture out of moonlight 50 years ago, and he wanted to know if it was true, while thinking that it was impossible. The shop owner put his hand to his chin and said that this story was a legend that was told among sculptors, but he had also heard about it from some of his patrons in the royal council, when suddenly the system reported that the quest had been completed, and that such a rumor really existed, and that he should return to the instructor for the reward. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman realized that, as expected, the low-difficulty quest was easy to complete. Putting the glass on the tray, the guy said that it was time to go, when suddenly the man asked him to wait. Placing his palms on his knees, the young man clarified what the other man wanted, to which the other man thought about it. The shop owner closed his eyes and said that he didn't know how the man with the moonlight worked either, since no one had told him about it, and his patrons didn't tell him anything that even slightly related to MS. Yvain. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized that this was a serial quest. The man admitted that the protagonist would do him a favor if he found out about it, when suddenly a paper scroll appeared with a quest about the sculptor's past, and if anyone found out that the player was investigating this rumor, the royal knights would start to treat him with hostility. The swordsman's eyes widened as he thought that even if the difficulty was low, the reward for serial quests increased greatly, and the more stages you went through, the higher the difficulty became, and it might turn out that it would be difficult to complete this quest with your current level, so all you could do now was gather information. The guy got up from the couch and said that he wasn't experienced enough, so he wasn't sure he could take on this quest. The shop owner put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that if the player was careful, there would be no difficulty, to which he muttered that he would probably complete it, when suddenly the system reported that the quest was accepted, and Han thought that this was a quest that could not be refused. Thick clouds were visible in the sky. The protagonist took a step forward and exhaled. Turning his head, the protagonist wondered if the royal knights were pursuing him now. There was a sign on the building of the bar. Sunlight was shining through the crown of the tree. People were walking along the stone road. A woman was hanging clothes on the balcony. There was a narrow passage between the houses. The guy approached the man in the red hood. A moment later, the stranger pointed his finger forward. Thick clouds were visible in the sky. The woman smiled and noted that the swordsman was with her. The boy put his hands on his legs and said that he had heard that the woman he was talking to was one of Queen Yvain's maids. Putting her hand to his shoulder, the blonde muttered that she had many memories of her mistress, who was a wise woman of incredible beauty. The boy grinned. There were cups of tea on the table, and the maid asked if the guests wanted to know what had happened that day and how the sculptor had managed to create an object out of moonlight, to which he replied that it was true. Raising her eyebrows, the woman asked why she should tell him about it. The protagonist asked her again, widening his eyes and not understanding what was going on. Closing his eyes, the maid repeated that she had asked why she should tell him anything, especially if it concerned Queen Yvain. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist noted that the woman was right. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips and did not understand whether this was a dead-end quest. The guy's silhouette was enveloped in bright magical streams, and he decided that he would not give up, since he even paid money for the information. Winking, the young man said that since she had her reasons for this, he would not insist. Smiling, the maid thanked the guest for his understanding. Raising his eyebrows, Han noticed that the woman's shoulders were stiff and offered to give her a massage. The interlocutor asked the swordsman again, and he approached the chair and said that she did not need to be afraid and just trust him. The guy put his palm to the woman's shoulder. Bowing her head, the maid admitted that she was very pleased, and the young man was doing well, to which he replied that this was not the first time for him. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought about how he often gave his grandmother a massage when she was not feeling well. Rubbing the maid's shoulders, the protagonist realized that now was not the time for this. Looking away, the sword man noted that despite her age, the woman looked very young, and everyone around her also noticed her beauty, after which he clarified whether he had guessed correctly. Tilting her head, the interlocutor laughed shyly, and the guy decided that he needed to be friends with her. Opening her mouth, the maid said that she wanted to ask him something, and then asked what the swordsman thought about the art of sculpture. Remembering what question the instructor had asked, the young man thought that this was the same question as last time, and in that case the answer was ready. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted that he did not really care about it, because he was unlikely to study it in the future, and besides, it did not seem profitable. The woman closed her lips and said that she understood him. The maid raised her hand to the teacup and asked the guest to sit down, then remarked that he needed to know something. The protagonist frowned in confusion. Closing her eyes, the interlocutor said that she had initially suspected him and thought that she was a spy sent by the kingdom. Lowering her head, the swordsman said that he had heard that the kingdom was trying to shut up those who wanted to find out something about it. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that he was quite good at massage, and suggested that he had experience taking care of an old lady like her in the past, so he could see that the guest was very kind, then added that if he were a spy, he would praise the art of sculpture, but he did not. Raising her eyebrows, Han remarked that this was understandable, since he was not a spy. The maid closed her eyes. After a moment, the interlocutor opened her mouth and decided to begin her story. Two people were visible, and the woman explained that this was a story about a legendary sculptor who created from Moonlight, and about Queen Yvain, who loved him. Silhouettes of children appeared, sitting on the grass. The girl was smiling, and the maid said that the sculptor Zahab and Queen Yvain grew up together in a small village. The boy turned his head, and the woman explained that they had a strong friendship and treasured each other very much. There was a toy hanging from the bag, and the maid explained that as a child, the queen always carried figurines made by the sculptor with her. The girl raised her palms, and the interlocutor said that Yvain dreamed of one day becoming Zahab's wife. The guardian of the kingdom held a flag in his hands. The girl got out of the carriage, and the woman explained that instead, by the will of fate, she had to become a queen. The sculptor stood among the crowd of townspeople. Yvain lowered the corners of her lips, and the maid noticed that the young man could not prevent this in any way. Silhouettes of children were visible in the sunset. The friends crossed their fingers, and it turned out that they had promised each other something. Zahab declared that he would create the most beautiful sculpture in the world for Yvain, to which she raised the hair and asked if her friend would do this despite the fact that she liked this one the most. The queen lowered her head, and it was said that she never forgot this promise. In the girl's hands lay an elegant pendant. The king appeared behind her, and the maid said that days passed, months turned into years, and day after day the queen waited for the sculptor to fulfill his promise. The guy took a step forward. The woman said that the day had come when Zahab came to her, when suddenly a young man in armor appeared. Yvain's eyes widened in alarm, and the maid noticed that the old friend who appeared before her was no longer a sculptor, but a warrior. An evening garden in the kingdom appeared. The girl touched the flowers with her fingers and asked why her friend had forgotten their promise. The boy frowned. The queen held a rose in her hands and said that she lived only by this promise. Yvain closed her eyes and admitted that she thought that even if the whole world changed, Zahab would remain the same. Suddenly, the thorns on the stem of the flower began to cut the girl's hand. The young man sadly lowered his head, and the maid said that the queen's grief was impossible to describe in words. Warriors ran out of the bushes, and the woman said that just at that time the neighboring kingdom sent assassins to the queen. The friends turned their heads and began to shout that they were assassins. The knights attacked Yvain, causing her to fall. The queen, her mouth wide open, begged her friend to run away, and he shouted the same thing at her. The boy closed his lips. Suddenly, the boy wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword and declared that he would show her the most beautiful sculpture in the world, as he had promised. High in the sky, the moon shone brightly. Bright streams of magic enveloped Zahab's body. Enormous wings appeared on the warrior's back. The queen's best friend struck down one of the assassins, and the maid said that she had seen it with her own eyes that night. The enraged boy flew through the crowd of knights from the neighboring kingdom. Drops of blood flew in different directions from the boy's sword. Zahab flew high into the sky, and the woman remembered seeing how his swords cut through the moonlight, and how the moonlight danced on them. Yvain's hair was fluttering in the wind, and the maid noticed that her best friend sang while he was making the sculpture, but she couldn't remember the exact words, but the song was called Sculptor's Heart. Drops of blood fell on the red roses, and the woman explained that this was how Zahab got rid of the murderers and kept his promise. The old lady held a cup of tea in her hands and said that a lot of time had passed since that night, but she still remembered the sight of his swords. Han closed his lips, realizing what had happened. Suddenly, the system showed a message that the quest Sculptor's Past was completed. At the same second, 2 notifications appeared that the player had gained a level, to which he thought about the fact that he had earned 2 levels in one quest. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes widened when he saw that he could now obtain the secret class Moonlight Sculptor, upon acceptance of which he could gain unique skills unavailable to other primary classes. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought about the message he saw. There were only a few standard classes: warrior, mage, priest. There were also a few hidden classes: moon sculptor, berserker, iron blood blacksmith. The peculiarity of secret classes was that information about them could not be obtained from public knowledge, and meanwhile, such classes could be obtained by completing a special task. Usually the requirements for obtaining this knowledge are incredibly high, and they were so easy to find out. But many players tried to get a secret class, since it allowed you to use a skill inaccessible to a regular class. And in the Royal Road actively shares information to find hidden eyes, but it was known that players did not find even a 10,000th of the information of hidden classes, and the main characters thought that he saw something like this in a beginner's guide. He leaned back in his chair and decided that he would refuse, so sculptors will not earn money. The guy waved his hand when the system asked for user confirmation, as a hidden class became available to him, so he repeated again that he refused. The system wanted to say something else, but the protagonist had already closed his eyes and thought that there was nothing else to do, and that sculpting may be an interesting activity, but you can't make money from it. After some time, he found himself in the game's city again. The guy went to the training hall. Several players were training on the site, shouts were heard about the need to move faster, and people were also talking about whether someone had seen the guy who had been a scarecrow for the past 4 weeks. At that moment, Han blanked the dummy, trying not to listen to the fact that someone couldn't even hold out for 2 hours, and that this was pure madness. The players stood and watched the main character, discussing whether he was really a human, and asked the instructor if he was sure that the guy was not, since looking at his persistence, it was difficult to call him a human, to which the man replied that he would like to know if the main character would give a task if he was an NPC. Han continued to train. He remembered a woman who, with a smile on her face, said that she was glad that she could talk to someone about them. Then the guy perked up. Before he could drink his tea, the woman put a box on the table in his memories and told him to accept her gift. The main character accepted the box with a smile and thanked the woman. The gifts turned out to be wooden toys. A knife was hidden in one of the toys. In his memories, there were children sitting next to each other. She was holding a toy bunny in her arms. The boy was playing with a knife. The woman smiled and said that it was a carving knife that Zahab used to carve wooden figures, and that it was the only thing Queen Yvain had left of his things. Then the system reported that he was receiving 2 new items, and the guy himself thought that since it was left by Zahab, it simply couldn't be ordinary, it could be a great source of money. His interlocutor smiled and explained that if he tried to sell the knife, the royal knights could start chasing him. Han awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied that he would not dare to think about selling such a priceless item. The woman lowered her eyes and said heavily that she hoped that the guy would keep this knife. Perhaps it concealed some secret of the art of sculpture. Then the protagonist tensed up and asked again about the art of sculpture, when a message came from the system. His interlocutor chuckled and said that there, inside this wooden figure, was the refuge of Zahab's soul, and that she could only hope that over time his skill as a sculptor would not be forgotten, and she hoped to hear his song again someday. The boy looked at the knife and read the system message about Zahab's last will, which said that Zahab did not die that night, but went to distant lands to test his sculpting skills. Once the player reaches mastery in sculpture, he will have to go looking for Zahab to learn from him the song of the sculptor's heart, after which he will need to return and sing it for the maid. Since the story says that the last time Zahab was seen was when he went to the Grappist zone, but the conditions of this quest were to complete the quest before the maid passed away. Han began to chop the scarecrow even more furiously, thinking that this relic belonged to a great sculptor. Due to the next blow, the head of the scarecrow fell off. The protagonist breathed heavily, looking at the destroyed mannequin. He bent over, sweat running down his face. When he began to receive a notification about the increase in points for the point indicators, he remembered all his blows. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he had finally finished, spending exactly 4 weeks on it. His sword sank into the ground. The protagonist unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and thought that he had increased his stats as much as possible, and he didn't expect glory to go up, but he didn't think it was bad when people started talking about what everyone was talking about. Suddenly, someone approached the protagonist from behind, and he turned around with interest. Some player decided to attack him. Splinters flew into the air. The protagonist took a defensive stance as the opponent's sword hit the ground next to him. The protagonist exhaled heavily, and a deep hole remained in the ground. Han angrily exclaimed that the player almost killed him, and did he know what the penalty was for dying here? The man pointed at himself, and reminded that his name was Python and that they had met before, after which he said that his interlocutor's face was so serious that he decided to make a little joke. The evil protagonist remembered that it was this player who said that he was level 280. He also mentioned that she was unaware that beginners suffer from high-level players' jokes. Python grabbed him by the neck and began to say that no one had died, after which she asked if it was true that the main character's bill had been scarecrows for 4 weeks, because for him it was both stupid and amazing. He looked at the training ground and asked if the protagonist knew that all these people had started imitating him. He looked back and, leaning on his sword, said that there were rumors that beating these scarecrows would be very useful in the future, and this rumor started because of the guy, to which he was very surprised by this, and muttered that this is why there are so many people here. Pedant threw his long sword over his shoulder, and said that some of them felt like they were missing out on a chance to become stronger, even if it was just by 1 stat point. The man pointed his weapon at the dummy and muttered that if you think about it, 1 or 2 points can be ignored, but they provide their benefits when someone is on the same level as the rest of the players. And not only that, as the player's level increases, they will deal with monsters faster. Han looked dejectedly at his broken sword and said that even if it was true, only a few would devote their time to it, and he would be very lucky if he managed to sell this sword, since it was broken. Python soaped them and said that it was because they did not have the willpower of the guy, and in general he was the first person he met in the Royal Road with such determination, and he always thought that he had plenty of determination. But it pales in comparison to the main character. The man gripped the sword tighter. With one blow he cut the scarecrow in half. A pillar of wood rose into the air from the defeated scarecrow. Python turned to the protagonist with a grin, and said that he would look forward to their next meeting, after which he expressed the hope that the guy would not disappoint him. The protagonist frowned and rudely said that his interlocutor would be disappointed. That extra domain, and looked at the guy. Han said with a grin that his opponent would be disappointed by his weakness, because he was perhaps one of the most goal-oriented people on this planet. Python laughingly hit him on the back and said that he was a funny guy. The man winked at him and promised to wait. At that moment, the instructor was watching their conversation. The weather was clear. The instructor grabbed his belt and said that Python seemed to like him very much. The man handed the protagonist a sword. He looked at the boy seriously and said that he wanted to thank him for making this place more accommodating lately, and the sword would be a gift as a token of his gratitude, since his training sword had broken after all. The protagonist happily and gratefully accepted the new sword. The instructor folded his arms and said that, to be honest, he didn't think the protagonist would last long, but looking back, he really was something else. Han chuckled and replied that it was all thanks to the instructor's help, but he was interested in how many people had completed the basic training program, and he didn't mean just in this hall, but across the entire continent. The instructor thought for a moment, then replied that the protagonist was the 17th person to complete the basic training in this hall, and if you count those who had completed the basic training from across the continent, he would say it would be around 3,800, since the Versailles continent was huge after all. The thought of 3,800 people pierced the boy. He began to train even more furiously. The protagonist intensified his training with rock climbing. At that moment, he thought about the girl and how they would eventually become his rivals someday. The instructor handed him a belt and said that he would need it if the guy wanted to carry a sword with him. The protagonist put in the right place and thanked the instructor. He looked at the man and said that from what he said, it seemed like this was a basic training hall, then asked if there were halls on a higher level. To which the instructor replied that of course, she didn't even know where they were, and he had heard that only those who were destined for it could get there. With her fingers, and asked if the protagonist had decided what he would do. If not, then next week an expeditionary force would be formed to clear the Lidvart lair, after which she suggested that the guy sign up. The system reported a new task, which was that the kingdom of Rosenheim had been attacked by numerous monsters for years, whose number was still increasing. King Sidern was waiting for a royal decree, according to which the soldiers of the kingdom should form an expeditionary force to destroy the monsters, and the captain of this expedition, Sir Midal, is a famous knight and a good friend of the instructor, so it was possible to help him with this task. The main character folded his arms over his chest and thought that since this was a royal expedition, the overall level of the soldiers should be about 30, and there should be about 150 of them in total. And this number should be enough to destroy those monsters, and according to the guides he had read, the lair was inhabited by various monsters, from 20 levels of kobolds to 50-level goblins. The protagonist thought about the monsters and that even if he did not participate directly in the battles and if he did not die, the reward should be great, so he considered this quest excellent. Han sadly looked at the system window that reported his refusal, and then said that he was sorry. The instructor was very surprised by this decision. Han said that he was sorry, but he could not accept it. The instructor asked again if something was wrong or if the hero had some problems. Han admitted that he did not have a class yet. The instructor understood what was going on and continued that the swordsman had just finished his training, which meant that it was natural, and offered to come back to him when he had a class, because he would definitely have work for a person like him. The sky was clear. The instructor asked him if he had chosen a class and suggested that the swordsman was probably just unsure of his choice. Han looked at his interlocutor, hesitating. He smiled sweetly, looking at him. Then he laughed cheerfully and put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that it was okay if he hadn't decided, then said that he hadn't told anyone what he was going to tell him now and asked him to come closer to him. The swordsman agreed. The sun was still shining brightly. The guy approached the northern outskirts of Saraburg. There were many buildings and people in armor in the city. Han looked around. He passed by one of the warriors. He saw 2 more on the tower. The guy concluded that there were quite a lot of guards here, probably because a sage lived here. Then he took another step. A red flag was fluttering nearby, and the guy heard a question. Someone was asking about Rodriguez the Wise, who lived in the tower. He looked back and asked again. The protagonist thought about the game guide and thought that if it was Rodriguez the Wise, it meant that this was the same mage he had read about. A page of the book in which this mage was described appeared before his eyes. Han reasoned that if he was expelled, he would never be able to visit the mage again, so there must be a moment when the old man starts to get angry. The swordsman remembered the instructor's words that if he was looking for a great class, he should talk to the sage Rodriguez. Most likely he would suggest something that would suit the guy perfectly. He spoke, and he himself was furiously trying to find something in his pocket. Finally, he pulled out something like a handkerchief and continued that the old man was a bit of a weirdo and the instructor did not know what could happen, and besides he was stubborn, liked to joke and was sometimes very rude. The swordsman had questions about whether the old man was really a sage. The instructor continued that the guy would not meet him if he went for it, but if he gave him the handkerchief, he would at least pretend to listen. Han unfolded the handkerchief, asking what it was. The system sent a notification that the player had received Queen Yvain's handkerchief. The swordsman asked again, not believing that he had received a serial quest. He walked along the streets of the city. Han came across a gate, on both sides of which stood guards. The name Rodriguez was written on the sign at the top. The guy mentally asked again if this was here. One of the guards blocked his path, stopping him and warning him not to take a step further, asking for what purpose he had come. The swordsman greeted him and said the purpose of his visit. Then he continued that he had an item that he had received from an instructor from the training hall, and he must personally deliver it to the sage. The guards asked again. They were surprised that he had mentioned the instructor. One of them said that he couldn't let the guy through, and even though he knew the instructor, he still couldn't let him through because the sage wouldn't let anyone through without a certain level of fame. The swordsman said confusedly that the instructor had asked him to bring this, and raised his hand with a handkerchief. The other guards said that it wasn't their problem. They were just doing what they were ordered to do and couldn't let the guy meet the sage just because the instructor had asked him to. Han clicked his tongue to himself, and understood what was meant by fame. Then he asked again if there was another way to meet the sage. The guard replied that they knew the instructor well because he had trained them, but that was all. Even if he had personally asked the guy for something, they couldn't let him through. The guy thought about it and said that it meant that they would never let him in. The guards looked at him in confusion. The swordsman clarified that it just meant that he wasn't allowed to enter the mansion. If that was the case, he could just sit down in front of the gate and wait. The guards cursed. Han said he would just sit down and wait, and asked if they minded, thinking that the old man would come out eventually anyway. One asked the other if this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. The second answered by asking what they would do, and suggested that perhaps everything would be fine. Then, turning to the swordsman, he said that they had never encountered such a thing, but anyone could be outside, and the second one objected to him. Han asked again. The second guard continued that he would tell him this only because he was a good friend of the instructor, and said that the sage did not often leave his house, and if he found out that someone was waiting for him, he could even lock the doors, then asked the guy if that suited him. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that it suited him perfectly, and he would just wait here, thinking that Lu Ben also had to come to Zhuge 3 times before he was accepted. He remembered coming to the diner, and the guy in the apron telling him that his grandmother had not finished yet and that he needed to wait a bit. He would then loudly ask her why she was not in the kitchen and ask her to quickly deal with the dirty dishes. She would always answer that she would be right there, even when the sign of the diner had gone out. And he would always wait for her outside, around the corner. So he had long since gotten used to waiting while the sun had already set. The guy was still sitting in the same position in front of the gate and the guards. The full moon rose. A ginger cat walked along the fence. Han stood up to stretch his back and said that it looked like the old man was not going to come out. Then he looked again at the sign with his name. He concluded that the sage most likely slept at night, and there was no need to wait for him at this time, and later decided that he would be back tomorrow morning and walked away. He thought that he would spend his time usefully. Han took another step. The guy thought that he could not waste time right and left. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. The swordsman heard voices not far from him and stopped. Someone was shouting that they would detain someone. Someone was calling for a priest. Han remembered that the guide said that at night, monsters gave 30% more experience. That's why there were so many newbies at this time. It was to be expected, and besides, it said that monsters became 1.5 times stronger. He decided that this was a great chance for him to start, then suggested that the tanuki, foxes and wolves attack. But suddenly someone called him and asked if he was a newbie. The guy turned around. He saw 3 girls. And he confirmed their guess, then asked how he could help. The girl in the blue suit was happy and offered him to hunt with them, adding that they were also newbies and they needed someone else to play. Han reasoned, it seems that they have 1 support and 3 attackers. No, he corrected himself, 1 melee attacker and 2 ranged, then added that they probably don't have a tank and they want to offer him this role. And remembering the functions of each unit in the combo, he thought that if you think about it, they have a good combination, and he has no combat experience. So teaming up with them to master these places is a good idea. Finally, he answered that he would be glad if they took him into their party. The girl in blue was happy and announced that she officially invited him to their party and laughed. Han responded with an awkward laugh. The girl in blue introduced herself as Circa. She is level 7, class monk. The girl in gold introduced herself as Irene, and her class is priest, then added that she is level 7, and from her class it is clear that her task is healing and support. The girl with the crimson cap introduced herself as Ramuna. She is level 6, she specializes in fire magic. Among them was a guy who introduced himself as Pale. He is level 6, an archer. He assumed that the new member of the team is a high level. Since he is outside the city at this time, he answered that his name is Weed and he is only level 3. The girls were shocked. They asked again, is it really only level 3? Is it too low? And Pale asked what weapon and class he has. He answered that his equipment is a sword, and he has not yet chosen a class, then added that he has not decided yet. The team began to confer. Someone said that his level is too low even for a beginner. Someone said that he saw such a person for the first time in VRMMO. Someone concluded that since he has no hunting experience, he will pass out from fear and die in the middle of the battle. And the monk squeezed out a nervous laugh. She had a feeling that she was deceived. The swordsman, slightly upset, said that if they considered him a burden and not a helper, then he would leave the group. There was nothing wrong with that. The monk apologized. Han left, and Circa was worried that she had made a mistake and offended the boy. Ramuna said that she was right. Now that they had met, she also felt sorry for him, and it was as if they were going around recruiting people for the group based on their usefulness. Pale asked if it would be okay if the boy just stood behind and offered to hunt together. Irene began to say that if everyone agreed, but Circa interrupted her, which meant that everything was decided. Han was looking at the Milky Way when he was called out. In the darkness of the night, Circa ran up to him and offered to hunt together. The boy stood up, threw his sword over his shoulder, thinking that he knew it would happen right away, and if he behaved modestly from the very beginning, then the feeling of guilt would somehow force them to take him with them. The earth was still illuminated only by the light of the moon. He walked along the road in the dark. In his head were thoughts that people who want to help others are called kind, but kindness alone will not make you stronger. The guy stopped and put his sword forward. In front of him, a roar came from the wolf's mouth. A huge wolf stood in the swordsman's way. Han raised his sword and shouted that he was his opponent. The rest of the team also prepared for battle. The huge wolf grinned at the protagonist. Pale frowned and asked if the swordsman could handle it alone when he said he would try to delay it, since the wolf was the strongest monster on the field and its level was about the same as the boss. The priestess looked worried and shouted that it was too dangerous and urged them to run away, since she no longer had mana for healing spells. Ramuna, summoning a fireball, countered that if the lunar architect ran away now, they would all be killed before they reached the fortress. The monk, shedding tears, lamented that they would be killed because of her, because she hit a strong monster while aggroing monsters. After all, she should have brought only weak ones like Tanuki. The boy glanced sideways at the team and muttered, "Oh shit, Irene couldn't even keep track of her mana and the health of the party members. What else could you expect from a group of newbies? They were so noisy." The monster didn't wait and rushed at the boy, grazing him with its claws, causing Circa to scream. Wiping his face, the hero noticed that the wolf had only slightly grazed him, but had taken off 10% of his health with one blow. The archer began shooting, shouting for the others to help Weed faster. The enemy rushed forward through the hail of arrows. The sorceress threw a fireball at the monster, and when she hit, she shouted that it was great, but the swordsman objected that it wasn't yet. The beast rushed at him straight from the flames, but his attack was stopped. The wolf flew to the side, and the boy rushed after it, shouting that it was harder than he thought. The monk kicked the monster in the face. Getting into a fighting stance, the girl said that she would help. Turning to look at her, the sculptor objected that while he was distracting the monster, they should run, but they objected that this was their chance. The other fighters exchanged glances. Then they stood in a row with the young man. He grinned and noted that the guys were not timid, since they were going to risk their lives for someone they had just met. Raising the blade, the hero thought that he liked it too. Closing his eyes, the guy tried to mentally understand whether this was the only way out if he wanted to kill this wolf. The blade of the katana moved forward. The master took a step with his bare foot. The students looked at his target, a tall clay pot. The man raised the blade. Frowning, he quickly moved forward. The blows of the sword fell on the utensils. He stopped abruptly, after which the swordsman carefully looked at the pot. Even cracks spread along the lines of the blow, and the target fell apart. The students raised their hands and called Master Hendo the best in the world. But he turned around and barked, at which they stared when they should have been repeating after him, and the boys did not understand how they could do such a thing. The master's voice thundered under the ceiling of the dojo. While he was indignant, how could they not do this? Then let them do 10 swings of the sword now, and no one will go home until they do it. The students did not believe that this was possible. Even the water spilled on the floor trembled when the swordsman demanded that the younger ones, instead of training, clean up here, and keep their backs straight. Closing his eyes, the man was outraged out loud that there was not a single capable student lately. They did not have the willpower. But then he remembered one. Confidently looking ahead, the teacher wondered what he had been doing lately, since he had not appeared here, and decided to train him even harder if he returned. Clutching the sword, Han thought that someone was remembering him. Taking a few steps forward, the young man asked that if the wolf killed him, they should run away immediately. The nun looked at the hero, calling him by name. The young man rushed forward, exhaling sharply. As he continued to run, the swordsman thought that games were different from reality. Even if the task seemed impossible in reality, in the game, the avatar would accurately translate the player's thoughts into action. However, could the avatar use martial arts if the player studied them in reality? In VR MMO, this was possible. In a virtual reality game, the player controls the avatar as if it were his own body, and this allowed players to use martial arts inside the game. Of course, the attack will be weak if your avatar is not strong enough. This is because VR MMO had its own laws. There was also another variable that needed to be taken into account. The sculptor struck the wolf, and the system reported a critical hit. The boy remembered how he sat at the books and read that a critical hit was fatal. Looking at the highlighted lines, the hero thought about the weak points, the random strike. What if this strike was no longer based on chance? Gambling was a struggle between possibility and probability. If a person could control the struggle, then it became not a possibility, but an inevitability. The young man imagined the monster's weak points. Closing his eyes, he moved forward. Striking, the swordsman remembered the words of Bruce Lee. He was not afraid of someone who studied 10,000 different strikes, but someone who studied one strike 10,000 times. Continuing the attack, the sculptor dealt one critical strike after another. The wolf stuck out its tongue, and the sculptor looked back. The beast fell to the ground behind the boy. With a triumphant smile, the hero realized that everything was as he had expected. If he aimed the strike at its weak point, the chance of a critical strike increased greatly. Having settled on the ground, the young man exhaled and reported that he had somehow won. But the enemy had taken a lot of health, and it was not a fact that the same thing could happen next time. The swordsman saw notifications that he had gained a new level, increased his swordsmanship skill, and learned the technique of the cleaving knife. Scratching his temple, the sculptor read the description of the skills, deciding that first it was necessary to test it in practice to understand what it does. But due to the high expenditure of mana, it simply would not work to use it. The allies rushed to the guy, calling him by name. Hans scratched the back of his head when they admitted that it was incredible. They thought that everyone here would die. The sorceress noted with a smile that she had never seen anything like this before, and the stunned Pale clarified that it was difficult to imagine that this was possible, and what equipment the warrior had. At this time, the priestess carefully began healing with magic, reporting that her mana had been restored a little. Circa admired the fight, but the archer continued to doubt. Covering one eye, the hero stated that nothing like that had happened just now, and if they were all safe, they could continue hunting. Since he didn't have much time, he needed at least one more level. The young man rolled up his sleeves, and when the nun asked if he would be okay, he replied that of course, and now it was time to start gaining experience. The group shouted happily. The next morning, the swordsman wandered down the street, trying to figure out why they asked him to come, if he was already pretty busy with the game. Putting his phone in his pocket, the player muttered that because of his poverty they required him to take these tests. But was there any point in it? But he didn't want to pay a fine for not showing up. For 50,000 won you could buy a hefty amount of bacon. Soon the guy came to the mental hospital. Looking at the building, the hero suddenly became attracted to something. A girl was looking out of one of their windows, with whom he met eyes. The stranger involuntarily attracted attention. The next moment, a car with loud horns rushed past the young man. Looking after the car, he could not understand, wow, what just happened, and he got scared. After which he looked at that window again, but did not see anyone. The gamer went inside, deciding that he imagined it. He wanted to quickly finish this and return back to the game. Laughter was heard behind the door of the head of the psychotherapy department's office. The nurse rushed inside and asked the professor what happened. The woman wiped away tears from laughter and offered to take a look too. The girl took a piece of paper and found out that it was just a questionnaire before taking a test, while the doctor was dying of laughter. Scratching her temple, the nurse asked what kind of joke this was, and decided that the person who wrote this was definitely not all there. Resting her chin on her palm, Yehi countered that on the contrary, he was completely healthy and he wrote it completely seriously. If Hyun was not healthy, he would not be able to see the world like this. While the woman was putting the sheet of paper in plastic, the employee clarified what she was doing, and she replied that it was too beautiful to hide from people, and she wanted to show it to Seo-yoon, who knew maybe it would amuse her when she read it. The nurse's eyes widened, but the professor was already heading out the door. She tried to stop her, because it was forbidden to show questionnaires to other people, and she was told that everything would be fine if she was not caught. The doctor headed down the corridor, while the girl screamed that she needed to be stopped right now. As she exited the elevator, the woman hummed to herself. She entered the ward. At first glance, there was no one there when the visitor announced her arrival. Approaching the capsule, the professor realized that the patient was back in the virtual world. With a slight smile, the doctor put her palm to the glass. Looking at the girl in the helmet, the doctor asked out loud when she would be able to see her smile. At this time in the game, Circa wrote to the main character whether he was back in his usual place. Continuing to whittle the figurine, the young man replied that he was still sitting in front of the Sage Rodriguez's house, and Pale added that nothing had changed. While the piece of wood was turning into a wolf in the swordsman's hands, the sorceress said that they were going to hunt near the fortress again, and asked if he would go with them. Looking at the figurine against the sky, the sculptor answered Irene, who had joined him, that if nothing else came up, he would come, and he muttered that everything was ready. Looking at his creations, the guy realized that it was not as difficult as he thought. True, he regretted that he had to spend 1 point of the characteristic on this skill, but since he was increasing the level of craft, then his attack power also increased from this, and to be honest, these turned out much better than the very first ones. At that moment, several players approached him and asked the man if the figurines were for sale. 2 girls leaned over the young man, who began to argue about which of the figurines was cuter, and he could not understand what kind of uncle he was to them. He showed 2 fingers and answered the question that of course they were for sale, and he asked for very little. The girls looked at the puzzled craftsman's figurines, discussing how cute they were, and only 2 silver coins, cheaper than they thought, and one of them even bought 4 pieces for her collection. When more buyers approached the young man, he watched the girls, thinking that he meant 2 copper ones, but received 2 silver ones in return. How lucky he was! And then they surrounded him, asking him to sell the figurines to them, and one man even asked for a 9-tailed fox to order. Raising his hand, the hero asked to stand in line, and he himself was happy with such success. At this time, the Sage Rodriguez was watching this from the window of the mansion and grumbling, who the hell was this and what was he doing in front of his house? Because of him he couldn't go out for a walk for several days. Frowning, the old man was thinking out loud whether he should order the guards to chase him away from here. But then he saw that the guards were also buying figurines from the swordsman, and he noticed the silhouette of the owner of the house through the window. Smiling, the sculptor realized that the sage no longer knew what to do. It's surprising that he was able to hold out for several days without going outside. Taking out the royal handkerchief from his pocket, deciding to test the old man's reaction. The man's face was distorted with shock. The guy openly waved the handkerchief. Rodriguez clearly saw the color and monogram on the handkerchief. Without a doubt, it was Queen Yvain's thing, but he couldn't understand where this bastard got it from. The boy grinned wider, realizing that he had bought it, which meant he could resort to extreme measures. Starting to wipe one of the figurines, the hero noted that it seemed to be a little dirty, and asked to wait a second. The sage leaned out of the window, not understanding how this boy was handling such a valuable thing. It couldn't even be bought for money. But then the main character handed the girl a handkerchief and offered to give her a handkerchief so that she could wipe the figurine along the way. The old man's face distorted with anger, and he demanded that they stop immediately. Everyone turned around in surprise, and only the young man folded his arms across his chest. The sage froze, not understanding why everyone was looking. And the swordsman grinned even more, while the buyers were talking in surprise about what had happened and whether it was an event by now. Soon it was time for sunset. The instructor, watching the recruits, put his hands in his pockets. With a satisfied smile, he thought about how much he liked how hard they trained. The man stretched and decided to go home since it was getting dark, but then someone's hand reached for his dinner. He turned around and pulled out his sword. The end of his blade rested against the sculptor's face. He raised his hands, laughed, and greeted the instructor. He put away his weapon and recognized the guy, and the guy panicked and thought that he almost died because he decided to check if there was anything left of his dinner. The man put his hand on the hero's shoulder and asked if he had met the Sage Rodriguez, and noticed that he was hungry, to which he replied that he had managed to meet him and asked to put away his sword first. In the sinister sage's house, the young man looked tensely at the owner of the house, until he said that since he had come to find out which class suited him best, he would tell him. The old man crossed his legs and asked to first kill the monsters in Lidvart's lair. A lot. If he kills, he will be able to get the most suitable class for him. The man's gaze was not kind when he gave the guarantees, and he thought that he had caused him so much trouble because of such a trifle. He needed to go to the center of the classes. Looking at the setting sun, the instructor laughed, and noted that this was what was usually expected from Rodriguez the Wise, but it was still incredible that he managed to lure him out, to which the swordsman replied that it was like taking candy from a child. Winking, the man said that the sculptor came to him at a very opportune time. The cleansing of the Lidvar lair began tomorrow, and now he offered to go to his house and rest a little. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the guy weighed the pros and cons, thinking that since he had already received tasks from him, so there was probably no point in further improving relations with him, it was better to go and raise his level. Raising an eyebrow, Hans stated that it was too difficult for him and that he had so much to prepare for the next day, and he had also promised to hunt at night with his friends. Taking his things from the table, the instructor said that he understood everything, but to tell the truth, his wife had decided to roast a pig today, so he could try, and the hero could not believe that it was a whole boar. Snatching the box from the man's hands, the young man assured that he was still going to meet his esteemed wife somehow. Rushing forward, the swordsman suggested that they go quickly, but the instructor noticed that his house was on the other side. Moving along the street, the man said that his house was right here, and the sculptor asked him to wait and lower his hands. But he led the guy to the house itself by the hand. The instructor practically pushed the hero inside, offering to go in, which he did. Looking around with displeasure, the young man thought that this man was so cheeky, while he shouted to his wife that he had returned. In the living room of the house, the swordsman noticed a beautiful girl, above whose head one could see her nickname Soyen. At first, the sculptor froze. He was sure that he had seen this beautiful stranger somewhere, but when he saw the symbol on her forehead, he frowned. He recognized the sign of the killer. Grabbing his sword, the guy wondered why the killer was in this house. But then the instructor grabbed the hero by the hand, and he turned around sharply. The man winked at him. Han, turning his head, said that he did not think that he wanted him dead. Dork laughed, hearing his words. Squeezing the guy's hand, he asked him if he noticed. Han, feeling pain, told him to stop fooling around, because he was already an adult. The guy closed his eyes. From the information sheet he knew that the instructor was at least level 200. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it a long time ago. He had no reason to use someone else. Dork winked at the protagonist, and said that he had invited another person to dinner, and he would introduce them to each other. As they approached the table, the instructor introduced Han, saying that he was of a low level but had successfully completed the basic training. Seo-yoon bowed her head slightly when Dork introduced her, saying that she had also completed the basic training program, and therefore came to them for dinner once a month. The protagonist waved and greeted the girl. Dork glanced at the guy, seeing that the girl did not respond to the greeting. Han lowered his hand, feeling awkward. Dork, having the guy sit down, apologized for Seo-yoon, saying that she was very shy around strangers. Although the protagonist smiled, saying that such things happen, he cursed in his mind, realizing that she simply did not want to associate with newbies like him. The instructor approached the girl and said that she needed to be understood, and that she was good. She just didn't talk because she didn't trust people. He could have made friends with her. That's why he had put on this show. The guy scratched his head, saying that everything was fine. The guy mentally noted that if she trusted others, she wouldn't have been a killer. Standing up, Han said that he felt awkward just sitting and waiting. He could have helped in the kitchen. Walking towards the kitchen, the protagonist said that he had some experience in cooking, so he was confident in his abilities. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. This woman turned out to be Dork's wife with a cleaver in her hand. The protagonist sweated with fear at the sight of her. The instructor approached his wife and said that this was his beautiful wife. The man frowned sharply, saying that if he hit on her, he would not forgive him. Han turned away, feeling horror from the kissing couple. Night had fallen outside. The bright moon was illuminating Dork's house. Meanwhile, lichen was being cooked on a spit. The guests and owners of the house went out into the courtyard. The instructor's wife approached the protagonist and said that he was good with his hands. Even though he was a boy, he had experience in cooking. Han smiled, saying that he often had to do something like this. When the boy was little, he had to cook for himself. When the dish was placed on the table, the system reported that the cooking skill had been acquired. The protagonist, holding a knife in his hand, mentally said that this was to be expected. Standing next to the pig on the spit, he said that since he had this skill, he could use it anywhere. Seo-yoon kept her eyes on the guy while the husband and wife fed each other. Clouds covered the night sky. The coals went out. Then the protagonist went outside. He put his bag on the ground. After that, the guy laid out all his things on the table. Recently, Dork, examining his bow, said that this bow with a bowstring made of orc sinew was a bit rough, so there would be problems with accuracy. But the bow's power was good. Han took the bow in his hands and said that he gave the seller a figurine and got a discount of 20 silver on this bow. He should have haggled a little more. The guy pulled the bowstring, assuming that this is how it should be shot, because in movies and on posters it was depicted like this. The door of the house opened. An arrow flew out of the boy's hand. The arrow hit the wall in front of Seo-yoon. The girl immediately pulled out her sword. The protagonist began to sweat and felt fear. The young man raised his hand, saying that it was a complete accident. The boy began to shake his head, trying to find an escape route. The boy's money would fly away from him if he failed this task. Hyun's face twisted with discontent and fear. Seo-yoon stood silently with the sword in her hand. She stepped forward. The bow fell out of the protagonist's hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword, saying that he would not give up so easily. Seo-yoon silently looked at the ground. The boy held the sword in front of him, mentally saying that he heard that PKs usually killed to get money and things. The girl should lift him by the leg and shake out all his things. The boy shook his head, saying that he could not let this go, although he only had 2 silver ones. He clenched his teeth, preparing for battle. The boy suddenly rushed forward. The girl looked at the boy when she was hit by a current of mana. She wanted to retreat, but the boy raised his hand. Extending one finger, he said that he would make her any figurine she wanted later, so she should let him go. Seo-yoon stopped and just stared at him. The protagonist, thinking that this was not enough, held up 2 fingers, saying that he would make her another figurine. The girl's face did not change. Han frowned, he felt insulted. Suddenly, the girl turned around. Seo-yoon walked towards the door of the house. The protagonist sat down on the ground and sighed. Looking at the sky, he wondered what the hell was going on. Soon, the sun shone in the sky. The rays of the sun illuminated Dork's house. The instructor went out into the courtyard. When he came out, he noticed the protagonist at the threshold. Leaning over to him, he asked what he was doing here. The guy answered, saying that he could not sleep because of that scary girl. Standing up, Han said he wanted to say hello to him before heading out on a mission. Putting on all his gear, he said it was time for him to go. Dork turned his head and called the girls, saying that their guest was leaving. The protagonist waved his hands, saying that they must still be sleeping and should not be woken up. In the end, all 3 went out and said goodbye to the guy. He looked behind him. Looking at the sky, he said that he hoped that he would not meet Seo-yoon again. A huge number of soldiers gathered at the gate. Mida, smiling, told the protagonist that Dork told him about him. The guy, silently looking at the knight, immediately understood who he was. The man, approaching the guy, asked if he had a riding horse. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that he was not told anything about a horse. Raising his hand, Mida said that it was a 3-hour ride by horse to where they were going, and if they walked, they would arrive too late, but since Dork had asked him to take care of him, he would lend him the horse for now. Han smiled and thanked the man. Soon, a horse was brought to him. Seeing the horse's teeth, the boy tried to understand what kind of a lame sight it was. The young man extended his hand, telling the horse that they should work hard, since they were only together for a while. Suddenly, the horse bit the boy. The protagonist pulled his hand back and began to curse. The horse turned its back to the boy. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that at least he had learned a little respect. Suddenly, the horse kicked the boy. Han, falling to the ground, began to curse again. Medu, who had been watching the altercation, said that this guy was not a timid person. A drop of water flowed down the stalactite. A drop fell right in front of the protagonist's feet. Many pairs of eyes flashed in the darkness. Han pulled back the bowstring. The monsters grinned, holding clubs in their hands. The protagonist group, being surrounded, asked each other, wasn't this task supposed to be easy? A week ago, a group of knights approached the entrance to Lidvart's lair. The protagonist was struggling with his horse, still unable to tame it. Medu raised his hand, ordering them to stop. Looking at the soldiers behind him, he told everyone to dismount and prepare for battle, because they would go straight to the lair as soon as they took formation. Han, looking up at the sky, heard the commander order the guards to leave the horses and form 4 columns. The boy wiped his forehead, glad that he was finally rid of that stupid horse. Medu, pointing at the boy with his hand, ordered him to approach. As Han approached him, the knight thought about it. Pointing to the rearguard, he said that with such equipment, he would not be able to fight on the front lines, so he would cover them from behind. Han walked back, pleased. He immediately realized that if he picked up such equipment, he would be sent to the rearguard. The boy looked up at the sky again, when the commander loudly announced that they were starting to clear the lair of Lidvart. Soon, the group entered the cave. At this time, someone was cooking a frog on the fire. It was a group of monsters around the fire. The soldiers raised their spears, seeing the monsters. The werewolves bared their teeth, seeing the people. The knights panicked, their eyes widened in horror. The protagonist frowned, not understanding why these warriors were so afraid. A group of knights near Mida rushed forward. Han, looking at the commander, tried to understand why he was not doing anything. Did the lives of these soldiers mean nothing to him? Monsters and knights clashed in battle. Medu, gritting his teeth, ordered to change the formation. The first squad had to retreat back, and the second to go forward and fight back. The protagonist, standing aside, realized that this was all for the sake of coordination of their actions. These soldiers also needed experience to get used to the fight. Soon all the monsters were killed. Han waved his hand, deciding to take action. New monsters rushed towards the knights. The soldier thrust his spear into the monster. The protagonist, frowning, decided that it was time for him to go. The arrow pierced the monster's throat. The guy grinned. He was given a lot of experience for the kill. The knights ran towards the monsters. An arrow was fired from a bow. It pierced the werewolf's throat. Han's next arrow hit the wolf's temple. The third arrow made the monster bare its teeth due to anger and pain. The protagonist smiled. He leveled up very quickly, just by killing monsters that the soldiers had almost killed. Han, looking back, realized that he needed to be careful, because the knights might start to treat him badly, because he was shooting from behind their backs when they were risking their lives on the front lines. Squinting, he mentally said that he was prepared for this kind of situation. Soon, all the noise in the cave died down. Medu, standing on a hill, said that they would make a stop here and eat. The newcomers quickly lit a fire, complaining that they could not rest. The protagonist, approaching them, offered to help with the cooking. Standing next to the newcomers, he said that although he could not help them in battle due to his inexperience, but cooking food for the soldiers of the kingdom was quite enough for a person like him. Han took a knife in his hand. He was going to level up his cooking skill while making food, and most importantly, the ingredients were all free. So the guy quickly began chopping vegetables. Soon the soup in the cauldron boiled and was ready. While everyone was rejoicing and praising the guy's cooking, the system informed him about the increase in his cooking level. Medu, approaching Han, asked if he cooked it. The guy, looking at him, said that it was him. Holding out a bowl, the commander said that he would like more. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he asked if he wanted to cook for their squad. He would really like him to do it. The protagonist responded by saying that he would only be glad to do so. Taking the knight's shield and hammer, Han shouted, saying that he could repair their equipment if they brought it. Han even bandaged the soldiers' wounds, so he learned 2 new skills and gained favor with the soldiers. The protagonist even identified the weapon. Becker hugged the protagonist and said that he should go with them more often. The guy himself chuckled, mentally saying that now no one would even think of picking on how he hunted. Having called the system panel, the guy asked himself why the number of killed monsters did not decrease. The guy frowned. He needed to kill 100 monsters, but killing kobolds did not bring any benefit. When the group entered the 3rd floor of the dungeon on the 8th day, many pairs of eyes lit up in the darkness. The protagonist's group was surrounded. He pulled the bowstring, saying that this was not an easy task at all. The monster's eyes were glittering in the darkness. The knights were tense, holding their shields in front of them. The protagonist frowned. He saw how the goblin's aura completely paralyzed this knight with fear. If the wolf-like kobolds were level 20 at most, these grinning goblins were level 50. They were higher in level, but they were not worth fearing even before the fight. The protagonist put his bag and bow on the ground. Taking out his sword from its sheath, he said that he would not let them just die. After all, he had puffed and panted so much, earning their trust. The knights, seeing the boy come forward, told him to quickly retreat. Han rushed forward, intending to personally change the mood. The goblin, frowning, rushed forward. He blocked the boy's sword with his club. Han had to dodge the monster's attack. The youth sharply turned his body, saving his life. The goblin swung his club in anger. The protagonist barely blocked the goblin's attack. Becker's mouth dropped open in shock at the sight. The protagonist, holding back the goblin's attack, said that they were weaker than they looked and that they didn't need to be so afraid. Becker exchanged glances with his partner, saying that if the weak Han could fight like that, then they could too. The soldiers' cries echoed in the cave, ready to rush forward. Becker remembered how he had just hugged Han. A bead of sweat ran down his face. A group of knights rushed forward, saying that they couldn't stand by while Han fought for them. So the spearmen approached the goblins themselves. The protagonist leaned against the wall and sighed. He wiped his sweat, saying that the knight's morale was high again. Watching the fight, he decided that it was time for him to hunt in peace. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he knew their morale was at its peak, but they couldn't fight so haphazardly. Becker turned his head as the protagonist shouted, ordering them to use their shields, as the goblins had no defense. The knights quickly raised their shields and formed up. The protagonist smiled and said that they should have done that in the first place. Medu, who was watching from the side, frowned. Thanks to their shields, the knights were holding back the goblin's onslaught. The spear pierced the goblin's body. The protagonist immediately fired his bow. The arrow pierced the goblin's head. The monsters became angry and began to release their aura. The protagonist frowned. He looked at the goblin, whose face was twisted with anger. The arrow flew out of his bow. It flew through the crowd of fighters. A moment later, an arrow pierced the monster's head. The goblin's head fell back. The protagonist was enveloped in mana. He gained a new level and 3 leadership points. When the monsters were defeated, the soldiers raised their weapons, rejoicing in victory. Becker and his comrade began to thank and praise Han's merits. Medu approached the goblin's body. The youth frowned, observing the entire battlefield. The protagonist turned his head and turned his attention to the commander. The boy frowned and shrank, assuming that he could be punished for taking command without permission. Medu, turning to the boy, ordered him to approach. When the boy approached him, the commander said that he was quite talented. If he went to serve the kingdom, he would give him the rank of foreman. Han froze in shock, then the system asked the boy if he wanted to accept the offer. The protagonist imagined himself in the place of the foreman, a man in charge of 10 men. He shook his head, mentally saying that he did not wish to join such organizations. Han bowed and, asking for forgiveness, said that he preferred to travel freely to help those who had the misfortune of being attacked by monsters. Medu, closing his eyes, said that if he did not want to, then there was nothing wrong with it, but if he changed his mind, then he should contact him. Pointing to the soldiers to the side, the commander asked if he would like to take command over them. The protagonist, turning his head, asked if everything would be alright. The man, grinning, said that the soldiers listened to him and learned a lot from him, so he wanted to entrust him with this task. The protagonist, smiling, accepted the offer. The events take us to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. The protagonist, raising his sword, declared that he was now the commander. 2 scouts turned around and went to scout out the situation. On the 4th floor, Han initially had to hide from the monsters. Then he started shooting them with a bow. The guy ran, luring the goblins into a trap. After the battle, he bandaged the soldiers' wounds. He also cooked by the fire, delighting them with stories. Han was ahead of everyone when they were chasing the monsters. The young man, with tears in his eyes, handed the cup with the awards to the knight. The warriors happily raised their weapons after another victory. The protagonist, calling the system window, mentally said that he was now level 62, and the soldiers were around level 57, but the average level of a foreman in the kingdom was 40. The guy frowned and rubbed his chin. The number of monsters killed had not decreased. He still had to kill 100 of some creatures. Medu approached the guy. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the man said that the clearing of the lair was finished, and if he had 5 more people as capable as him, there would be no need to worry about monster invasions anymore. Smiling, he asked if he would go with them since they had completed the task. The boy, smiling in response, said that he still had business in the lair. He should complete the task of the sage Rodriguez. Medu frowned, saying that now he understood why he refused when he made him such a good offer. Raising his hand, he said that he would like him to return with them, but since he still had business here, he could not force him, but in return, he had a small gift. The protagonist beamed with happiness upon hearing these words. But his mood immediately soured upon seeing the disgruntled horse that was dragged to him. Medu smiled, saying that he was giving him this young man. Han shook his head, trying to refuse the gift, but the commander did not listen to him and left. Becker, stopping in front of the protagonist, said that he would never forget him. The second knight waved his hand, saying that it was thanks to him that they all returned alive. The third knight, turning his head, said that he would open a restaurant in the kingdom, and if he came to him, he would throw a whole feast. So Han was left alone with the naughty horse. Suddenly, 2 guys came up and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist cried, saying goodbye to them, and asked if they really had to go. The guys answered, saying that they were very sorry that they could not go with him. Han waved his hand goodbye to the 2 knights. So the guy was left alone with the horse again. He called up the system panel, wanting to check the quest. The protagonist rubbed his chin, seeing that the number of monsters killed had not changed. At this time, it was already daytime outside. The events take us to the sage's house. A cheerful old man was walking towards his house. The guards greeted the old man. When Rodriguez entered, the student asked him if he had a good walk. The old man nodded, saying that it was very nice to walk without anyone bothering him. The man looked outside before closing the door. Rodriguez frowned at him and asked if something was wrong. After closing the door, the man asked if he remembered the boy who carved sculptures in front of his house. Rodriguez clenched his fists, saying that he remembered that rude guy who bothered him for so long just to ask what class he should take. The old man chuckled and said that that boy would never be able to find that place. Mana burst out of his body as he said that even if he miraculously found that place and got the class he wanted, nothing would be as he wanted, because he would not allow it. The events take us to the dungeon. The kobolds were killed by an explosion. The group of adventurers were disappointed to see the junk that fell from the monsters. The mage looked at the hole near the corpse and asked where it came from. Suddenly, someone climbed out of the hole. The protagonist smiled and greeted the mage. While the group looked at him in shock, the guy mentally said that he had been searching for a week, but still hadn't found anything. The guy remembered how the old man, sitting in a chair, told him to kill 100 monsters to get the desired class. The old man frowned at him. The guy bowed his head and assumed that the sage could have lied to him, but since he had received the quest, he shouldn't have lied to him. There must be a hidden place here related to the quest. The guy frowned at the horse, who was also not happy to see him. Han touched the walls of the cave. The group of adventurers looked at the boy, puzzled. He suddenly picked up a boulder. The horse snorted, as if to tell Han that he hoped he would die during the fight. The goblin cut the reins with an attack. The horse neighed, rejoicing at its freedom. It immediately turned and ran away. The protagonist took a stone in his hand. He threw it accurately and hit the horse's head. The horse fell to the ground. Han, approaching the animal, called it a damn horse. The boy's eyes widened in shock. There was a secret passage right behind the horse. The protagonist couldn't take his eyes off the passage. A system window appeared in front of the cave entrance, informing him that Han had now become the discoverer of the secret caves of Lidvart's lair, and for a week the drop rate and experience would be doubled. The guy grabbed the reins and walked into the cave. The young man and his horse rushed along the secret passage. Soon, light appeared in the tunnel in front of him. The protagonist carefully exited the passage. He lit a candle. Looking at the space in front of him, he said that the air here was quite stuffy. The guy noticed a shadow on the ground. Suddenly, a huge beetle appeared in front of him. The guy and the horse stepped back in fear. Han immediately pulled out his sword, saying that he had never seen such beetles. Suddenly, the beetle turned into darkness and disappeared. The protagonist frowned. Many beetles appeared in front of him. One of them jumped on him. Han cut it with a swing of his sword. The guy began to swing his sword deftly, killing the bugs. The eyes of the huge bug flashed. Small bugs continued to fall out of its belly. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise seeing this. He continued to swing his sword with a scream. Han frowned. If the soldiers were with him, he could have dealt with them much faster. The guy rushed forward. The young man struck the bug in the chest. Han frowned even more. Green smoke flew out of the monster's mouth. The system immediately reported poisoning. The guy's entire body was enveloped in a green haze. He began to lose 1 HP per second. The guy's eyes widened. He realized that he did not have an antidote with him. Han rushed forward. He crushed one of the bugs with his foot. The guy began to strike the monster, saying that he would still see who would die first. Soon a crack appeared on the bug's armor. Han suddenly coughed. His body gave way. He couldn't stand up straight. The insect's limb rushed towards him. The protagonist frowned, saying that if he had at least one skill. Then he remembered that a system window had recently appeared in front of him, notifying him of the acquisition of the slicing knife technique. The mana costs were huge, so he couldn't test it in battle earlier. Han was able to dodge the monster's attack. Spinning around the monster, he told himself that this was the only option now. Mana enveloped the guy's blade. A moment later, he attacked the monster. A huge hole appeared in the bug's body. Han gritted his teeth from the tension. A bright light illuminated the monster's body. A moment later, it fell to the ground. Han wiped his forehead, saying that he barely managed to defeat it. He lowered his hand when the system reported a level increase. The guy snapped his fingers, calling up the quest window. Han clenched his fist and was happy to see the number 99. Now the guy understood what monsters he should kill. He looked at the crowd of bugs below. The guy, standing on a hill, looked around. Noticing profuse sweat, he realized that he was still poisoned. He climbed into the passage, saying that he quickly needed to find an antidote. Soon he found a horse. Looking at the exit of the cave, Han said that he could not ask anyone to cure him. The guy ran, saying that they would not believe him that he went to a cave where there were only kobolds and goblins. Soon the protagonist was able to leave the dungeon. Climbing on the horse, the guy said that they needed to get to the nearest city and get cured before he died. Suddenly, the horse kicked him away. Han fell right into the bushes. He jumped up and shouted, saying that there was no need to hurry. The horse was just chewing grass, as if to say that he was in a hurry, of course, but it had nothing to do with him. Han grinned, deciding to play it tough. He took the dagger in his hand, which scared the horse. The guy cut his palm. The horse's eyes widened in horror. The guy approached the horse with a grin on his face. He quickly stuck his hand in its mouth. The horse began to cough. Soon the poison entered the horse's body. Han grinned when the poison took effect on the horse. The animal sweated when the guy said that now he was in the same situation. The protagonist's eyes sparkled when the guy asked the horse if he knew what to do. Clouds floated smoothly across the sky. The horse was exhausted and sweating profusely. The protagonist, standing by the shop, drank the potion. The guy bought potions and herbs with all his money. The events take us back to the dungeon. The flask with the antidote was thrown to the ground. The protagonist's sword pierced the monster's body, so there were 72 monsters left. Han took a defensive stance. When the number of remaining monsters reached 54, he had to run away from a crowd of bugs. Han tirelessly drank the antidote, fighting the bugs. Although they were level 10, they caused a lot of trouble. Having pierced the body of the bug, the protagonist said that no one would believe that this was a quest to obtain a class, and since it was so difficult, it must be an amazing class. Blood burst from the monster's mouth. Han, gritting his teeth, used his technique. After this blow, only 3 monsters remained. The protagonist was sweating heavily. He still had 2 monsters to kill. Soon 2 monster corpses appeared in front of him. Now all that was left was to fight the boss. A huge monster, a mixture of different types of insects, appeared in front of the guy. Han frowned, realizing that it wasn't worth his effort at all. The protagonist swung his sword, saying that he would definitely finish it off. Poisonous smoke came out of the monster's mouth. Small bugs came out of its belly. The guy raised his sword. The bugs jumped right at him. Swinging his sword, the guy was able to kill them. Continuing to swing his sword, he said that he needed to catch the moment to get closer to the big one. Han frowned, mentally saying that even if he was poisoned, he now had antidotes. Acrid smoke came out of the monster's mouth. The guy's eyes widened in shock. A stream of smoke rushed towards the protagonist. The guy's sword slid along the ground. Han stabbed the sword into the floor and spun himself. The guy jumped away from the smoke. The acrid smoke began to corrode the small bugs. Han, who had landed to the side, cursed, saying that the color seemed different to him for a reason. The monster's eyes lit up. The protagonist, standing up, said that if he didn't want to get hit by this poison, he needed to attack from a distance. But the arrow wouldn't pierce his shell if the sword could barely cope. The protagonist dodged the claw attack. The guy barely managed to step aside. He turned his head sharply, saying that he needed to use the slashing knife technique. Acrid smoke burst out of the monster's mouth again. Han ran away. His main problem was the poison, but the guy noticed that the monster couldn't use poison for some time after attacking. Running away, the guy said that he needed to make it attack again and do something about this poison. Han frowned. He looked at the horse trembling to the side. The guy's lips parted in a grin. The horse sweated, feeling that he was in trouble. The acrid smoke burst out of the beetle's mouth again. The steed galloped at full speed. The horse cried as he drank the antidote. For him it was all madness. A stream of poison rushed towards him. The protagonist jumped up. He instantly found himself near the monster's head. The guy took the dagger in his other hand. A bright light flashed in the cave. Han smiled widely. A moment later, he was behind the monster, having dealt it more than a dozen blows. The monster's body began to split. Han, frowning, looked behind him. Soon the boss's corpse fell to the ground. The protagonist smiled, saying that he did it after all. Suddenly, mana began to gather in front of him. A chest appeared in place of the accumulated mana. Han, opening the chest, found only a couple of books and parchment. Opening the parchment, the young man realized that it was a letter from the first emperor of the Gehar continent. He wrote that no one was honored to take his class, many despised him, but in the end it was he who became the legendary emperor. Han involuntarily imagined the image of the emperor. He smiled, saying that if this is the emperor, then he will receive the class that Gehar had. Then the system asked the guy if he wants to receive a hidden class. The protagonist extended his hand. The young man did not even hesitate. A bright light enveloped his body. The guy poked at the system panel. He was interested in what kind of class it was. The protagonist looked at his status window, paying attention to his class. The young man read all the bonuses that this class gave. The guy's eyes widened. He was angry, because his class turned out to be a sculptor. Han grabbed the system window and began to scream in despair. Events take us to the city. We find ourselves at the house of the sage Rodriguez. The old man tapped on the chair. The protagonist sat in front of him, holding a parchment in his hand. Rodriguez frowned and said that he didn't think it was possible. The old man sitting opposite the boy said that he had indeed completed the task. The boy leaned back in his chair and said that it was very difficult. Han fell to his knees, saying that after all that walking and killing monsters, he was only a moonlight sculptor, and that there was no way to make money with that class. The boy began to roll on the floor, saying that after so much difficulty, he had received a class called a sculptor. Standing up, the young man said that this class couldn't be completely worthless. The moon sculptor was a hidden class in itself. This class was full of mysteries. Everything depended on how to pump up the character. For example, under the moon, the warrior received incredible bonuses to stats. Standing up, Han said that if he could find a strong side of this class, he could use it, and if he couldn't, he would become a completely useless character. Taking the parchment in his hand, the guy decided to finish reading the letter. In his letter, the emperor said that he entrusted the continuation of the sculpting business to him. He was supposed to become a great master of sculpture and learn all the secrets of the art of sculpture that he himself could not discover. Han could not take his eyes off reading the letter. Looking at the books, the sculptor decided to find out how useful they were. Taking the books in his hands, the guy immediately realized that these were rare sword techniques of the imperial family. The protagonist smiled widely, realizing that the emperor was very kind. He put his hand to the book, and it immediately lit up. A moment later, she disappeared in a flash of mana, and the system informed the boy about learning the imperial formless sword technique. The boy waved his hands, wondering if he should try using the technique once. The protagonist frowned when he read the description of the technique. It turned out that the attack power increased by 1% for each increase in the skill in sculpting. Han touched the system panel, seeing that using the first level skill cost 300 mana. The protagonist sighed, saying that compared to the difficulty of the task, the reward was not that good. Now the boy frowned at the old man. Rodriguez sweated under the boy's gaze. Han handed him a parchment, saying that he brought it from the caves of the lair. The old man took the parchment in his hand. The protagonist, looking at the old man, tried to understand why his expression suddenly changed. Rodriguez, closing his eyes, said that since their destinies crossed, he should give him something. Putting the statuette on the table, he said that the emperor himself left it to him. Han took the statuette. Rodriguez, sitting with his eyes closed, said that his family had long served the imperial family, he inherited their blood and their duties passed on to him. Now he was finally freed from the debt imposed on him by the emperor, because he would continue his legacy. Han, frowning, asked if this statuette had any special meaning. The guy involuntarily remembered the blonde woman. He remembered her last gift. It was also a sculpture. Sahib's legacy was also a statuette. The old man, thinking, said that, according to legend, there were 5 masters of sculpture on the continent, and each of them left behind a legacy. Whoever collected all 5 statuettes must solve a certain riddle associated with them, then he will learn the great secret of the art of sculpture. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Rodriguez opened his eyes and said that although there had been no great masters in the world before, if one were to appear, he would easily decide the fate of the entire continent, although he had sent him down this path out of malice. But now everything he had said was true. Han closed his eyes and thought. He stood up, asking if his words about malice were true. Clouds floated smoothly across the sky. Joyful people walked around the city. Some approached the protagonist, wanting to buy a statue. The guy waved his hand when the girl asked to lower the price. Soon, 2 girls bought a statue each and left. Han took a board in his hand and began to make another statue. As the sculptor worked with a knife, his sculpting skills improved. Splinters flew from the guy's knife. Soon, a small statue appeared in the guy's hand. It was the 100th sculpture he had made. He turned his head sharply, hearing someone scream. A huge man was walking towards him. The warrior frowned, looking at the boy. He suddenly bowed, saying that he had a huge favor to ask of him. The frightened boy froze. The man grabbed the boy by the shoulders, saying that he should make a custom sculpture for him. Han, frowning, asked what he meant that he should. The boy climbed onto the fountain, then the warrior said that he needed his sculpture to propose. There was a girl he loved very much. The man began to play and walk with her to protect her. The man even became a paladin to protect her, since she chose the priest class. For more than 7 years, they have taken care of each other, enjoying the games. They often enjoyed the scenery and sunsets. With time their love only grew stronger. The smile did not leave the man's face. The girl smiled back at him. Closing his eyes, the paladin said that 7 years have passed, and he is going to make her a formal proposal. Hitting the ground, he said that this is why he wants to give her something she will remember forever. Looking up at the sky, the paladin said that instead of flowers that fade with time, he wants a flower that will never fade, to capture his feelings. Han closed his eyes and thought. Crossing his arms over his chest, the sculptor mentally said that this was all for a reason, and it was awkward to refuse him. The guy opened his eyes. He saw how the crowd was reacting very violently, and supporting the paladin. The protagonist got down from the fountain. He extended his hand to the man. The man shook his hand when Han said that he would make a sculpture for him. The paladin hugged the protagonist and cried with joy. When the paladin stood up, the guy thought about what he should make a figurine out of. In the end, he had an elven tree in his hand. He sat down by the fountain and placed a piece of wood in front of him. Han closed his eyes. He took the stump in his hand. The dagger in the guy's hand flashed. The protagonist began to plane the tree. He needed to do something spectacular. It would be easier to make a simple flower. The protagonist was sweating. He needed to show everything he was capable of. People watching from the side were trying to figure out if he could handle it. Several knights approached the crowd. The crowd watched everything with their mouths open. Some, looking at the sky, said that this sculptor should complete it without mistakes. People did not stop approaching the crowd, trying to understand what kind of celebration was happening here. Han's eyes turned into money signs. He understood that if he failed in front of so many spectators, his reputation as a sculptor would worsen. He would no longer be able to sell his sculptures at a high price. If his work was bad, the bag of money would fly right out of his hands. Soon the stump in his hand began to transform. Splinters flew in all directions. Sunflowers appeared on top of the stump. The people watching this were surprised. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist frowned, sweat pouring down his face, but the sculptor did not stop working. Soon, he threw away his knife. The knight froze. He was amazed by the result. In front of the protagonist stood a beautiful statue. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened. The man parted his lips and asked what kind of sculpture it was. This bouquet of flowers made of wood was shining with beauty. The protagonist leaned against the edge of the fountain. The system then informed him about the increase in the level of sculpting art. The guy scratched the back of his head in confusion. The sculptor was surprised that the level increased so sharply. The guy called up the system panel and mentally said that instead of identical statues, creating unique sculptures turns out to rapidly increase the skill level. Han picked up his new sculpture. He handed it to the paladin. He, amazed by its appearance, took it in his hands. Looking at his shining statuette, Han said that he carved 7 sunflowers, representing the 7 years that he had looked at only one person, and the roses were his personal gift to him. The protagonist smiled contentedly as the paladin bowed to him in gratitude. The boy extended 3 fingers, saying that the payment was very small, only 3 gold coins. The paladin smiled and began to rummage through his bag. The protagonist froze in horror, realizing that this paladin did not have much money. The man reached into his bag with both hands. He involuntarily began to pose to distract attention. The paladin began to rummage through both of his bags. Han blushed with anger. The youth assumed that the man would say that he lost his money, since he could not admit that he did not have it from the very beginning. The man turned around abruptly, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was robbed by pickpockets. He clasped his hands, saying that he had no money, but he could do something for him. The protagonist crossed his arms. The young man was angry. Suddenly, the man put his hands in his back pockets. Han got angry when the paladin handed him the money, saying that there were 2 gold and 90 silver. The boy, walking up to the fountain, began to count the money. He turned his head, saying that the boy could give something else in exchange for the missing 10 silver. The paladin held out a book, saying that he could give it in place of the 10 silver. Han took the book, wondering what it was about. He should check what they wrote in it. After pouring mana into the book, he was able to read its title. After reading the first page of the book, he realized that it was a book about a huge city in the sky, which was the subject of countless mysterious legends. Han pulled his hand away from the book, surprised. He imagined floating islands in the sky. The protagonist couldn't help but imagine the boy telling his father that the sun had covered this city again. The boy and the paladin froze, looking at each other. The paladin, clenching his fists, said that he didn't think he would believe this story, but it was real. The paladin laid out all his things, saying that he could take something in exchange. Han, putting the book away, said that it didn't matter, the book was enough. Pointing at the paladin, the young man said that he would take the book in exchange for 10 silver coins, but with one condition. The man frowned, asking what that condition was. The boy winked, saying that for his bouquet he should only receive consent to his proposal. The paladin was amazed by the boy's words. He stood up and began to bow to the sculptor, thanking him. Han smiled, mentally saying that he would live well if he got married. His eyes widened in shock. New bracers appeared on the man's body. His entire body changed armor. A huge hammer appeared in the air. The paladin waved his hand in an epic manner, fluttering his cloak. Han smiled nervously. A tear appeared in his eye when he said that he did not understand why he tried to lower the price of the sculpture if he had such high-level items. One of his things was worth several thousand gold. The paladin, looking at the sculptor in the distance, mentally apologized. He really wanted to give him the book. He recently found this book. Picking up the statuette, he smiled. The protagonist, blazing with anger, asked if he should catch up with the paladin and charge him more. The paladin turned around, wanting to leave. Han narrowed his eyes, then Pale wrote him a message, asking if he was here. The protagonist called the system panel, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy started walking forward, mentally saying that all messages were blocked in the secret cave, the lair of the Lidvart. The guy tilted his head when Pale wrote a message, saying that they decided to enlist together in a punitive detachment heading to the village of Baron, and he had been trying to contact him all this time to call him. The protagonist thought, remembering a book about the forgotten cities of the Varsal continent. Events take us to the valley. We find ourselves in the village of Baron. The farmer stuck a pick into the ground. The man wiped the sweat from his neck. He involuntarily frowned. The farmer looked at the forest, not understanding what was there. The lizard's pupil narrowed. A moment later, the monsters burst out of the forest. The hat flew off the farmer's head in fear. The monsters rushed after the farmer. The children stopped playing and looked. The woman ran to her child. She hugged her child, trying to escape from the monsters. A couple of hours later, only corpses remained from the people in the village. The flag fluttered on the watchtower. Soldiers and adventurers were gathering at the city walls. Han, walking through the streets, said that they should be somewhere here. He turned his head sharply, hearing his name being called. Circa, smiling, waved her hand, calling her friend. Everyone happily greeted their friend. Ramuna, crossing her arms over her chest, asked where he had been and what he had been doing all this time. Pale, frowning, said that his equipment had not changed at all. Han smiled. He did not want to say that he had been in a secret cave. Ramuna, waving her hand, said that she understood that he had simply not logged in for a long time. The girl hugged the guy, asking if he would join the punitive squad. Han closed his eyes and agreed with the offer. Pale involuntarily looked at the girl. The protagonist chuckled. Now he understood everything. He abruptly pulled away from the girl's grip, saying that he was unable to read their messages due to personal matters. Poking at the system panel, Han asked what level they were currently at. Circa, smiling, said that she was currently level 48. Pale and the girls, also smiling, said their levels, on average, they were level 52. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, said that they had leveled up very quickly in just a month. Pale, putting his hands on his hips, said that they had all gone on academic leave to focus on the game. Extending a finger, he said that it so happened that his processor was also playing, so now he completely trusted it. He only occasionally gave it equipment. Looking at the flag on top of the tower, Pale said that only people above level 30 could enroll in the squad. Rumor has it that by completing quests in it, you can get a lot of experience and glory. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were stronger than him and there would always be someone there to help him in a difficult situation. It was certainly risky but definitely worth it. The guy sighed. They were already tired of killing spiders. Pale, walking next to the protagonist, asked if he had already chosen his class. Han smiled nervously, saying that he had already chosen a class. Irene, approaching him, asked what his class was. The guy bowed his head, saying that he was a sculptor. Everyone except Circa was amazed. Only Circa was glad that he had chosen a creative class. Pale, smiling, asked if he was a combat sculptor. Han shook his head, saying that he was a regular sculptor. The party members looked at each other, realizing that it was a rather weak class. The guy might simply not be allowed to join the quest because of his class. Circa looked at her comrades and asked if the sculptor was a bad class. Her friends answered by saying that there was no reason to think it was bad, and they had no problems at all. Happy with her friend's words, the girl spun around with the protagonist. The party members smiled, saying that they would help each other. Han froze with his mouth open. He walked at the head of the group, saying that he was simply left with no choice. A huge crowd of people were walking along the mountain ridge near the lake. The protagonist group walked in the middle of this crowd, all of them admiring the local scenery. Circa turned her head, asking where Han was. She saw a guy off to the side, talking to a knight. Ramana, looking at the approaching guy, said that he recently bought a bunch of ingredients and spices when they went to sign up for the quest. The guy, hearing her, said that this time he did not buy anything, he was just collecting information from people. Pale, standing next to the mage, asked what information he had gathered. Han raised his hand, asking everyone to come over. The party members looked at him in confusion. The protagonist closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he told everyone to listen carefully. When they arrived at Barren Village, no one could be trusted. The party members' mouths dropped open in surprise. Circa, putting a finger to her mouth, asked why they couldn't trust anyone. Han, placing his hands on his hips, said that they couldn't trust anyone outside their party. Pale frowned. He suddenly smiled and nodded, saying that he understood. Circa, seeing the two of them talking incomprehensibly, became very angry. She clenched her fists and screamed, saying that she didn't understand what they were talking about at all. The protagonist, stepping aside, said that they should move away first. Irene, sitting behind the bushes, asked if it was true that if a valuable item dropped during a battle, someone might try to kill them to take it for themselves. Han smiled, saying that he didn't mean exactly that, but what she said was also possible. Pointing to Darius, the squad captain, he said that the problem was with him. Frowning, he asked if they remembered. Darius was sitting at the table, accepting participants for the quest for the punitive squad. The man yawned, telling the next one to come up. Pale approached him, saying that their group consisted of a priest, a fire mage, an archer, and a monk, all above level 50. The guy couldn't help but look at his friend, not knowing what he should say. He looked at Darius in surprise when he said that now they had 300 people, so they were all accepted. Standing up, he said that they were accepting them, so they should accept the quest. Han frowned, realizing that the commander hadn't even asked his level or class, but had simply gotten the required number of participants. The only thing that mattered to him was having the required number of people for the mission. The party members looked at their friend in confusion. Circa smiled and suggested that Darius must be a good person. Closing his eyes, the boy said that it wasn't that. According to the information the protagonist had gathered from the people, Darius had a bad reputation. Everyone said that he was the type of person who would do anything for his own benefit when it came to handling a sword and shield. Pale frowned and said that successfully completing the mission would give him a large reward and quite a bit of glory as a captain. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that he was already trying too hard. Looking to the side, the boy said that the commander was blinded by his greed and was deliberately giving the wrong orders to the punitive forces. All the members of this party are low level, but they have to fight a large number of monsters. Darius did not even give orders on how to best fight the monsters. Pale opened his mouth in surprise along with the mage. The adventurer groups could not fight together without even knowing each other's abilities. Irene raised her hand and asked, "Isn't this what everyone has been doing all this time?" Han raised an eyebrow and said that this time was different. The guy couldn't help but imagine them all gathering in a party in his head. He frowned and said that the fighting style for a small monster and a large one was completely different. They were an army of hundreds now, but if they were to fight, they would fight in small groups of people they knew. Circa closed her eyes and thought. After a moment, something dawned on her, and she smiled. The girl held out a finger and asked if this was something like a college club meeting. Han knew it was an accurate comparison, but he didn't want to admit it. Ramuna frowned. She realized that even if there were many of them, their fighting strength was low, and this was due to Darius' orders. He probably thought that he and his guild would get all the rewards for completing the quest, as well as the loot from the dead. Han turned his head. The protagonist closed his eyes and mentally said that if he were the commander, he would keep the number of players to a minimum and use the kingdom's soldiers to kill the beast men, so he would gain more trust and improve his leadership skills. The boy looked at the people on the side. Ramuna, who was sitting next to Circa, asked what they should do in the end. The boy frowned and said that their group needed to work together and survive, so they could only trust each other. The mage and Pale smiled, agreeing with him. Soon, the mountain range was painted in the rays of the sunset. Dumplings were being cooked right on the fire. Becker picked up the cauldron. Meanwhile, Han was showing off his cooking skills on the side. His friends smiled, enjoying his cooking. The soldier turned around, smelling the smell. The other expedition members also turned around. The protagonist served dishes to his friends on the table. Circa cried from the taste of the food. The mage gave the boy a thumbs up, praising him. Pale smiled, asking how it could possibly taste like that. Suddenly, a group approached the protagonist, asking him to share with them. Han smiled and said that it was the last portion. The people immediately started fighting over it, saying that this piece belonged only to him. The protagonist smiled nervously, watching everything. Looking at the fighting knights, the protagonist told them to stop fighting. If they get him the ingredients, he will cook everything for them. The guys, having stopped fighting, said that this would be too much for a request, because cooking is a difficult matter. Han, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that he will cook everything for them, but if they do not want to be in debt, they can just pay him for cooking. The knight, taking coins in his hand, said to prepare for him first. The protagonist raised his hand, seeing a huge crowd, and said that he will cook for everyone, they should just line up. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. He took the frying pan in his hands, saying that everything was going according to plan. Squinting, he mentally said that this way he would earn money and improve his cooking and other skills. Soon, the guy had a bag of money in his hand. 3 knights approached him, asking if he was that Han. The guy, looking at them, asked if they wanted something from him. The knights sharply hit his chest, saying that they came to greet their captain. Han, smiling nervously, asked if they had confused him with someone else. Becker, taking off his helmet, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist remembered how he said goodbye to Becker. It was as if it dawned on him, and the sculptor smiled. Shaking the guy's hand, he asked what they were doing here. The knight answered, saying that some of them were transferred to the punitive forces heading to the village of Baron. The protagonist smiled and said that they seemed to look different. Becker chuckled, saying that they had all been promoted to foreman. Becker leaned towards the captain, saying that he was so surprised, he never thought that he would be able to enjoy the aroma of his food again. Han got angry, saying to remember him as a person, not his cooking. Irene, seeing how the soldiers were enjoying the food, asked what was going on. Pale, turning his head, asked how Han and these soldiers knew each other. Besides, they were not just soldiers, but foremen. Soon, night fell. A few hours later, the sky was painted red from the dawn. Soon, the sun was already at its zenith. The squad was moving in the direction of Baron Village. They still had 10 days left until their arrival. Han wiped the sweat from his forehead, mentally saying that he would cook as often as possible to improve his cooking and craft. As he began cooking, the cook said that the easiest way to level up the craft was actually by creating sculptures, but that way people would only look at him strangely. Cooking was a great solution, and the protagonist himself was happy, and so were his party members. The beautiful scenery of the valley was constantly decorating the way. Han raised his hand. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he said that they had finally arrived. Pale, adjusting the strap of his quiver, said that they were almost there. Han looked at the sky and realized that the city in the sky was a fiction after all. His eyes continued to look up. Inspecting each cloud, the sculptor said that he thought that the southern outskirts would be somehow connected with the Sky City, only that was why he joined the punitive forces. The boy glanced back when the commander ordered a stop. Ramuna turned around, asking what happened. Darius, sitting on his horse, asked what was the matter. The old man who approached him said that they were survivors from the village of Baron, also the elder of the village of Gandilva. They were the ones who asked for punitive forces to be sent here. Darius smiled and said that they would save their village, they just had to be patient for a little while. The old man clasped his hands and asked if he could ask him for something. The commander's horse bowed its head when he asked what they wanted. Kneeling down, the old man asked to save the villagers who were captured by the lizard men. Darius, rubbing his chin, asked what he could give him in return. The protagonist, standing behind him, said that it was no wonder that the commander was level 100, since he was very careful about accepting quests. Holding out some acorns, the old man said that they had nothing to give. If there was anything, it was only them. Darius, frowning, asked if he was making fun of him. The youth abruptly turned his horse around, saying that it was a waste of time. The commander chuckled and said that he would think about helping if there was time left after saving the village. Kicking Gandilva, the man told him not to block the way with his pathetic task. As everyone left, the protagonist silently looked at the old man. He approached the children and asked them for forgiveness. Suddenly, Han picked up one of the acorns. Gandilva looked up, crying. Han smiled and asked the old man if he was okay. Han smiled and asked if the old man wanted his village to be helped, to which the old man asked if that was true. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered in the affirmative and asked what kind of person he would be if he refused to help after hearing that ordinary people had been kidnapped by monsters. Pale remarked that it was strange, because the protagonist would never do that without a reason, to which Ramuna bowed her head and said that it was true, and Circa exclaimed that the player was a great guy. The village chief closed his eyes and said that he had already lost hope, after which he thanked the savior, but he still could not believe that there were still such noble people in the world. Seeds appeared on the old man's palms, and the swordsman did not understand what they were. The magic grain emitted light, and the village chief admitted that he himself did not know for sure, and he only knew that they were protected and passed down in his family from generation to generation. Frowning, the elder added that this was done with the words that they should be given to someone who greatly helped the village, or a noble warrior. The boy smirked, thinking that he had managed to hit the jackpot. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man wondered if the heavenly city and the seeds were like an old children's fairy tale, and his chances were 50-50, and then he realized that he was not one of those people who did things for no reason. The small children surrounded the protagonist and begged the great warrior to help them and save the villagers, when suddenly a notification about a quest appeared, in which he had to rescue the children's parents from the captivity of the lizard men, and the more time passed, the more villagers could be killed by the monsters. The corners of his lips turned down. The protagonist thought about the fact that it had the same difficulty of D as the quest's punitive forces. Looking away, the swordsman decided that this was the highest difficulty test of all that he managed to take, with the exception of the one related to Zahab's last will. The little girl hugged her brother tightly. The boy thought about the parents of the children and remembered how he held his grandmother's hand. The young man closed his eyes and thought about the last time he saw his parents. Lowering his head, Han sighed heavily and realized that he had no more memories of them. Raising his eyebrows, Gandilva said that, as he thought, this reward was not enough for the warrior. The protagonist replied that it was not so at all, when suddenly the old man raised his head. Grinning, the protagonist declared that it was more than enough, so he would save the villagers as soon as possible, and accepted the task. The children surrounded the warrior and loudly thanked their uncle for his help and said that he was very kind. Pale looked away and asked what his partner had just done, and Circa asked if he had accepted the mission. The swordsman closed his lips and asked to ask later, because now they also needed to accept the mission. The team members turned their gaze away from their ally and said that they would not fall for it, because they did not want to rush and asked to first listen to the details and then decide what made him think that they were bastards. The archer closed his eyes and noted that they were just joking, and if the captain decided so, then there must be a good reason for it, and Ramana said that they were all one team. Pale folded his arms and muttered that this was what the mission was, and the monk shouted that they needed to quickly save the poor residents. The guy raised an eyebrow and admitted that he did not understand why the protagonist decided to leave the punitive forces after coming all this way. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that if his guess was right, something really cool would happen if they completed this task. The swordsman turned his head and noted that even if he was wrong, it was still better than fighting with the punitive forces, and he had already said that, but he repeated that they were being used and would not be given anything in return, and the girls decided that their ally was right. The archer asked if this task would be too difficult for the four of them, and Irene lowered the corners of her lips and noted that the difficulty was quite high. Han grinned and asked his partners not to worry, because everything would be fine. Darius saddled his horse, and the protagonist said that he also had a few ideas. The team members smiled and agreed with the warrior, because if he said so, then they would go with him. Rays of sun broke through the clouds in the sky. The squad of warriors approached the village of Baron. The leader of the second raid frowned and asked what had happened to the village. Peros replied that they had finished their reconnaissance, and as they thought, there were hundreds of lizard men in ambush, and if they entered now, they would launch a surprise attack, to which Darius smirked and said that the enemy was starting a dog fight. Gritting his teeth, the knight shouted that if they already knew about the enemy, then no surprise attacks would work. Swinging his sword, the leader of the second raid exclaimed that they needed to retake the village right now, and ordered the warriors to advance into battle. A high cliff on the cliff appeared in the western valley. A magic circle appeared near Pale's eye, which appeared due to the archer's hawkeye skill. The guy peeked out from behind a tree and reported that he saw enemies, and there were 5 lizard men on patrol, and 2 of them were in one place watching the surroundings, and Circa noted that she did not see anyone. Lowering his hands, the archer suggested that their fortification began here, to which the protagonist replied that the enemies set up camp here after crossing the western border. Lowering his eyebrows, Pale clarified what they were going to do. The protagonist explained that given the difficulty of the questee, there should be at least 800 lizard men there, when suddenly his partners widened their eyes in bewilderment. Clenching his fist, the swordsman suggested simply entering there with a fight, and the allies shouted and objected. Grasping his fingers on the hilt of the sword, the guy said that they could handle it, because Darius would be helping them. The archer asked the captain again, and Ramuna raised her eyebrows and asked what the warrior meant. Han spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would tell the details later, after which he added that he would go first and fight the enemies. Suddenly, 2 guards appeared on the hill. With their mouths wide open, the girls began to loudly call the protagonist. At the same second, the lizard man looked away. Baring their jaws, the monsters did not understand whether it was a man or whether he had come alone. The monster raised its head up. The undead threw the axe over his shoulder and asked his partner to move and quickly rid them of the stranger's presence, because they were already annoying. The undead moved towards the protagonist. Ramuna put her hand forward and did not understand what their captain was planning. Circa lowered her head and screamed indignantly. The monk ran forward and screamed that she would fight him. The girl's eyes widened and she noted that if he died, the warrior should run away, because he didn't think he could handle the enemies, to which he replied that she didn't need to do that. The swordsman closed his eyes and asked his partner not to worry, because he was sure he would die before her, to which she screamed that it didn't help at all. The guy took a step forward and said that they would fight the same way as they had near the city. Frowning, the young man said that he would distract the enemies, and his ally would attack when they least expected it. The lizard man grinned angrily, and Circa shouted that the level of these monsters was completely different from what those monsters had been, and that the captain was now a sculptor and wouldn't last long as a tank. Suddenly, the monk's eyes widened. The girl noted that she hadn't asked what level the swordsman was now, to which he smirked and began to speak. Putting his hand in front of him, the guy said that he was level 68. Circa put her hands to her mouth. The rest of the team opened their mouths in confusion, asking if he had a higher level than all of them. A moment later, Han dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The protagonist shouted for his team members to take care of themselves, to which they opened their eyes in alarm. The protagonist kicked off the ground with his foot. In the memory, there was a chest and books on the ground. The sword man extended his hand forward, and the system reported that the player had obtained the Emperor Formless Sword technique. The boy put his palm to the book and decided that it was time to try out this formless sword technique. The youth lowered the corners of his lips. Suddenly, the axe hit the blade of the sword. The monster looked back in confusion. The protagonist attacked the enemy from behind, using the 7 heavenly steps technique. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the protagonist used the first form of the Emperor Formless Sword technique triplet. The undead swung its tongue from side to side. Circa opened its mouth wide and thought that their captain was incredible, and did not understand what kind of skill it was. The monster's body was enveloped in magical streams of stunning magic, when suddenly the swordsman shouted that the monk could strike now, to which she clarified whether the enemy was dead. Gritting her teeth, the girl cried out that she did not understand anything at all. Swinging her fist, Circa dealt continuous blows, which is a basic skill used by novice monks. Suddenly, the monk raised her hands and did not understand whether she killed the lizard man. Lowering closer to the ground, Circa wondered if these monsters were always this weak, despite the fact that the damage when stunning is doubled. Suddenly, the girl's eyes bulged in fear. The 3 lizard men bared their teeth angrily. The monster's eyes glowed brightly and they asked if the humans had killed one of their younger brothers, adding that they would need new teeth after them. The monk closed her eyes and cried out that the enemies still scared her a lot. The undead creature pounced on the warriors and cried out that they would avenge their younger brother. The monster approached Han and shouted that it wanted to kill him. The protagonist angrily closed his lips. The lizard man swung his axe. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, and the system reported that the player had lost 350 life points. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman used the slashing knife technique. Looking away, the boy stabbed the enemy in the back. Suddenly, the young man slid his foot along the ground. The swordsman turned around in confusion, and the artificial intelligence notified that the player was temporarily immobilized due to a failed sword skill. The warrior clenched his teeth in alarm. The enraged monsters jumped on him from behind. Circa put her hand forward and shouted for her partner to take care of himself. At the same moment, fire arrows flew over the girl's head. A moment later, there was a powerful fiery explosion. The partners ran up to the heroes and called out to them. The monk smiled widely. The team members leaned over, and the girl admitted that she forgot that there were all sorts of people besides her and Han. Stretching her allies' cheeks with her hands, Ramuna asked what the low-level little thing called them, to which she apologized. Raising his hand, the protagonist called out to the allies and suggested that they would have a good hunt, while Circa asked them to let her go, as she might start having nightmares. The evil monsters bared their teeth. Running forward, the protagonist thanked his partners for buying him time, and then asked them to continue attacking. Putting her hand forward, the mage delivered a fiery blow to the enemies. A powerful stream of flame rushed past the enemy's face. pale, standing behind, fired fire arrows at his opponents from his bow. Suddenly, drops of blood appeared from the protagonist's cheek. At the same second, a magic seal appeared near him. The priestess spread her fingers and said that she was restoring his health with the power of the sacred spirit, using a healing palm, and then asked the goddess to descend to him, protect him with the Holy Spirit, and grant him great strength to resist evil. Han smiled widely and exclaimed that it was great, and the system reported that his health had been restored, and his defense and strength had been increased. Swinging his sword in different directions, the protagonist rushed through the crowd of monsters, destroying them. The evil lizardmen stuck out their long tongues. Suddenly, their silhouettes disappeared behind a magical veil. Clenching her fists, Circa cried out that this was cool and they won. Irene asked the protagonist to wait a little while she healed him, to which he wiped his forehead with his hand and thanked the woman. Closing his eyes, the priestess said that it was too reckless, because their captain was going to fight alone, to which Ramuna noted that her partner was right, because he has a sculptor class, which is quite weak when it comes to combat, and Pale asked not to try to fight alone, because they need to work as a team. Scratching his head, the swordsman apologized to his allies and admitted that he had rushed a bit, then muttered that he was actually testing his skills. Recalling the battle with the monster, the boy thought about the Emperor's formless sword techniques. The monster stuck out its tongue, and the boy realized that these techniques were effective, but were not suitable for long battles due to the high consumption of mana, but were ideal for quick fights. A memory appeared in which the swordman was rushing straight towards the enemy. The protagonist thought about how he turned around and was immobilized. The protagonist frowned and realized that he would not be able to use them either due to his lack of experience. A moment later, the warrior lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. Clapping her hands, Circa shouted that the skills she saw were very cool. The swordsman scratched his head, and Ramuna noted that those were pretty strong skills, and wondered how the boy managed to learn them, when Pale suddenly clarified if his class was a sculptor, since it didn't seem like all sculptors had those skills. The mage exclaimed that their captain had leveled up so much without them that he wouldn't need them at all, while the archer hugged her and said that he knew he was up to something when he didn't respond to messages and hid those skills from everyone, and Irene said that they needed to learn to rely on their own strength, and started crying. Han smirked and explained that it wasn't that, since the weakest of those skills consumed a lot of mana, which meant he could only use it about 3 times in a row, and then muttered that they had their weaknesses. The monk clutched her head and was surprised by the amount of mana, and the archer said that he had much less mana, so he couldn't even dream of such skills. At the same moment, the guy closed his eyes in disappointment. The warrior repeated that their captain could use the ability 3 times in a row, after which he clarified how much mana he had in total, to which he widened his eyes in alarm. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist admitted that he had almost 1,000, which surprised his partners greatly. Suddenly, the team members opened their eyes in confusion. At the same second, the heroes began to hit the protagonist in the face. A memory appeared in which Rodriguez was sitting on a chair and saying that first the swordman must kill the monsters in the lair of Litvart, where there are a lot of them, and if he kills them, he will be able to get the most suitable class for him. A huge monster was seen rising above the silhouette of Hing. The protagonist was enveloped in a bright glow. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him and told his companions his story. Pale folded his arms and noted that their captain was not just a sculptor, but a moonlight sculptor, and had a hidden class, to which Ramuna said that she understood everything now. Circa rushed to hug the guy and shouted that he was really cool. The young man, smiling broadly, said that who would have thought that the protagonist was that famous sculptor, to which he asked him again. It seemed like the guy was sitting on the ground. The archer, holding out his finger, said that he heard that someone was selling beautiful small statues in the Serberg fortress, and they also wanted to buy one for themselves, but they did not have money, and also clarified whether that sculptor was a warrior. Sweat ran down Irene's face, hearing the questions whether that little wolf and cute fox. The young man's eyes widened in bewilderment. Suddenly, the priest came close to Han. The protagonist said, holding his palms out in front of him, that it wasn't like he was hiding it, but anyway, he would make a sculpture for each of them later. The girl, crossing her arms, asked the protagonist to make her 2 sculptures later, to which he muttered that they considered him a vending machine with figurines, and at the same time, the guys shouted that they also wanted a sculpture. The daytime sky was visible, and it was heard that since they had already rested, they needed to go save the villagers, because the quest was limited in time. Meanwhile, in the village of Baron, the lizard men were fighting with the swordsman. It was seen how the warrior pierced the monster with his sword. Suddenly, the monster struck from behind. The magician, holding a staff in his hand, exclaimed that these bastards are stronger, and there are many of them here, after which the swordsman asked if they could win by fighting like this. Suddenly, the enemy's head was cut into 2 parts. Darius, turning his gaze to the side, said that they were talking too much. Raising the corners of his lips, the group leader said that he did not need worthless idiots, and everything was fine as long as experienced warriors followed him, and he was not going to share the reward with these losers. Drawing his weapon, the man ordered to attack and continue to press on them, and not to retreat. At the same time, high mountains appeared. Several tents were visible through the fog. There were prisoners behind the bars. The monster's eyes suddenly bulged, hearing how they addressed him. Circa, pushing off the ground, shouted that she was here, and let the lizard man look at her. The monster and the hostage looked forward in bewilderment. The girl, putting out her palms, asked to play with her, and also called the monster handsome. The man, with sweat on his face, asked who the girl was, to which the lizard man replied that he didn't know and added that she was some kind of crazy. The monk, holding a book in her hand, said that he must definitely have a girl at home, and no girl could pass by someone like that. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, the monsters opened their mouths wide and screamed. Suddenly, 3 lizard men rushed after Circa, saying that she was making everything even worse, and she didn't understand why she should do that. Looking at the field, the girl thought that she needed to go there. Suddenly, the monk jumped over the sand. A second later, 2 monsters fell into the hole. The evil spirit, sticking out his tongue, asked if this was a joke. Suddenly, Circa turned her gaze to Roman. The lizard men opened their jaws in bewilderment. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared in the magician's hand, and she said that they must be very cold, being cold-blooded. The monsters, through tears, answered that they were not worthy of her kindness. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard from the cave. The girl, raising her hands up, exclaimed that they had succeeded. Suddenly, a shadow fell on the monk's body. The monsters, frowning menacingly, asked why she had stopped, and why she did not run further. Sweat ran down Circa's face from fear. A moment later, the girl jumped back from the enemy's blow. The evil spirits suddenly rushed from their place, and shouted that they needed to be taken. Suddenly, a projectile flew into the body of one of the lizard men. The monk, turning around, wondered when Ramana had managed to get there. Han, quickly rushing from his place, said that they were starting. The main character, holding a sword in his hand, asked Circa to take the left flank, because he was taking the right, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, a powerful flame swirled around Roman. A magical seal appeared in front of Irene. The monk could be seen dodging his opponents. Suddenly, the protagonist delivered a slashing blow to his enemy. Running in different directions, the boy thought that the plan with the bait had worked, and understood that it was impossible to fight inside the camp, since the villagers could get hurt. Clenching his fist, the young man thought that there was almost no one in the camp, since most of them were fighting the punitive forces. A second later, the swordsman hit the lizard man on the head. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened in confusion. Looking at his weapon, Han wondered if its durability was that low now, and muttered that he could break it if he was not careful. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that there was no other way out, and the system reported that he put the sturdy iron sword into his inventory. Circa, turning her gaze to the side, did not understand what the protagonist was doing. Suddenly, the monster appeared right in front of the guy. The young man smiled slyly. A moment later, the warrior began to deliver continuous blows to the enemy. The girl, through the sweat on her face, clarified whether this was her skill. The lizard man opened his mouth wide in pain. The monk, moving his legs, asked if Han had learned close combat skills. The protagonist clenched his fists and asked to finish off the enemy now, after which he received a positive answer. Circa, baring her teeth, asked what he would do with this, since he already knew how she attacked. Smiling slightly, the protagonist thought that in fact he did not use continuous blows, since he could not learn them. The boy tapped his fingers together, thinking that in a virtual reality game he could simulate skills, and that hunting monsters was better done with bare hands. The boy's legs appeared in the past. The warrior pulled out a wooden sword. Han could be seen fighting his opponent. During the day, the protagonist was doing pull-ups on a horizontal bar. At night, the protagonist was running along a dimly lit street. Taking a fighting stance, the boy muttered that for this moment he had been practicing martial arts in real life for a whole year before the game, and the girl shouted that they were continuing. A moment later, the boys simultaneously delivered a powerful punch. Suddenly, the boy turned his gaze to the side. The monster's head flew off from the attack. The monk swung his hand menacingly. A second later, the enemy received another strong blow to the face. The warrior could be seen quickly dodging the lizard man. Han pushed the enemy sharply. The monster, through tears, said that the protagonist constantly hits the same place. Suddenly, the monster's body was covered in fire, and he wondered if it was again. The protagonist turned around, hearing about the power shot. Smiling contentedly, the guy thanked his partners. Unexpectedly, the young man powerfully attacked the evil spirits, and the system reported that a new characteristic, resistance, had been added. A deep scar appeared on Han's body. Irene released bright energy from her hand. A second later, the protagonist's wound healed. The protagonist happily rushed forward. It was visible how the guy and the lizard man were fighting. The young man smiled slyly. Suddenly, the warrior dealt a strong blow, causing the monster to fly up. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground. Soon, Han sighed heavily. The guys, running up to the protagonist, shouted that they had won. Pushing Circa away, the protagonist explained that they had not yet. Winking, the guy wondered if she had forgotten. The girl, closing her eyes, muttered that she would run there and come back, and the young man understood that she had plenty of time, and at the same time the archer and the mage thought that they had been forgotten. The lizard men turned around sharply, hearing how they were addressed. The monk, smiling broadly, exclaimed that she heard them complaining about their elders, that they were always forcing them to guard, while they themselves went off to have fun, and so she wrote a complaint on their behalf, and also added that he tried hard, and therefore they should thank her. The crowd of monsters ran after Circa, and Han said that she was doing well at it, to which Pale replied that he himself wanted to hit her. The hostages, through the sweat on their faces, did not understand who this girl was, and one of them added that she had recently done the same. The men sharply turned their heads, hearing how they were asked to step back for a second. A moment later, the protagonist broke the chains with a powerful blow. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted for them to come out, as it was time to leave. The old man, looking ahead, asked what if they escaped and were caught again. The boy, lifting the corners of his lips, explained that everything would be fine, and also said that Elder Gandilva had asked for them to be saved. Extending his palm, the young man said that they needed to go, as the elder and the children were already waiting. The old people, smiling happily, said that they thought they would never see them again, and thanked the warrior. Turning his head to the side, Han exclaimed that they would be healed now, and clarified if there was anyone else injured. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist thought that this was a valuable experience, and one of the rescued said that he was looking at them somehow strangely. The protagonist was informed that they had collected everything, causing his eyes to bulge. The guys opened their mouths wide and it was audible that they could leave now. The guy, showing his finger up, wondered if their backpacks were full to the brim. The team happily raised their hands, and the young man wondered if they were so full that they would burst, and added that it was bad that nothing valuable fell out, but even with this they would get a lot of money. Suddenly, the warrior looked to the side thoughtfully. Looking at the weapons on the ground, Han thought that there was still a lot left, and he felt sorry to leave them there. Clenching his fists, the protagonist exclaimed that he had an idea. Stretching out his palms, the protagonist said that he had to ask them for a favor. The men, sadly raising their eyebrows, replied that they had nothing to give him. The rescued men, through the sweat on their faces, wondered if he would really start blackmailing them, demanding a huge reward. Squinting, the guy muttered that he had only scared them. The young man closed his eyes and said that he wanted to clarify something first, namely that they had not saved them for any benefit or great reward, so let them believe in them, because all good things happen to those who believe. The old woman, looking away, said that she was a good judge of character, and this one had the face of a traitor, and the archer added that the warrior was talking nonsense again, to which he could understand why the villagers did not believe, but did not understand why his comrades were doing the same. Han, holding out his finger, said that he understood that he was asking too much, because they had suffered so much, and then politely asked them to help him carry all these weapons. A second later, the protagonist closed his eyes. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that otherwise their suffering would not end there. The old people, their eyes bulging, exclaimed that they had suffered enough, and clarified what their savior wanted to say. The boy turned his head and asked everyone to look back. A high mountain appeared, and the young man told him that this valley was an excellent natural fortress, and the lizard men had been attacking them for many years in order to get it for themselves, although this time they were able to pacify them, and did they really think that such a thing would never happen again? The warrior, scratching his face, added that he had recently heard a couple of rumors about orcs appearing in these areas. The men's pupils narrowed sharply in fear. Suddenly Han put his hand on the villager's shoulder. Looking into his face, the protagonist asked that if the orcs invaded here, would they use this pile of weapons to attack their village, and would they really doom their children to the same fate again? Clenching his jaw, the man answered negatively. The people, raising their hands, shouted that they would not allow this, and would do everything, and would also carry the weapons, even if their bones broke under their weight. It was clear that people were holding many weapons. The protagonist was smiling contentedly. The archer, crossing his elbows, said that a few words were enough for the people to follow his orders. The guy, holding his chin, said that he felt like he had missed something. Circa was standing on the mountain. With her eyes wide open, the girl realized that this was not a mountain again. Through tears, the monk shouted that he did not know the way and could not get rid of the monsters, and they said that they had already run a whole marathon. After some time, thick clouds appeared. Gandilva looked down thoughtfully. A haze was visible in the distance. The elder, sitting on a stone, wondered what fate awaited these children and the village of Baron. Suddenly, the village elder turned his head to the side. Dark silhouettes appeared near the forest. Han happily waved his hand. Suddenly, the children rushed from their place, turning to their parents. A moment later, the boys ran away from the old man. Many little ones began to hug their close relatives. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction. Suddenly, Gandilva burst into tears, after which he turned to the warrior. The old man, falling to the ground, thanked the protagonist. Ramuna, wiping away her tears, said that it was very touching, and the archer added that it was good that they accepted this task. The evening sky appeared, and it was heard that they sincerely and from the bottom of their hearts thanked them. The elder explained that at first they seemed to him to be simple newbies, so he did not even expect that they would save everyone, but they would never forget the help they provided, after which the guy, clenching his jaw, said that it seemed to him that he had just been accused. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that in any case, there was nothing wrong with that, and the system reported that he had received a new notification. The AI wrote that the task was completed, and the children happily returned to the care of their parents, and they were very grateful to the heroes who came to the rescue, and also the fame increased by 15 points, and they received a new level, and at the same time Gandilva, holding out his palms, explained that thanks to them, their village was saved, and this is the reward that he promised. Opening his mouth, the warrior replied that there was no need to thank them, because they did what they had to, and the system notified that he received the nameless seed reward. Looking down, Han muttered that it looked like they were going to leave, and wondered if it was time for them to join. After some time, the village of Baron appeared. Pale, looking around, said that the punitive expedition was over, but it seemed they had suffered considerable losses. Turning around, the protagonist said that there must have been a lot of bloodshed in this fight, and also thought that he needed to come up with an excuse for Darius and the others to not take part in the fight. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened when they heard the question of whether he was playing a joke on him. The raid group leader was visible, and he was asked to repeat it again, calling him a bastard. Darius folded his arms across his chest, looking at the players who had come out against him. The protagonist asked Becker what was going on. He turned around and said that it looked like the members of the punitive forces were angry at the captain for some reason, and asked where Weed was, and he replied that he had some business to take care of. The man grinned confidently and explained that of course he was innocent. What did the death of his comrades have to do with him? It was nonsense, and asked if people shouldn't take care of their own safety. Nodding towards the blonde, the captain added that some casualties were always inevitable during a battle or war, or so he thought, and the other immediately said that he had also been wounded. The angry guy pointed to the bodies behind him and asked what he called some casualties, and besides his comrades, there were many other players who had died because of the villain's orders. Very few had survived. The man threw up his hands and replied that then he just didn't have to follow his orders and demanded to stop bothering people when the battle was already over. Then he pulled his sword from its sheath and noted that there was a way out if he was so dissatisfied. Demonstrating the blade, the captain offered to fight him with swords, and not with words. The opponent would not have been able to take part in this at all if not for him. Gritting his teeth, the warrior called the squad leader a bastard. His comrades tried to hold the guy back while he was rushing to kill the captain, but they reminded him of the fines. The sculptor raised an eyebrow, thinking that Darius was definitely a scoundrel, but there was one thing. Grimly watching the scene, the young man thought that the punitive forces were also fools. They should not have listened to Darius so blindly. They would not have lost their comrades if they had been a little more attentive to him. Here the swordsman turned around when someone addressed him. Gandilva approached the squad, and the sculptor understood from his face that something had happened. The old man bowed deeply, and expressed regret that he had to ask him again, but he was forced to make another request. Smiling, the boy asked to tell, and inwardly he lit up, sensing a new quest. The elder folded his hands on his stomach, and explained that he learned from the members of the punitive forces that the hero was a sculptor. He confirmed this, not understanding why they told him in class. The old man grabbed the swordsman by the hands, and asked him to do them another favor. Looking seriously at the young man, the elder asked to create a statue of the goddess for their village. In the center of Baron there used to be a stone statue of the goddess Freya. Lowering his gaze, the old man admitted that this year due to an accident the statue was destroyed, but the sculptor immediately guessed that it was not an accident, but he himself broke it. Imagining the image of the goddess, the village chief wondered if it was just a coincidence, but he thought that the destruction of the statue was the cause of the disasters in the village. Frowning, Han asked if he was asking him to restore the statue. The man looked at his interlocutor seriously, and confirmed that he was asking him to do so, and a quest notification appeared. Rubbing his chin, the young man noticed that the quest was only for sculptors, and the reward would vary greatly depending on the result. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero asked to wait a little. He would answer him, but first he needed to discuss it with his comrades. He told his friends that this quest was only available to sculptors like Weed. Ramuna said that he was lucky, but the archer admitted that it seemed that he would not be able to hunt with them for a couple of days, but they would manage, and Circa convinced her friend that he simply had to make the statue. With a satisfied smile, Pale noted that maybe it was a bit rude, but it would be safer without Weed. The sorceress confirmed that hunting with him for some reason seemed much more difficult. The nun confirmed that it was hard, and only Irene remained silent, although the words of the others angered the swordsman. Ramuna put her hand on her hip and explained that they said so that the guy would not feel guilty. Circa waved her hands and asked what kind of seeds he received for saving the seeds. Smiling, the hero began to tell. He admitted that recently he got his hands on a strange book. He remembered how a bowed man begged to do something for him. The stone bouquet was called Incredible. Then the man handed the sculptor a book instead of 10 silver. It was called Forgotten Cities of the Versailles Continent, Volume 4. Then the young man was not particularly impressed by the book, but accepted it. The swordsman even considered the content of nonsense, how a city in the sky is even possible. But that's exactly what he explained to his friends. The archer closed his eyes, and Ramuna looked at her friend in surprise. Pale frowned and asked if the hero really wanted to say that the sky city really existed. He himself had only heard about the underground cities of the dwarves. The young man raised an eyebrow and asked about the underground cities. After reading the information about this, the swordsman was confused as to why there was a noticeably different girl among the dwarves, but decided that it was a new popular character. Wiping his chin, the sculptor said that he would like to go there when he had the chance. Craftsmanship was a very important skill for sculptors, and dwarves were a race that was born with a talent for craftsmanship, unlike most people, and therefore they should have information about unknown techniques of sculpting art. Glancing up at the sky, the boy reminded them that now that they had talked, it was time to decide. Their efforts would be in vain if these seeds did not lead them to the Sky City. Circa raised her hand, exclaiming that she had a good feeling, and the sorceress said that she believed her friend's words. Holding the seeds in his palm, the hero began to identify them, and found out that they were the seeds of the Sky Tree, which really opened the way to the Sky City. Everyone else cheered when they found out that the leader of the group was right. Putting a finger to his lips, the boy demanded that they be careful. They were too noisy. Raising an eyebrow, the swordsman explained that he did not want people to see them ascending to the Sky City. They did not want to bring Darius or the other members of the punitive forces there. While the girls winked and showed signs behind him, Payne agreed that this city would still become known to people one day, but they would not be the ones to reveal it, and the sorceress added that she also thought it was too early to reveal this information. The first stars were lit in the sky when the friends decided to go there when the sculptor finished his work. In the morning, the village began to sort out the collapsed walls and lizardmen bodies, calling for volunteers to try them as food. Han closed one eye, thinking that he decided to use this piece of stone. Continuing to look at the boulder, the hero thought about where to start. The young man waved his hammer at his friends when they began to say goodbye to him, and some of the girls suggested making it look like her. Then he folded his arms across his chest, thinking that he should create a statue of the goddess Freya, the most beautiful woman in the world. The swordsman closed his eyes and thought that if it turned out badly, all the glory the sculptor had earned through hard work would come to naught, and he couldn't make it ordinary either. Taking aim with his chisel, the boy figured that if another sculptor created a more beautiful statue, his would be left in its shadow. While the work was going on in the village, the sound of hammering could be heard. After a while, lying right on the ground, the hero thought out loud that this wouldn't do. There was no progress. He simply couldn't imagine what it should look like. Pointing his finger at the sky, the young man added that he knew the statue had to be beautiful. Continuing to look up, the swordsman muttered about the most beautiful woman in the world. But then an image of Soyeon flashed before his mind's eye. Jumping up sharply, the sculptor realized that she would definitely do. Remembering the girl, he thought that he had never seen anyone more beautiful than her, although she was not only a beauty. The master's active work attracted the attention of the villagers, because even from the shape alone it was already clear that the statue would be amazing. Looking intently at his work, the sculptor decided that everything was great. If he continued in the same spirit, the statue would come out perfect. But one problem arose. Sion's face flashed through his mind again, and the guy was sure that the status was missing something. Soon night fell. The guards near the bridge yawned lazily. But then something caught the attention of one of the guards. He turned to his comrade and noticed that something had just slipped past them, but he decided that it was just the wind. But in fact, a girl in a robe slipped past them, while the guards continued to discuss that it was only because they were in a village named after the wind, and the first threatened to beat him up for such jokes. The uninvited guest took off her hood. When she turned around to look at the village, it was Seo-yoon. She went straight to the headman's house. The girl raised her hand to knock. But when she heard a familiar name, she stopped. The protagonist ate the treat while the old man told him that he prepared all this as a token of gratitude, although he thought to himself that he ate too much, and the old man thanked him. The girl standing on the street heard that the goddess statue was almost finished and would be ready by tomorrow evening, and the old man was convinced that it would definitely be very beautiful. The killer raised her eyebrows, noting this. After that, the girl went to the square. Reaching out her hand to the statue, she could not believe her eyes. The moon illuminated the face of the stone statue, and Seo-yoon looked at her double in surprise. Her backpack lit up when she commanded to open the inventory. The girl compared the statue she found with this one. For a while, she silently looked at both sculptures. Then she turned to look at the village chief's house. Closing her eyes, the killer walked away. At this moment, Han stopped, looking back at the window. While the village chief was trying to protect some of the food from the glutton, the young man thought he had a feeling that someone was watching him, but decided that it was his imagination. And when he noticed that the owner of the house was taking away the food, he said that he was simply clearing the dishes from the table. When dawn came, the villagers and members of the main character's squad gathered in the square, supporting him. At that moment, the sculptor closed one eye, announcing that he was making the final touch. The people were amazed. The swordsman threw the hammer aside and exhaled, because the face turned out perfect. The statue was finished, and the boy was showered with notifications about awards. Looking at his creation, the hero mentally cursed that if he had a higher level of sculpting skill, he could have created an even better sculpture. The swordsman rubbed his chin with his fingers, thinking that maybe it was Zahab's knife that helped him with the sculpture, while the villagers chanted his name. The village chief, openly sobbing, grabbed the young man's hands, thanking him for his amazing work, while he wondered why he was crying all the time. Rubbing the back of his head, the sculptor objected that it was nothing, while the notifications poured in again, and a familiar name appeared in the list of those with whom the relationship percentage had increased. The swordman froze when he saw the name Soyen. Looking around in confusion, the boy realized that his muse was here. Grabbing the old man by the shoulders, the hero asked if he knew a girl named Soyen. Raising his eyebrows, the man remembered that, in fact, such a girl had come here before the lizardmen invasion began, and he asked her if she could get a new statue of the goddess. He remembered a not very pleasant moment when a drunk village chief persuaded the killer to find a new statue, and threatened not to leave her alone until she accepted the quest. Looking away, the old man lied that he had asked her politely, and she had agreed, but had still not returned, probably deciding not to carry out his task, but the swordsman had already guessed everything. With a relieved expression on his face, the young man thought that he had gotten away with it. If he had met her, she would have killed him for stealing her task, and for using her face without asking. But then fear appeared on his face when the man began to say that if you looked closely, the statue's face was similar. The sculptor slapped him in the face, shouting that it was a mosquito. But the old man continued talking. And the swordman slapped him again, now talking about bedbugs. Snatching out the dagger, the guy thought gloomily that he needed to get to the heavenly city faster, because he did not want to cross paths with the killer, which meant he could not stay here for long. Kneeling down, the hero drew a line across the base of the statue, declaring that before he left, they needed to establish a custom that no Korean could resist. The village chief grabbed the swordsman by the arm as he tried to get ready. The man threw his cape over his head as the youth asked him gloomily what he wanted. With a sinister expression, the old man asked if the other man believed in fate. The sculptor raised an eyebrow. Then he turned around and said that he was in a bit of a hurry, but the village chief begged him to listen to him. Closing his eyes, the old man explained that he did not think it was a coincidence that they had come and saved them. One day, their village had been visited by a priest from the Order of Freya, who had predicted that evil was gaining strength, spreading its influence under the cover of darkness, below them, in a cold and dark place. Squinting, the man was about to add something else, but remembering how inattentively the villagers had listened to the priest, he became confused. Wiping the sweat from his face, the village chief finally added that only brave heroes can stop evil, and then he was given the right to choose the brave one. Han looked at the old man with distrust, and asked how he was even given such an important task, and he did not immediately understand what they wanted to tell him. Looking at the window with the task, the hero admitted that he saw no reason to refuse, but then he was surprised out loud that the task was serial. Running his finger along the lines, the young man realized that the task was related to the task of creating a statue of the goddess Freya. Rubbing his chin, the swordsman read that he needed to find someone named Seagull and return the lost treasure of the Order of Freya. Turning around, the sculptor added that an unexpected turn happened, and he came across a profitable business, and thought to himself that it was all thanks to Soyen. If she had completed this task, he would not have had such an opportunity. But then the guy's face became thoughtful. The thought occurred to him that he had said that he would make her 2 figurines. But perhaps he should have made 3, although he didn't really want to, considering that she herself didn't need anything. A white dove tried to sit on the statue's shoulder, but Circa's loud cry scared the bird away. In the light of the midday sun, the sculpture looked even more beautiful. The protagonist's comrades were delighted. The young man waved his hand to his friends, rejoicing at their return, and the nun rushed to him, shouting that he was the best. Joyfully hitting the swordsman in the side, the girl asked how he managed to make such a beautiful statue. He had such talent and artistic taste. Yes, he drove her crazy, to which he could barely squeeze out gratitude. While the priestess looked down in disappointment, Payne admitted that Weed was amazing. He never thought that the statue could be so beautiful. The sorceress added that it was truly incredible, as if it were alive, because the statue was so beautiful. Irene looked at the statue for a long time. Then, to her friend's shock, she showed a finger down. After which she innocently told the confused sculptor that Frey's original statue was much uglier than his, and he doubted that a priest could really say that, so he thought it was too much, though his thoughts were caught by the words about artistic taste. Looking away from the delighted girls, the swordsman laughed nervously, and he himself remembered that in fact, he had not really thought about it. After which he shook his head, and deciding that it was better for his friends not to know about it, explained that it was all thanks to them. When he created this statue, he kept the image of each of his friends in his head, and their beautiful souls and faces merged into one in this statue, which is why it turned out so beautiful. All three warriors were terribly embarrassed. While Circa, in a fit of emotion, again beat the hero and shouted that weed was so cool, the others turned away, recognizing their friend as a real flatterer. Looking at his creation with a smile, the guy was convinced that everything was as he thought. Remembering the images of his muse, the hero folded his arms on his chest and thought that she was even more beautiful with a smile on her face, and then she never smiled. But the next moment he turned around abruptly when his name was called. Darius stood behind him with his arms folded and his lackeys, and the captain admitted that the young man was a good sculptor, because the work was magnificent, maybe even a masterpiece. Frowning, the sword man objected that it was a beautiful work. But the scoundrel only smirked and remarked, "Wow, he never thought he would get to see a beautiful work." The captain bowed his head back as usual and remarked that, as far as he knew, only about 100 sculptors could create a beautiful work. Everyone else also tensed up, while the man congratulated the hero on the fact that he must have pumped up his stats well with this statue, and added that, perhaps, a sculptor with lousy combat skills should at least be able to behave somehow. Hiding his irritation, the guy replied that he understood everything, and he was glad to see him, and thought to himself, what a pest this bastard is. But when he tried to leave, one of the henchmen grabbed the hero by the shoulder, and said that he should clearly understand that a pathetic sculptor like him could only get that task thanks to the excellent leadership of their captain. The bald warrior smiled insolently, calling the young man an ungrateful bastard. He will be obliged to come to them and create them a guild sign of a level no worse than a fine work, because they will soon have a castle. The swordsman's face reflected anger when he clarified that by create them a guild sign he meant that he would do it for free. But then Payne covered his friend with his hand, and demanded that the Punisher watch his words. The bald man hit the archer on the hand, not understanding what he wanted. At that moment, the angry face of Circa appeared in front of him, demanding to explain who the scoundrel called a bastard. The man's face became confused. The girls immediately stepped forward, demanding that the losers stop chatting and get their pathetic asses out of here, and in general they look no better than a frying pan with baked oil. The Punishers were almost blown away by the women's screams, while they were accused of loving freebies, imagining themselves to be the best clients for makeup artists. But let them first touch up their mugs, and then they will complain, and in general, who are they to call other people pathetic, because pathetic bastards get along best with the same pathetic bastards. Ramona and the nun dragged the main character away, convincing him to spit on these losers and get out of here, since they already had enough to do. The Punishers looked after their friends in confusion. Darius, dumbfounded, looked ahead and clarified what had just happened, but his henchmen admitted that they themselves did not understand anything and were simply numb. At this time, Han and his comrades left the village. The friends gathered around while the protagonist planted magic seeds in the ground. Looking at the guys with his eyes, the young man warned that he was starting and asked them to get ready, and they answered that they were definitely ready. The swordsman took a bottle of water and poured it on the grass. The squad froze in anticipation. But nothing happened. The archer, looking at the right place in confusion, called out his friend by name, and he asked to give the seeds a few more seconds. The sculptor looked tensely at the grass. And then, to the surprise of the guys, there was a roar. A tall tree suddenly grew out of the ground, causing Ramina's hat to fly off his head. The guys looked at this spectacle with delight, glad that everything worked out. Showing his friends a thumbs up, the hero said that there should be a heavenly city up there. Watching how the plant continued to grow, the young man assumed that it was some kind of guide to him. He narrowed his eyes and pulled out a rope from his inventory, stating that it was time. Circa looked at the grinning swordsman in confusion as he showed him what he was looking for, and said that they would have to make an inevitable decision. The girl looked over the sculptor's shoulder and asked why he had pulled out the rope. Smiling innocently, the group leader replied that they would not be able to climb that high one by one, because it was too slow. While the others' faces reflected shock, the nun still did not understand what the guy was hinting at. Unwinding the rope, Han stated that everything was ready now, and they needed to hold on tightly to it. They would tie themselves to this plant and rise with it to the heavenly city while it was growing. Circa clapped her hands, after which she showed the boy obscene gestures, because, having realized his plan, she demanded that he stop with this nonsense. The joke turned out terrible. She walked away as the rope fell on her shoulders, as the girl informed them that she would wait here, so let them go. Nooses fell on the others as well, as the witch asked if the tree was growing too fast for them to do this, and Payne doubted that the rope would not break while they were climbing. Irene only managed to shake her head before everyone's feet left the ground. As the plant rapidly lifted the group into the air, they screamed that weed was crazy. Soon, the hero's eyes appeared to a sky island high in the clouds. They approached it until the top of the plant caught on a rocky edge. The young man grabbed the vine. As he climbed onto the island, the swordsman was glad that his plan had come true. Payne soon climbed out after him, muttering that he thought he was going to die. He helped the sorceress climb up, and she, on the contrary, found what had happened exciting and wanted to repeat it, the archer did not share her enthusiasm. But Circa and the priestess looked so that the swordsman thought they looked like they were about to faint, and asked someone to help them. When everyone stood firmly on their feet, the traveler's eyes appeared on the heavenly island. Its high towers supported the clouds, and the guys found the city magnificent. But then Irene turned around at a strange sound, and everyone saw that the stems were starting to wither and slide down. The nun rushed after them in panic. The squad members turned around when the girl stumbled and fell down, while begging the vines just not to wither, because if this happens, how will they get down? They barely managed to catch the nun, trying to calm her down. Turning to her friends with tears, Circa asked again how they would get down now, to which she was asked not to worry, because if there was a way up, there had to be a way down, though what to do if they didn't find it, no ideas came up. But then the main character, to the girl's horror, said that they would just jump, even if there was a penalty for death, but that way they would end up on the ground. The nun kicked the ground. She began to demand to kill her now, first, to kill her and throw her down, to which Ramuna explained to the group leader that her friend was a little afraid of heights. Grabbing Circa by the scarf, the sculptor dragged her to the city, offering to go, while she continued to demand to just kill her. Soon they reached the heavenly city of Lavias, and it turned out to be quite lively. Passing through the crowd of locals, the squad discussed how the people here looked like birds. But then the guys turned around when they heard the nun scream again. It turned out that the girl was enchanted by the sight of the city's inhabitants. She rushed to squeeze the nearest sparrow, shouting that they were so cute. Both warriors could clearly see the displeasure of the object of admiration, wondering if she really had recently asked to finish her off so that she would not suffer, and why the hell they were worried about it. At this time, the sparrow turned to them and assumed that they were new to their city. Despite the friendly smile of the young man, the bird frowned, and when he answered that they were travelers and came from the lower lands, he clarified, "That's how." After which he threw off the annoying girl. He bowed to the dumbfounded hero. Spreading his wings, the birdman welcomed the travelers to the heavenly city, and the melody he sang made the guys remember the fifth civilization and doubt that it did not violate copyright. Smiling guiltily, the sculptor thanked the bird guy for such a warm welcome and noted that the city was so beautiful that they had already forgotten how difficult the journey had been to get here. When the interlocutor clarified the name of the city, the sparrow suddenly looked at him with the same frown. And when Circa continued to squeeze him, he began to clarify again whether they were new to their city. The swordsman scratched the back of his head in confusion and reminded them that they had just said that they were travelers. With a flash of his eyes, the bird again noted this. Panic appeared in the guy's eyes, and he demanded that his girlfriend quickly get off him. But the sparrow again knocked the girl over onto the pavement. Then he spread his wings again and sang a greeting. The group looked at him in confusion, trying to understand whether he really had a bird brain with a memory of 3 seconds, and realized that bird people are more birds than people. But then the feathered one froze with its beak open. Looking at the people, the sparrow asked again if they were new to their city. Grabbing his interlocutor by the wings, the main character said with a feigned laugh that he was pleased to meet him and asked him to tell him what their city was famous for. But he hit him on the hands with his wing and was indignant at his rudeness and familiarity, since they were not even friends and he did not know them. After which he headed away, saying that they should bring him some good food if they wanted to become his friend. Looking at each other, the confused guys realized that it would be difficult to get at least some information, and perhaps the locals did not even remember what their city was famous for. Walking along the streets of the Sky City, Han noted to his friends that this city was not at all hostile to travelers. They would not have to worry about the threat of attack or anything else, and the archer agreed with him. Looking sideways at Circa, the young man added that he thought it would be better to split up and walk through different parts of the city rather than walking together, and she asked why, since it would be more fun if they walked together. Raising an eyebrow, the hero explained that it would be much more efficient. Payne nodded and agreed that Lavias was a large city, so yes, it would be better to split up and walk through as many streets as they could, taking on all the possible quests. The sorceress added that the city was safe, so nothing bad would happen if they were alone. It took the nun a few seconds of sitting right there on the road to understand the meaning of the leader's words. Raising a finger, the girl suggested that it was like everyone had different food in the cafeteria, but they shared it, and the young man admitted that it was not a bad comparison, although strange. Looking confidently at his friends, the sculptor indicated that they would look for tasks that they could take and return here, compare all the tasks, choose the best and complete it. They decided on this, promising to meet here in a couple of hours. Passing through the crowd of bird people, the hero thought that their best dish could hardly be chicken. At the market, he realized that the local weapons were not suitable for them. The presence of ordinary birds singing in the streets, the young man considered strange. But then something caught the sculptor's attention. Seeing the entrance to the training hall for beginners, the swordsman was glad of its presence. The boy grinned and thought he should take a look inside. The doors creaked open. It was pitch black inside. Looking around tensely, the hero wondered out loud if this was the beginner's training hall. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Then the rooster man appeared and asked if the visitor had completed the beginner's training program, but he himself answered that no, he had only completed the basic course, which was a step lower. The swordsman frowned and asked what he meant by a step lower, and mentally realized that this meant that the next stage could be completed here. With a serious look, the sculptor asked if he could try the beginner's program. The rooster flapped his wing and demanded that he follow him. Moving along the dark corridors, the boy assumed that this instructor was definitely laughing at him, which meant he needed to go through this corridor. A strange sound made Han turn around abruptly. He barely dodged the blow of an unknown opponent. The young man pulled out his sword when he realized that he was being attacked. But his blow was blocked by something. Jumping to the side, the sculptor mentally cursed that it was so dark here that he could not see anything. He closed his eyes. Concentrating on the situation, the swordsman decided to stop using his vision, and soon heard what he needed. Something was moving around him, and he began to lunge based on what was around him, movement after movement. The unknown monsters really flew away from his attacks to the sides. The guy opened his eyes. He saw a crowd of bald people with simple weapons. The hero frowned, trying to figure out how many opponents there were. The monster swung his hammer. The protagonist entered into a fight with a group of opponents. The villain hit him with a hammer in the shoulder. Han wondered what he should do. Someone hit him on the back of the head. The boy's eyes widened. The world around him began to blur. After a while, the young man opened his eyes. There was a sign hanging in front of him. The player looked up. The swordsman saw tall doors and realized that this was the entrance to the training hall. Standing in front of him, the rooster explained that failures happen when an unprepared person, out of stupidity, wants to undergo training, and said that he will not save him next time. The moon sculptor scratched the back of his head and asked if his level would increase if he managed to undergo training. The bird shook its head and answered that everything is not arranged that way. Looking at the user, the NPC explained that the attacks of those iron men are adjusted to the level of the test subject. The protagonist frowned and realized that he was not good with the sword. The doors of the training hall were closed. Han looked at her from under his brows and decided that he needed to improve his skills, not pump up his level. Birds were flying over the city. The squad members were sitting in the park. The boy waved his hand and called out to them, apologizing for being late. Circa, tears in her eyes, rushed into his arms. However, she immediately fell to the ground. The other boys looked at him in confusion. The boy explained that he simply had very little health. The girl rose to her feet. The player dodged her embrace again. The swordsman sat down next to his friend and asked what had happened to her. Clouds floated across the sky. The monk screamed. Pale decided to tell what had really happened. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and said that they had found a way to get down to the ground. The squad member imagined his friends floating in the air and said that a nearby store sold feathers of lightness that slowed the speed of falling, meaning it could be used as a parachute. Circa held up a sign that said, rejection, and said that she did not want to fall until she landed. The Moonlight sculptor smiled and, asking her not to worry about anything, promised to help her. The girl clasped her hands and asked if it was true. The protagonist confirmed it. Han awkwardly turned away and thought about just tying her to himself, and jumping like last time. The boy looked back when the archer reported that they had another task to discuss and asked what it was about. Cumulus clouds hung in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the village. Irene was holding a ring in her hands. Throwing up her wings, the bird said that she could not give it away so easily and asked the adventurers to destroy 20 skeleton knights. Seeing that the ring gave a 10% increase in mana recovery, the young man looked back and said that it was an excellent artifact. Joyfully throwing up his hands, the player realized that in Royal Road, items that increase mana recovery are very rare, and suggested going on a skeleton hunt. A gargoyle sat in the dark castle. The heroes climbed the cliff. The swordsman looked away suspiciously. A system window appeared in front of him, calling the user the discoverers of the Memphis dungeon. The guys were very happy about this news. Looking tensely at the notification, the moon sculptor decided that they were not the first to discover Lavias, and wondered who had been there before them. The protagonist took out his sword and suggested that they carefully look around and find out how long they could hunt here. Han looked at his friend and said that her treatment would be very useful, because blessings and healing skills were deadly to the undead. Irene clutched the cross in her hands. A large amount of light energy burst out of it. The girl waved the staff and declared that this was her chance to show herself. The room was enveloped in a green fog. The red eyes of the skeletons lit up. The monster saw light ahead. 3 fiery arrows flew out of the darkness. The living dead blocked them with his sword. Ramuna summoned a flame in her hand. Pale concluded that these enemies were high level. The monster's eyes widened when it saw living people. The heroes rushed towards the undead. The skeleton swung his sword and rushed to attack. The guy dashed forward. The young man swung his hand and asked his comrades to listen to him. He managed to block the enemy's blow. The swordsman intercepted the weapon and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The player delivered a powerful blow. The living dead's eyes lit up. The moon sculptor frowned menacingly. The protagonist delivered 3 consecutive blows with his sword. The monster raised the weapon in front of itself and acknowledged its power. Han swung the blade. The undead shouted that she would not let him escape. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The dark sorcerers swung their staffs. The young man frowned sternly and realized that he had completely forgotten about them. Fireballs flew past him. Flames burst out on the battlefield. Ramuna smiled and asked if she had done well and asked her friend not to forget to repay her. The player clenched his teeth in displeasure. The swordsman turned to his friend and asked if he should repay the debt right now. The girl asked him to do it later. Pale pulled back his bowstring and urged his comrades to be careful. The monster stood behind a wall of flames. The skeleton fired an arrow forward and wished death to the enemy. The boy closed one eye to aim. The arrow flashed in the air. A bright flash appeared. A black silhouette was visible in the cloud of dust. The archer frowned and declared that he would deal with the enemy. The woman smiled and noted that her comrade was giving it his all today. The hunter asked his ally to bless his arrows, but Irene only shook her head. Pale approached her and asked why she did not want to do it. The priest reminded that he himself wanted to deal with the enemy. After that, the girl turned away. Magic energy appeared around the arrow. The boy pulled the bowstring and declared that the skeleton would be sacrificed to him and the great priestess. The consecrated arrow flew forward. Circa was behind the enemy. Fire ignited in the magician's hand. The moon sculptor put his sword forward. The arrow pierced the body of the enemy archer. The living dead man dashed forward and swung his blade. The blade flashed in front of the main character. The girl's eyes widened in fear and called out to their friend. Han easily dodged the blow. The guy cut off the enemy's head and shouted that vulnerable spots should not be left open. The monster crumbled to dust. The young man sighed heavily. He looked back when he heard someone laugh. The sorcerers immobilized the monk and lifted her into the air. The player asked if she couldn't break free from these bonds. The woman frowned tensely and replied that this was the problem. Circa clenched her fist and tried to free herself, but she couldn't. A wave of dark energy approached her hand. Purple smoke began to tickle her. The girl opened her mouth in horror and began to laugh loudly. The swordsman closed his eyes in displeasure. The monk's hand began to shake. The Moonlight sculptor decided that this was not so bad and stated that they should deal with the rest of the monsters first. The protagonist looked back when the archer asked if it was definitely not dangerous. The woman, covered in light particles, asked for help. Han blushed with embarrassment. Irene crossed her arms and asked him to refrain from thinking about adult content. Frowning, the boy remembered that the game's rating was 13+ and asked if she could do such a thing. Pale blushed and replied that she shouldn't do it. The boy looked back when he caught the disapproving glances of the other team members. The skeleton's jaw dropped. The archer claimed that it was just a joke. The enemy archer pointed his bow at him. The young man looked back when he felt something strange. The player grabbed his sword and asked his comrade to be careful. The swordsman dashed to the side and concluded that the enemy was aiming at him. The Moonlight sculptor frowned sternly and realized that the monster would shoot as soon as he moved. The living dead released the bowstring. The arrow flashed in the air. The protagonist deflected it and shouted that he knew perfectly well how fast and where the enemy projectiles were flying. The monster with glowing eyes could not believe that he managed to block this attack. Han frowned menacingly and ordered his comrades to attack. Pale pulled the bowstring. Irene summoned a magic circle. Ramuna summoned fire in her hand. The boy pounced on the sorcerer. Circa closed her eyes and asked if they remembered that she still couldn't get out. Multiple blows fell on the skeleton. An arrow pierced the head of the enemy archer. Fireballs headed for another warlock. A bright light illuminated the monk's face. Flames enveloped the monster. The boy took a step forward and asked if they had really succeeded. Smoke and ash rose into the air. Several living dead came out of it. A cut appeared on the sorcerer's face. A piece of bone fell to the ground. Flames flared up inside the skull. The monsters turned to dust. The boys smiled happily when they realized that this was a victory. The priest frowned tensely and said that for the sake of victory they had to sacrifice a comrade. The girl rose from the ground and declared that she was fine. The woman tried to attack the mage and asked how she could even use her fire when her sister was right there. The boy asked if they were always like this. The boy confirmed it. It was dark in the dungeon. Circa asked her friends to open the message window and promised to send them photos of her sister without makeup. The heroes surrounded the boxes with the reward and decided to see what was inside. The player raised his hand and used identification. A description of gloves, boots and a clay sword appeared in front of him. The swordsman smirked and realized that these were very good items. Putting his hand to his chin, the moon sculptor thought that the clay sword should be worth at least 100 gold, and was upset that these items had very low durability. The protagonist looked around when he heard his comrade's voice. The archer smiled and said that these were very good items, except for the sword, which they could not use due to the restriction. The eyes of the protagonist, who bore the nickname of the item thief, sparkled. He realized that all the team members wanted to take these items. The guy stared at him, Han explained that he wanted to set rules for the future before they distributed the items, and added that they would decide who would get the reward according to these rules. Pale scratched his chin and reminded them that their comrade almost died. The guy closed his eyes and said that this task was definitely not easy, because they did not think that the skeletons would have such a strong attack. The young man threw up his hands and said that the squad would not have coped if there were more enemies. The boy blushed and remembered that he did not have any armor. The player leaned towards him and said that he was the only tank in the squad. The archer cried and decided that it would be better to give the items to him so that he would have the opportunity to take the hits. The swordsman took all the items and asked how he could thank his friend. The shooter asked him to just shut up. The moon sculptor picked up the glowing sword. His body was enveloped in light particles. The protagonist raised the weapon in front of him and was glad that he had a normal blade instead of the one the instructor gave him. The heroes stood in the middle of the dungeon. Han said that he would wear these items to act as a tank, and added that he would like the team to divide them among themselves in the future. The guy smiled when Pale was indignant that he first took the reward and now promised to return it. A hoof hit the ground. The guys looked around when they heard someone's voice. The room was enveloped in a green haze. A rider on a bone horse came out of it. The young man frowned sternly and realized that it was a skeleton knight. The monster's eyes flashed, and he admitted that the humans were brave enough to come here and kill his soldiers, and he promised to send them to the depths of hell with his own hands. Circa looked back and called out to her friend. The girl smiled and asked if the horse was cute, and the player asked if it had always been so frivolous. The swordsman looked ahead with a frown and asked his comrades to be on guard, because this monster was definitely over level 100. The living dead man raised his blade. The horse struck the ground with its hoof. The undead grinned and swung its sword. Ramuna frowned sternly and warned her ally of the danger. The Moonlight sculptor parried the enemy's blow. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that his enemy was very strong and fast. He had to step back. The skeleton knight struck a few more blows. The woman smiled broadly and was surprised that they could not keep up with the enemy's attacks, and their friend parried them all. Han put his hand behind his back and concluded that the number of possible attacks of the rider will always be limited. The guy crashed his feet into the ground. In his memories, a dummy stood in front of him. The young man swung his blade. He struck the training doll. The stand with the dummy wobbled. Watching him from the side, people decided that the newbie had simply gone crazy. Holding his weapon in his hands, the player decided that it had always been a part of him, so he was not so easy to defeat. Suddenly, the swordsman narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The Moonlight sculptor lowered his weapon and asked why no one was helping him. The guys explained that they were just admiring their fight. The rider cut the air with his sword. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and ordered his friend to take the left flank. The monk sternly knitted her eyebrows and agreed. The monster lowered his head and called them fools. The living dead struck the ground, and the horse kicked the enemy with its hooves. Han jumped back and was surprised that she could attack too. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The horse reared up. Circa opened her mouth in fear and warned her comrade of the danger. The young man parried the undead's hooves with his sword. The player lost his footing and fell on his back. The horse struck the ground next to him with its hoof. The swordsman rolled to the side to dodge another attack. A flash flashed behind the monster. A blessed arrow flew past him. Holding a bow in his hands, Pale asked if his comrade was all right. The Moonlight sculptor rose to his feet and thanked him for his help. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was bad that the horse was aiming at him and explained that he did not remember doing anything bad to the animal. A red aura enveloped the horse. Han looked ahead and asked his friend to attack the rider while he dealt with her. The boy ran towards the enemy. The girl raised her hands and urged him not to forget about caution. The boy entered into close combat with the skeleton. The player cut the air with his blade and thought that he could easily make it open for a strike. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword. The Moonlight sculptor opened his eyes wide and remembered that he had very little durability. The monster raised his weapon above his head. The swordsman looked back and realized that he had to dodge. The protagonist slammed his foot into the ground and realized that it was too late for that. The monk opened her mouth in anger and asked him to go away. Circa took the blow of the monster. Blood sprayed into the air. The girl collapsed to the ground. Irene frowned sternly. A burning magic circle appeared in her hand. The priest sat down next to her friend and said that she only had 1 health point left. Han swung his sword and ordered everyone to focus. The boy stopped abruptly and called his comrades to stand behind him. Ramuna and Pale went behind him. The young man frowned tensely and decided that this undead definitely had a level above 100. The living dead opened his mouth. Holding the blade in front of him, the player thought that he would have dealt with it himself if there wasn't such a big difference in levels. The swordsman smiled nervously and realized that the biggest problem was that the weapon had almost no durability left. The bone horse raised its hoof. A thick fog appeared around it. The Moonlight sculptor looked up and remembered that he couldn't change weapons when the enemy was standing right in front of him. The protagonist took a step back and wondered what to do in such a situation. An ally called out to him. Han asked if she was okay. Circa came up to him and said it would be better if they fought together. The mage summoned a fireball and said that her mana was running low. The priestess said the same. The guy looked around and realized that things were bad for them. The living dead swung his sword and let out a battle cry. The young man opened his mouth wide and warned his comrades of his approach. The player ran forward and asked his friend to attack if possible. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought that they could not lose at all costs. An image of a swordsman distracting the enemy appeared in her head. The next moment, the woman was supposed to kick. The monk smiled and decided to attack him, jumping over her ally. The blade of a sword flashed in the air. Gritting his teeth, the Moonlight sculptor concluded that, judging by the sound, the enemy's weapon was very heavy, and realized that he could not block the blow, because the blade's durability would drop to 0 in that case. The protagonist stretched out his arms forward to try to grab the enemy's sword. Suddenly, Han frowned and wondered what condition his gloves and boots were in. The guy jumped to the side and shouted that he absolutely could not lose these items, so he would have to dodge. At that moment, Circa jumped forward. She looked at the enemy in surprise. The monster looked at her in confusion. The heroes froze in place and began to exchange silent glances. The skeleton knight exhaled green smoke and realized that this was easy prey. The girl asked for help when the monster swung his sword. The living dead man had to deflect the blessed arrow. Holding the sword in his hands, Pale was surprised that he could not hit him. The woman took advantage of the moment and jumped back. The monk smiled and said that she was saved only thanks to her comrade's arrow. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared in front of her. Flames fell on the fighter. The monster found itself in a fiery trap. Circa narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The girl furiously opened her mouth and asked if her sister was trying to roast her again. Ramuna covered her eyes with her hand and replied that it was just an accident. The other members of the squad doubted her sincerity. Standing in the fire, the young man realized that thanks to this they had gained some time. The player squeezed the handle of the blade in his hand and decided to take a weapon with greater durability. Tongues of flame rose into the air. The swordsman turned around in fear. The horse ran out of the fire. The arrow hit the shoulder pad of the knight's skeleton. The boy lowered the weapon and concluded that ordinary arrows would not work against him. Looking back, the moon sculptor asked his friends to attack with magic, and said that he would be able to parry the blows. The sorceress frowned and reminded that she no longer had mana for spells. At that moment, the monster approached the main character. Han tensely clenched his teeth and realized that everything depended on him. The tip of the sword touched the ground. The guy rushed towards the enemy. The guys opened their mouths in amazement. The furious eyes of the living dead lit up. The opponents closed the distance. The young man frowned sternly and decided to bet everything on this attack. The tip of the sword glowed. The player squinted, his eyes sparkling. Lightning flashed around the blade. The swordsman swung his weapon. His comrades opened their mouths in surprise. The mages frowned tensely and realized that the tank was about to deliver the finishing blow. Blue energy appeared around the moon sculptor's hand. The protagonist cut the air with his sword. The skeleton knight opened his eyes wide. The horse struck the ground with its hooves. Han thrust his weapon forward. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that the skill activation was too long. Several arrows hit the monster. Pale released the bowstring. The young man's weapon was enveloped in blue energy. Sparks rained down. The player pointed the sword at the enemy and used his ability. Lightning flashed in front of the living dead man's face. A wave of bright energy rushed towards him. The light completely engulfed the monster. A cloud of smoke appeared in the air. The boy clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The girls covered their eyes with their hands and asked what happened. The archer frowned menacingly. He stretched out his hand forward. The swordsman was kneeling in front of the undead. The archer raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if their comrade had really lost. The moon sculptor lost consciousness. The boys rushed to his aid. Pale and Circa came forward while the sorceresses tried to help the main character. Han opened his eyes and asked if the skeleton knight was still alive. The girl looked back and confirmed it. A huge shadow loomed over her. A shining sword was sticking out of the monster's chest. The woman waved her arms and screamed in fear. Ramuna looked back. The living dead crumbled into dust. The heroes shouted that it was a victory. They joyfully raised their hands and began to rejoice. The monk swung her sword and asked if this was the emperor's technique. The boy replied that it was just a pretty good skill. The dungeon was dark. The guys decided to check the rewards. The young man raised his hand and used identification. Icons of different materials appeared. Someone asked if this was all. The player closed his eyes and thought that this was very offensive, considering how difficult this enemy was. Smiling, the swordsman said that the first time is always the hardest, and explained that a big role was played by the fact that they had almost no mana after fighting ordinary skeletons. Standing in front of his comrades, the moon sculptor suggested that they rest and recuperate, because then the skeleton knight would not be a threat to them. The guys folded their hands together and decided to gather again and finish what they came here for. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was outraged that his friends had betrayed him. A whole crowd of monsters was running after him. Ramuna wrote in the chat that she would not be able to play for a while. Han asked why. Circa answered that they were scolded for neglecting their studies, dodging arrows. The guy realized that he completely forgot that they were sisters. The young man dodged a magic arrow and asked if his friends were really not going to play at all now. The girl looked back and sighed. Using the monk as a punching bag, the man laughed and exclaimed that now he understands why everyone plays this game. The woman wrote that their parents got a taste for it, so they helped them level up. Irene summoned a magic circle in front of her. Her mother said that she was very proud of her. The player parried the skeleton's blow and asked what happened to Pale. The boy replied that he was in the same position, so he would be gone for a while. The swordsman blushed with anger. The moon sculptor cut off the monster's head and shouted that he would never forgive his comrades. The living dead surrounded him from all sides. The protagonist promised to take it out on his friends when they returned. The sun's rays illuminated the residential building. On the table lay a book of household expenses. Sitting at the table, Han felt the pain from the game. Holding the book in his hands, the guy thought that the price of rice had increased significantly, but it was still better than imported rice from America, and suggested that he should not spend money to repeat the recipes from the game. The young man climbed into the drawer to find something. In his hands was a checkbook. Looking at it, the player realized that if this continues, the remaining money will be enough to last about 2 years. The protagonist shuddered when his sister opened the door and announced her return. Hyan entered the room and looked at her brother in surprise. The girl closed the door behind her and asked what he was hiding behind his back. Holding out his hand, Han asked the same question and asked her to give it to him. The girl scratched her cheek and asked if he was talking about her cute face. The guy flicked her and said that he knew that they were given a report card today. The schoolgirl shouted that domestic violence was prohibited. The student bowed and gave her brother the report card. The young man took it and read that his sister took 3rd place in the class and 14th in the parallel. The player gave her the report card and said that her rating had increased. Hyan replied that it could not be otherwise. The moon sculptor smiled slyly and confirmed this. The girl asked what kind of look he was looking at. The document said that the probability of entering a university was 98%. The protagonist's eyes widened and concluded that she could easily enter wherever she wanted. The girl frowned and asked her brother to give her a gift if she got 1st place next time. Han narrowed his eyes in displeasure and decided that she would not be able to persuade him. The guy stood up. The young man opened the window and concluded that he needed to earn more money to send his sister to university. The sun's rays illuminated the room. Clouds were floating above the city. The player decided to do this with the help of the royal road. People were walking along the streets. Many birds gathered near the houses. The swordsman handed the crow a gift. She asked what it was. In his hand was a figurine that the moon sculptor made for her. The blacksmith took it in his hands and thanked the customer. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that it was time for him to go and wished the merchant a good day. Han grinned maliciously when the bird decided to thank him for the gift and asked if he had been to the cave of dead warriors. The guy looked around and asked what they were talking about. The crow replied that the place was a 30-minute walk from the Memphis Hall and that there were many skeletons of mercenaries, vampires and ghouls there. Clouds floated across the sky. The young man was happy that his hard work paid off with a good quest. The sun set behind the rocks next to the ruins. The player approached the entrance to the cave and wondered if he should go there. The swordsman looked back and asked what the strange noise was. He had a bad feeling. The moon sculptor took a step forward and noticed that the message about him becoming the discoverer did not appear, which meant that someone had been here before him. The protagonist looked back and wondered who was standing there. A headless knight came out of the darkness. Han frowned and realized that he was very unlucky to stumble upon him. The monster was holding a helmet in his hands. Suddenly, 2 red eyes lit up in it. The guy took out his sword. Its blade glowed. The living dead raised his axe and asked the knight to say his name. The youth frowned sternly and assumed that the undead called him that because of the sword. The player raised the weapon in front of him and declared that he was not a knight, but a sculptor. The monster opened its eyes wide and was upset that the youth had become weak and cowardly, since it considered this a profession. Standing in front of him, the swordsman said that he did not expect to hear this from him. The Moonlight sculptor confidently frowned and asked if even monsters looked down on him because of his class. The living dead cut the air with an axe. The protagonist swung his sword. Their weapons crossed and created a bright spark. Han frowned tensely and wondered why his enemy was so strong. His hand trembled. The system reported that the durability of the sword had decreased. The boy smirked and thought that it did not matter so much, because there was no way he would lose. The boy kicked the ground hard and decided to finish this as quickly as possible. The player thrust his weapon forward and used the slashing knife technique. A bright wave of energy shot out. It crashed into the enemy's armor. A flash appeared in front of the swordsman. The monster parried his blow with an axe and shouted that he would not succeed. The Moonlight sculptor, enveloped in lightning, could not believe that this had happened. Suddenly, the undead turned around. The headless knight threw his axe forward with all his might. The protagonist frowned tensely. blood sprayed into the air. Han knelt down on one knee. Blood dripped onto the ground. Putting his hand to the wound, the boy realized that he had definitely dodged it and assumed that the strong air pressure was to blame. Frowning menacingly, the living dead urged him to kneel down and wait for his end, and promised to give his enemy a dignified death. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how he was going to do that. The monster turned his helmet and asked where his battle axe had gone. The player wondered why the enemy was walking around with his head in his hands. The swordsman concluded that the undead would not be able to kill him. The monster raised its hand and asked him to wait a bit. When the Moonlight Sculptor was about to attack, the axe returned like a boomerang. The protagonist looked back when he heard a strange sound. Han ducked to dodge and asked what the hell that was. The monster caught the axe in midair. The guy wondered if it had an auto-return. The young man rushed forward and concluded that this was no ordinary monster. There were traces of sword swings in the air. The player delivered several consecutive blows. The headless knight's eyes lit up. The blade of the sword flashed in front of them. A cross-shaped cut appeared on the armor. The living dead saw lightning in front of him and remembered this skill. His head fell to the ground. The swordsman smiled and explained that his triplet consisted of 5 attacks. The Moonlight Sculptor stretched his shoulder and stated that everything was decided the moment the enemy underestimated his class. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Han looked at his bloody hand. The guy lowered the burning sword to use the Imperial technique. A green haze hung in the air. The young man continued to strike one after another. Light illuminated the cave. The player realized that he had gone quite far and wondered where the strong monsters were. The swordsman stepped forward and noticed that it had become much brighter. The Moonlight Sculptor frowned and recognized this place. Sunlight illuminated a clearing near an underground lake. A girl was sleeping on a stone. The protagonist approached her and wondered why she was sleeping in such a place. The stranger was illuminated by soft rays. Han opened his mouth in fear and hoped that she was alive at all. The guy poked her with his finger to check. The young man jumped back when the woman woke up. The wanderer opened her eyes. The girl rubbed them with her hand and asked who he was. Smiling, the player awkwardly said his name and asked her to introduce herself. The stranger closed her eyes and almost fell asleep again. The woman looked in one direction. Then she turned in the other direction. The wanderer pointed at herself and asked if they were talking about her. The swordsman thought that there was no one else here except her. Dani smiled and introduced herself. The Moonlight Sculptor blushed with embarrassment. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and asked why she was sleeping here. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied that she had been living here for about 3 months. Han looked at her in surprise and assumed that she was one of those who first discovered the Sky City. The woman put her hands on her knees and replied that she was a member of that group, but did not want to talk about it. The guy put his hands on his waist and realized something. The wanderer called herself the only survivor in the Sky City. The young man thoughtfully scratched his chin. Dani stretched and yawned loudly. She wiped her eyes and called herself a level 134 shaman. The player looked away and was surprised that she had such a low level, despite the fact that she had to live here for 3 whole months. The swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and decided that his level, although low, was quite satisfactory. The Moon Sculptor looked back. He raised his hand and asked if his new acquaintance had anything to say. The girl folded her hands together and invited him to join her group. The protagonist stared at her in amazement and thought that it looked somehow suspicious. The woman tilted her head and smiled happily. Han put his hand to his chin and decided that this was definitely not a bad person in front of him. Besides, she was his type. Clutching his head, the boy realized that this was not the most important thing now, and urged himself not to fall for her tricks. The wanderer sadly lowered her gaze and asked if he really did not want to be in her group. Throwing up his hands, the young man replied that this was not the case at all, and agreed to join her squad. Frowning with displeasure, the player wanted to team up with the stranger to follow her, and remembered that his shelter was not that far away. The shaman smiled happily and thanked him. Dani raised her staff in the air. People of her class could use white magic to increase the strength, speed, or agility of an ally. A sword and a mace appeared in her hands. She also had the ability to use them simultaneously. The swordsman looked at his new comrade and thought that she would make a great savior, but her profession did not specialize in one thing. Walking ahead, the Moon Sculptor realized that she did not have outstanding spell power or stamina, and was surprised that she managed to survive in this place. The protagonist frowned and assumed that she was hiding her true level or was actually plotting something. Han looked back and asked if she was really level 134, and the girl confirmed it. With a stern frown, the guy explained that it was very difficult to survive here with such a level, and asked if she really hunted here without the help of a group. The woman twirled a lock of hair and answered that hunting alone was not that difficult. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in shock. There were monsters behind his companion. The player drew his sword and warned her of the danger. The skeletons raised their weapons and growled. They surrounded the swordsman and prepared for battle. The monster held a shield in his hand. The Moon Sculptor realized that he had become distracted and lost sight of his surroundings. The protagonist frowned sternly and realized that he would hardly be able to deal with 5 opponents at once. The wanderer stood behind him. Han was glad that she was here. The shaman smiled awkwardly. The guy hoped that his ally would not take advantage of this situation for her own purposes. The monsters approached him. The young man asked his comrade to step back. Dani spread her arms. The girl closed her eyes and turned to the light of courage of ancient times with a request to grant the warrior the strength to defeat his enemies. The woman opened her eyes wide and used the enhancement. The player was enveloped in waves of light energy. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise when his strength increased by 100 units. The wanderer called upon waves of green energy and asked the breeze to grant him agility and lightness. The spirit of the wolf burst out of her hand. A predator's face appeared behind the moon sculptor, and his agility and movement speed were increased. The shaman raised her hands and called on her comrade to grant death to his enemies, so that blood and flesh would become his destiny, and the sword would show him the way. The protagonist smiled widely. Rushing into battle, Han realized that this spell increased his attack speed, and thought that he could easily deal with the enemies. The living dead bared his teeth angrily. His attack speed was reduced. The undead opened its mouth wide, its strength decreased. The guy swung his sword and was surprised that his ally was able to put a debuff on all enemies at once. The young man dealt a crushing blow, and concluded that a person of level 134 could not possess such magic. The player cut off the monster's head and wondered who she really was. Dani raised her hand to her mouth and yawned. A bright flash lit up the cave. The swordsman pierced the skeleton's head with a blade. The monster's corpses turned into light smoke. The girl said it was amazing and was surprised that her friend could defeat 5 monsters so quickly. The moon sculptor took a step forward and sighed heavily. The protagonist looked back and called his comrade's spells even more impressive. Han frowned and said that he couldn't get rid of the thought that she was actually a different level. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked if she was really level 134 and explained that he couldn't be in her party if it was a lie. The woman closed her eyes, realizing that there was some kind of misunderstanding, and said that it was all because of her hobby. The young man raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Looking away, the wanderer decided that this might sound strange and said that she didn't kill monsters. The shaman remembered how she used a curse on the enemy and explained that she used different spells on them. Dani imagined herself healing an enemy, adding that she did this when their health was low. The player raised his index finger and asked if she was using healing on monsters instead of party members, and the answer was yes. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if all of her magic was maxed out thanks to this hunting method. The Moonlight sculptor imagined the girl jumping in front of a monster and decided that it was possible to level up magic through training, but it took longer than leveling up. The protagonist closed his eyes and assumed that other players would get rid of her if they saw this. Han smiled awkwardly and asked if his companion was having fun with headless knights and skeleton mercenaries. The woman closed her eyes and confirmed it. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered where she got such a strange hobby from. The wanderer put her hands to her cheek and asked him if he would stay in her party, and said that she had not lied to him at all. The young man frowned suspiciously and agreed. The swords hit each other. The player fought the monsters. The living dead dissipated into thin air. The swordsman lowered his weapon and realized that he had cut the battle time in half thanks to his allies' buffs. The moon sculptor raised his eyebrows and noted that the fact that the shaman did not kill monsters did not cause him any problems. Dani showed him the peace sign. The protagonist concluded that these buffs really help him with his sword technique. The girl put her hand on her shoulder. Han decided that he still should not let his guard down and realized that he could not trust the first person he met. Standing in the middle of the cave, the guy suggested that they rest a little, since they had been hunting for a long time, and decided that his companion was not lying about living here for 3 months. The woman closed her eyes. The young man remembered that he definitely hadn't seen her in Lavia's. The player sat down on a stone and took out a log. Working with a knife, the swordsman wanted to make a headless knight figurine to increase his art skill. The wanderer watched him carefully. The shaman stood up and called his skills very romantic. Her eyes sparkled. The moon sculptor assumed that she saw a person who made figurines from wood for the first time. The protagonist frowned and hoped that the system would give him at least an intermediate skill level. An exact copy of the headless knight appeared in his hand. Han raised it up and thought that everything was ready. The system reported that his skill had reached the first intermediate level. Dani smiled widely and called the figurine very cute. Clenching her fists, the girl wanted to take it for herself, but she realized that getting it for free would be wrong and asked how much she should pay for it. Smiling awkwardly, the boy decided that he had made the knight anyway in order to raise the skill level, and presented it as a gift. The woman took the sculpture in her hands and thanked her friend. The wanderer was dizzy with joy. The young man wondered how anyone could consider this figurine cute, and mentally called his comrade strange. The player looked around and saw a message that he had learned the sculpture destruction skill. The swordsman looked at it in surprise and wondered what this could mean. The moon sculptor frowned and asked the system to show him information about this skill. Scratching his chin, The protagonist read that he would be given additional stat points for destroying sculptures, and hoped that he would not have to use this skill due to the large penalty. After imagining how people would react to his profession, Han decided that none of it mattered because he now had an intermediate skill level, and he felt like crying just thinking about what he had to go through to get there. The boy fell to his knees and admitted that he had regretted his choice at first. Smiling, the young man was happy that he had become a sculptor, and thought about how his mana consumption was now lower, and that he could use a large combo attack. Smiling widely, the player laughed and said that he knew becoming a sculptor was the right decision. The wanderer looked at him, confused. The shaman closed her eyes and called her friend weird. The swordsman crouched down and cried over it. Throwing up her hands, Dani suggested that they change their hunting grounds, and told them that there were undiscovered dungeons here that she had not yet been to. The protagonist frowned and asked if no one had ever been in them. The girl confirmed this. Han raised his hand and asked if his ally hadn't been part of the group that had opened Lavia's. The woman closed her eyes and explained that everyone except her was above level 200. The guy furrowed his brows sternly and asked if her group hadn't considered it necessary to go into a low-level dungeon. Looking at his comrade from under his brows, the young man asked if she thought he would believe that no one had ever been there, and said that skipping dungeons was too strange. The wanderer silently folded her arms in front of her. The player crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would only go with her if she told the whole truth. The shaman looked away and replied that she had promised not to tell anyone about what her group had done. Dani put her hand to her chest and asked her friend to believe her. The swordsman looked at her with displeasure. The girl frowned in disappointment. The moon sculptor waved his hand, deducing that she was not lying, and agreed to watch her for a while. The woman smiled happily and thanked him for his trust. The Mirkan tower was enveloped in clouds. An arrow pierced the bird's neck. The animal fell to the ground. Holding a bow in his hands, the protagonist realized that he could inflict great damage thanks to his stats, and decided that his ally had not lied about these low-level dungeons after all. The wanderer approached him from behind. Han realized that double experience and a high chance of item drop meant that they had become pioneers, and concluded that all this happened thanks to his ally. The shaman stood in front of him and said that it was time for her to finish. The guy adjusted the belt on his chest and asked why so early. Dani replied that she was tired and that she needed to rest a little. The girl waved her hand at him and promised to see him later. The woman left the game, and her character disappeared into thin air. Scratching his head, the young man noticed that she had been looking very worried since yesterday, and assumed that his new friend was playing Royal Road secretly. The player imagined a virtual reality capsule and wondered how anyone could play this game secretly. The swordsman looked at his ally. Most of the time he did not think about her strange behavior. The wanderer squatted down and found a rare herb. It seemed strange, but the moon sculptor understood that all people have their own secrets. The main character fought a skeleton. A whole month of joint hunting had already passed. Monsters surrounded the heroes. In fact, they did not communicate much. The monster was enveloped in a dark aura of a curse. Han took his ally with him to all the places for hunting. Then he did not think that he would miss these days. The shaman asked why her friend took 5 coins more. The guy pointed at himself and explained that it was a commission for killing monsters. There was a tray of crayfish on the rock. The boy said he wanted to cook them to raise his cooking level. Holding the plate in his hands, the player said that he could not even hope to try something like this in the real world. Dani clasped her hands and realized that this was the first time she saw a real lobster in the game. The swordsman picked up a knife and offered to begin. The Moonlight sculptor closed his eyes and thought that he could not make a mistake, because these lobsters cost 2 gold coins each. The protagonist cut off the tail of the crayfish. He pressed the garlic with a knife to crush it. The lobsters were fried in a frying pan with vegetables. Han held it over the fire at arm's length. Soon a full-fledged dish appeared on the plate. The system reported that the cooking skill had reached the first intermediate level. The guy looked at the system window and was happy about this. Grabbing a fork and knife, the girl said that the meat looked delicious and asked if she could try it first. The young man waved his hand and agreed. The sunset sky turned pink. The heroes sat opposite each other. Holding a plate of food in his hands, the player decided that cooking and eating together after a hunt was not so bad. The woman smiled happily. At that time the swordsman did not even imagine that these days would soon end. The moon sculptor opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to answer to her words. The wanderer closed her eyes and hoped that they would meet again. The guys silently looked at each other. The month they spent together brought them closer. But now it was time to say goodbye. The shaman smiled and began to sing. Dani raised her hand, continuing to hum the melody. The protagonist watched her, sitting on a stone. When the song ended, Han clapped his friend. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that it was amazing, and added that the bard class suited her better. The girl put her hand to her cheek and said that this compliment embarrassed her. The young man thought that it was not really a compliment, because her current class was useless, and replied that he was not lying to her. The player fell silent and frowned thoughtfully. The woman tilted her head and asked if something was wrong. The swordsman scratched the back of his head and suggested that they continue hunting together. The moon sculptor raised his hands and explained that he did not mean anything bad and that playing together would not be so boring. The wanderer tensely hugged herself by the shoulder. The smile disappeared from her face. The shaman sternly drew her eyebrows together and replied that she could not play with him. The protagonist closed his eyes and decided that it was stupid to hope that they would continue hunting together. Danny said that this was not the case at all. The girl looked sadly at her friend and explained that she wanted to keep playing with him, but that today might be her last day in the battle royale. With her hands folded in front of her, the woman spoke of a terrible mistake she had made a long time ago and said that she thought no one would ever love her. Han raised his eyebrows and asked if it had something to do with the group abandoning her in Lavias, and the answer was yes. The wanderer smiled awkwardly and added that she had gained courage over the past month and that it had helped her gain the confidence to find her place again. Frowning, the boy asked what that meant and suggested that she no longer needed him. The shaman threw up her hands and said that was not what she had meant. Danny stepped back. The girl gave her friend a stern look and said that she had found the strength to continue living because of him. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The player clenched his fist and asked if his comrade had really wanted to commit suicide. Her eyes gleamed. The woman turned away and told him that she had been diagnosed with a terrible disease and that the doctors could not promise anything. The doctor pointed to the X-ray. The wanderer said that the operation she needed could make things worse. Danny hugged her knees, afraid of death. She kept putting off the operation. Looking down, the girl said that she wanted to be brave and do it, and expressed confidence that the doctors would help her. The woman smiled widely and thanked her friend for his help. The swordsman stared at her in amazement. Putting her hands to her chest, the wanderer explained that they would see each other again if fate allowed them to meet, and said that she would pray. Turning away, the moon sculptor did not know what to say, and wondered if it was possible to answer anything at all. The shaman closed her eyes and began to cry. While the protagonist was choosing her words, Danny waved her hand and said goodbye. Her cloak was enveloped in light energy. The girl dissolved into thin air and left the game. Han worked with a knife on a stone. Holding a hammer and chisel in his hands, the boy thought that 3 months had passed since the shaman left the game, that is, 3 weeks in the real world. The young man frowned and decided that even if the operation was successful, she would need several months of rehabilitation. Danny stood in a crowd of people. The player could not imagine how scared and lonely she was because no one was helping her. The swordsman squatted and continued working. In the memory, the heroes were standing on a hill. The girl asked her friend not to speak to her so formally. She covered her smile with her hand. The guys were sitting on the stones and talking about something. The woman smiled happily. Then the wanderer ran towards the sun. The player pursed his lips and remembered that the shaman never addressed him as an elder. The swordsman grabbed his chest and realized that if the operation was unsuccessful, Danny would never return. The moon sculptor frowned sternly and decided that she would definitely return. The protagonist placed his hand on the sculpture and remembered that the girl had made him a promise. Han looked ahead and realized that he would wait for her, even if it took several years. The guy stood up. After that, the young man left the hill. On the ground stood an exact copy of the woman, carved out of stone. The wanderer, as if real, was sleeping on the stone, as on their first meeting. At the bottom was the inscription, reminder of precious days spent together. It was a sunny day. There was a capsule in Han's apartment. The door clicked open. Han stood up, taking off his helmet. He decided that he needed to make dinner early and rest a little. There was a saucepan on the stove. Han watched as its contents boiled. The guy added the yolk. Han broke the egg and immediately regretted it. He sat on the floor in horror, clutching his head and screaming that he had wasted precious eggs, worth 201, on some fucking ramen, then added that no matter how much he thought about it, it was too much, no matter how you looked at it. He demanded that he wake up and asked what was wrong with him, scolded himself that if he continued to spend money like this, there would be no savings. The protagonist looked at the saucepan again in tears, concluding that the eggs were already in there. There was nothing to regret, so he needed to eat. The boy thought that many things had happened since the start of the Royal Road game. He remembered with pleasure what had happened to him, how he sat next to the scarecrow, his team, the victory, the cup, the meeting with the headless knight. The protagonist frowned. He remembered the picture in the hospital by his grandmother's bed. His father asked if Han thought that what happened today was unfair and set a condition that if he collected 3 billion won in 5 years, then Han would recognize him. Han frowned and returned to reality with the thought that he would never forget those words. His hands clenched into fists. He decided that he would repay him in full for everything he had done. He would make him regret what he had done. The boy raised his fist and said that he was starting to act, because he still had a lot to do to send Hayoung to college and then get married. Suddenly, he remembered the ramen and quickly ran to the stove, afraid that it was falling apart. An empty pot stood on a book, chopsticks lay nearby. The well-fed Han concluded contentedly that although it was beyond his means, it was very tasty. The doors swung open and his sister walked in, greeting him. Han chuckled and noted that she was early today. Hyun replied that it was not funny and that they were up to their ears in the school festival, so she just came to grab a few things and go back. His brother was slightly disappointed, so he asked how that was possible. But his sister did not answer, but began to scold him for eating ramen instead of normal food, saying that he needed to eat well, otherwise he would get gastritis. Han snapped his fingers and objected that he was fine, but she needed to eat well, because she studied a lot and spent a lot of energy. He asked if she was on a diet. The girl flared up with anger, screaming, did he really think she was fat, and objected that she was as slender as a birch tree. And she thought that her brother always worries too much about her, never thinking about himself, and somehow always manages to worry about her. The girl remembered him as a child. Then they laughed a lot, sitting at the dinner table, and no matter what happened, Han always put his family first. The girl remembered that because of his sister, he even once missed a date. After this memory, she said that she hoped that her brother would soon have a girlfriend. Han asked what came over her and said that he did not need a girlfriend, because he was fine as is, and besides, they sucked up money like vacuum cleaners. The protagonist imagined a random girl and asked his sister to imagine that he had a girlfriend. The main character began to list that money is needed to invite someone to dinner, drink tea, go to the movies. Then he thought about gifts and continued that you need to remember all the anniversaries. He added about a vacation by the sea, which would cost twice as much. Afterwards, Hyun stated that there was no woman he wouldn't mind spending so much money on. And then the images of Danny and Seo-yoon appeared in his head, and the guy blushed. And he began waving his arms furiously, as if they could remove the images of the girls from his head, shouting why the hell this couple appeared in his head, demanding that he wake up, angry that he was acting like a fool, and Hyun thought that he had gone crazy. The sun was shining brightly on the hospital building. In the ward, a girl with red hair was sitting on the bed. A nurse entered the ward and asked what she was thinking about so hard. Danny, touching her chest, answered that it was about her friend, adding that she was not sure, maybe they were just friends. The nurse, smiling, clarified whether she was talking about that boy named Hyun and added that, considering that it was he who encouraged her to have the operation, didn't she think that she could safely call him her friend? Danny turned to the window and agreed that maybe it was so, and provided that she recovered later, she would definitely return to the game to see him. The setting sun illuminated the building of another hospital. Two girls were sitting opposite each other in the office. Yoon-hee looked at the guest carefully and asked if the patient liked the royal road. Seo-yoon silently lowered her head. The doctor crossed her legs, then continued asking about friends, whether she had met anyone, and clarified that she meant real players, not NPCs. The girl was silent, holding a mug of warm drink in her hands. Yoon-hee thought about it, because she expected that the girl would be able to find friends in the virtual world, and perhaps they could open her heart. Seo-yoon remembered her meeting with Heng. She smiled faintly. The sun was brightly illuminating the city. Hung appeared on its street. He sighed heavily. The guy chuckled, saying that it was time to start over. The space was illuminated by a flash. Han delivered a crushing blow. He smiled contentedly. But then another opponent attacked. The guy's blow was wasted. The protagonist used the imperial technique of the formless sword. The protagonist cut the enemy in half. He let out a death cry. A notification about a level increase came, which Han was happy about. He grinned, praising his equipment. Han waved his gray cloak of the dead. Grell's steel belt flashed on his belt. The protagonist slammed his fist on his Grell leather armor. Then the protagonist spread his fingers, showing the rings. Han was delighted with his equipment, because thanks to it, his mana was restored 80% faster, and now he can use his skills almost twice as often as before. The warrior covered his head, confused, where the wind came from. The notification indicated that the durability of his cloak had decreased. The hero was horrified. The protagonist urgently began to repair it. The wind brought small stones. One of them hit the armor, and immediately received a notification that its durability was reduced. Han screamed in horror again. The guy urgently began to repair it. He was ready to cry, because his durability was getting lower and lower with each passing minute, and, as expected, this is a flaw in the equipment dropped by the undead. Han was offered a quest in which it was necessary to return the lost treasure of the Order of Freya, and for this he needed to find a character named Seagull, and he thought that the quest was unusual and smelled of big money, and therefore not everyone would agree to this. The main problem was that no one knew where exactly the seagull was. The hero asked about him from the birds on the street, and from the eagle behind the counter, but he answered that he was not sure, but assumed that he could be in the crypt of Birken. Han became wary and asked again. The eagle said that this was a very dangerous place, filled with echoes of death, and he would not advise going there, but he would not dissuade him and would tell him how to get there. He explained that the entrance to the crypt was in the mountains, outside the city. The guy needed to find the 15th large boulder, and next to it blooming blue flowers. Han exhaled heavily. He regretted that he had not asked about the details of the location, and called himself an idiot for agreeing to everything. In despair, the guy grabbed his hair and hopelessly asked how he could find the 15th boulder in the mountains, and continued, addressing the invisible listeners, if only they knew how many circles he had already wound here. Han shouted somewhere into the sky, reproaching the birds that it was easy for them, flying above, to count such a trifle as sending 2 bites. But what should he do? He fell at the roots of a large tree, saying that he gave up and wished to take a smoke break. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The guy saw blue flowers. Then his gaze moved to a large boulder. The guy read the inscription, which said that the dead, those whose blood and flesh had rotted away long ago, and those whose bodies no one could find, rest here. Han stood at the entrance to the crypt. He opened the doors and received a notification that he had done so first, and his fame had increased to the 100 mark. A wide and long staircase led down, and the hero thought that this was the very place. A moment, and the ghost that appeared out of nowhere was amazed. Han wondered if this meant that the eagle was talking about ghosts, but it turned out that they were weaker than he thought. The warrior returned the sword to its sheath, estimating to himself that they were about level 130. The guy stood between the white columns, and ghosts flew away from him in all directions. The hero wondered if it was because he had a high morale stat and they didn't aggro until he attacked them, and he came to the conclusion that it was convenient. He walked whistling, past the columns, behind which ghosts were cautiously hiding and looking out, thinking that this stat was pumped automatically for him, so he did not really worry about it, and he certainly did not think that he would need it in such a place. The warrior slowed down, noticing something to the side. He was confused, because there was a bird lying on the floor. Han ran up and picked it up, asking if it was okay. The protagonist looked closely, wondering if this bird could be a seagull, cursed, realizing that it was badly injured and had a fever, and then assumed that the bird was injured. The warrior grabbed a bandage, wondering what would happen if he did not help the wounded man, and came to the conclusion that there would be trouble. After some time, the wounded bird woke up and was able to focus its gaze on its savior. The protagonist said with a smile that his ward had finally woken up. The bird said that it seemed to have lost consciousness and asked if the current interlocutor had cured her, to which he confirmed the assumptions, and added that if he had not managed to do so in time, it would have been the end for him. The wounded man asked the name of his savior, who introduced himself as Han. The bird, still barely conscious, thanked him for his help and called himself Seagull. The interlocutor replied that he knew and was interested in where Freya's treasure was. He perked up from shock, after which he asked how the protagonist knew about this. Han was sitting next to Seagull. He concluded that he understood and said that the warrior had done an excellent job, and assured that the goddess Freya patronized him. The character turned his head with difficulty towards the interlocutor, confirming that Freya's treasure was here, in the crypt of Berkheim. Han stared at the wall, thinking that he had read about this on the main page of the Royal Road, which meant that the person mentioned there was Berkheim. Birken Demoff is a dark wizard who wields necromancy. He was looking for a recipe for immortality, and for his terrible experiments he used countless children. Although he failed to find what he wanted, he planned to conquer the whole world with the help of terrible chimeras. Birken's necromancy turned the dead into undead, and his army included not only tens of thousands of zombies and skeletons, but also approximately 3,000 headless horsemen and 1,000 death knights. Due to the sudden invasion of the undead, the continent was on the brink of destruction, and only after the unification of all the kingdoms and religious orders, people managed to stop the invasion of Birken's troops. And all Han could learn was that the Sky City was created to isolate and contain the remnants of the undead army. Freya's treasure was stolen during the chaos. This quest that the hero took has a difficulty level of C, and for refusal there was a penalty of -100 points of fame and unfriendly relations with the Order of Freya. So Han promised Chika to return the stolen treasure. He closed his eyes from fatigue and answered that he heard about the Holy Grail, that it was guarded by a Death Knight, and added that he would wait for the warrior here, recovering from his wounds, and in the end asked to return the stolen to its rightful owner. The vaults of the crypt lit up with light. The sword pierced the flesh. The knight began to burn, dying. Han watched his death. The warrior frowned, thinking that no matter how you look at it, he was already accustomed to death knights, although the price for this was too high. To get to this place, the guy died 5 times, and when he remembered it, tears began to flow like a stream, and the punishment for this was a ban from logging in for 5 days, a decrease in level and a decrease in skill mastery, so Han thought that if he had not died, he could have raised 10 more levels at least. Then he put a finger to his upper lip and continued the thought that after level 125, he simply stopped doing it, and guessed that perhaps it was all thanks to his Moonlight sculpting class. The guy received significant stat increases during sculpting, thanks to his cooking skill. His health and mana were greatly increased, and he has the slicing knife technique and the Emperor's formless sword technique. At this time he opened the tablet to check what would drop, but nothing good came out. He yawned, thinking how boring it was to hunt alone all the time. A small tear rolled out of his eye. He carefully brushed it away. A knight was approaching him from the darkness. His armor was loudly knocking on the floor. The sword was shining even in the darkness of the dungeon. The visor was glowing red. He himself looked quite ominous. The knight asked what brought the player here, calling him a human, and added if the warrior was afraid of him. Han covered his ears from the deafening sounds of the knight's voice, thinking that his eardrums would die an unnatural death. Then he looked at the enemy and decided that he looked like a death knight, but did not understand where this incredible energy came from. The warrior continued to think that the knight was on a completely different level than the ordinary death knights who fought him before. Just looking at him, you can confidently say that he is much stronger than the others. Does this mean that the guy hit the jackpot? He was already figuring that when he farms the knight, he should get good artifacts. The enemy ordered him to answer, reminding him that he asked him a question. Han responded boldly, drawing his sword as he walked, that if he was interested, he should beat the answer out of him. He was not going to answer for free. The knight was surprised, so he asked again if the guy had come to fight him and assumed that he was crazy, adding that it was an honor to die by his hand, so he should introduce himself before he died. The warrior said his name, and said that he was an ordinary sculptor. The protagonist rushed to attack. Han used the technique of slashing knife. The swords clashed. Han gritted his teeth, holding back the attack with all his might. Then he forcefully pushed his opponent away from himself. The guy flew several meters away. The knight rubbed his helmet in confusion. Han stopped his hand on the floor, victoriously telling him not to underestimate him. The knight straightened up and screamed in anger. How dare he with his worthless profession? The warrior clenched his fist and replied that it was none of his business whether he would become a sculptor or not, since he hadn't even invested a worthless twig into its development. The protagonist, attacking the enemy, continued the phrase, "There's no point in even mentioning copper coins," and asking if he was right. He made 3 offensive attacks, and the knight parried them. The enemy barely held onto his sword, asking how the player dared to do such a thing. The knight called the protagonist an arrogant bastard, striking back, which Han barely dodged. The knight's sword cut through the air. It knocked Han's weapon out of his hands. The protagonist cursed, realizing with annoyance that he had been too careless. The knight swung for the final blow, wishing the little man to die. Everything froze in Han's eyes. The protagonist heard the demands to die. His eyes widened from the unexpected attack. There was an explosion of light. The protagonist's shoulder was injured and he clutched the wound, gritting his teeth in pain. At this moment, the knight walked towards him and said that the boy should finally understand what he was capable of, and then asked how dare the player turn his sword against him, since even after death he would regret it. Han only chuckled, since his stamina increased by 1 point. He gave 2 thumbs up with a smile and said that he almost died from 1 blow. This was expected of a death knight. Beads of sweat appeared on the death knight's forehead when he asked if the player was crazy, laughing after what he had done before, and maybe he just hit his head or was insane. The enemy ran to attack, shouting for Han not to be stupid, since it was all over for him. The protagonist took a defensive stance, thinking that the knight had hit him not because he was so good at fighting, and if he continued to take damage and dodge crits, his defense would increase, as would his stamina, but a little slower. Their blades crossed in a blow when the protagonist thought that if he died, he would receive a huge penalty, so he needed to be more careful. But if he didn't take such a small risk, he would never get rich. Han looked at the system window that popped up, which informed him that he only had 20% of his life left. The knight, attacking, began to scream, "How dare the player look around in the middle of a battle?" He continued to call him names, trying to hit him with his armored hand. At that moment, the protagonist decided that the right moment had come. He pierced the knight with his sword, which passed right through the enemy. The next moment he took out his weapon, and red lines ran across the knight as the protagonist used the slashing knife technique. The knight's body began to burn, and he muttered that he did not understand how he could lose to a pathetic human, and one with such a bad profession. The protagonist looked at his dying opponent with a smile. The knights were on fire and shouted that he would never forget this, so he ordered the player to wait. Finally, all that was left of the enemy was dust in the air. Han smiled and wiped his sword, saying that the enemy asked him to wait, although he himself said that he had a bad profession, and these were 2 loud words for that he will not see again. The guy put the ball in the sheath and muttered that he was bored with the knight or death, but this one seemed to be the strongest of those he met. The protagonist opened the system window with the inventory and began to talk about what it means and the drop from it will be better, so he decided to see what he got. At that moment the system reported that he got the magic helmet Van Hawk, the sword Calamoria, and the crimson necklace of life. The protagonist laughed with pleasure, saying that this is one of the best drops he received. Han scratched his head thoughtfully. Shkyokovo, I told myself that the problem was that this sword could only be used by knights, and if he decided to wear it, he would have to become one of the knights of the Empire. He looked at what level he was at and said that due to the level requirements, he still did not meet the requirements. At that moment, he took out a necklace and decided that he could identify it. He raised the trinket above his head, ordering the system to identify the item. However, this time, the discouraged hero failed. He raised the necklace above his head again and demanded the identification of the item, but this time the attempt was also unsuccessful. Confused, he looked at the pendant and did not understand what was wrong with this necklace, Was his identification skill too low? Suddenly, the protagonist was struck by the thought that maybe this really was a very rare thing. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and muttered that most likely the identification level was simply too low. At that moment, the necklace disappeared from his hand and the guy decided to put it aside for later. Suddenly, something on the brick pedestal sparkled, intriguing the guy. Han approached the pedestal and began to climb the steps, wondering if there was such a place here or if it only appeared when he killed the knight. The guy looked closely at the thing that appeared, thinking about what it meant that the grail was on the altar. Han looked at the cup and realized that it was Freya's treasure. He picked up the cup and looked at it closely. The protagonist raised the glowing grail up. It was hot, and its light was getting brighter. The protagonist leaned the grail against himself, feeling its sacred aura. At that moment, the wound left by the knight began to glow brightly. A moment later, only a scar remained at the site of the wound. The guy sighed heavily. The system reported Elena's grail. The protagonist looked at the find with a smile and said that as expected from Freya's holy artifact, his quest was over. He started to go down the steps, saying that he could now destroy a couple of ghosts and phantoms on the way back. Because he couldn't miss the increased experience and shot, it only lasted a week. At that moment, a message came from below asking if Han was still playing. While in the helmet, the guy thought that it was Hyen's voice. The girl asked him to leave for a second, and while still in the game, he answered that his sister was using the microphone behind the capsule to call him. Hyen was watching the guy through the screen at that moment and asking if he could hear her. She asked him to answer if he could hear, and the guy wiped a tear from his eye, not understanding why this happened right now. At that moment, the hosts of the TV program were discussing a blacksmith who could enchant equipment and increase defense, so the girl asked if they had talked about him before. Zhuan waved his hand and said that it was true. Every warrior should be very careful about equipment and defense in particular, because the higher the defense indicator, the more chances the player has to survive. The protagonist listened with interest about the blacksmith Thor combining stones with charm and blood to increase the level of defense. Hyaman didactically raised her finger and said that it was incredible, since she also wanted to enchant her armor, and it must have been very expensive, to which Shuan replied that it was, because the usual prices are from 10 to 100 gold, depending on the effects and characteristics, as he heard. The girl turned to the co-host and was surprised by such a cost, because even if she added up everything she had earned during her entire time in the game, it would be far from this amount. But what the man answered her was that this cost is typical for rare items, since ordinary ones cost about 10 gold. Heman smiled, and then asked if the blacksmith had become rich, but what she was told was that this was not entirely true, since the materials for enchanting are quite expensive. It can be said that he only gets 20% of the amount. The cameras were filming the hosts when Zhuan explained to the viewers that the reason why the blacksmith Thor became an important person is that reaching his level of skill is not so easy, and he thinks that the blacksmith is the first player who was able to reach such heights, to which Heman replied that she envied this player, and then asked if her interlocutor heard that a sculptor was spotted near the kingdom of Rosenheim. The man presented various sculptures and said that everything was correct, because a sculptor is an incredibly rare profession, and being someone who creates masterpieces of art is already a pretty amazing profession. Han listened with a satisfied smile that the works of this sculptor are incredibly beautiful. He noted with a smile that they were talking about him. Zhuan awkwardly scratched his neck and admitted that he himself went there in the hope of buying one of his works as a gift for a girl. But then the sculptor had already left that place, and he was worried that the player might have deleted his character, then that he chose the wrong profession. To which Hyaman replied that it seemed like she had also missed the opportunity to receive an amazing gift. So all this news made it clear that artisans are very important in the game. The TV screen showed a city and the announcer's voice said that they were now broadcasting another important topic, namely the Civil War of the British Confederation, since finally, Fort O'Dane, known as Impregnable, Pause, and the Balkan Guild is in big trouble. The protagonist, curious about how many players there were, even moved closer to the screen. But what the announcer's voice heard was that more than 30,000 players had gathered to capture the fort, and if there really were more than 30,000 players, then this meant that this was the largest event in the game. Footage of the battle appeared on the screen. The announcer said that the capture of Fort O'Dane was definitely quite large scale. 150 guilds united in this capture to fight against 5,000 mercenaries. The next image on the screen was of the defeated soldiers marching in line, captured, and the presenter said that the Balkan Guild members were forced to surrender, and now Fort O'Dane should have peace. Zhuan shook his fist and said with a smile that he did not think so, because Balkan owned this fort from the beginning and they would definitely want to take it back, and he also heard that they were gathering strength and intentionally taking back their fort. Han watched the TV with interest and heard that a new battle could soon begin, but even if their attack failed, Fort O'Dane would still be condemned, but opinions on this matter differed. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin and muttered that there were 30,000 in the attacking army, which means 15,000 died, and the defense lost more than 10,000 soldiers. He happily regretted Inoke and said that it seemed like luck was on his side, since their levels and skills had dropped, and he was getting stronger and stronger. At that moment, his phone screen lit up due to a call. The name Cute Little Sister appeared on the screen. Hyun asked with a smile if her brother was ready. He answered with a smile that he was already dressed up and sparkling, and was also waiting for her. The girl smiled, saying that the school festival would start soon, so the guy should come himself. The protagonist stood at the entrance to the school. He put his hands in his pocket as the students passed by. In her, he was very discouraged, because when she graduated from school, he swore that he would never come back here again, so I don't understand what he forgot here. The protagonist remembered how Hyun tearfully begged him to come, since he knew what could happen if he broke this promise. The girl with an evil smile grabbed the scissors and the wire and promised that if her brother did not come, he would hardly return to the game either, since she would cut the power cable, and he could also cross himself out of the family registry. Han leaned against the wall dejectedly and muttered that he did not understand why this happened. Because he was earning all this money for her, now he would definitely level up. At that moment, someone called out to him, and the guy turned around. Opposite him stood a pretty girl, who was glad that she was not mistaken. The protagonist awkwardly asked who she was. The stranger introduced herself as Chun-hee. However, no matter how hard he tried, Han could not recognize her. Finally, a memory of the girl came to him. Only then she had a short haircut. He pointed his finger at her in an ugly manner and said that she was his classmate, to which Chun-hee happily clapped her hands and was glad that he remembered her, after which she explained that her younger sister was also in this school, so she came to the festival. At this moment, the girl's face changed, and she asked why her former classmate did not come to the alumni meeting. Hyun turned away and explained that she simply did not want to which she was surprised since she hoped that they would see each other, and Sangha said that he called him, she thought that he would definitely come. The protagonist looked at his former classmate with a smile and thanked her for such a beautiful lie. But the girl frowned and explained that it was not a lie at all, since she really wanted to see him. Hyun was perplexed to hear that he forgot that he had once saved her. Cutely adjusting her hair behind her ear, reminded that it was scary to even think about what would have happened if it weren't for him, she still gets goosebumps when she remembers it. The girl smiled and said that maybe they would see each other sometimes, after which she asked him to give her his number so she could call. At that moment, she was called out as a granny and asked not to pester the guy. Opposite the girl stood Hyun, furious as a dragon. Chun-hee smiled awkwardly and asked again about the granny. She approached Hyun and grabbed his jacket, talking about where she looked like an old woman, what it meant to pester, after which she demanded that the girl watch her language, since they were classmates, and she was a graduate of this school. The girl squeezed the sleeve of the main character tighter. Hyun frowned because of such a picture. She turned away haughtily and said that if that was the case, they shouldn't insult each other, because she was only a little older than her, to which Chun-hee angrily reminded him that she was the one who was called grandma. The protagonist felt awkward, thinking that all these quarrels between girls were very frightening. At that moment, his sister grabbed his hand. She smiled sweetly at him and reminded him that they were late because she wanted to do something together, to which he asked why they were in such a hurry. Hyun winked at him and replied that he would see everything soon. She pulled her brother along with her and ran to the side. Chun-hee was left alone, thinking about who this girl was. The stadium was full of people. Many people were standing near the running tracks. The cameramen were setting up their cameras to film the school festival. At that moment, two legs tied together ran around the stadium. A pair of schoolchildren were competing in running. Hyun and Hanlei were arm in arm when the protagonist asked why they were at the stadium. The sister replied that she wanted to participate in the competition together, to which the guy asked her to do it herself. The girl burst into tears and began to say that she had already bragged to her friends about what would happen to her brother, that they needed to stop cleaning and go together. We had no choice but to agree, and he thought that he should not be shown on TV. At that moment, the girl at the registration desk said that participation costs 10,000 won. The price tag discouraged the protagonist. He abruptly walked away and began to say that he suggested forgetting this as a bad dream, to which his sister began to cry again. At that moment, the rest of the teenagers competed with each other, while the brother and sister discussed that this useless activity costs 10,000 won, and his sister cannot imagine how much ramen can be bought with that money. However, the guy still reached into his wallet, but could not believe that he was spending it on such recklessness. The protagonist returned to his sister and asked if it was really worth it. However, the girl's eyes were already lit up with interest. Han gave the bills to the girl at the reception desk and asked her to write them down. She asked something if they would participate in the tandem. The registrar asked to release the money if they planned to participate, to which Han asked for a discount for students. He was refused. Then he tried to take an installment plan for 12 months. A hand with a flare gun rose in the air, and the coach ordered to get ready. All the couples participating in this race rushed along the running tracks with all their might. All this was heard screaming, marking the rhythm of the step. Hyun asked her brother to keep up, but what he replied that he was giving it his all, and if he was overexerting himself now, then how would he play the royal road later? They fell far behind the other participants. The protagonist smiled and said that even if they win, they won't get any food or money, so it's a waste of effort. Hyan looked at her brother and said that the winner will get a gift certificate from a shopping mall, and this immediately interested the guy. When he heard that the winner would get 101,001, it was as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, his eyes lit up with interest. He hugged his sister tighter. The guy shouted that they will win, so she asked him to hold on. The protagonists rushed forward with all their might. He shouted about the gift certificate, breaking ahead. Jumping over the obstacle, he shouted about 100,000. Finally, they broke the ribbon, taking first place. The receptionist clapped her hands and congratulated them on their victory. They really did get a real certificate, and Hyan suggested that they go and win all the other prizes. At that moment, the protagonist turned around and heard someone complaining about falling on the second stage. The protagonist looked at his sister with interest and pointed to the side, asking how much they would give there. Hyang waved his hand and said that it was too difficult there, and the guy could catch a cold if he fell into the water, so they needed to find another competition. However, he grabbed her by the shoulders and asked what the prize was. At that moment, the registrar approached them and explained that the one who completed the 3 stages the fastest would receive 3 million won in cash, and a 2 million won gift certificate from a shopping mall as an additional prize. Hyang paid the money and said that he would play, trying to ask for another discount along the way. He was climbing the steps. At that moment, he was standing at the start, where there was an advertisement behind him. Hyang found herself behind bars, looking anxiously at her brother and asking him to be more careful. There were 2 girls standing next to her, guarding her, and asking if this was the guy she was talking about, to which Hyan asked, "Not the handsome Leon." The girl with pink hair grimaced, not knowing what to answer. She looked at the guy who was warming up and asked, "In what place is he handsome?" The same girl answered that she did not understand why Hyan rejected everyone else, saying that her brother was better, to which her partner replied that she did not even imagine how many guys in the world were better than him. Hyan smiled embarrassedly and replied that the girls simply did not understand anything, since they could not understand all his beauty. At this moment, the host asked him what brought him here. He replied that he came to save his only sister. At this moment, everyone was putting him on a crane, and the host said that if he did not cope, the crane would carry the cage in the water. At that moment, the crane hooked onto the chain. The presenter explained that his sister would end up in the water, but the protagonist assured that this would not happen. At that moment, the second presenter brought the microphone to him and said that she heard that his sister was one of the most popular girls in this school. Maybe he wanted to say something before the start. Han clenched his fist and asked Hyan not to worry and wait for her since he would save her. The presenters raised their hands and together said that the game should begin. The protagonist got ready, waiting for the signal. It was worth the start, as he thought about the fact that he needed to put a better result. Only then would he be able to get money. While he was walking along the log, the presenter talked about the fact that first he would have to cross the pool through the beam. It was necessary to have time to cross it before his balance was disturbed. It was worth Han starting to run, as the commentators began to shout that the player was crossing the pool at an incredible speed, and his sense of balance was impressive. At this point, the guy crossed the slippery path and heard the presenter say that he had overcome the first obstacle quite quickly. For this, no one had ever passed this stage so quickly. From the speakers, it was heard that the next stage was connected with balloons and water. The presenters drew attention to the machine gun with balloons and said that the participant had to burst at least 50 balloons out of the 150 that would fly at him. He went to the horizontal bar again. The presenters said that many people fell because one balloon hit them until they hit the other one, and it was really difficult, so the guy should walk 60 meters along the bridge. At this point, while the announcers were talking, the balloons had already started flying out. Han got ready while the multicolored balloons blurred into dots. He made several lunges in a row. At this point, the presenters answered that it was amazing, since the guy was bursting the balloons with punches and kicks, like a seasoned kickboxer. The protagonist continued to hit the balls while those around him asked if he was involved in martial arts. The protagonist thought that it should be difficult, but much easier than the training he does to warm up. He remembered jumping around the car. The presenters were shocked, and one of them said that he should not be so reckless, because from now on everything will be even more difficult. The wind will interfere with the force known as crossfire horrors. At that moment, the cannon lit up. Water balloons appeared on both sides. Now they could really confuse the participant. Most of the participants failed at this point, when the balls flew on both sides of the board. Han crouched in a defensive stance, and the presenters said that he was in danger, asking what he would do, since there were too many balls for one hit. They shouted that Han was in danger. However, the protagonist prepared to run. He again made several conclusions, breaking the balls. The guy jumped. His jump was twisted. With one blow he broke several balls at once. At that moment he looked back, because he felt movement from behind. In the jump he managed to break another water balloon. The main character landed effortlessly on the board. The host did not know what to say. I just stood with their mouths open in surprise. The schoolchildren were filming the main character's walkthrough, talking about how many balloons he burst, So it turned out that he did not miss a single one. This only happens in fighting games, to which the girls guarding Hyan said in surprise that he was amazing, and they should take back their words about his standard. At that moment, Han heard the host's voice that this was simply incredible, and the guy definitely had superpowers, because the crowd went crazy when they saw such a lightning-fast movement. The host looked at the card and announced that he had just received this staff, since this was a perfect result, because all 150 balloons burst. While Han was running along the track, the commentator said that this had never happened in their game before, so I asked where such talent was hiding, after which he announced that there was still a last stage. He looked at the high wall and began to say that in front of Han there was a 9m high wall, and he had to overcome the walls using a rope, and this was an incredibly difficult task. The protagonist ran up, and the presenter was surprised that he was not going to stop. The guy increased his speed, and it seemed that he was increasingly reducing the chances of successfully grabbing the rope, since he could just crash into the wall. A dangerous moment came when the protagonist jumped. The girl closed her eyes in fear, when her partner watched what was happening with interest. Han grabbed the rope. The guy used centrifugal force to run along the wall, and this was his reason for accelerating. The main characters pushed off the wall. At that moment, he completely turned to the opposite no. He let go of the rope and jumped to the other side of the wall. Push off the walls, the guy climbed up, and the commentators seemed to be watching a martial arts movie. And finally, the protagonist made the last jump. He landed beautifully on the wall. Both hosts showed signs with the number 10. Han thoughtfully scratched his head, as he thought it would be more difficult. He walked up to his sister with a smile, and said that he was a little late, but it was time for her to release the point. At that moment, someone roared behind her. It turned out that the crowd of spectators were shouting and clapping, saying that he jumped like a gymnast. The protagonist scratched his head thoughtfully, listening to the host about how he completed all the stages, spending 3 minutes and 34 seconds on it, and this was an amazing result. As he surpassed the previous record by almost 2 minutes, it seemed that this result would be in history for a long time. Hyan smiled, pleased with what was happening. Later, she held a certificate for the amount won. The girl turned to her brother, once asked why she was carrying it, since she could just throw it away, to something she said that she did not want it, and she was going to take it home and keep it as a trophy. Han thought about the fact that if he sold the certificate online, it would get about 90% of the proceeds, and he could put some aside for Hyan's education. However, he was also tormented by the choice that he could buy some clothes for her and grandma, even if they were not branded. At this moment Yu turned around since his sister fell behind and looked dejected. Hyan looked at the guy sweetly and said that her legs hurt. He immediately sat down and began to bombard the girl with questions about when she got hurt and whether her ankle hurt. To something he answered that she did not get hurt, she just walked too much. Han looked at the girl with concern and asked if it hurt a lot, maybe take a taxi, since they never discharged in a taxi, but an exception could be made. Yes, she waved her hand and said that the house was very close, no taxi was needed, and she could be patient, so they needed to go further. Then he stood up, the back of his head according to the clock, and said that he could carry her home on his back. Hyan was happy and agreed. However, he was also worried that everyone could watch, after which he asked if she would mind, and what if photos of such an adult girl riding like this got on the internet. However, Hyan did not understand what was wrong with that, since he was her brother, and her legs hurt. The protagonist sat down and offered to climb on his back. Yes, she immediately jumped on him. The girl looked happy. She asked if she was heavy. The guy closed his eyes and said that he said that she ate more. Hyan made a fist and said that her brother wouldn't give her rides if she got fat, to which the protagonist replied that she shouldn't worry, even if he became a hippopotamus, he would still lift her. The protagonist remembered how they used to ride like that when they were kids, and if he thought about it, it had been a long time since he had given Hyan rides like that, and he always carried her to school when she didn't want to go on her own. Suddenly, he thought of something. The girl said that her brother does a lot for her, but she still can't thank him properly, and then asked if she would ever be able to repay him. Han smiled and asked her not to say something stupid, as she just had to grow up and live her own happy life. Hyan smiled and said that she would marry the old man and would be able to pay him, to which the guy, holding back his laughter, asked him not to joke like that. Han smiled and said that he would be living with his grandmother, so his sister should not worry, since she just had to do what she wanted and meet someone dear to her. The girl closed her eyes and said that she understood everything. However, the protagonist wanted to say something else. At that moment, everyone began to look at them, and the protagonist explained that he felt awkward with everyone looking, so he suggested calling a taxi, to which Hyan replied that she liked this option much more than a taxi. In the corridor full of columns, is it true that the player did this? The protagonist sat next to the seagull and asked him to calm down, since he had not yet recovered. The seagull asked to show him this thing, since he needed to make sure that this was the grail. Han pulled out the cup. The seagull accepted the treasure and said that he could not imagine that such a sacred artifact would return to the hands of Freya's followers, and it was incredible. after which he admitted that he did not expect the protagonist to cope, after which the system notified that the task was completed. The protagonist smiled and noted to himself that the quests were done. The system reported that his fame had increased by 200 points. He clenched his fist in happiness and muttered about 2 whole levels and 200 points of fame, as expected from the quest chain. The seagull handed him the grail back. The bird apologized for the inconvenience, and then asked if the player could deliver the grail to the Order of Freya. Han was surprised by this, to which his interlocutor replied that he could do it himself, but there are some circumstances. More and more experts point out that the darkness is trying to show itself again. The guy frowned and asked what the bird was talking about. The seagull replied that it was just a rumor, then frowned. He introduced the masked men and began to tell that Barakin had been trying to find the secret of immortality during the last war, and they also said that he was trying to revive his entire army. The bird's eyes became stern when he said that the capabilities of his power were unknown, but he was a serious problem, and the seagull had to prepare the aviacs for a possible attack, so he hoped for the player to deliver the edge to the Order. The same system reported the task of delivering the treasure. This and the news the protagonist was very happy, since it meant that the reward would also be high. He grabbed the grail, pointed at himself and replied that the seagull had told very important information, and he could not refuse such a request, so he would return the treasure to the temple as soon as possible. The system reported that he had accepted the task. The seagull waved his wing and thanked the player. However, the protagonist decided to whisper and ask what exactly the bird was the most famous herbalist in Lavias. Well, what he answered that the player was well informed. There was no more beautiful and skilled herbalist than him. Han narrowed his eyes and asked if the bird could tell him about knowledge. The man perked up because the man wanted to learn the herb. The bird explained that understanding herbs is one of the main things, but it is also important how he is going to get them, because you can never harm the roots of the plant, and when wiping them, it is better to dig around, after which the system reported a new learned skill of collecting herbs. The bright sun was shining over the city. On one of the streets there was a grocery sign. Han opened the inventory window and muttered that he had already made all the purchases, so now he was ready to set off on his way to the Order of Freya. He imagined the monsters and thought that he was sorry to leave before visiting the Balrog dungeon or the Gate Shrine, since there were monsters over level 400. He turned around, looking at the city and thought about what it meant. He only had one place left to do. He came to the training center for beginners. The guy looked at the doors seriously and decided that this time he would definitely pass. However, he was called out. The rooster said that if his eyes were not in his mouth, then the guy had become stronger. The bird explained that the player would fail now and die, since he had already tried once, so he should understand what could happen. Han briefly agreed with him. The rooster was heating up the atmosphere, saying that if the player lost, he would not come to his aid, and if he wanted to die so much, then he would not interfere. However, Han still opened the door. He smirked and said that he would definitely tell when he cleared this place. The protagonist walked through an empty dungeon. He looked around nervously, and thought that everything was the same as last time, but this time he would not give up so easily. He was attacked from behind. Han blocked the sword at the last moment. The effort required even made him grit his teeth. The guy shouted that he did not think so, and forcibly blocked the enemy. Monster rolled naked on the floor of the dungeon. At that moment, more opponents jumped up to him. The protagonist remembered that everything was happening the same way as then. When he was surrounded by monsters, he took a defensive stance, and thought that these guys were the same level as him, and if so, there should be no problems. He looked at the crowd of enemies and thought that, unlike last time, he learned something. The protagonist remembered how he calmly blocked a huge number of balls. He thought about the movement of these guys, who were the same, and they, like these balls, were planned in advance. He began to chop the monsters, thinking that just as he burst all the balls, he would break them into a line, and force or move in his flow. The protagonist grinned, deciding that this was a good start. The guy fought back like that, thinking that he would become a stream of water. The protagonist was no longer afraid of the screams of the same monsters. He jumped and fought off attacks, since no matter how many there were, he felt the movement of each of them. Of course, he frowned at this, since he wanted to just let the flow of water direct his body. He needed to crush the monsters, so he left them behind him. At that moment, the enemies began to burn and scream in pain. The protagonist turned around and decided that he would do it. He cut another monster in half. All that was left was a burning hand and a dying scream. Fewer protagonists fumbled in the ground. Han leaned on his sword, knelt down, and breathed heavily. At that moment, a rooster appeared behind him and said that it was incredible, since the player passed only on the second try. The guy turned around and asked if this meant that he passed the training center. The bird closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. Then he raised his wing when Han asked if the rooster could tell how many people passed it, and answered that in this center the guy is the first, and if you take the whole continent, then probably the 400th, so the protagonist has all the makings of becoming a real warrior. Han thought about choosing a profession, when the rooster asked him if he wanted to discard this useless profession of a sculptor and become a martial artist, since he will be able to take any weapon, and his blows will become stronger, which meant a better choice for battle, after which the system reported that a hidden profession, Mijinu, was available to him, which allowed him to develop tremendous strength and master absolutely any type of weapon. The main character looked at this profession with interest and thought about the reward for clearing the center, since it was quite a difficult choice. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. He clicked on the no button. The guy apologized and explained that he liked his profession, when the rooster, out of surprise, said that he could not do anything about it, so the player would receive a reward as soon as he left training. The system reported that the player's strength had increased by 50 points, after which the bird explained that, in addition to everything else, the player has the opportunity to learn another skill, and it does not matter what it will be, he just has to imagine it, and it will be only his skill. Han thought with a smile that it was easy, so he began to think about what skill he needed. He seriously thought, scratching his chin, about the fact that different skills are not such features, and the rooster said that if he imagined it, it would only be my skill, so it would be stupid to choose something that already exists. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that if only Diane were here, she would definitely come up with something special. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered how the girl was lying by the stone. The next moment, he remembered how she summoned Pentagram. After that, an image of a girl who was going to have dinner appeared in his thoughts. Also in his thoughts, she knew how to sing. And in the last memory, she was just smiling. The protagonist suddenly cringed. Without his mouth, it was not my scream that burst out when the system reported that he had learned the roar of a lion, and this thunderous roar allowed the one standing without using force to affect those around him. The city was drowning in sunlight. A huge number of people gathered in the square. Everyone admired the beautiful statue. One of the nobles shouted that this was truly the second coming of the goddess Freya. People looked at the sculpture with admiration, saying that it was incredible. In the crowd of people, you could hear that the statue of the goddess is magnificent, but you need to go to one place, since special discounts are only here. One of the warriors decided to come up with a smile when she parted, that there are weapons straight from the fortress of Serberg, and that the prices here are lower than in the homeland, so you only need to throw in a couple of coins for delivery. At that moment, the alchemist raised his potion and said that he would buy up all the unnecessary things, while setting the price 10% more than in the grocery store, and also buy up all the treasure maps at incredible prices. Other players shouted that they were going to kill the salamander and werewolves, so they are looking for damage dealers above level 100, and rogues and murderers are also welcome. A bard was singing in the crowd. One of the men raised his head up and shouted that a man was falling from the sky. The fruit seller turned around and asked what he was carrying, since people do not fall from the sky. However, at that moment he really saw a man in the air. The protagonist screamed in fear when he realized that he was falling down. As soon as he fell, several people immediately collided. A funnel formed under Han's feet from the impact. People with fury returned to him. His face was dripping under the comma when the guy thought that he was about to die, and of course, he used feathers of lightness to reduce the speed of falling, but did not think about the weight of the bag. At this moment, people began to talk about whether he was a wizard, or used flight magic or something, to which the guy awkwardly thought that it seemed that he attracted too much attention. At this moment, his attention was drawn to a guy hiding behind a barrel of apples. Han apologized to him. He approached the stranger and said that he looked like a merchant, so he asked if he bought consumables, to which the merchant agreed and thought that the man came to sell things, but did not understand why he stopped from the sky. Han wiped the sweat with his hand and asked how much he was buying for, since he had a lot here. But the merchant answered that he was trying to sell everything at the grocery store for 20% of the real price. As a result, he was selling things for 120%, which meant that he could buy us all his goods 15% more expensive. Of course, if there were too many of them, he would raise it to 18%. Since his profit would only be 2%. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, thinking that this guy was good at luring customers, and said out loud that if he found any special things, let him tell him, he would sell everything. He dumped everything out of his bags. There were too many piles of his stuff in the square. The merchant looked at the weapons with fear and thought that he had a bunch of 8 of them. To collect such a quantity it was necessary to hunt a lot, and he calls such high-quality items consumables. The guy looked at the smiling Han and did not understand who he was, consider him a high-level warrior. The protagonist glanced at his items and asked what the merchant would buy from this. Someone answered with an awkward smile that he would take everything. She thought to herself whether this guy would sell him everything right now. The protagonist raised the bag and said that you can take everything except it. People watched the unfolding scenes in surprise. The merchant walked between the items and said that if you think about it, this is a lot of money, and all this belongs to one person. He began to write something down, thinking about the fact that the guy called it consumables. But all these piles consist of drops of high-level monsters, such as the Death Knight. The merchant turned to the protagonist and asked where he got all these things, since by the most rough estimates there were more than 1,000 gold pieces here. The protagonist smiled and said that he hunted wherever possible. His interlocutor closed his eyes and said that he did not have such a sum with him, and if possible, could he pay him after visiting the grocery store. Ivan, with a grin on his face, thought that even best friends are capable of betrayal, and he certainly would not trust a stranger, so he said out loud that he would go there with the guy. They approached the grocery store. The merchant said that thanks to the player, he received an incredible amount of skills and level, he does not even know how to thank him, to which the protagonist replied that he should also say thank you, since thanks to him, he quickly sold everything and they both got what they wanted. Both boys turned to look at the crowd of people when Hans said that he never thought that the deserted city of Baron could develop so much after going through a war. They looked at the statue of the goddess. The merchant said that it was all thanks to her, since after her appearance, many people come to the city to see this miracle, and thanks to this, the city develops very quickly. Hans scratched his chin and thought about how the ruined city could only change so much because of the statue he created, and what if he created a real masterpiece? The protagonist chuckled, thinking that his sculptures were even more beautiful than he thought, when the merchant interrupted his thoughts and remembered that he completely forgot to introduce himself while he was busy selling. The guy shook the protagonist's hand, saying that his name is Mapan. Mapan chuckled and asked if the player would like to tell him where he was going next. The protagonist said in surprise that he was going to cross the Barca Mountains and go to the City of Freedom, and then asked why the interlocutor was asking this. The merchant frowned and said that if it was possible, could he take him along? Han looked at the interlocutor in surprise and asked why he was so eager to go with him. Mapan immediately waved his hands and asked not to misunderstand him, since after the things he saw, he could perfectly understand the huge difference in their levels, and he had no ulterior motives, since he was a rather weak merchant. The guy waved his hands and promised that the player would not lose anything by taking him along, but he could pay for herbs and bandages for treatment. The protagonist rudely poked him with his finger and muttered that he would buy herbs and bandages, but he wondered what the benefit was for the merchant to do all this for him, to which he replied that it was called consumables, and he would buy everything that the guy would get in the fight, since it was difficult to constantly carry everything in bags, so he would buy everything at once. The protagonist scratched his neck and thought that he had nothing to lose, and as a merchant he would increase his selling and transporting skills, so it was beneficial for the wallpaper. Mapan smiled when he heard that they would spend the night in the city today and would leave tomorrow. The merchant imagined the huge pile of money that would fall on him and thought that this was his chance. If the guy could bring such things, then he was definitely a high level, and he would do everything to stay close to buy everything, thus he would get rich very quickly. Evan waved goodbye and said that he had a lot of things to do today, and if the merchant wanted to go with him, he would have to wait. The protagonist took out his wooden crafts in the square and shouted that he was selling sculptures and food, and would also repair all weapons and armor at bargain prices. A crowd of players immediately gathered around him, asking if he was selling his services too expensively, to which he replied that the price matched the beauty. The merchant was discouraged by what this guy was doing. He saw a huge number of owl sculptures. Then he turned his gaze to a pot of delicious-smelling soup. The merchants were even surprised that the player had to repair, and all these were such different professions. He came up to the protagonist from behind and asked what the guy's profession was. Then Yu smiled, pointed to the wooden owl and said that he could see for himself that he was a sculptor. This news greatly discouraged Minot. He pointed his finger at the other items and asked how about cooking and repairing. The protagonist replied that it was just like that, as a hobby, and also, if he wanted to become a blacksmith, he needed to raise his repair skill a lot. This depressed the merchant even more, because he thought the guy had a bad profession, but this one was even worse, because he was the king of bad professions. Tears came to the merchant's eyes when he thought that he was a loser. He remembered the day he became a merchant. Then Minot cried with happiness, because no one would understand how hard it was for him to get a merchant certificate. To get it, he had to farm non-stop for 4 months. He remembered how he cried on the man's shoulder. Minot felt sorry. Think about whether anyone knows how hard it is to get this profession, so he did not understand why he was so upset. He thought about the man who bowed to the nobles, and how even if he had a second-rate profession, it was still a business that could be profitable for him, and as Confucius once said, if 3 people pass by, his teacher is between them. At that moment, the protagonist said goodbye to his customers, and the merchant thought that if he watched him, he would definitely learn something, no matter what his profession was. At that moment, he heard the protagonist greet a new customer and assure him that he would not be able to buy such fine things anywhere else, and the guy did not understand how the player could tell what was probably an obvious lie. But the next sentence discouraged him even more, when Hans said that the steak was cooked with special spices of his own making, and Minot thought about how the player could set such prices using such cheap ingredients, because it seemed to him that the guy was simply robbing the people. The city was still illuminated by the warm sun. Han turned to the merchant and said that he was heading out. He was very angry here, because he thought the idea of following this man was not so good. He looked at the guy and thought that he was too absorbed in selling items, but now that he looked at him, his equipment was not so amazing. Minot looked at his new acquaintance carefully once again. He followed him and thought that maybe those bones of the Knights of Death and the undead that he brought, he just found somewhere. Suddenly, the guy exclaimed that today was a beautiful weather. Han looked at the sky and agreed with the guy, who was thinking at that moment that this is the path he chose, he cannot retreat, so he should not let doubt take over him and run away from fate. The merchant frowned, thinking that on the other hand, he had a strange premonition about this guy. He watched his guide, feeling that following this man he would not lose. The guy decided that his trading instincts were right, so he caught up with the protagonist. A frightened expression froze on the merchant's face when he said that they were in trouble. The guy's cart was surrounded by wolves. They growled, and their eyes burned with a scarlet fire. Han, as if nothing had happened, was carving another figurine, when Mapan turned to him in fear and asked what they should do, since he said that he would take care of them as soon as the monsters appeared. The protagonist turned away and asked him not to interfere, since he was trying to concentrate on the sculpture. But the merchant began to shout that it was time for them to escape from reality, since they would die. Han added the final touch to the goddess sculpture. He held it up and said that he was finished. At that moment, Mapan yelled at him. The protagonist jumped off the cart. He took out his sword and said that he would deal with the monsters quickly so as not to delay. The guy put his weapon forward. The merchant looked at the sword with disappointment and asked if he would really fight with such a sword, to which the protagonist replied that with such a sword or counter-thrust would not be defeated. He rolled his hands Ava and said that then maybe he could do it with his bare hands since he was already tired of sitting, so he did not mind stretching. Mapan pointed his finger at the wolves and asked if the guy could kill them with his bare hands, to which the protagonist smiled and replied that there was no problem. The wolves continued to scream. The protagonist exhaled loudly. He growled with all his might, using a roar or you, which caused sound waves to diverge. The monsters began to cover their ears, since the scream was causing them pain. Han decided to use the circle of strikes. His hand glowed, and the next blow was dealt by the focus surrounding the defeat. The guy attacked the next monster. With a blow on, he knocked out another opponent. Another one fell on his back after the protagonist attacked him. At that moment, the merchant pointed his finger back and said that there were too many opponents. Wolves were running along the road behind them. The white wolf pointed his fellow wolf at the people, ordering them to attack. The protagonist disappeared, that such a number irritates him. And you became a defensive stance, decided that the white wolves are their alpha. He ran past the rest of the wolves, as he decided that it would be better if he first dealt with the leader. He was surprised by such a swift attack. Han smiled and asked the enemy not to worry, as he would soon go to his comrades. The monster looked at the enemy in surprise. The protagonist again used a circle of blows, throwing monsters to the side. The merchant was very shocked by what he saw. They stood between the defeated monsters, when the protagonist said that the enemies Su dropped a decent amount of things, and he did not expect this from the low level of their monsters. Mapan watched his companion and thought that he simply threw away the crumbling sword and dealt with the lycanthropes, and they were above level 100, and that he defeated them with his bare hands, so he was interested in who he was. The guy smiled contentedly, introduced himself as a treasure, and thought that his instincts were right. If he was next to him, he would get rich. Han turned to him and asked what he was doing. Didn't he want to buy up consumables? But the guy immediately agreed. The protagonist picked up a green stone and asked him to tell him when his partner finished cooking. The merchant watched as the protagonist took out a knife and thought that this was the same precious stone that the guy bought when they were in the kingdom, and he did not understand why they took it out. It was not just to show off their wealth. At this point, Han began to whittle something out of the stone, thinking that he wanted to try to improve his skill the first time he used a gem. Mapan looked at his partner's actions with fear and asked what he was doing. The protagonist continues to whittle the stone, asked, "Can't you see that he is working?" At this point, something began to emerge, similar to a flower, and the merchant said that he saw, but why did he need to take a precious thing for this? The protagonist found a flower in his hands, and Mapan was surprised that something came of it. He looked at the work of art and decided that it was incredibly beautiful, and that the guy created it with just an ordinary knife. The merchant stared at his companion in surprise, thinking that buying and selling raw jewelry from the Kingdom of Rosenheim in the United Kingdom of Britain would give a small profit. But if you tried to sell them something so beautiful, it is impossible to even imagine how much they will pay. Mapan even smiled, imagining mountains of chests filled with coins. At that moment, the protagonist joyfully exclaimed that he had raised his level, and the system reported that he had become a well-deserved master of sculpture, received the breath of life. But the guy still needed to grow and grow so that he could use this skill. The house, standing in the forest, was cut off from sunlight. Near one of its walls, men were sitting and talking about the fact that if someone had told them then that man that he was from the Cloud Guild, then they would not have touched a fighting finger. But they killed him before he could even open his mouth, and now thanks to this they are wanted. The man with gray hair said that in addition, they are being pursued by a huge guild, so it is better to lie low, because the guild with 6,000 people wants them dead. At that time, the bald-headed man looked at his interlocutor and said that it was strange, because why is the whole guild looking for them because of the murder of one person? His interlocutor agreed that it was strange, because even if they were killed, the guild would not get anything, but that the blonde, like a child, replied that this guy did not even have anything interesting. He jumped off the barrel and began to shout that they took some map from him, and Delirium and Heads returned to his partner and asked to show this map again. All four bent over the map, when Baladin said that it was all because of the map, since for children the cloud I need them, but I need a map, and apparently, this leads to untold treasures. It looks like a child, the man offered to find these treasures first, to which the authorities always replied that they could die in the traps in the dungeon, since there are no adventurers among them. He sat down and said that if you carefully read the description, you can understand that you cannot pass the dungeon without victims. The blonde replied that you need to sacrifice others. At this point, the man who called Marcus said that someone had to do it, so they could make a list of who would go first, and said that it looked like they had found victims. They all looked out from behind the wall. It turned out that the shaved head pointed at the passing cart. They looked at Han and Mapan and decided that they looked like weaklings. The cart was getting closer and closer to the bandits. Finally, the men got out and blocked their way. In surprise, the horse reared up, almost turning the cart over. The merchant began to shout that it was dangerous to run out in front of the horse like that, to which the shaved head said he was sorry. He introduced himself as Gran, then named his companions one by one. Mapan hesitated slightly, then politely replied that he was pleased to meet you. Gran asked in a friendly manner if they were merchants. Mapan confirmed that he was a merchant and introduced the protagonist as a sculptor, after which he added that they were looking for work. The guys looked at each other, thinking that only a not very smart person would choose the profession of a sculptor. Hellman looked at the travelers and asked if there were many monsters on the way here, and how the merchant sculptor crossed these mountains. The merchant looked at his companion and said that it was all thanks to him. The protagonist frowned and shook his head, urging him not to continue the conversation further. Gran raised his hand and said that they probably did not want to tell, so there was no need to force yourself. Han narrowed his eyes. He looked at the whole company and decided that something was wrong with them, since they surrounded them, but only wanted to talk. Here he looked closely at each member of the gang and decided that they were thieves. The protagonist of them twitched and said that it was really strange when Sculptor's merchant crossed the mountains without any protection, but all thanks to a unique skill that is given only to sculptors. Gran immediately perked up, since he was interested in the unique skill. The protagonist raised his finger and explained that when a monster hears a roar, they run away, and then offered to show him. He sighed heavily. The next moment he roared so loudly that everyone immediately began to cover their ears. The sound wave raised the wind, forcing people to cover themselves to stay on their feet. Lewis grabbed his sword, cursing at the protagonist. He chuckled and said that it was an amazing roar, but if you think about it, he heard something like this several times, and so asked if the monsters ran away when it did. Han chuckled and thought about how while they were not in a group with him, his effects did not work on them, and all they heard was a very loud scream. The protagonist explained that the monsters were unarmed and confused, so they took advantage of this and ran away. Lewis clenched his fist and thought about how he would take it out on this guy later, and Gran decided that they were weaklings after all. He smiled, thinking about using these guys to clear the way. The man waved his hands and said that even with such skill, it would be increasingly difficult for them to go further, and since they met them here, how about accompanying them further? The other weight was very happy and thanked the man. The protagonists, on the contrary, frowned, wondering if they were going to accompany them or ask for something in return. The carriage was accompanied by new acquaintances. The protagonist continued to whittle something out of wood. Lewis watched him with narrowed eyes and thought that it seemed like he really was a sculptor, since this was all he did. At this moment, the protagonist returned to the carriage and reached into his bag. He took out another gem. Lewis asked in surprise if it was a gem. At that moment, the merchant joined the conversation and said that Han could process such a thing, to which Lewis replied that it was amazing. Mapan smiled, saying that it was hard to tell at first, but Han was a very skilled specialist, to which the crane thought that the sculptor could even afford gemstones, which meant he was rich, and it seemed that this time they were in a big plus. The protagonist smiled, thinking to himself that they were attacking even after they saw the stone, which meant that their plan was not robbery. He continued to ride away and whittle the stone, thinking that he was not sure what these guys wanted, but until they showed their true colors, he would play with it. Gran cut the obstacle with his sword. The merchant awkwardly thanked him and said that when the guys were around, he immediately calmed down, but the man replied that they promised to accompany them, so it should be so. He climbed into his inventory and offered to exchange things. Mapan raised his hands and said that he could not do it, since they were already protecting them. To this, Gran only said that they were comrades, and these leshka is a common thing, so there is no need to refuse. The protagonists watched this scene with suspicion and thought that as expected, they were thinking about something, which means that these are unusual bandits. He remembered their first meeting and did not raise why they offered to accompany them and share things, since they definitely have something on their minds. At that moment, he called out to her and also offered to share things. The protagonist did not refuse, thinking that the benefit remains a benefit, so he thanked the man. They opened their inventories. When the bandits or what think about the fact that you just need to wait a little, and they get rid of them when they are no longer needed, and when that moment comes, they will not have their last pants left. The whole company walked through the foggy forest. The merchant cowered in fear. There was a cliff ahead. Mapan got off the cart and started saying that there was a very thick fog ahead, and perhaps there should be a bridge somewhere here. And indeed, there was a wooden bridge in the country. The merchant pointed his hand to the side and said that it looked new and sturdy, so it should hold their cart without problems, but Gran stopped him. He smiled and suggested that the others join the adventure. The merchant tensed up. The man looked down the cliff and asked if the others thought that the point of an adventure was the many options, since he saw a road below, and they needed to follow it. Mapan showed us the bridge and asked why expose ourselves to senseless danger if there was a safe path. At that moment, Hellman grabbed his weapon and prepared for battle. However, Han approached his partner and asked why not, since it was very interesting. He glanced at his new acquaintances and said that this should be done, since they have protectors. The boy raised his hand and said that he was definitely for it, so they should enjoy the adventure. Gran started clapping his hands, saying that it was absolutely true, because as expected of the boy, he understood the romance of adventure. Hellman chuckled and said that traveling was much more interesting if a person enjoyed it to the fullest. The others agreed. The merchant awkwardly scratched his neck and realized that he had no choice. The cart rolled along a narrow mountain road. Mapan turned to the defenders and apologized for the fact that they were the only ones riding in the cart. Gran just chuckled and said that there was nothing to worry about. A fork in the road appeared. Gran suggested taking one of these paths. The merchant thought about it and muttered that they could lose if they turned the wrong way. At that moment, Hellman came up and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because they were with them. It did not matter what kind of monsters might appear, as long as they were nearby. At that moment, the protagonist jumped up on the cart, pointing to the herbs. He immediately began to collect them, muttering that there were red medicinal herbs and even blue Ceylon. Hellman leaned over him and asked what he was doing here, to which the protagonist replied that he was collecting herbs. He continued his work, shouting that it was simply amazing to find such rare plants here, and it was good that they listened to Gran. The man smiled and reminded them that they had a long way to go, so they could skip all of this. However, Han grinned in response and reminded that this was the whole charm of an adventure, that his interlocutor said that he understood the romance of travel. The man was forced to agree with this. The protagonist showed the blue plants and said that they were quite expensive, after which he offered the man to take them with him, to which he refused and said that the guy could take everything for himself. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with excitement when he said that they would loot everything here. Hellman whispered to Gran that he found these two suspicious, after which he offered to leave them. However, the man frowned and said that there was no need to separate them without a reason, they just needed to let them do whatever they wanted. The next stop was near a pink flower. Lewis picked up the protagonist on his shoulders so that he could get the herbs. The guy was immensely happy to receive this flower. He immediately exchanged with the merchant, receiving money. Hellman was breathing heavily from fatigue. He turned to the leader and said that everything was getting complicated because of the protagonist. He pulled out the sword and offered to kill him now, to which Gran asked him to calm down, since he had recently checked the map, and they were almost there. The men grinned evilly and said that she had already sent Marcus to check that place, he would return soon. At that moment, the sculptor's merchant were talking about something, when the gang leader said that they could ignore the guy, but he did not know whether the merchant suspected something, since he was worried about it. At that moment, Marcus returned and said that he found something. Gran was happy, thinking that he finally found the grave. Later, they stood near the tombstone. From the tombstone, a staircase went down somewhere. Marcus said that it looked like a dungeon, to which Hellman replied that it looked like a burial place. Marcus chuckled and said that riches could be stored there. Gran turned to the merchant and offered to go together. However, he was not happy with this idea and tried to stop everyone. At that moment, Han clenched his hand into a fist and said that they were going to explore new places, since this is also one of the charms of adventures. It was seen how a crowd of guys walked along a dark corridor. A screen appeared in front of Gran, on which it was written about the dungeon. Lewis, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that this was incredible, and Hellman added that they were the first to discover this dungeon. The swordsman, stretching out his finger, said that from now on, they should leave everything to them, and also let them just relax and follow them. Mandu, turning his gaze to the side, whispered that he had doubted it at first, but now he saw that it was a very useful experience, and yet it was a good idea to go with them. Han, smiling, thanked the man for the extremely useful experience, because otherwise, how would a sculptor like him have gotten here? Gran, waving his hand, asked him to believe in them and follow them, after which he added that gathering groups and hunting like this was the whole point of the Royal Road. The protagonist, contentedly closing his eyes, thought about what it meant that it was planned to lure them here from the very beginning. The protagonist remembered how he rode in the cart, and realized that these people never thought of crossing the Barca Mountains, but they simply wanted to bring them here. The guy, biting his lips, wondered if their group consisted of 4 people. The youth's pupils sharply dilated from the fact that he realized everything. Suddenly, many monsters in the form of wolves rushed from the spot, shouting that how dared the dirty people come to their house. Lewis, stretching out his spear, said that they finally appeared, adding that they were level 130, and so impudent. A second later, the swordsman pierced his opponent with his weapon through and through. Suddenly, the guy's leg appeared above his head. Hellman held a small dagger in his hand. Unexpectedly, the thrower fired several projectiles straight at the monsters. One of the monsters swung its paw sharply. The man, cutting his hand, said that another time. It was visible how Gran cut the wolf's body into 2 parts. Many evil spirits lay unconscious on the ground. The swordsman, smiling slightly, explained that this was not even enough to warm up. Han, looking at the guys, thought that they didn't have a priest, so they killed monsters as soon as they appeared, and also added that they were a quartet that killed as fast as they could. Remembering the video of the warriors beating up the player, the protagonist thought that if his memory didn't fail him, then these were definitely the guys from the video. Crossing his elbows, the protagonist wondered why they messed with such weak players like them, since they initially showed themselves very well in battles, but still decided to waste their precious time on a dungeon of level 130. Gran drank the red liquid, and the guy muttered that they also used expensive potions like dummies. Lewis held a blue substance in his hand, and the boy realized that each of these mana potions cost 5 gold. Closing his eyes, the warrior whispered that they must have stolen from others, and that's where they got such potions from. Holding his chin, Han wondered if he should change his class to an assassin, knowing that his fame would fall, but he could earn a lot of money. Suddenly, Mandu extended a finger and warned of the danger behind the protagonist. Many monsters were visible behind the protagonist. A moment later, the boy turned around. The traveling merchant, smiling, muttered that he would finally see what the boy was capable of, and these werewolves should not be a problem. A second later, Mandu clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The warrior, quickly moving his legs, exclaimed that his partner should run quickly. It seemed like 2 guys suddenly rushed from the spot. Han held out his hand and shouted that they would die and asked for help. The shopkeeper, sweat on his face, wondered why he was acting like this, because he had killed people like that with his bare hands. Gran, opening his mouth wide, asked everyone to stand behind him. Lewis took up his weapon. The protagonist, through tears, thanked the swordsman. Hugging his shoulder, the protagonist said that he was very scared and asked him to kill them all. The man, closing his eyes, replied that there was no need to be afraid, because they were here to protect them. The swordsman, slyly lifting the corners of his lips, muttered that he thought he knew how to fight after hearing that roar, but he was just a coward. The warriors, rushing from their place, shouted that they would deal with their opponents. Mandu narrowed his eyes in confusion. The young man scratched his cheek and wondered if his comrade had really understood anything, adding that he was looking at him with disgust. Looking ahead, Han thought that these guys wouldn't let anyone pass, otherwise they would have let them attack them, and then wondered if he or Mandu thought they would fight, and if they seriously thought they would reveal the secrets so easily. Several torches illuminated the walls of the dungeon. Suddenly, a concrete slab began to fall from the ceiling. A huge stone hit the ground with a sharp blow. Suddenly, 3 arrows hit the swordsman right in the face. Marcus, lying under the rubble, reported that the stones appeared out of nowhere, and Hellman said that he almost got caught too. Gran, running away from a large boulder, did not understand what it was and shouted that it would be better if they were monsters. The protagonists, squinting, wondered if they had decided to fall into all the traps, and were they really that stupid. Lewis, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that they shouldn't worry, because they would take care of everything here. The thrower, holding out his finger, explained that he would go ahead and suggested not to waste time on traps. The blonde looked down in bewilderment. Suddenly, Hellman stepped on a small slab. A moment later, the floor under the thrower suddenly gave way. The player quickly began to fall down. The swordsman, looking down, muttered that he could not see the bottom, and most likely, he did not survive. It was visible how Gran lifted the corners of his lips. The man, menacingly baring his teeth, realized that Hellman was caught, and more loot would go to him. Lewis clutched his head, wondering if he had died there after all. Marcus, crossing his elbows, said to himself that now, if Gran and Lewis died, his loot would double. The swordsman, with his mouth slightly open, said that he thought about it and realized that it wasn't fair if they were to put themselves in danger, to which Mandu asked what he was talking about. Clenching his jaw, Gran asked if they didn't feel responsible for the death of one of his comrades, and also explained that he thought it would be fair if one of them went forward. The traveling merchant, with sweat on his face, thought that they had no choice and were still indebted to the protagonist, and so he would go forward. Han, holding out his palm, exclaimed that he would go first. Showing off his muscles, the protagonist said that he was a sculptor and not particularly good at attacking, but a tough guy. After some time, the guys walked along the corridor of the dungeon. Gran, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if he really was that stupid. The swordsman bit his lips and wondered if he had something in mind and why he had agreed to go forward without hesitation after seeing Hellman die in a trap. Turning around, the man realized that they weren't even in a group with them, and if something went wrong, they could just kill them and run away. The young man smiled slightly and whispered that in the previous places there were only crowds of monsters, and a dungeon with traps was something new, and one wrong step and that's it. Noticing a bright light in the distance, the warrior asked himself if it was an exit or another trap. A moment later, the guys found themselves in a wide room. Multicolored tiles were visible on the floor. Through the sweat on his face, Han decided that it was still a trap and added that they didn't have a rogue or adventurer with them, so there were no trap detection skills. Gran, holding out his hand, asked the protagonist what it was and whether he was leading them. The protagonist, putting his hand on his chest, understood that he couldn't do anything now and he just needed to think with his head. Lifting his foot off the ground, the guy thought, here first. A second later, the young man stepped on a blue tile. The warrior stopped abruptly in place. The player's eyes widened in surprise. Han, wiping sweat from his forehead, muttered that he had succeeded and wondered if it meant that the blue squares were safe, and what about the red ones, and whether he should check. Suddenly, the protagonist stepped forward in fear. Opening his mouth, the protagonist noticed that nothing had happened and asked himself if the red ones were safe too. Looking ahead, the guy thought that the exit was about 30 meters away, but it was unknown where the traps were hidden. Smiling slightly, the young man realized that he had no choice, so he would see what would happen, and then wondered whether he should step on the blue and red tiles one by one. Suddenly, the warrior quickly ran forward. Turning his head, Han wondered where the trap was, and what if it was only on the same color. He could see the protagonist step on the blue tile. A second later, the protagonist stepped on the blue square with his other foot. Looking down, the boy thought that everything was fine. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man muttered that maybe it was just a guess, but it seemed that the colors on the squares were to distract the eye, and the trap was hidden elsewhere. Biting his lips, the warrior decided that they were just to distract attention, but he could not figure out where the trap was. Suddenly, a red thread appeared. A thin rope hung above the blue tile. Han clenched his fists and wondered if there was a real trap hidden here. A moment later, the protagonist stepped over the thread. The protagonist calmly walked forward. Gran, his eyes wide, wondered what just happened, because he clearly saw him stop for a second. The swordsman looked ahead in surprise. The man, moving his feet, noticed that there was a real trap here and silently wondered if this was blind luck. Lewis, putting his hand on his shoulder, asked him if he was scared. Suddenly, the swordsman tore the thread with his boot, and at the same time asked him to hurry up and go. A second later, crossbows appeared in the walls. The weapons sharply aimed downwards. A moment later, many arrows quickly cut through the air. The projectiles were rapidly approaching the player. The ceiling of the room was visible, and screams were heard. Lewis opened his mouth wide in pain. His body suddenly began to disappear. Marcus, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that it was very sad to see him die, and Gran called him an idiot. Han, through the sweat on his face, realized that this was indeed the famous quartet of bastards, and wondered if they had any loyalty to each other, and at the same time the swordsman clarified whether he had many items, adding that he would take some for himself. The guys found themselves in a wide room, and it was audible that this was easy, because there was only one trap. The protagonist, smiling, asked if they thought that everything was not so easy here. Suddenly, an unusual force swirled above them. A moment later, purple lightning suddenly struck down. The protagonist began to fall backwards from the attack. The guy quickly ran forward and screamed loudly. Clenching his jaw, the warrior wondered if these were ball lightning, and thought that it was no different from the third circle of magic, because it struck without delay. Closing his eyes, Han asked how they could get through, because he thought that he would die first if he went at random. Gran, pulling out a small artifact, said that he shouldn't worry, because he had a stone that deflected lightning, and with this, he would easily pass. The protagonist, taking the red shard, clarified whether this was a stone that deflected lightning, and also did not understand what the swordsman wanted him to do with it. Biting his lips, the protagonist used the identification skill, after which the system reported information about the lightning stone. The guy, baring his teeth, wondered if he thought he would go there with this. Crossing his elbows, Marcus muttered that someone had to suffer and make way for others, and Gran thought that he might as well sacrifice himself, since he would die on his own when he entered with the stone. The man, raising his palm, understood that there was definitely treasure waiting for them on the other side, and offered to begin, explaining that all that was needed was for him to lead them to safety. The young man lowered his eyebrows and wondered to himself if they had shown themselves. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that he could sacrifice himself so that they could get to safety. Extending his index finger, Han asked how they would pass through the lightning on the way back, or if they wanted to die together as best friends. The man, with his mouth wide open, realized that he only had one stone and did not think about the way back. The swordsmen, having drawn their weapons, shouted that they did not need them at all then, and therefore they would die here. Mandu, baring his teeth, muttered that this is what they had planned. The traveling merchant, turning his gaze to the side, said to himself that the protagonist had understood everything from the very beginning. The protagonist, through tears, begged not to kill them and exclaimed that they would do everything. The merchant frowned in bewilderment. Gran could be seen slightly lifting his foot off the ground. A second later, the man grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly and said that it was too late to worry about life. The swordsmen, abruptly rushing from their place, exclaimed that they should not humiliate themselves and let them kill them. Mandu, his eyes bulging, thought that this was really the end. A moment later, the dagger suddenly hit the floor. The guy looked forward in surprise. Unexpectedly, Gran pierced Marcus's body through and through. Grinning menacingly, the man said goodbye to him and also explained that the treasures would be his. The wounded player, turning around, said that he was a damn traitor. The swordsman, baring his teeth, asked if he himself had not been waiting for a reason to stab him in the back. A second later, Gran used the fire sword skill, causing Marcus's body to be surrounded by bright flames. The man suddenly evaporated into thin air. The player, looking at the young men, decided that he could get rid of them later, because he needed to be able to prioritize. Raising his shield, the swordsman said that Marcus had left it here. Manda's face suddenly turned blue. Gran, smiling slyly, said that it was a level 200 shield, and would give it to one of them and he would go forward, after which he clarified that wasn't this the only way out. Frowning angrily, the man advised them not to refuse his kindness, and also said that he almost forgot that he only needed one, and therefore could kill one of them at any moment. The swordsman, looking at the guys, decided that he would kill the first one when they passed, and the second one at the exit, after which he added that there was a very small chance of things dropping from him, but he could still lose one. The traveling merchant, turning his gaze to the side, asked what they should do. Suddenly, Han slightly raised the corners of his lips. A moment later, a sword began to appear in his hand. A second later, the protagonist was holding tightly to the handle. The protagonist threateningly pulled the dagger out in front of him. Gran, closing his eyes, laughed and asked what he wanted to do, because he had been shaking all this time and was almost fainting, and also asked if he was trying to hold back his fear, and if this was his last wish. The man, raising 3 fingers, said that it was interesting, and added that he could still use this merchant as a shield, and therefore he could try to kill him in 3 seconds. Squeezing the handle of the weapon, the guy thanked him. Sliding his foot on the ground, the young man explained that 3 seconds would not be needed. Suddenly, the warrior furiously rushed from his place and used the technique of slashing blade. The swordsman, baring his teeth, was very surprised by his speed. It was visible how Han rushed past the enemy. The back of Gran's head appeared. Suddenly, a white line appeared on his neck, and he said that he did not believe it. The man, bulging his eyes, was perplexed. A moment later, the player's body began to evaporate into thin air. The protagonist, smiling slightly, said that he was not an ordinary sculptor. Mandu, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was incredible, because it was all part of his plan, after which he asked what they would do now and whether they would return. The protagonist, scratching his head, answered that since they were already here, they could find this treasure, and also added that he was not even sure that it existed. The traveling merchant, scratching his cheek, asked how they would return later, because if they went there, they would not return. The warrior, spreading his arms in different directions, explained that it was not necessary to die, and although these bandits were new to the dungeons, they even wandered around the map while looking for the entrance, and in every rule there is an exception, and even in passing this trap. A dark force appeared on the ceiling, and Han asked if his partner could see a hole in the clouds, after which he said that this was the reason for all the lightning, but in fact there was a passage further. The guy, looking up, asked how they would get there. The protagonist, opening his mouth, answered that they would fly. Suddenly, a white wing appeared on the protagonist's back. A second later, the same wing crawled out from the other side. The warrior raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction. The young man's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Han, stretching out his finger, said that if you pay 10 gold at the Mirakan Tower in Ladias, you can get wings for a month that allow you to fly, and they use their own feathers. Taking off sharply, the protagonist exclaimed that now it was time to go for treasure. It was visible how the protagonist quickly approached the dark sky. Mandu, opening his mouth, said that he was an incredible person, and asked who he really was. A moment later, the guy found himself in an unusual space. Waving his head, the young man decided to see where the treasure was. Suddenly, the warrior noticed a long bridge in the distance. Suddenly, an artifact appeared. Han, quickly cutting through the air, realized that the treasure was there. A second later, the protagonist landed on the ground. A small harp was visible. The protagonist, taking the unusual object in his hands, thought that this must be it, and also wondered if the harp adds attack or defense. A moment later, the guy raised the artifact above himself and used the identification skill, after which the system wrote the characteristics of the dwarf Vino's harp. Through the sweat on his face, the young man thought about his relationship with the NPC woman. Smiling slightly, the warrior asked himself if these guys really came here for this. A second later, Han sighed heavily. Suddenly, the protagonist, opening his mouth wide, laughed loudly. Mandu, looking up, did not understand what was happening there. After some time, a small room appeared. The protagonist, wiping his head with a towel, said that he could now live. Sitting down on the floor, the guy decided that while he was resting from the game, he would check out what interesting things were being sold at the auction. Taking his chin, the young man clarified whether there were so many useful things in just a week. An image of a sword and its characteristics appeared. The warrior, smiling, said that it was pretty good, after which he asked how much it cost. The seller and the price for the item were visible, to which Han asked whether the bidding had started at 1.5 million won, and whether it was now 2.5, and also added that this was all because there were no class restrictions and the level requirement was low. Noticing Krakow's bracelet on the screen, the protagonist asked if it was worth 5 million, and exclaimed that he was just planning to surf the site to see what could be bought. The protagonist's eyes widened and he decided to sell all the items he had collected, starting with weapons and Death Knight junk. Typing on the keyboard, the guy added that he was including everything he had used before, and at the same time he clarified whether he had gone out around 30 things, and said that he would sell weapons and armor for 10,000, and the rest for 3,000. The confirm button appeared, and it was audible that he was now publishing. Crossing his elbows, the young man said that with his rank of 3 diamonds, his sales would appear on the main page of the site, where they would be noticed, and probably in a week there would be results. Closing his eyes, the warrior shouted that let the sweet prices rise to the maximum. After some time, a busy street was visible. The guy, with his mouth wide open, said that he would buy rabbit skin. The man, lowering his eyebrows, explained that they were looking for 2 people to hunt in the Prachuria cave, and the player added that they were looking for a cleric of level 50 or higher, and all rewards were distributed by the group leader. The young man, looking at his partner, asked if there were enough herbs, to which he replied that he should not worry, because this time they would definitely earn money. The old man, sitting near the fruits, asked what was there. Han was riding in a cart with his partner, and it was audible that they looked unwell. Mandu scratched his ear in confusion. The traveling merchant, closing his eyes, said that his ears were still ringing, and added that it was good to drive away monsters, but his eardrums would not agree with it. The protagonist smiled and said that he should relax, and said that his roar was already level 3, and suggested that they calm down for a while. A street filled with people appeared, and the protagonist said that this place was quite lively. The guys were riding in a cart, and said that this was because they were no longer on the border of Rosenheim, but were moving into the kingdom, and right after the Barca Mountains, the lands of the United Kingdom of Britain. Mandu, turning his head, asked the warrior if he was thinking about joining the guild. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he had no plans for guilds and that he felt more comfortable traveling alone, like he was doing now. Biting his lips, the boy thought that joining a guild would be a big hindrance to him, and as soon as one battle was over, he would be sent to another, so it was a waste of time. Han's eyes widened and he asked if they could sell everything first, adding that he had finished processing all the gems on their journey, and this was the last one. The boy was seen standing and talking to the man. Mandu raised his finger in satisfaction, talking about raising the price. The villager, waving his hand, disagreed. A moment later, the players shook hands. The daytime sky appeared. The traveling merchant, stretching his shoulders, said that he was very tired, adding that they had sold all the things from the cart. The boy closed his eyes and said that the aroma of cheese and olive oil was driving him crazy, then asked the same thing to the protagonist, and received the answer that it was not that much. The young man, turning his gaze to the side, muttered that if he remembered, he had left a lot of things for sale, and wondered how much he would sell the gems for. Opening his mouth, Mandu asked if the protagonist was going to go to the jewelry store, to which he explained that he wanted to sell them in a larger city, and also said that he showed one of the stones in the local shops, but they said that they could not buy it, and it would be better for him to find a buyer in a large city. The warrior, smiling, asked that since they were talking about this, then maybe it was time for them to move on. After some time, the castle of the kingdom of Kuran appeared. A sign with an image of a gem was visible. There were many people inside the building. There were jewelry items on the table, and it was heard that he had an emerald, a sapphire, and even a pearl, and it was also surprising, because he had never seen such beautiful jewelry. The girl carefully examined one of the stones. Han, with his mouth open, asked how much she would buy them for. The seller, raising her eyebrows, replied that he had amazing cutting skills, and could give 3,200 for them. The protagonist, closing his eyes, muttered that he had paid about 1,700 for the unprocessed ones, and therefore the profit was 1,500, but considering the road and the work he had done, it was not that much. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist remembered that he could use the harp and increase her favor towards him, and then she would definitely give more. A moment later, An unusual artifact appeared in the guy's hands. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, asked if he thought he could bribe her with this, after which she explained that it was not that easy. The young man, touching the strings, thought that who would have thought that for this he would have to learn the skills of art. A second later, the people in the building closed their eyes contentedly. The seller, biting her lips, happily listened to the melody. The man, stretching out his finger, said that it was not bad, and the player standing next to him added that the melody was beautiful. The merchant, raising her eyebrows, said that everything was fine, but it was very annoying to hear it without a song, and therefore it would be wonderful if he sang a song. Han, through the sweat on his face, asked again whether he should sing, to which he received a positive answer. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist said that he would try. A moment later, the protagonist pursed his lips. Suddenly, the townspeople opened their jaws in bewilderment, hearing that he did not undertake to prophesy, but he knew for sure that he would return. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that even if it were 100 centuries later, he would come to the land of geniuses, not fools. The girl closed her eyes, listening to the boy's song. The men were lying on the floor, and one of them said that they needed to run. The seller, lowering her eyebrows, asked him to stop, because if he didn't stop, she would call the guards. The daytime sky was visible. The warrior, through tears, said that he had ruined everything with his beautiful song, and he had managed to raise the price by only 40 gold pieces, and a total of 3,240 gold pieces. Sighing heavily, Han muttered that he should be grateful that at least she hadn't cancelled the deal and thrown him out, setting the guards on him, and added that for him singing was something impossible. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist continued that he had also raised his fame to 2,000, and therefore now he had access to more information from NPCs and discounts in shops, and maybe they would tell him where to get rare items or a good hunting spot. Suddenly, the hair on the guy's head stood up, and he remembered the necklace. Holding the artifact in front of him, the protagonist wondered if he would be able to identify it, or if his level was still not high enough. Smiling slightly, the young man thought that he did not have much hope, but perhaps this really was an incredibly rare thing. After some time, the warrior's leg appeared. Han opened the door to the room, and at the same time, people were asking to identify their things. The man, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that they should identify this sword. The girl, with her eyebrows lowered, shouted that she should be told about the ring's effects. The players stood at the counter, and it was heard that everyone needed to get in line, because all their things would be identified in order. The protagonist smiled slightly and thought that everyone wanted to know if they had hit the jackpot. As he walked up the stairs, the protagonist thought that this necklace was impossible to identify even with his level. Walking down the corridor, the guy muttered that he needed to find someone with a higher identification skill than him. A wooden door was visible, and the young man realized that all high-level mages usually sat here. Pulling the door handle, the warrior hoped that he would be able to find an experienced mage. A moment later, the girl, contentedly closing her eyes, greeted the protagonist. Han, smiling, explained that he had come to identify one thing. The sorcerer, stretching out his palm, asked him to sit down. Noticing the stains on the guy's clothes, the mage wondered what kind of rags he was wearing, and added that such cheap clothes would not help hide his condition. The wizard, lowering his head, asked himself if this was really her first client, then muttered that he would never earn 540 gold, which was needed to buy the book, to which the protagonist asked if something was wrong. The young man, picking up the bracelet, asked to identify it, and also wondered if this person was an NPC, and whether he was working here part-time, or if this was a quest. A red stone was visible inside the artifact. The girl, holding out her palm, exclaimed that it was expensive, because she was conducting advanced identification, and therefore it would cost 50 silver, and he could go down to identify an ordinary item. The warrior, taking out a small bag, said that it was 50 silver, and thought that it was very expensive, but because of his level, he had no choice. The mage, sweat on his face, said that they would not return his money if the result did not meet his expectations, to which Han replied that he knew, and the wizard wondered to himself if he was poor. A second later, the wizard thoughtfully closed his eyes. Opening his mouth wide, the girl used the advanced identification skill, and the system reported the Death Knight's necklace and wrote down its characteristics. Suddenly, the mage opened his jaw in surprise. Clenching his jaw, the wizard asked where he got it, because nothing was known about him. The protagonist, abruptly snatching the artifact, replied that he knew, and therefore could return it to him. Waving his hand, the protagonist thanked him for the identification. A moment later, the door slammed loudly. The wizard, through his tears, could not understand what was wrong with this guy, because he was not even happy about the unique item. After some time, the guys were seen riding in a cart. Mandu, turning his gaze to the side, asked if he was paid well for the stones, to which the warrior replied that it was a good deal. Holding his chin, the traveling merchant said that he was a little worried, and Han asked if he could slow down for a second. The young man, looking at the protagonist, asked what was the matter, to which he replied that he needed to check something. The protagonist abruptly jumped to the ground. Raising the necklace up, the warrior exclaimed that he was summoning the Death Knight. Suddenly, a dark force surrounded the artifact. The guy, observing the unusual aura, wondered what it was. Suddenly, the knight's helmet began to appear in the air. Han, lowering his hands, realized that he had succeeded. The leg of the dark warrior appeared. The creature's hand parried in the air. The black armor of the knight was visible. A second later, the warrior landed on the ground. The unusual creature, looking at the protagonist, shouted that they met again. The dark spirit's face glowed red and he said that he had the audacity to call him, and asked if he really hoped to betray Lord Berekin and follow him. The knight, clenching his fists, exclaimed that it was a call for revenge, and therefore he would kill him. Mandu, hiding behind the cart, was very scared, after which he asked the protagonist what he had done, to which he replied that nothing special, and let him sit and watch. The warrior, looking ahead, asked the boy what he had told him. The young man extended his finger, and asked if he had lost anything since their first meeting. The evil creature countered that Han knew that he had taken his things, and he asked with a wide smile if that was true. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he was going to attack, and also said that he would warm up a little and let the enemy come to him. The dark spirit suddenly rushed from his place and shouted whether the human dared to provoke him. Suddenly a scar appeared on the protagonist's hand. The enemy left a graze on the guy's leg. It was visible how the knight swung his sword. A moment later, the young man bent down to the ground. His health points appeared in front of him. The warrior, turning around, said that he was very fast, but could not even repel one attack. Raising the corners of his lips, Han asked if it was true that he never learned anything, and if that could be why he was so unlucky. Taking out his weapon, the protagonist asked if the situation seemed familiar to him. The dark spirit, sweat on his face, was perplexed. A second later, the protagonist rushed forward and used the slashing knife technique. Numerous magical rays appeared. The knight, stretching out his hand, did not understand how he could lose to a man, and also twice to this useless sculptor. The dark spirit began to evaporate into thin air, having managed to say that they would meet again, and his revenge would be accomplished. The guy, smiling slightly, said that he had lost to the sculptor twice, and was still chatting. The young man tightly clutched the necklace. Biting his lips, the warrior noticed that the core had turned pale, although it was scarlet. Mandu, sweat on his face, was very surprised that Han had dealt with the Death Knight so easily, after which he said that no matter how much he looked at him, he still could not understand who he was. The protagonist, scratching his nose, replied that in the end, he was an ordinary sculptor. After some time, the guys were seen riding in a cart. The protagonist, holding out his finger, suggested that his comrades stop for a while, to which he clarified whether it was in the middle of the road. The warrior, taking the necklace, exclaimed that he thought his time had come again. The traveling merchant, closing his eyes, asked again whether it was again. Suddenly, the Death Knight appeared, and he asked why the man had summoned him again. Pointing his hand at the protagonist, the dark entity shouted that there was no need to be mistaken if he had managed to defeat him a couple of times. The face of the unusual creature glowed red, and it said that how dare Han think that he would recognize an insignificant sculptor. A second later, the protagonist swung his sword, using the slashing knife technique. Suddenly, Van Hawk's body caught fire, and he said that the guy would pay for this next time, and to just wait. A second later, the Death Knight disappeared into thin air. The young man wondered if he was gaining experience, moving his finger across the screen, adding that at least his skills were increasing. Holding his chin, the warrior muttered that not using his mana and health when they were at maximum was a waste of time, but he needed to figure it out, or he would lose a lot. Putting down his sword, Han whispered that if he summoned it every time he had full mana and used his skills, it would help him a lot. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist remembered that the description said that it attacked everyone except its master. Mandu, turning his head, said that if his partner was done, then he should climb up, because they needed to climb the hill before noon. Climbing onto the cart, the protagonist reported that his sculpting skill had increased, to which the traveling merchant asked how many times he had defeated him already. The warrior, scratching his cheek, replied that he would ask next time. The boy closed his eyes and exclaimed that this was truly something, because defeating the Death Knight over and over again was incredible. After a while, Han picked up the necklace and summoned the dark entity again. Swinging his sword, the protagonist shouted that it was to kill him again. Swinging his hand, the protagonist used the slashing knife technique. Smiling menacingly, the young man said that using a sword was no longer fun, after which he asked if his opponent wanted to see how he flexed his fists. The evil spirit, falling back from the blow, objected that it did not recognize him as its master. Stretching out his palm, the knight said that his heart was still unwavering. Suddenly, a powerful blow was dealt to the creature's head, and it exclaimed that it was loyal to Lord Berekin. Han, keeping his hands on his hips, asked if the warrior would give up now, to which he replied that he was still far from it. After a while, the evening sky appeared. Mandu sat near a bright fire. The traveling merchant, with his mouth wide open, said that the meat was almost ready, and that the protagonist should finish it quickly. A moment later, the protagonist, raising his gaze, called the Death Knight. The dark spirit quickly appeared. His helmet was glowing red. The guy, smiling slightly, asked why he was so quiet, and whether he was going to curse him like before, and also whether he was giving up. The warrior, lowering his head, answered that his duty to the Lord of Barakan was gradually being forgotten. Clenching his fist, the swordsman choked and said that the man was really strong. The young man grabbed his chin with satisfaction. Turning his head, the knight said that he still did not recognize him, and therefore Han should not be mistaken. The protagonist, warming his fingers, asked whether he should kill him again. The dark spirit, stretching out his palms, asked why they did not talk. The protagonist asked why with a wide smile, then explained that they could say everything to each other like men. Mandu, licking his mouth, muttered that listening to his partner was a good decision, because the stew was very tasty, and at the same time, it was heard how the guy used several skills. Many blows were visible, and the young man exclaimed that he would hit the same place, causing the knight to scream loudly. After some time, the evening sky was visible. Han, stretching his shoulder, suggested continuing after dinner, and the dark spirit asked him to stop. Through the sweat on his face, the unusual creature said that he admitted that he was stronger than him. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked if this meant that he was now his master. The Death Knight, holding his chin, replied that he should think about it. Suddenly, the protagonist, clenching his fist, exclaimed that this was great, and while he was thinking, he would return to the necklace, so he should hold on tighter. A moment later there was a bright flash. Suddenly, the guy flew into the dark spirit with both feet. The young man, opening his mouth, asked what was going on and whether he still had any life points left. The unusual entity abruptly let go of its head. Sitting on the ground, the warrior called the protagonist master. Han looked ahead in surprise. Looking down, the Death Knight said that he recognized him as master. The protagonist crossed his elbows and asked if he thought it was too informal. Leaning over, the dark spirit said that he humbly recognized him as his master and asked him to stop humiliating him. At that moment, the guy moved his foot forward. Smiling, the young man said that he thought his word could be trusted. Raising his eyebrows, Han objected that he was a servant of the dark mage, and that he obeyed him like this, and therefore he was sure that he had something in mind. The warrior, placing his palm on his chest, exclaimed that everything was wrong, because he was telling the truth. Suddenly, the protagonist began to flex his fingers. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist suggested continuing this conversation after 200 more victories. The Death Knight's body shook in fear. Mandu, sitting on the cart, listened to the master forgive and spare him, and did not understand why he was so stubborn if he just needed to accept him. The laptop screen appeared. Leaning on his arm, Han thought about why everything was not selling as quickly as he wanted, and assumed that he had set the price too high. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought that if he counted all the profits, then together with useless trash, it would come to almost 3 million won, and this is not bad for someone who is selling something from Royal Road for the first time. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen, and the protagonist did not understand what kind of letter it was. The guy saw that the dark players had written to him near the message icon. The corners of his lips turned down, realizing that if the rumors were to be believed, these dark players only sent invitations to select people. The player moved the cursor over the invitation message. A man with a skull instead of a head was sitting in a chair. The protagonist's face was covered in beads of sweat, and he did not understand if this was serious or why he had been sent ordinary spam, since it was probably a mistake. Suddenly, the phone on the table began to vibrate, and the protagonist said that it was time. Approaching the virtual reality capsule, the guy thought that he had already sent messages to all the buyers, so he needed to hurry up and meet Mandu, and he did not want to be late. The buildings in the free city of Samuran appeared. The traveling merchant said that he needed to go away and sell everything, after which he clarified what the protagonist would do, to which he raised his palm and replied that he would settle things, so he would spend his time usefully. Waving his hand, the guy exclaimed that they would see each other later. Grinning, the protagonist decided that now was the time to get down to business. The player opened his backpack and realized that this was the reason he was here. An elegant bowl in the bag sparkled. A large fountain was visible in the center of the square. The man closed his eyes and admitted that he thought he would grow old in this line, since almost no one hunts the undead, but thanks to the merchant, they would quickly complete the quest. The buyer waved his hand and thanked Han for the items, and then wished him luck with the sales, to which Han thanked him in return. Scratching his neck, the protagonist exhaled with relief and said that this was the last one, and negotiating with so many people was too difficult. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist thought that for the first time everything went well, and since he did the job, it was time to go to the Temple of Freya. Smiling, the swordsman realized that the thought of soon receiving a reward only raised his spirits. The sun's glare fell on the Temple of Freya. Looking around, the boy was surprised by what he saw, because the inside of the building was as beautiful as the outside. The priestesses approached the boy and greeted him. The protagonist turned his head and saw a system message, which stated that the requirement for passage was a donation of at least 10 silver. The protagonist opened his mouth indignantly. The swordsman poured the money into the box and thought that he had no other choice. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed that the goddess Freya thanked him. Lowering his head, the boy said that he came here to return the thing to them. The priestesses widened their eyes in bewilderment. The girl raised her eyebrows and admitted that no one could have thought that the sacred relic of the goddess had returned to them, and this was a real miracle. The priestess turned and asked the guest to follow her, and they would escort him to the high priest, to which he thought that this was excellent, and he would be led straight to the main thing. A red carpet was laid out in the great hall. Han held up a precious cup. Kneeling down, the protagonist said that he had the honor of returning the Holy Grail to them on behalf of the seagull. The high priest smiled and exclaimed that it was wonderful and that today was a great day, when suddenly the system reported that the quest was completed and the player's fame had increased by 400 and his level had been raised. Han gritted his teeth and thought that this was the real reward for one of the 3 artifacts, and he himself knew that the reward would be good, but he never dared to think that it would be this good. The high priest held the cup in his hands and said that this was not all, and that they should reward the brave warrior properly. The man asked the holy knights to bring him Agatha's sword and equipment, to which they straightened up and accepted the order of his high priesthood. A subordinate rolled out a cart with silver equipment. The head priest extended his palm forward and asked the boy to take it. The sword and gloves were shining brightly, and the young man thought about how he could tell just by looking at them that they were amazing, and whether they would really give it to him. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips, deciding to check the sword first, when he suddenly used the recognition skill, and the system reported that in front of him were the holy sword of Agatha, the elegant gloves of Rose, and the ring of the pontiff. With his mouth wide open, the player shouted that these were simply amazing items. Tears flowed from the protagonist's eyes, and he thought about how he would use all of this as soon as he reached level 200. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist decided that he needed to quickly check how much all of this was worth at the auction, and would use the sword until he found a better one, and then simply sell it. Bowing, the swordsman exclaimed that he thanked the high priest, and that his duty was fulfilled, so it was time for him to go. The man put his palm to his chest and asked the brave knight to stand and listen to him. The head priest lowered the corners of his mouth and asked if the boy knew of any other thefts of sacred artifacts from their temple. The player answered that he knew very little, his eyes widening. The man lowered his eyebrows and told them that during the time of chaos, a group of foolish people stole Fargo's crown from them, then added that the heretics did not fear God's punishment, and did not fear death, but were talking about those who are called undead and who cannot die, and it was they who stole the crown of life. Han grinned, not understanding what the old man was getting at and that he did not like it, and then said that he had heard about this too. The high priest opened his mouth and exclaimed that this was great, because then the guest would understand what he was asked, and then said that they had recently discovered where the thieves lived and who exactly stole Fargo's crown. The man said that they had sent 3 squads of knights there, but it had been unsuccessful, when suddenly a memory appeared, where exhausted warriors were walking leaning on each other. Frowning, the head of the temple asked the warrior to find them and return Fargo's crown to them. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in bewilderment, when suddenly the system notified him of a new quest to find an artifact, the reward for which was unknown. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about the fact that this quest had a B difficulty, and did not understand what kind of quest this was. Closing his eyes, the swordsman assumed that the reward most likely justified the difficulty, and realized that there was a chance that rare or unique items would drop. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that he would not be able to fight Barakin's followers alone, and would die before he even found such an item, after which he wondered whether they really thought he would be able to cope. The vampire army appeared, and the player realized that there were more than 1,000 of them at level 270, and their boss, Tori, at level 400. Biting his lips, the young man wondered what he could do if the 3 squads of holy knights were defeated, and he was not sure if everything would work out, because the risk was too great, so he should abandon this idea. Bowing, the warrior apologized to the high priest and admitted that he was afraid that his abilities were not enough for this kind of work. The head of the temple smiled and asked the boy not to be so self-critical, because this was not the case, and besides him, there was no one they could trust. Closing his eyes, the young man apologized again and said that this was too much for him, so he had to refuse. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that this criticism did not suit him at all, and asked who could return the crown to them if even such an outstanding traveler refused. Han closed his eyes and thought that this was becoming awkward and that if this continued, it would end badly, and then assumed that the high priest would not back down. With his hands behind his back, the head of the temple explained that for many years there had been a legend among them that when the hero returned the treasure to them, it would be an omen of war. Pointing his finger forward, the priest shouted that he was sure that the guest was their hero. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he did not want this to happen, when suddenly the system announced that the player had accepted the quest. Suddenly, the protagonist's mouth opened in indignation. Closing his eyes, the man exclaimed that this was the right decision and placed great hopes on the warrior, to which the warrior cried out that he refused. The swordsman leaned his hands on the floor and thought about how this quest could not be refused and was automatically accepted by the one who returned the Holy Grail, and then wondered if he could at least level up and then go on the quest. Raising his finger, the high priest noted that there was one more thing, and the boy should use the portal that the holy knights and mercenaries had paved 20 years ago, which led to Mauritania. The man told the warrior to leave as soon as he was ready, to which he turned his head and muttered something, when he suddenly cried out that this could not be. The head of the temple, lowering the corners of his lips, explained that the boy was absolutely right, and he needed to leave tomorrow, and to help him fight their brothers and sisters who had turned into vampires, they would send one of them with him. Clutching his head, Han realized that he was finished. The townspeople were walking around the streets of the city. Holding onto his backpack, the protagonist said that even with all his goods, it was hard to earn even one gold coin, so he needed to cut down on expenses as much as possible. With his jaw dropped, the protagonist suggested that he should ask Mandu to help him with the shopping. Raising his hands, the player said that this way he would now have to go on a quest. With his eyes wide open, the traveling merchant asked if he could come with him. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that unfortunately this was a B-rank quest that he had to go on alone, to which the interlocutor cried out that going there alone might be difficult even for him. Putting his fingers to his temple, the merchant suggested that there was no choice and wished him luck, and decided to continue his journey while his comrade was on a mission. Turning away, the young man muttered that his life was decay, and did not understand what else could happen. The columns of the temple rose high into the sky. The high priest spread his arms out to the sides and greeted the guest, and admitted that he thought he should send knights after him in case he didn't want to come, but he came on time. Grinning, Han thought about how he couldn't run away after all this and remembered how the man asked him not to disappoint him and to return at the right time so that he wouldn't be hunted. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that since this task was given to him personally by the head of the temple, it was impossible to run away, to which he laughed and noted that the warrior could be relied on. Turning his head, the priest said that he would now introduce him to the one who would go with him, and then asked Alberon to introduce herself. The man in the white robe took a step forward and accepted the high priest's order. The girl crossed her palms in front of her. The priestess bowed and said that she was pleased to meet her partner. The assistant's eyes widened, and the boy realized that this was not a player, but only an NPC, and this was probably normal for an automatic quest. The young man lowered the corners of his lips, not understanding whether everything would be okay, because the priestess was too young and did not look prepared. The high priest led the heroes to a magic portal. Smiling, the man said that this gate would lead them to Mora, after which he added that he would pray for their successful return and the salvation of their knights and priests. Lowering the corners of his lips, Han realized that it was too late to give up, and since he took on this quest, he would definitely succeed. The protagonist began to enter the magic portal. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in the dungeon. The protagonist and the priestess ran out of the magic passage. The swordsman turned around and saw the disappearing beams of teleportation. Putting his palm to the petrified wall, the guy thought about the fact that the portal was located in a cave, which is quite safe. A moment later, the player covered his face with his hand. The heroes found themselves on the edge of a snow-covered cliff. Opening his mouth, the young man said that this was Mora, and everything as he had heard, that it was a deserted place. Snow was quickly falling on the rocks. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed that he was very cold, when suddenly the system reported that the player was frozen, which is why the number of lives and their restoration decreased. Frowning, the protagonist said that he needed to take a good look at everything. Snow-covered mountains were visible in the distance. Small buildings were visible through the blizzard, and the swordsman wondered if this was an abandoned city, because he did not feel a hint of living people. Suddenly, a huge castle appeared. Opening his mouth, the guy thought that most likely this building was used by Tori and his minions as a shelter, and it was larger than he thought, so it would not be easy to get in there. Walking inside, the swordsman shouted that it was too cold here, and suggested that they quickly return to the cave first. A fire was burning on the stone floor. Han exclaimed that it was much better this way, holding his palms out in front of him. The protagonist asked if his partner's name was Alberon, and assumed that he was older than her, so he decided to skip the formalities, to which she smiled and agreed. Grinning, the protagonist admitted that he didn't know what level the girl was, but this quest would be difficult especially for a priest, so he advised him to listen to him. Closing her eyes, the ally said that she would do as the player wished, after which she added that she was level 320, if he was interested. The swordsman closed his eyes and remained silent. Scratching his cheek, the guy muttered that the level didn't matter and clarified what was going on with her fame, at the same time thinking that she simply trained well, and this could not add to her fame. Alberon smiled widely and said that she had 150,000. The young man raised his finger to his face and remained silent. The girl asked if her partner was in pain, to which he lay on his side and said that everything was fine and just a little tired, and that she should also rest. The main character hit the metal with a sledgehammer. The protagonist was hammering away at the armor. The priestess widened her eyes and asked what her ally was doing, since he was taking so long to repair the damaged armor. The swordsman waved his hand, asking if the girl hadn't figured it out yet, and exclaimed that he was just leveling up his repair skill. Sitting behind him, Alberon noticed that this had been going on for hours, and asked if they should return the crown. Suddenly, the wooden hammer was enveloped in magical rays, and the system reported that the repair skill had been increased, the durability of the breastplate had been reduced, and then it had completely collapsed. Rubbing his forehead with his hand, the guy asked how about working a little more, since it was already getting cold, and he was also covered in sweat. The repair level gauge was almost full, and the young man noticed that there were only 11% left. Grinning, the warrior said that once he pumped up the skill, he would be able to fully restore the durability of his equipment. Suddenly, the player opened his mouth and began to make a drawn-out sound. Han closed his eyes and sneezed loudly, when suddenly the system notified him that he had caught a cold, the development of which could lead to serious complications, such as a significant decrease in the maximum amount of mana and lives. The protagonist began to shake from the cold and was silent. The protagonist remembered how he clenched his teeth and muttered that he could not buy himself a jacket, because he had to pay for his sister's education, and thought about how he was very cold and hungry, and why his life was so different from the life in the game. The swordsman sat with his arms folded. The guy didn't understand if she shouldn't be cold, since she was only wearing this robe, when suddenly Alberon lowered the corners of her lips, and a notification appeared that her clothes had a thermal effect and did not let the cold in. The priestess widened her eyes and asked if her partner could handle it alone. The player smiled and replied that he would just look around and asked her to stay here. The girl closed her eyes and said that in that case she would wait for his return. The young man walked along a snowy cliff. Covering his face with clothes, the protagonist thought that he was too cold, and even caught a cold because of it. Looking down, the protagonist thought about monsters. Holding his shoulder, the swordsman decided that no one was visible yet, and perhaps he should go further, although he hoped that he would not get into trouble out of the blue. Turning his head, the guy realized that he still had to go, because he had to look around. Suddenly, the player clenched his teeth in alarm. A pack of wolves surrounded the animal's body ahead. Looking at the enraged beast, the young man thought that they were different from those he had seen before, so he should study them later, and decided that he had definitely gone the wrong way, so he needed to turn around, when suddenly the system reported that he was being pierced by an unbearable hunger. Closing his eyes, Han thought that he would still have to put on the armor, even though it was heavy, and there was no durability at all, but there was nothing to be done, otherwise he could turn into an icicle. Smiling, the protagonist realized that this was better, even if the cold was still in effect. At the same second, the protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. In the distance, the swordsman saw a man in a black robe. The guy decided to look out from behind the rock. A man with blonde hair appeared. Sharp fangs were visible in his mouth. The stranger's fingers were adorned with rings with precious stones. Frowning, the player realized that this was undoubtedly a vampire. Taking off his glove, the young man suggested that he could use the ring he had received from the high priest, after which he cried out that it was a blessing, and the artificial intelligence informed him that thanks to this, his physical abilities were increased for 20 minutes. Looking at the screen with the characteristics, the protagonist thought that this was surprising, because they had grown very much, and his health points were more than 7,000, and his mana was above 6,000. Stretching the cloth to the side, the protagonist thought that he would now use a bandage to fully restore his health points. Spreading his fingers, the swordsman decided to put on the rings to restore mana. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that he could also use sacred protection with a blessing. An exquisite dish appeared, and the player thought that the latter was first-class cooked eggs that the birds gave him, and with this, his health points and mana increased by another 500. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized that the vampire was coming and must have noticed him. Frowning, the man said that he felt a disgusting aura somewhere nearby. Squinting, the protagonist couldn't understand if it was all because of the blessing and if it was really a vampire. The swordsman grabbed the handle of his weapon with both hands and thought about how he was fully prepared for battle. The guy decided that if the enemy was going to catch him, he should strike first, after which he opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was using the slicing knife technique. The vampire put his hands in front of him and shouted that there was a human in front of him. Smiling, Han said that his opponent would not succeed, because his slicing knife technique ignored defense and dealt pure damage. Suddenly, the evil spirit flew back. Leaning his hand on the snow, the man exclaimed that a human strike was comparable to a mosquito bite. At the same moment, the undead spread his arms out to the sides. Frowning, the protagonist realized that his enemy was open. The protagonist's magic sword left a hole in his opponent's body, causing him to scream. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that his attack had hit the enemy, but he quickly recovered and had incredible speed, so he needed to be ready for the next attack. Jumping on top, the vampire asked if the man was going to defeat him with this. Suddenly, the young man jumped up and used the 7 heavenly steps skill. The opponent's pupils noticeably decreased. Swinging his sword, the protagonist used the slashing knife technique. Gritting his teeth, the vampire did not understand how he could stoop so low in front of a human. Pulling his hand back, the evil spirit shouted that the warrior was a pathetic fool. The protagonist smirked and noted that he had dealt a lot of damage and the enemy was still holding on. But everyone had a limit, and if he kept this up, he could win. Lowering his head, the undead said that it was pretty good for a human and decided to show him what he could do. Extending his palm forward, the vampire summoned bats. In an instant, the beasts surrounded the snow-covered trees. The number of bats in the air increased, and they began to squeak loudly. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman was surprised by the summoning and realized that he should have guessed that vampires were the aristocrats of the monster world who could use magic. Raising his hands, the man exclaimed that his cute servants were circling above him. Pointing his finger forward, the evil spirit ordered the animals to kill this man and not leave a drop of blood on him. The bats rushed towards the man with a loud squeak. Gritting his teeth, Han realized that there were too many of them. The protagonist began to cover his face with his hands. The animals were cut into pieces, and the protagonist screamed that he would not give up so easily. Suddenly, 2 bats latched onto the swordsman's back. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy began to scream loudly. The player turned his head towards the enemy. The vampire lowered his head and said the word shield, strength, and healing. Frowning, the player noticed that his opponent was simultaneously using defense, increasing damage and recovering. Tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, the young man decided that at this rate the battle would never end. Rushing forward, the warrior thought that he needed to concentrate on him and not be distracted by the mice. The protagonist ran up to the enemy. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought that this was not easy even without the animals. At the same second, the swordsman clenched his teeth in alarm. A bat approached his neck. A moment later, the bat flew back and squeaked loudly. Pulling his hand back, the vampire screamed for the man to die. The guy dodged the opponent's attack. The player struck the man's body. Clenching his jaw, the evil spirit cried out indignantly. Lowering his eyebrows, Han thought that this was his chance, and now he would use the slashing knife technique and kill the enemy with one blow. The enraged undead sent a flock of his cute servants forward. Frowning, the evil spirit began to heal himself. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist saw that the opponent was healing again, and this was bad, because if this continued, it would be the end for him. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes bulged in alarm. Grinning, the swordsman realized what his opponent was up to, but he also knew the rules of the game, so victory was his. Loud screams were heard among the snow-covered trees. Bats fell to the ground. Hopping on one leg, the vampire told the man to surrender while he was alive, to which he asked him again. Pulling his hand back, the warrior exclaimed that he would never do that. Hang's jaw dropped, realizing that he had attacked the enemy 20 times already. Grinning viciously, the vampire used the healing skill. At the same second, his hand began to be covered in fire. Grinning, the protagonist realized that his mana was finally depleted, and if he relied on mana to attack and defend at once, it would only run out faster. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist decided that it was his turn now, and then began to scream loudly, when suddenly the system reported that the blessing effect had ended. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening, and the artificial intelligence notified that the holy blessing effect had ended. Opening his mouth, the guy began to scream loudly, and it was said that the player had caught a cold. Suddenly, the young man fell to the ground. Putting his hand to his forehead, the warrior thought that his head was spinning and assumed that all his strength had disappeared, because he couldn't even lift his sword, let alone move. The vampire came close to the man. Grinning viciously, the evil spirit declared that his enemy was now pathetic. Approaching the guy's neck with his fangs, the undead exclaimed that now he would have to become his prey and die. At the same second, the vampire closed his eyes. The monster grabbed his jaw with his hand. A slag of health points appeared above his head, which was almost exhausted. In his palm, the evil spirit saw a fang. Clenching his fists, the undead shouted that this was an impudent man who dared to do this to his precious fang, so he would drink all his blood to the last drop. Gritting his teeth, Han began to mutter something. The main character rushed face down to the ground and said that this was it. At the same second, the protagonist collapsed into the snow. Opening his mouth, the swordsman realized that his life was running out due to the wounds from the mice. The guy humbly spread his arms and legs, and the system reported that the player had died and was disconnected from the royal road for 24 hours due to a fatal blow from the enemy. A virtual reality capsule appeared. The player began to remove the helmet from his head. Closing his eyes, the young man exhaled with relief. Biting his lips, the protagonist realized that level 270 vampires were really strong, and although he had changed his sword and used all the enhancements, he still died. At the same second, the protagonist stepped on the floor with his foot. Clenching his fist, the guy decided that he could defeat this opponent, and next time, victory would be his. A 3-story building appeared, from which a scream was heard that the player would kill all these monsters. Putting his palms on the virtual reality capsule, the young man did not understand what to do with the experience, because it would take forever to return his characteristics and skills. A hospital building appeared. Han grabbed his grandmother's hand. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked her if she was too bored here. Suddenly, the woman began to cry, and the protagonist exclaimed for her not to cry and apologized, since he knew that he should come more often, to which she replied that this was not true at all, and simply seeing her grandson reminded her of his late father. Closing her lips, the old woman said that she knew that she should not, but decided to ask the guy for a favor. Smiling, the swordsman agreed and explained that she only had to say so, and everything would be done right away. Turning her head, the grandmother said that she was worried about her grandson dropping out of school, and she was told that it was never too late to go to school, after which she admitted that she wanted him to take the test to receive a certificate of completion of high school. The young man, turning the corners of his lips down, remained silent. The protagonist recalled his sister wiping away her tears with her fingers and realized that he had just now thought about how Ha-young had cried non-stop when he decided to quit school and said that she wanted to quit too. The protagonist thought about how he could now see how his younger sister had grown up, while the girl's eyes widened in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, the swordsman agreed and said that since his grandmother had decided so, she would take the test. The doctor entered the room and noticed that he saw that the grandchildren had come to visit their grandmother. The heroes greeted the doctor, who smiled and greeted them back. The man said that their grandmother was getting better, so they shouldn't worry, to which Han lowered the corners of his lips. Raising his fist, the doctor said that thanks to medical technology, cancer could be cured 100%. The protagonist bowed and thanked the doctor, and then asked him to look after her until she recovered. The protagonist walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. The swordsman hung his head and thought about how he needed to start studying if he wanted to pass the test. Opening his mouth, the swordsman suggested that he should first grab a couple of test books and remembered that he had gotten pretty good grades in school, so it shouldn't be that hard. Turning into an alley, the young man realized that he should first stop by a bookstore, and if he remembered correctly, there should be one just down the street, and he wondered if it was still there. Looking around, the player noticed that everything was the same as before. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist mentally said that this is it. A huge shopping mall appeared in front of him. A flag was hanging on the wall of the building. The man grabbed his katana with his hand. At that very second, the shiny blade of the sword appeared. Frowning, the fighter wondered where the talented warrior he was looking for was, and whether there was no one who could handle him. With his fingers on the hilt of the katana, the man wondered if there was no one who could match him in wielding the blade, and that was just awful. The boy extended his hand and shouted that he wanted to look at it. The master turned his head and asked what was going on and why the boy was making so much noise. Frowning, the student exclaimed that the boy was here, and the man asked him again. The master's eyes widened, wondering if this was really the same boy. Leaning his hands on the table, the fighter shouted that this insolent boy was the only one he had hoped for, and asked if the assistant was sure that Han was in the dojo. The boy lowered his eyebrows and replied that he was sure, to which the interlocutor suggested that they hurry up in that case. The young man said that there was one problem, to which the master lowered his chin and asked what that meant. Scratching his head, the student said that the protagonist was asking for a sparring match, and the interlocutor asked him again. The fighter folded his arms and asked what the problem was and told him to simply put someone of his level with him, adding that this was a good chance to see how much the protagonist had changed since their last encounter. The warrior knelt before the swordsman, and the student said that he had decided to do the same and send hail, but he had defeated him without any problems, to which the master exclaimed that this fighter had been training for more than 3 years. Raising his palms, the guy noted that after that, Han had asked for another sparring match, to which the master suggested that he was missing training, since so much time had already passed, and clarified who they had decided to put in. Aq lowered the corners of his lips, and the man asked if that was too much, since 6 years of training is not just words, and besides, this guy had just finished the previous fight and was most likely tired. The fighter held his hand, and the young man said that this was not true at all, and the protagonist defeated Aq. The master grinned and thought about how his eyes were not deceiving him, and at first glance he realized that he had talent, and had not appeared for so long, and now he had immediately defeated one of the best. The warrior explained that the problem was that the protagonist was asking for more sparring, to which his interlocutor lowered the corners of his mouth and asked if there was no break. The guy replied that this was already the 6th fight, while the swordsman turned his head, and the master noted that he was too impudent to listen to him and stop. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that this was good, and offered to look at him. Han stood opposite his opponent. The fighter opened his mouth wide and sighed heavily. The protagonist bit his lips. The guy turned his head and was surprised that it was already the 9th sparring match, and did not understand how he was doing it, and shouldn't he be tired, because even simple endurance will not help here, and 9 fights without stops is madness, to which the other objected that he has an ideal balance of strength and technique. because he does not make unnecessary movements and saves energy. The master passed by the warriors, and everyone began to greet him. The man lowered the corners of his lips and thought. The protagonist's face was covered with beads of sweat. Grinning, the fighter assumed that he knew why the swordsman was so eager to fight, and the student asked him again. The guy stood with his back to the samurai, and their leader explained that when a person is wounded, he wants to quickly throw out all the pain in battle, and then added that this is the only way to drive away all anxiety. Dropping his jaw, the young man asked if he even fought like that simply because of stress. The protagonist grabbed the handle of a wooden katana, and the master asked him to tell him when his student first picked up a sword, and wasn't it fun to fight another using it, to which he replied that he understood. The man grinned and said that he also had days when he did that, and didn't those moments temper the body, because there are moments when you become stronger on your own and when you obey your instinct, and then added that if you meet someone who has the same warrior spirit, then words are no longer needed. The protagonist swung the weapon, and the master noted that then a wild energy boils in a person. Suddenly, the wooden blade fell to the floor. The fighter grabbed his hand and exclaimed that he lost. Opening his mouth wide, Han asked who would be next and who wanted to fight him. The boys exclaimed that they wanted it and asked the teacher to let them fight, when suddenly the young man turned his head. The master lowered his chin and asked what they could do when 10 men had already lost to him, and then cried out that he would personally deal with him. The master folded his arms and told them not to stop him, because his assistant was a silver medalist in the world fencing tournament, and wanted to fight against an emaciated boy, and this did not do him honor. Pointing a finger at himself, the man declared that only an old man like himself had the right to do this, and then added that he would take his place and fight him. The master opened his mouth in alarm and asked him again. The fighters stood in front of each other. Han tightly grasped the handle of the wooden sword with his hands. The master pressed his lips together. The student clenched his fists and exclaimed that he could not believe it, because he never thought he would see the master in action, and it was amazing, and the other declared that it was lucky that they could see such a fight. The teacher frowned and thought about how their leader was the most skilled man in handling a sword, and an impeccable swordsman in Korea, as well as the one who had won the world tournament 4 times in a row, and was a serious opponent even with a simple stick. The protagonist lowered his head, and the warrior did not understand why the master was so interested in him, although he did not care. The warriors looked at each other, and the teacher thought about how they had been standing like this for 10 minutes, and did the man really think that he could lose to the protagonist, since he was a real master and could easily deal with him? Smirking, the great warrior asked if his opponent liked to wait, and added that he had always had problems with it. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips, and his opponent decided to think. Frowning, the fighter clarified why not use real swords. The teacher spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that the master needed to pull himself together, because his opponent was just an amateur, and how could he even think about something like that when his opponent was barely handling a blade? The man turned around and said that he hadn't asked his assistant's opinion and that the question was for Han, and then asked if he wanted to intervene in his fight. The teacher put his palms out in front of him and replied that he didn't. The protagonist's silhouette was enveloped in bright magical streams. Smiling, the great warrior laughed and cried out that he liked this look, when the opponent didn't even think about retreating, because this is how men should behave. At the same second, the fighter began to take the katana out of its case. The sharp blade of the sword was surrounded by streams of energy. Air flowed from the beginning to the end of the blade, and the protagonist thought that the weapon was cold, and this is how a real sword feels. The swordsman gripped the hilt of the katana tightly with his fingers, not understanding what he was thinking about, and why he was here, and was such a dangerous sword. Turning his head back, the guy thought about how he thought he would just have a couple of fights and completely forgot about it when it all started. The blade of the sword shone brightly, and the young man realized that he was winning thanks to the experience from the game, but it was only luck. But the game and reality are not the same, and if everyone could train thanks to games, then why train in life? A moment later, the main character opened his mouth. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist thought that he should calm down, because there was no point in taking such risks, and his loss meant nothing. Grinning, the master clarified whether his opponent was scared as soon as he took the sword, and whether he had lost all desire to fight, after which he said that everything was fine, and even animals lower their tails if they meet a stronger opponent. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that his opponent could run if he wanted, because if he was so scared, he could tuck his tail between his legs and run like a cowardly dog. The great warrior spread his fingers and wondered if the boy thought that what happened today was unfair, and then he needed to collect 3 billion won in 5 years, and if he could, he would recognize him. The man was thinking that only if he could, when Han suddenly gritted his teeth and began to object. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that he would not give up. Suddenly, the blades of the swords crossed in battle. The enraged opponents took up fighting stances. The master grinned and said that these were real swords, so it was better not to hesitate and just let him go right away, after which he added that then he would never be able to take him again, so he should show him what he could. The protagonist's eyes bulged, and he cried out that he was not a dog to run away. The great warrior closed his eyes. The blade of the katana was surrounded by bright magic. Lowering his eyebrows, the swordsman realized that, as he thought, this was an amazing weapon that made a very clear sound and vibration. Frowning, the guy imagined that he was holding a unique sword from the game. Lowering the corners of his lips, the player decided that with such a sword he simply had to win. The master leaned back. Bright sparks flew off the swords of the fighters. The boy pointed his finger forward and asked if the teacher really thought that he was an amateur even after this. Frowning, the man thought that for a beginner, this young man looked great, but his stances, movements and strikes were weak, so with such a technique, he was nothing against the master. Taking the weapon aside, the great warrior asked if this was all that his opponent could do. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter shouted that his opponent had disappointed him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that he would not let him do this. Tightly gripping the handle of the blade with his fingers, the protagonist thought about how many times he had already been in dangerous situations. The swordsman's eyes widened, realizing that he would not die here. Bright sparks flew off the blades of the fighter's katanas. Smiling broadly, the master cried out that even if his opponent was an amateur, he was not going to give in to him, because he was like a beast, and if he did not kill him, he himself would finish him off. The boy's face began to sweat, and he shouted that he had no idea what the man was talking about. Opening his mouth, the boy offered the teacher to stop them. The man frowned and thought that it was hard to believe that this was happening, but he had never seen the master so engrossed in a fight. The great fighter began to draw his katana from its sheath, and his assistant decided that if necessary, he would stop him. Gritting his teeth, Han did not understand what this terrible feeling was, and this was all too dangerous, so he could really die. The master grinned viciously, and the protagonist realized that all this came from the bloodlust of his opponent, and these sword swings were terrifying. Smiling, the protagonist wondered why he was enjoying all this so much. Dodging the attacks to the side, the swordsman thought that up until this moment, he thought too much about useless things, but none of this would help him in the battle. The blades of the opponents crossed, and the boy realized that until now he had not realized that these exchanges of blows were so exciting. The teacher dropped his jaw, not understanding how it happened, and noticed that all his uncertainty disappeared in an instant. The protagonist clenched his teeth, and the man thought about how someone who had never held a real sword was fighting on the same level as the master. The protagonist bowed down in front of his opponent. The swordsman smiled and shouted that it was his turn. Frowning, the great fighter told him not to drag it out and show him everything he could. Putting a cup of tea on the table, the man offered to drink it, because it would help him relax. Smiling, the player thanked the master and guessed that it was quite tasty tea. The great warrior said that this drink is made from wild ginseng that grows on Mount Pictu, when suddenly Hing dropped his jaw and was surprised that this ingredient was so expensive. Throwing his head back, the protagonist exclaimed that he would be happy to drink it. Stretching his arms forward, the protagonist loudly declared that he was asking for more. The drink was pouring out of the teapot, and the old man asked if it was true that the swordsman was holding a sword for the first time, to which he answered in the affirmative. Handing the cup to the guy, the man asked if he was confused, because quite the opposite, he saw confidence and calm in him, namely, an absolutely reserved warrior. Scratching his neck, the young man explained that he was still a teenager, and asked if the interlocutor understood that if he had not stopped, he could easily get rid of him. The master smiled and noted that the protagonist was calmer than the other teenagers, and at least winning 9 fights in a row was not in their power, after which he asked if the protagonist had learned to handle a sword anywhere else after leaving. Raising his head, the swordsman replied that he did not think so, because it could hardly be called training. Looking away, the man asked what his interlocutor was talking about and whether he could tell, to which he replied that he had learned to fight. Closing his eyes, the master said the name of the game, Royal Road. Lowering his head, the old man noted that it was quite an interesting story, and if you think about it, it looks like the guy really learned to handle a sword in the game, after which he added that even after hearing this, he could not believe it so easily. The protagonist recalled how he hit the scarecrow and said that he learned all the basic techniques in the game, and that it helped him, and the sensations in the game were similar to those experienced with a real sword in your hands. A squad of lizard men appeared, and the master asked if the protagonist was saying that sparring was like fighting a monster in the game, and whether things fell from them as soon as you dealt them a magic blow. Imagining himself in a virtual reality helmet, the guy replied that it was exactly that, and since it was a virtual reality game, the experience gained in it could affect a person in the real world. Grinning, the master was surprised at how far technology had come, and then added that they had even managed to break the wall between the game and reality. Closing his eyes, Han noted that everything was not so rosy, because technology still had a long way to go to destroy the system. Bowing, the protagonist said that it was time for him to go, and asked the man to forgive him, to which he advised him to try to rest when he got home, because next time he would fight even harder, regardless of when he returned. The protagonist left the dojo with a smile on his face. Turning his head, the teacher asked if the master was going to stop him, and hadn't he said that he wanted to take him under his wing, and had he changed his mind? The old man smirked and replied that he would never do that, as he truly liked the boy. The boy hung his jaw and asked why the great warrior would let him go like that, as he might not return. As he watched the swordsman leave, the man explained that even the most delicious food would lose its value if seen every day, so there was a time for everything, and added that for now they could only stand back and watch as the boy sought his own path. The great swordsman folded his arms and asked if his assistant knew about Royal Road, or if he had ever heard of such a game. Ilhun put a finger to his cheek and replied that he had heard of it, but then asked if the master really wanted to buy it. Imagining fighting monsters, the old man exclaimed that he would enter a fantasy world and become a dragon slayer or an orc hunter. The man extended his hand upward and asked the teacher to imagine how great it would be, to which the teacher thought there was definitely something wrong with him. Frowning, the master said that capsules were needed to play the game, and ordered the assistant to order them immediately, to which the assistant began to follow the order. A day later, a building with a large sign appeared. 3 trucks pulled up to the shopping center. Workers began unloading virtual reality capsules from a trailer. The old man turned his head and asked what was going on, since he thought they ordered one, to which the teacher clarified if the man knew that their duty was to constantly follow him. Dropping his jaw, the master asked if Ilhun was the only one who decided to join him. The fighters smiled and simultaneously shouted an affirmative answer. The great warrior folded his arms and clarified who would be watching over the dojo, to which the boy asked not to worry, since the assistants were always here. The man turned the corners of his lips down. The old man began to laugh with a wide smile and exclaimed that this was great, and if a man had made a decision, he should act, so it was very good that they would be standing on the royal road together. The boy extended his palm and asked if the leader had already chosen a name. The great fighter grinned and declared that he would call himself First Sword. The master named one of them Second Sword and the other Third Sword, to which they closed their lips and agreed with him. The boys closed their eyes and muttered that these were stupid names and it was a shame. Suddenly, the great swordsman pointed at them and said that according to their seniority, they would be called Fourth Sword and Fifth Sword. The old man asked if they liked anything, to which the boy scratched his head and thanked the man for these names, and they liked them very much, and the other asked to let him thank him. There were 5 virtual reality capsules on the floor. Sitting in the helmet, the great warrior did not understand what to do now, and remembered what to say in the instructions. Suddenly, magical flows appeared around his head. Through the beams of teleportation, a master appeared on the street inside the game. Clenching his fist, the man cried out that everything looked very real. Turning his palm, the great swordsman noted that he felt what Han said, and then added that it was amazing, and who would have thought that in the game you can feel everything the same way as in life. A knight and a priest passed by him, and the old man wondered if they were travelers, and judging by their clothes, one of them was definitely a warrior. Closing his eyes, the man wondered where this wonderful aroma was coming from. The cook opened his mouth wide and shouted that only they have the best pancakes, and offered everyone the most delicious bean pancakes from a level 7 cook. Leaning over, the master thought about how amazing they even smelled, and realized that he was traveling to another world, and everything was much better than he could have imagined. Lowering the corners of his lips, the cook muttered that the newcomers appeared as soon as he opened up. Bowing, the fighters cried out that they finally appeared here, to which he said that they came. The guys asked if the master knew about the loaf of bread and the flask in his inventory, to which he raised his hands and replied that he knew. Biting into a piece of bread, the great swordsman noted that it did not taste very good, to which the subordinate said that he had heard that if the bread was of the highest quality, it would melt in the mouth. The man asked if this was true, and said that the third sword had studied everything well, to which he closed his eyes and replied that these were just the basics. Putting his hands on his hips, the old man offered the young men to satisfy their hunger. Ilhun came up behind them and asked why they didn't go to the gym, since Hyun said they wouldn't last a few weeks if they didn't pass it. The master frowned and exclaimed that they would go there first, and that this was definitely the place for them, and then decided to see what they had and asked the second sword to lead them. After a while, the training center came into view. Ilhun held out his palm and said that it looked like they were there. The master smiled and exclaimed that this was the training center. There were many training dummies in sight. The boys looked around the training center carefully. The boy squinted and said that compared to the dojo, this place was terrible, and it looked like there were no training tools or systems for scheduling. The old man, turning his gaze to the side, asked if he really thought that was important here, after which he explained that only one thing mattered here, namely how well he wielded the sword, and added that now they could begin. Suddenly, a blow from a wooden sword was heard on a dummy. The warriors, practicing their blows, sighed loudly. The great fighter, opening his mouth wide, said that he could not hear them, and so they should be louder. A moment later the guys, through the sweat on their faces, obeyed the order. The fourth sword, lifting the corners of his lips, thought that he could not remember the last time he felt something like this, and the system reported that his strength had increased by 1 point. The master, lowering his eyebrows, said that this was their reward for their efforts, so they must continue, and soon all the monsters of this game would tremble at the sight of their blade. Turning his head, the old man said that he was very hungry. The young man, holding food in his hand, exclaimed that they had some bread left, to which the great warrior added that he had some too, and then asked if they could take a break for lunch. After some time, a notification appeared, showing the level of satiety. The guy, sitting on the ground, explained that bread greatly replenishes satiety, but if it falls, they will immediately get hungry. The fifth sword, raising his palm, said that they have already eaten everything, and asked what to do if they get hungry again. The master, holding his chin, realized that this was a serious problem, and asked if anyone had any ideas. Ilhan, closing his eyes, asked to let him speak, to which he received a positive answer. The assistant master, holding out his finger, asked if they could start hunting, because for killing monsters they would get money and various items, and also by starting to hunt, they would be able to eat not only bread, but also tastier food. The guys, clenching their fists contentedly, exclaimed that this was a good idea. The guy, raising his fingers, objected that they would not be able to leave this place for 4 weeks from the day of entry, and this was one of the rules. Suddenly, the old man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they were swordsmen, and training alone should replenish their strength, to which the second sword added that he was right, and swords were all they needed. After some time, a blow from a wooden weapon was heard on a dummy. The warriors were striking again in the training center. The third sword, through the sweat on his face, said that he was very weak from hunger. The great swordsman, turning his gaze to the side, ordered them to stop whining and put all their strength into the sword, and then the hunger would go away. Suddenly, the player, holding his chin, said that he was looking at them and understood that such diligent beginners warmed the soul. The fighter, holding a basket of food in his hand, asked if they wanted to have lunch with him. The guy suddenly began to drool. The master, frowning, exclaimed that he should not even think about it, after which he clarified how he could stoop so low and accept food from the hands of a stranger. Scratching the back of his head, the young man did not understand how he could forget about this, and Ilhan added that they only needed swords. The old man looked down in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, the great swordsman explained that they needed to continue training and put all their strength into the sword. The player, wide-eyed, asked if it was his imagination or if these guys weren't eating anything and were just training with a dummy, to which the warrior standing next to him replied that he had heard that they had been doing this for several hours. Suddenly, the master's face turned blue. A notification appeared, showing that the satiety level was at a minimum. A moment later, the old man fell to the ground. The guys quickly rushed towards him. A second later, Ilhan's body also turned blue. The guys, through the sweat on their faces, began to groan in pain. The entire team quickly fell to the floor, and the system reported that they had died of hunger, and after death they were forbidden to enter the game for 24 hours, but since they were newbies, they did not lose any items or a percentage of experience from their level. The daytime sky was visible. It seemed like the master closed his eyes. The great swordsman crossed his elbows and asked his assistant if he thought they should take the game more seriously from now on, to which the assistant replied that they should learn more and prepare better. The elder smiled slightly and exclaimed that he had made a decision and that they would use the dojo to prepare for the royal road from now on, and Ilhan said that it was a great idea. The great warrior raised the corners of his lips and asked if they should order 500 capsules, and then asked if they should get a discount for such an order, to which the second sword explained that they should and would have them deliver the capsules tomorrow. The fifth sword scratched the back of his head and said that this way they would have about 5,000 bread. After a while, it seemed like the guy poked at the screen. Han closed his eyes and muttered that it meant that each of his skills had dropped from 5 to 7%, and his slicing knife technique from 7 to 6%. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist whispered that the things were not so good, so he lost it and that was fine, and also added that he managed to at least repair the equipment, and since the repair skill rose to level 10, everything can be repaired instantly. Turning around, the protagonist told Alberon that he was done, and it was time for them to go hunting, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly, the monster's mouth appeared. It was seen how the monster suddenly rushed towards the guy, and the system wrote that his level had increased. Suddenly, a formidable orc appeared. The evil spirit looked forward in surprise. A moment later, the enemy fell into the snow. The young man, lowering his hands, thought that now he could use the blessing of the sword, and also his level approached the average level of the royal road. Smiling slightly, the warrior realized that the time had come for revenge. Snow-covered trees were visible. Han, noticing the vampire, exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. With his palms on his hips, the protagonist said that he never thought he would meet him in the same place, and therefore luck was on his side, which cannot be said about him. The monster in human form, opening his mouth, said that it seems that he did not learn his lesson. The vampire, spreading his arms out to the sides, shouted that he would easily finish him off. The protagonist, drawing his sword, decided that it was time to show him what he had learned. The vampire made a sharp dash forward. He swung his hand and wished death to the enemy. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist realized that he could safely be called the best representative of this level, and concluded that defeating him before would have been something fantastic. The man struck several blows and asked if a pathetic person really thought he was capable of competing with him. The blade of the sword became covered in smoke. Han smiled and asked if he didn't agree that they were equals. The boy looked back and asked his companion to use healing, defense, and absorption. Alberon summoned a clot of light energy in her hands. It enveloped the boy's body. The bloodsucker clenched his fist and said that it was unfair. The player reminded him that he had bats. The swordsman smiled widely and called for his opponent to get ready. Raising his hands, the monster asked him to stop and said that he needed time to summon them. The Moonlight Sculptor cut the air with his sword and used the slashing knife technique. The vampire covered his body with his cloak and asked how the man dared to strike this noble flesh. His red eyes lit up. The man bared his fangs and rushed forward. Claw marks appeared on the protagonist's chest. The bloodsucker waved his hand and assumed that the pain must be penetrating into his bones. Han put his hand to his chest and asked if something had happened. The girl used healing magic on him. The monster gritted his teeth and was indignant that the enemy was constantly using real-time heal. The woman opened her mouth wide and shouted that she was going to use attack increase and weapon fortification. A light aura appeared around the blade of the sword. The guy smirked and thought that such a support would guarantee him victory, despite the difference in levels. The villain frowned tensely. The young man knocked him down and mentally declared that he would never lose. The vampire fell to the ground. Clutching his chest, the man declared that he would not die at the hands of a man and summoned bats. They filled the sky above the forest. The player looked back and said that he had already won this battle. The sun's rays illuminated the roofs of the houses. The guys walked down the street and wondered who these people were that their friend knew. Pale smiled and said that they hadn't left the training center for the past 2 weeks. Circa raised her eyebrows confidently and assumed that these people wanted to be as skilled as him, since they were friends with the Moon Sculptor. The heroes headed for the gate. Someone raised his hand. The fighters were standing in front of the training dummies. A crowd gathered to look at them. Someone assumed that they were filming some kind of promotional video. The girl patted the stranger on the shoulder and asked what was going on here. The man looked around and said that there were just hundreds of people beating up dolls in perfect synchronicity. The warriors were holding training swords in their hands. Someone asked them to show more passion. Irene put her hand to her chest and asked what they should do. Closing her eyes, the guy reminded that all these people simply could not be acquainted with Han, and promised to find out everything. The young man raised his hand and loudly asked who was friends with the Moon Sculptor. All the students looked at him at once. The archer smiled awkwardly and asked if he had done something wrong. The fighters immediately ran towards him. The warrior stopped a meter away from the archer. The people opened their mouths in anger and asked if the passerby had really seen him in real life. Pale covered his face with his hands and confirmed it. The students recognized him. The heroes cried with grief and asked him for at least a crust of bread, because they were suffering from unbearable hunger. The archer scratched his cheek and wondered who they were. The students began to line up for him. The vampire fell back into the snow. The protagonist pointed his sword at him. Han grinned and said that all the bats had sunk into oblivion, and he had almost no mana and health left. The man clenched his teeth angrily. The bloodsucker ran away and shouted that he never thought a human could bring him to such a state. The monster looked back and, using fog, said that he would make him pay for what he did to him next time. The guy frowned menacingly and said that he would not be able to escape. The young man ran up to his opponent from behind and used the slashing knife technique. The villain, engulfed in flames, wondered how he could lose to a pathetic mortal. Lowering his weapon, the player was glad that he was able to defeat such an enemy and thought about the fact that his skill was designed in such a way that it could attack even invisible opponents. The swordsman turned his head and looked at the castle. The lands around it were covered in a thick layer of snow. The Moonlight Sculptor grinned and decided to finish off Tori and complete the quest. The protagonist picked up the medallion and cast a summoning spell. Van Hawk appeared from the dark energy. Han pointed his finger forward and ordered him to deal with the enemy. The vampires grinned viciously and called him a traitor. The Death Knight rushed forward and explained that he was simply obeying his master's orders. The man chopped the body of the bloodsucker. Alberon raised her hands and used healing and attack boost. The boy attacked the monster and used the slashing knife technique. The monsters turned into white mist. The system reported that the sword mastery level had moved to the next intermediate level. The young man clenched his fist joyfully and realized that now he would definitely win. The player looked suspiciously to the side. The living dead put his hand to his chest and reported that he had increased his level. The swordsman scratched his ear and sighed. Van Hawk tilted his head in confusion. The Moonlight Sculptor realized that despite all his advantages, this summoned creature took 20% of all experience. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted that their main task now was to drive every single vampire out of the castle and raise their level. The bloodsucker pounced on them from the forest. The Death Knight cut the body of one of them with his sword. The girl summoned a magic circle and blinded the enemy. Han snuck up on him from behind and killed him. The guy smiled and realized that after the next kill, his level would increase even more. The knights froze in place. Another monster turned into a handful of ash. Wiping the sweat from his face, the young man realized that the further they went, the stronger the enemies became, and decided that it would be hard if his slashing knife technique did not raise his level. Standing next to the stone warriors, the player asked his companion to get ready. The woman put her hand on the stone armor. The priest opened her eyes wide and said that she would remove the curse from them. The priestess closed her eyes and called upon the holy light to destroy the dark forces that were distorting and holding these children. A wave of light energy crashed down on the fighters. Cracks appeared on the stone. The outer shell of the knights began to crumble. Soon they were freed from the curse and looked up. The heroes raised their hands and were afraid that the vampires were using magic. Alberon smiled awkwardly and explained that they had nothing to fear because they had already saved them. Lowering his weapon, the warrior noticed her white robe and holy energy and realized that she had been sent here specifically. Putting his hand to his chest, the swordsman announced that his squad had come here to save them and asked them not to worry about anything and to follow them. A pot of soup hung over the fire. The moon sculptor looked at the crowd of fighters and wondered why there were so many of them. The protagonist frowned and remembered that in order to defeat Tori, he needed to free all the holy knights who had turned into stone. Han stood up and asked them to try the roast that was already cooked. The man scratched his head and concluded that they were dependent on him. The guy asked him not to worry because there was enough food for everyone. The warrior closed his eyes and asked what he would eat if his comrades ate every last crumb. The young man smiled and said that as a cook, it would be enough for him if they liked his food. The fighters looked at him happily. Covering his grin with his hand, the player thought that his actions were not at all devoid of self-interest, and decided that this would touch them so much that they would not be able to refuse him help. It began to snow in the forest. Someone's screams were heard. The holy knights were hunting wolves. The predator opened its mouth wide and disappeared into thin air. The man lifted his visor and said that they hadn't come all this way to fight wolves. Looking at the swordsman, the warrior said that they were just wasting their time and asked what the point of doing this was if their comrades were suffering somewhere out there. The fighter, with his mouth wide open, agreed with him and reminded him that they had to exterminate the vampires to save their comrades. The Moonlight sculptor squeezed his eyes shut as the holy knights continued to press him. The protagonist looked at them from under his brows and decided that the soldiers had already forgotten that they had turned into stone precisely because they were low in level. Raising his hand, Han explained that they needed to get stronger before going into battle and added that if they fell, their friends would forever remain slaves to these monsters. The guy asked if that was really what they wanted, and the man raised his eyebrows in surprise and denied it. The young man clasped his hands together and offered to pray, asking Freya to bless them and direct their swords to save the people. The warriors knelt down and began to pray. Opening one eye, the player realized that the mere mention of the god made them more submissive, and decided to use this technique more often. The party entered an icy ravine. The swordsman looked up and wondered which material would be better for sculpture, stone or ice. Taking out his knife, the moon sculptor realized that this was a great chance to increase his craftsmanship skill, and suggested that it would increase even more if he tried the ability on a completely new material. Raising his index finger, the protagonist asked his allies to rest and promised to show them something very interesting. Han approached the ice wall. The fighter raised his thumb and was surprised that their friend was so multifaceted. Closing his eyes, the boy asked him not to place too much hope on him and decided that this was a great way to bind them to himself even more. The young man looked at the ice and wondered what he should create. Suddenly the player's eyes widened. The swordsman remembered the mysterious stranger and realized that this person was more suited to ice than anyone else. The girl looked back. The moon sculptor called her cold, strong and beautiful and wanted to convey everything, including the look with which she looked at others. The protagonist began to carve her image from ice. Han frowned in concentration. The holy knights watched him attentively from the ground. The man smiled widely and said that this statue looked like it was alive. Her icy eyes sparkled. The soldier compared them to the eyes of a real person and called it amazing. Smiling, the guy thought about how he put all of himself into this sculpture and decided that it should emanate pride, inspiration and beauty at the same time, which is striking at first glance. The young man picked up the knife. He smiled and realized that now everything is ready. The people joyfully raised their fists and said that this is simply incredible. The ice statue was holding a sword in its hands. The young man was worried that the armor would not look so elegant, but in the end everything turned out amazing. The girl looked ahead with confidence. The player was surprised that ice could look so great. The system reported receiving bonuses for this sculpture. The swordsman smiled and realized that this was his first masterpiece carved from ice. The moon sculptor imagined Xiuyun next to him and wondered if she would be happy if she saw this statue. The warrior brought his fist to his mouth and coughed. The fighters were sitting by the fire and warming themselves. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and wondered who would have thought that they would get sick. There was a strong snowstorm outside. Han put his hand to his chin and decided that he needed to think of something before his companions became completely useless. The guy opened his mouth wide. He covered his face with his hands and sneezed loudly. Falling to the ground, the young man realized that he had also caught a cold and remembered that they were just going to wait out the snowstorm. The player closed his eyes and thought that he should have learned sewing for such a case, because then he could make a lot of warm clothes from wolf skins. Taking a knife and a ladle in his hands, the swordsman said that he had an idea and explained that he could cook a lot of healthy food and get rid of a cold. The sun was shining in the sky, the blizzard was over. The moon sculptor came out of the cave and decided that now they could return to hunting. The squad moved forward along the icy gorge. Suddenly, the guys widened their eyes in surprise. The sculpture was destroyed. The protagonist assumed that the blizzard was to blame. A system window appeared indicating the durability. Han thought that it was impossible for a blizzard to damage the statue so much. Seoyun's face was almost destroyed. The guy wondered if he would be able to fix the masterpiece. The young man grabbed the knife and wanted to try to do it. Soon the ice girl was as good as new. The player wiped his forehead and realized that this was a great chance to increase his skill. Imagining ice sculptures, the swordsman concluded that creating ordinary monsters out of ice was a waste of time, and decided that he needed to think about reaching the expert level as soon as possible. Closing his eyes, the moon sculptor thought that he needed something that required a high level of creativity, and that could increase his level in an instant, and wondered what it could be. The protagonist looked and realized that he could suit him. The dragon's eyes lit up. Han remembered that it was the strongest monster in the fantasy world. An image of Kata, who released icy breath from his mouth, appeared in his head. Smiling, the guy decided that he would not succeed with ordinary ice, and concluded that he would need help. The young man turned to Alberon and called her to him. Fog descended on the snowy cliffs. A cubic block of ice was tied to a rope. The holy knights were helping to gather the ice fragments in one place. The cube fell down. The man opened his visor and sighed heavily. The soldier raised his hand and asked what his comrade was going to do with all this. The warrior clenched his fist and said that this was a waste of time and that they should head to Tori's castle. The player approached him and explained that this was all Freya's will. The swordsman dropped to one knee and clasped his hands. The fighters also began to pray. The moon sculptor closed his eyes and told him that the goddess had appeared to him in a dream at night, asking him to make a great statue, and promised to bless them to defeat Tori. The holy knight's mouth opened in shock when he realized that their comrade had received a blessing. The girl watched them from the sidelines. The man said that they would wait for further instructions and, if possible, bring even more ice. The protagonist grinned and realized that when the conversation turned to Freya, everything changed dramatically. Another snowfall began during the night. Sitting in the cave, the woman asked if everything would be fine with the ice this time. Winking at her, Han replied that it would be even better this way, and explained that the stronger the blizzard, the easier it would be for them tomorrow. The priest pointed at him in surprise. In the morning, the clouds blocked out the sun. The boy smiled contentedly. All the blocks of ice turned into one solid block. The young man confidently knitted his brows and realized that he could create a great masterpiece with it. The player clasped his fingers together and looked at the glacier. The swordsman smiled broadly and said that everything was ready now. Snowflakes flew in all directions. The moon sculptor worked with a knife intently. The soldiers watched him with admiration. Sitting on the ice, the protagonist thought that he should concentrate on the main features, and not on individual details, because otherwise he would only finish in a couple of years. Han drove a stake into the glacier. The boy tied the rope around his waist and decided that he needed to provide a safety net. The boy jumped off the high glacier. The player looked down and concluded that he would have died instantly if he had fallen from such a height. Masterfully shaping the ice on the fly, the swordsman realized that he had to work faster to give the statue the desired shape. Swinging his knife, the moon sculptor realized that he could fall if he lost his balance, and decided that he needed to be more careful, despite the haste. The protagonist smiled and thought that this work would become his new masterpiece. Little by little, the giant block of ice began to take shape. Han climbed to the very top. Soon, the future dragon had a distinct neck. The holy knights carefully watched their friend's work. The sun set behind the horizon. The boy finished carving the eye. He raised the knife. The icy eye glistened in the light. The boy smiled widely and realized that this was the last part. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and admired that their friend had finished the work in just one day. The player raised his hand high. People raised their fists when they saw a huge dragon in front of them. The system reported that the user was able to create a masterpiece and increased his skill level to 6. The swordsman frowned confidently and decided to continue working in order to one day create a real miracle. Above the arch hung a sign that said Training Center. People continued to hone their skills on mannequins. The student smiled and said that water quenches thirst, and bread can eat enough. His friend swung his sword and said that he still found it hard to believe that this was just a virtual game. The mentors watched him from the sidelines. The first sword crossed his arms over his chest and asked how it happened that none of their wards had ever played this game. Ilhun agreed that it sounded strange. Standing next to the sacks of potatoes, Pale called the warriors to eat. The man decided that they would have died of hunger long ago if not for Han's friends. The fighters continued to practice the same blow, simultaneously keeping count. The student put his hand to his chest and announced that the training was over. Smiling, the teacher praised him for his efforts and said that it was time to leave the training center. Waving his hand, the assistant master said that it was time to choose a profession and suggested going to the Swordsman's Guild. The sun was shining over the city. People were walking along the street. A local pointed at them and asked who they were. The heroes from the training center were moving forward. The other players were perplexed by this parade. Pale's mouth opened in surprise and asked where they were going. Circa offered to follow them and find out. There was a sign with the guild's crest on the wall. The warriors stopped in front of her. The mentor asked if they had received their first task. The answer was affirmative. The first sword scratched his chin and decided that if to get a profession you only need to catch 300 foxes, then it would not be so difficult. The man smiled broadly and concluded that the guild underestimated them. His comrade asked the teacher to rely on them. Throwing a confident look at them, the fighter reminded them that during the hunt they gain experience and levels, and said that he will not sit on the sidelines while they improve. Bowing, the fifth sword apologized and said that it was a great honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. The heroes looked at each other. One of them suggested that the people from the training center did not even suspect that foxes for beginners were comparable to bosses. His comrade doubted that they could catch even raccoons. Irene closed her eyes and said that she had a bad feeling. Pale agreed with her. Circa raised her index finger and asked if they were worried about the fox cubs. A powerful blow tore the beast in half. The student clenched his fist joyfully and shouted that he had succeeded. The heroes saw the animal behind them. The warriors immediately chased after it to finish it off. The first sword cut the fox with a sword. The predator opened its mouth and disappeared into thin air. The master scratched the back of his head and said that it was easier than he thought. The player pointed at him and was surprised that he managed to kill the fox with one blow. His comrade assumed that the beast was already wounded. The animal bared its fangs viciously. The man frowned suspiciously. The white fox approached him from the side. Its red eyes lit up. The mentor frowned sternly and noticed that it was different from its relatives. The boys watched what was happening tensely. Pale realized that this was a boss who very rarely appeared on the field for beginners, and decided that none of the warriors would be able to cope with it. The teacher raised his sword in front of him. The white wolf opened its mouth furiously and growled. The fighter frowned menacingly. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that this monster was not prey for a beginner, and that this creature was still a boss. The first sword attacked the predator. The archer smiled and asked the others to forget his previous words. The beast turned into white smoke. The master said that it looked strong, but in fact it was no better than those foxes. The student happily took the gold coins in his hands. His comrade imagined how much bread they could buy with this money. The warriors chased the fox, wanting to kill it. Watching them from the side, the shooter concluded that they were definitely Han's friends. Circa agreed with him. At this time, someone's sighs were heard in the snowy forest. The vampire clenched his teeth and called it humiliating that people were able to push them back. Rushing forward, the protagonist said that he would take the center, and asked his comrades to go to the sides. The holy knight cut the bloodsucker's body with a sword. The monster covered its face with its hands in fear. The man struck the enemy. Smiling, the guy realized that teamwork pays off, and assumed that these people trust their friends. Suddenly, the young man looked suspiciously to the side and decided that his comrade was different from them. Van Hawk jumped with joy and said that he was able to raise his level. The player looked back when the soldier asked if they could trust him. His comrade said that no matter how much they tried to persuade them, they could not accept the Death Knight as one of their own. Pointing at the undead, the swordsman replied that they weren't even allies and explained that he had simply taken it from someone. The moon sculptor looked back and asked him to hold his helmet tighter. Horrible screams were heard in the spruce grove. The fighters looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist began to beat the living dead. Han stepped on him and called the monster a punching bag with which you can earn experience. The holy knights concluded that they were wrong about him. Van Hawk burst into tears of grief. Night fell in the mountains. In the cave stood a statue of a praying girl. The soldiers bowed before her. The guy looked back and noticed that his relationship with these people had noticeably improved. A notification appeared in front of him that the user had acquired a faith characteristic, which indicates his devotion to God. Then bonuses appeared on the system window. The young man was surprised that he had such a high faith indicator, and wondered if his equipment could affect it. The player looked at the happy warriors. The man put his hand to his chest and expressed confidence that he would follow his leader no matter what. His friend called the swordsman the only one whose orders helped them. Closing his eyes, the moon sculptor hoped that everyone else also agreed with this and decided that thanks to the new characteristic, it would be easier for him to command them. In the distance, a high mountain was visible. In the forest, there were enchanted fighters. Albaran closed her eyes and used her magic. The stone shell immediately crumbled. The Holy Knight shook the protagonist's hand. The squad moved forward. Han thoughtfully turned around. An entire army was following him. Smiling confidently, the boy concluded that with such a number of people, they had every chance of defeating Tori, and decided that it was time to go to the enemy's lair. The squad stopped in front of the castle gate. The young man looked up and realized that this was where it would all end. The player looked at the arch and thought that first they needed to figure out how to get inside. The gate opened by itself. The Moonlight Sculptor's eyes widened in surprise and wondered what was going on. A passage into the castle grounds opened in front of the army. The protagonist frowned menacingly and assumed that the boss was challenging them in this way. After that, Han immediately rushed forward. Opening his mouth wide, the boy called on his comrades to attack and declared that the liberation of the Mortar region would end here and that they would put an end to the vampires in the name of the goddess Freya. The Holy Knights ran after him. The vampires came out of the castle and said that they had been waiting for their arrival. The opponents rushed towards each other. Alberon clasped her hands in a lock. The girl closed her eyes and asked the divine light to drive away the darkness. A righteous fire lit up in her hand. The bloodsuckers covered their eyes with their hands and wondered what it was. The young man used sword dance and destroyed 3 opponents at once. A level up notification appeared in front of him. Smiling widely, the player realized that at this rate they would be able to win, and mentally declared that they would soon meet Tori. The monsters ran forward to stop their enemies. The soldiers rushed to meet them, the swordsmen ordered the vanguard to defend themselves, and the priests to use magic. Alberon and her comrades raised their hands and used a holy shield. Light energy enveloped the warriors. The enemies came close to each other. The villains promised to kill every single one of their opponents. The Moon Sculptor confidently frowned and thought that they would break them right here and that no one would be able to stop them. The protagonist closed his eyes in satisfaction when he received a message about the rewards. The man smiled happily and reported that they got rid of all the vampires in the area. Showing him a thumbs up, Han thanked his comrades for their excellent work and decided that they did it because they leveled up during the hunt. The guy looked back and asked his comrade to remove the curse from the statues when they entered the first floor of the castle. The girl agreed. The young man raised his hand and ordered the others to follow him to check everything. The fighters said that they trusted him. The squad entered the room where the group of vampires stood. A fierce battle began. The player cut the monster's body with a blade. There were many stone statues in the room. The woman closed her eyes and cast a spell that cancels the curse. The villagers were free and were very happy about it. The swordsman pointed at himself and asked if they really considered him their savior. The man leaned on his cane and confirmed it. The old man remembered how a preacher came to their village and told them that they should not regret such a miserable life. The villager looked up and explained that the priest promised that the savior they all needed would come soon. The Moonlight Sculptor smiled awkwardly. The saved people began to cry. The elders said that they had been waiting for this day for a long time, because all their brothers and sisters had turned to stone. The man grabbed the protagonist's hands and asked him to save them and this land. Han's eyes sparkled when the old man promised to give him everything they had. The boy looked at his companion and assumed that he was only suitable for this quest due to her presence. The young man turned to the villagers and promised to help them. They happily thanked him. The party climbed to the second floor of the Black Castle. The player approached the doors and concluded that the exploration of the first floor was finished, so it was time for them to move on. The swordsman tensely peered through the crack between the doors. There was a crowd of vampires in the room. The Moon Sculptor concluded that they had brought their disciples here. The protagonist looked back and handed over command to the priests of Alberon. The Holy Knights looked forward. Han said that they would not lose if they continued to fight as calmly as on the first floor, and asked those who were wounded to return to the rear and wait for treatment. The guy frowned and said that only the soldiers with the best health would go to the vanguard. The warriors raised their swords and ran forward. The bloodsuckers rushed towards them. Their leader ordered them to not let the people go further. The opponents entered the battle. Watching them from the side, the young man decided to command from the rear to avoid being killed, and realized that after passing the second floor, they would need to regroup. The rays of the setting sun touched the towers of the castle. The heroes were resting in an empty room. Holding a sword in his hands, the man explained that in such situations, you need to feint and strike from the side. His comrade called it an excellent trick. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought about how they managed to overcome the second floor without any problems, and realized that with the coming of night, the vampires will become stronger, so they need to wait until the morning. Stirring the soup, the swordsman realized that his comrades could break at any moment, and decided that healthy food should help them stay in shape. The Moonlight Sculptor presented the ingredients for the soup and thought that he did not want to waste them, but he had no other choice, since there was one special product among them. The protagonist passed the bowl of soup to his ally. The soldier opened his mouth in horror and asked what that smell was. Han explained that it was a special anti-vampire broth. The boy poured the soup into a bowl and decided that all the effects of the ingredients should be preserved, so that the Holy Knights would be able to resist the attacks of vampires. The soldier sat down at the table and began to eat. complaining about the terrible taste and smell of garlic. The young man picked up the ladle and declared that he had put his whole soul into this dish, so there should not be a drop left. The priests peeled the garlic with tears in their eyes. The next day, a luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling of the third floor. The stranger opened her fan and ordered her subordinates to show how stupid these people were. The girl winked and used the blinding skill. The warriors immediately blushed with embarrassment. The women grinned and called on the enemies to become their obedient slaves. The fighters pressed their hands to their cheeks. The man opened his visor and ordered his comrades not to be deceived. Suddenly, the holy knight's eyes widened. Alberon approached him and asked if he was okay. The soldier swung his sword and asked how they dared to attack the great vampires. The player jumped forward and blocked his blow. The swordsman frowned furiously and ordered the priests to retreat. The bloodsucker watched them from the sidelines. The moon sculptor was outraged that he had fed his comrades all his supplies, and the vampire queen appeared on the third floor. The monster narrowed her eyes slyly. The protagonist realized that at this rate they would be killed very soon, and then they could not even dream of the fourth floor. The possessed holy knights raised their weapons. The protagonist looked back and asked if there was a chance that the purification magic would work and bring them back to their senses. Alberon replied that she could try, but there was a high probability that it would fail. Han tensely pursed his lips and realized that he would lose if he lost the soldier's faith. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he wanted to try to help. He clasped his hands together and called on the goddess to return those who followed her teachings to the true path. Light energy enveloped the warrior. The priest smiled and realized that it worked. However, the fighter immediately pounced on him. The priest begged for help. The boy ran forward and swung his sword. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that the vampire queen's spell was too powerful and wondered what to do, retreat or regroup. The bloodsucker blew a kiss. The holy knight's eyes lit up. The soldiers engaged their own comrades. The man blocked a blow and asked his comrades to come to their senses, as their enemies were monsters. The warrior looked up and declared that anyone who went against vampires deserved to die. Frowning, the player realized that most of his allies had succumbed to the spell and concluded that their defeat was only a matter of time. Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes widened as an idea struck him. The possessed fighter raised his weapon above his head and wished him death. The Moonlight sculptor stepped back. His lips were pressed tightly together. The protagonist spread his arms and commanded his comrades to crush the monsters in a very loud voice. Everyone in the room grabbed their heads with their hands. The holy knight looked at his hands and asked what just happened. The girl bared her fangs and asked if their mind control spell had worn off. Enemy reinforcements appeared on the balcony. The villain pointed at Han and called him commander. The vampires jumped from the second floor to kill him. The soldiers surrounded the boy to protect him. The young man smirked and asked them to prepare because they were in for a long fight. The sky outside the castle turned orange. Soon it was night. People were screaming. The sun rose over the castle of Tori. A chandelier was burning under the ceiling. The warriors smiled happily. The player thought about how they managed to defeat the monsters and climbed to the fourth floor. The swordsman frowned and realized that now they needed to focus on the boss. Alberon raised her hand. The Moonlight sculptor decided that at first his allies were just a burden, but now they were quite useful. Standing in front of the army, the protagonist realized that he would not have succeeded if they were not in this quest. Smiling, the girl reported that all the preparations were finished and asked what would happen next. Han smiled confidently. The boy patted his comrade on the head and praised her for her excellent work. The young man determinedly knitted his eyebrows and declared that it was time to join their final battle. The room was shrouded in darkness. The main villain sat on a throne in the far corner of the room. Tori lowered his head. The squad opened the doors and entered the throne room. The vampire grinned and was glad that his guests had finally shown up. The fighters took a fighting stance. The player looked at them and noticed that they tensed up just from looking at the boss, which justified his title of king. The bloodsucker spread his arms and greeted the people. His eyes lit up. The monster invited them into his castle. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. Fargo's crown was on the monster's head. Raising his hand, the villain asked if they had really come all this way just to look at him, and asked if they would share his passion for art. There was a stone statue in the hall. The man folded his hands together and asked the savior to rescue his daughter from captivity. The moon sculptor thought that this was not art at all. The villain spread his arms and asked if his guests had seen such a beautiful statue before. The protagonist smiled and replied that they had seen sculptures much better than this one. Torito frowned and asked where they were. Han crossed his arms over his chest and replied that some of them stood south of the Rosenheim kingdom in the city of Baron, and claimed that this was his own creation. The vampire looked at him and asked his name. The guy pointed at himself and called himself an inimitable sculptor. A smile shone on his face. The bloodsucker narrowed his eyes and asked if he really was a sculptor. Throwing up his hands, the monster explained that art was beautiful because it gave life a certain luxury, and said that he loved to enjoy a world full of luxury. The villain placed the crown on the throne and stated that this was why he was disgusted by the Order of Fry. The young man frowned menacingly. The villain said that humanity was seriously mistaken, because luxury and wealth are not something that everyone can have. The boss put his hand to his chest and said that everyone must achieve this on their own, because only the chosen ones are awarded eternal life and beauty. The player turned down the corners of his lips in displeasure. Tori asked why people are unable to understand that unfading beauty is impossible without sacrifice. The vampire put his hand to his head and said that people cannot understand the essence of beauty. The swordsman did not understand what was wrong with him. Smiling widely, the bloodsucker explained that he wanted to drink human blood and enjoy it, and welcomed them to his castle. The Moonlight sculptor hit himself on the forehead and realized that he had lost all desire to fight, because his enemy was crazy. The holy knights rushed forward. The priests opened their mouths in anger. The protagonist ordered them to provide support with magic and blessing. The monster summoned bloody energy and asked if they really thought they could defeat it. The soldier's legs began to be covered with a stone shell. Han turned around and called out to Alberon. The girl raised her hands and used Curse Dispel. The stones immediately crumbled and fell to the floor. The villain swung his hand and declared that this was just the beginning. The villain dashed forward and hit several warriors. Claw cuts appeared on the fighter's chest. The holy knight swung his sword, but he was immediately wounded. The priest summoned magic circles in front of them and used healing magic. Light energy enveloped the soldiers' bodies. The protagonist clenched his fist and decided that they had every chance of winning. The warriors surrounded the boss. Han thought that he had overestimated his capabilities. When the enemy was trapped, the fighters pounced on him from all sides at once. Torito smirked and called them fools for thinking that it would work. The vampire used a whirlwind of blades, and a powerful energy was concentrated around him. A huge tornado lifted the holy knights into the air. Then they fell abruptly to the ground. The man turned his head and lost consciousness. Someone fell face down. Looking at his comrades, the boy realized that he could not heal them anymore and wondered what kind of skill this was. The bloodsucker slyly knitted his brows and rushed to attack. He slashed at the enemy with his claws. The monster swung his hand. The priests gritted their teeth in fear. The villain sank his fangs into the fighter's neck. The villain licked his lips and declared that the holy knights had incredibly tasty mana. Frowning furiously, the young man realized that the enemy was absorbing not only life, but also mana, and concluded that he had invested too much in his allies. The player looked back and saw the men taking off their helmets. The swordsman's mouth opened in surprise and wondered if they were dead. The soldier's red eyes lit up. Sharp fangs appeared. The warriors rose to their feet. The Moonlight sculptor realized that the enemy had turned them all into vampires. The protagonist's lips tightened tensely. Han screamed furiously, and a sound wave crashed down on the fighters. The monsters clenched their teeth in displeasure. They immediately rushed to attack. The boy realized that the lion's roar did not work on them. The priest summoned bright energy and used the healing palm. Waves of light crashed into the converted vampires. The knights turned around. The boy shouted that magic did not work on them. Clutching the sword in his hands, the young man decided that they would not be able to return the soldiers anyway, and realized that they had no choice but to fight. The boss spread his arms and laughed, happy that his art was finally complete. The player frowned menacingly and thought that he didn't want to use this right now. The swordsman looked back and asked his comrades to stop healing and concentrate on attacks. Alberon pointed his finger forward and called on his friends to open fire. The moon sculptor remembered that sacred magic was deadly to vampires. Streams of magic fell on Tori. The protagonist got into a fighting stance and realized that this was his chance. Han closed his eyes and assumed that the ability to concentrate all his mana in the blade should work against him. A blue aura enveloped the blade of the sword. The guy opened his eyes wide. Lunging forward, the young man used the Caesar's sword and shouted that he bet everything on this attack. The burning tip of the blade rushed forward. The vampires surrounded the man to protect him. The bloodsucker tensely clenched his teeth. The player pierced his chest. The swordsman's eyes widened. The monster's mouth opened in rage. Blood dripped onto the floor. The system reported that the user had dealt critical damage. The villain fell to one knee. The villain put his hand to the wound and realized that the enemy had aimed for his heart, because he knew that was his weak point. The Moonlight sculptor frowned and thought that Caesar's sword was an attack that consumed all of his mana, so even the vampire king would not be able to recover from a direct hit to the heart. Suddenly, the boss stood up. Torito bared his fangs and declared that he would suck every last drop of blood from his body. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered how he could still move after such a blow. Han stepped back. The guy lost his footing and fell. The young man's eyes widened and he realized that he had spent too much health and mana and could no longer control his body properly. The vampire pounced on him and shouted that he was finished. The player threw the necklace up and cast a summoning spell. Vahawk appeared on the battlefield. The monster's eyes widened in shock when he saw him. The Death Knight cut the air with his sword. The villain frowned furiously and called him a traitor. The man swung his sword and called the moon sculptor his master. The warrior dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The swordsman looked back and ordered the priests to attack. Alberon raised her hands and cast the healing palm spell. Balls of light energy crashed into the villain. The boss tensely squeezed his eyes shut. At that moment, the holy knights pointed their blades at him. Torai opened his mouth wide and screamed in unbearable pain. His face was covered with burns. The vampire asked how this could happen to him and shouted that none of this was true. A huge cross appeared above the castle. Its tip pierced the clouds. The soldiers joyfully threw up their helmets and began to rejoice. The man waved his hand and reported that everyone who was under the influence of the curse had come to their senses. The girl directed healing magic at her comrade. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he almost died in this battle and decided to prepare better to prevent this from happening in the future. The warrior brought him Fargo's crown. The system reported that it was a legendary artifact that increases the fighting spirit of allies. Han took it in his hands and called it amazing. The guy took out Tori's necklace and wanted to identify it. The pendant was enveloped in a blue aura. The system suggested that information about it was unknown. The young man looked at it in surprise. The player frowned and assumed that this was an item with which Tori could be summoned. Van Hawk scratched his head and asked if saving his life was a good deed. The swordsman looked back and praised him for his excellent work. The moon sculptor looked at his hand and decided that it would be better to seal the necklace now. The protagonist walked up to the statue and remembered that he still had something to do. Han looked back and called the priestess to him. Alberon raised her hand over the statue and asked the holy light to free the one who was trapped and should not be there. The stone shell began to crumble. The heroes smiled happily. The villager ran up to them. The man hugged his daughter and was happy that she was back. The villager smiled and thanked the savior. The system reported the end of the quest and the level increase. The guy looked at the notification and realized that he had raised 8 levels at once. The elder approached him and asked the savior to accept their gifts as a token of gratitude. The animal skins and rainbow fabric sparkled. Scratching his chin, the boy decided that selling them or leaving them somewhere would be a waste of time, and wondered what he should do. Clouds floated above the palace. The player grabbed his head and screamed loudly. The swordsman stamped his feet, not understanding how this could have happened. The Moonlight sculptor slapped his hand on the ground and said that he had not even thought about it. The protagonist threw up his hands and asked why he did not take the statues of the ice dragon and the beauty with him. Han burst into tears and said that he could have made a lot of money if he took them, despite their size. Falling to the ground, the boy decided that he needed to cast some kind of spell to preserve their appearance, and realized that these thoughts were driving him crazy. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the nuns were watching him from the side. The girls immediately turned away. Alberon and her companions looked away in embarrassment. They hurried to leave and find another topic of conversation. The player brought his fist to his mouth and remembered that he had to go to meet the high priest. The holy knights gathered in the main hall. The swordsman picked up Fargo's crown and said that they had found it in Tori Castle. Smiling, the man thanked his ally for his help and called him the savior of the order. The system completed the task and awarded the users several levels. The moon sculptor clenched his fists and was glad that he could get so much experience for one task. The women rolled out carts. The old man said that this was a reward from the order. There was a multicolored liquid in the vials. The Holy Father explained that this was holy water and the best health potion. The protagonist scratched his head and said that they should not have done this. The high priest asked him to accept this gift, because potions can help in a critical situation. The soldier brought another cart. There was armor and a sword on it. Han realized that these were the same items as last time, and decided that the reward for returning the shrine was not changed. Holding a belt in his hands, the man told about an item that had been gathering dust in the Order's treasury for a long time, and decided that it would be useful to their savior. The leather belt began to shine. The guy assumed that it must be something incredible, and wanted to begin identifying it. A description of the item appeared. Taking the belt in his hands, the young man realized that it belonged to one of the 5 great masters of the Versailles continent, and decided that he could get at least 900,000 won for it. The old man smiled broadly and wished for the blessing of the goddess to always be with him. Raising his index finger, the Holy Father promised to provide free assistance if he suddenly needed it, and declared that from now on their ally could use the teleporters of the Freya Order. Turning away, the high priest was glad that the 3 shrines had returned to them, and realized that now the paladins' powers had returned to their previous level and they would be able to fight the forces of evil on equal terms. A whole army had gathered in the mountains. The man explained that the undead were not asleep either, and that Barakan was raising all the fallen warriors from the dead, ensuring a constant replenishment of his army. The player closed his eyes. A bad feeling came over him. The necromancer spread his arms in front of the fire. After the first reports of the revival of the army of evil spirits, new reports came about the increased activity of dark sorcerers, which indicates that the forces of evil are returning to the lands of the Versailles continent. The old man frowned and said that the necromancers were plotting something in the lands of despair. A notification about a new quest appeared. The swordsman covered his eyes with his hand and was indignant that this quest was also level B. The Moonlight Sculptor frowned and realized that it was good that he had no time limit. The protagonist raised his hand and promised to deal with the dark mages. The Holy Father thanked him. Clouds floated above the city. Han sat at the table in his room. The guy scratched his chin and thought about how he hunted for 3 months in the province of Morda, but was able to collect as many items as he wanted. The young man imagined Van Hawk and the Holy Knights and realized that he had to spend a lot of time and effort to successfully complete the B-level quest. Sitting at the laptop, the player decided to try to sell the items at the auction and remembered that thanks to the diamond status, his items would be in the most visible place. Suddenly, Hyan burst into his room. The girl adjusted her glasses and said that it was time to study. The Moonlight Sculptor frowned with displeasure. Leaning towards him, the schoolgirl reminded him that there was only a month left until the exam and said that he needed to focus on his studies despite his passion for the game. The protagonist said that his stomach hurt. The student put her hand on his shoulder and said that she would not fall for this trick again. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Han picked up the receiver and asked who it was. The guy widened his eyes when he heard the voice of a representative of the CTS television company. Clouds floated above the company's office. On the door was the sign meeting room. Nahi handed the guest a business card and asked him to spare her some time. The young man took the business card and agreed. Moving his chair back, the girl thanked him for the last deal and said that thanks to his character, many remembered the land of magic. The knight stood on a cliff. The woman said that they showed a map of all the districts, a monster hunt, and even a boss fight on the channel. The player sat down at the table and said he hadn't seen anything like that. The secretary awkwardly closed her eyes and was surprised that he wasn't even interested in what they had done to his account. Raising his eyebrows, the Moonlight Sculptor explained that he had no time for that and asked what they wanted to offer this time. The TV station employee smiled and asked if he played Royal Road. Sitting across from her, the protagonist confirmed that he did, and Nahi asked what his level was. Upon hearing that he was level 219, the girl clapped her hands and praised him. She closed her eyes and was disappointed that the man who had become a hero in the land of magic had not yet risen higher. Smiling confidently, Han wondered what this reaction was and realized that he could have reached a higher level if he had started playing Royal Road right away. The woman extended her hand and told him that they had prepared a new TV program and that they would need help to interest the viewers. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The young man frowned and asked if he needed to appear on their show. Raising her hand, the receptionist replied that they only wanted his gameplay footage, and suggested that based on his progress in the previous game, many people would be interested. The player's eyes lit up when the broadcaster added that they would pay for it. Currency symbols appeared in his eyes, and the Moon Sculptor wondered what could be easier than providing a video of his gameplay. Nahi raised her index finger and asked him to record his daily activities, his level progress, and some other tips for other players. The protagonist frowned and asked how much he would be paid. Raising her eyebrows, the girl replied that they would show the videos twice a week and pay $500 for each, adding that there was a chance that the videos would get a response. Han raised his thumb and agreed. Scratching his chin, the guy decided that this was not such a bad price and decided to film his usual day in the game. A few days later, the sun was shining on the CTS building. Holding the papers with trembling hands, Yuncheol read that the boy had started his day in Saraburg Fortress and spent it in the training center practicing with a dummy. The man put his hand on his belt and said that the player had also spent the second day in the training ground. The company employee gritted his teeth when he learned that the third day had passed in the same way. His colleague put his hand to his mouth and said that he needed to leave immediately. The director said that the swordsman had also spent the fourth day training. His eyes turned bloodshot. The boss threw the papers in the air and asked if the Moon Sculptor was mocking them. He belched flames and shouted that he did not expect this from the conqueror of the land of magicians. The girl sitting at the table suggested watching the video that the main character had sent them. Yuncheol pulled on his cap and asked her to turn on the recording. The woman pressed the button on the remote control. The CTS workers looked at the screen. He had walked a whole day himself, and Hyun continued to beat up the dummy on the screen. After 2 more hours, the heroes were noticeably tired of his training. After 3 hours, the man slammed his fists on the table. After 5 hours, he jumped to his feet. The company employee grabbed the computer chair. His friend asked him to calm down, because otherwise they would have problems. The guy struck with the sword again. The director was indignant that this had been happening for 5 hours. The colleagues suggested pulling themselves together and deciding what to do about it. The lights were on in the windows of the houses. The host of the program said that their company had prepared recordings and advice from 8 heroes for them. The guy sat down in front of the TV and was glad that the show had started. His friend handed him a soda and asked if he had really told him about this. The student sat down next to him and opened the soda. The young man explained that CTS shows the top players of Royal Road and talks about the game. The viewer took a sip and saw that the swordsman began training with a dummy. His neighbor said that it was incredibly boring. The heroes watched the screen attentively. They narrowed their eyes in displeasure. The player frowned and asked why the broadcaster had decided to air this at all. The boy smiled and assumed it was some kind of hidden quest. The main character on the screen swung his sword. The student said that half an hour had passed, and remembered that the last person had not done this at all. Picking up his phone, the boy assumed that CTS was just making fun of them and asked where he could leave a comment. Clouds floated above the medieval city. Han was walking down a busy street. He looked back when someone called out to him. Mandu rushed to him with hugs and was happy to see him back. The man began to cry and said that he thought his friend was dead. The boy pushed him away and asked him to keep his distance so that people would not think something wrong. Scratching the back of his head, the merchant apologized and asked if he had completed his quest. The boy smiled and confirmed it. There was a stranger standing behind his comrade. The girl waved and said hello. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who it was. The wanderer introduced his companion. Putting her hand to her chest, Weryang introduced herself and said that she had heard of the Moon Sculptor. The swordsman looked at her and said his name. The protagonist introduced the dancing beauty and remembered that this class was similar to a bard and that its representatives increased the abilities of allies. Han assumed that this was not an easy task. The woman clenched her fists and replied that it was very funny. The adventurer crossed his arms over his chest and decided that if they created a joint group, it would be very strange. Mandu closed his eyes and concluded that all of them had useless professions for the team. The man brought his hand to his mouth and asked his friend not to be surprised by his companion's dancing. The guy asked what was wrong with them. The merchant blushed and asked what type of dance he thought she used on monsters. The wanderer imagined the girl dancing closely with the orc and replied that it was grinding. The young man scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly. Weryang looked away and explained that she often goes to clubs and decided to use her real-life skills in the game. The woman put her finger to her lips and asked if the player wanted to watch it. The swordsman raised his hand and refused. The dancer frowned tensely and wondered why his refusal sounded so humiliating. She crossed her arms over her chest and decided to watch him, while the heroes discussed trading. Sitting at the computer, the Moon Sculptor decided to check the auction. A notification about receiving a letter appeared on the screen. The protagonist rubbed his palms together and hoped that someone bought his item at the highest price. The skeleton sat on a red chair. An invitation to the Union of Dark Players appeared. A message appeared on top of it, saying that they were only sending this information to a carefully selected group of people and that the management wanted to meet with the player and talk. Frowning, Han wondered what it was and assumed that it was another spam. The guy scratched the back of his head and decided to forget about it and go back to checking the auction. A vampire cloak appeared on the screen. The young man set the starting price at $100 and the final price at $400. Then agate sword appeared. The player concluded that it could be sold for a higher price. There was a lantern burning on the street. The Moon Sculptor realized that now he needed to sleep. In the morning, people were walking along the streets. The boy looked at the phone and asked if this was the same person. He showed the phone to his friend. The schoolboy was surprised that a player from the land of mages was selling Royal Road items. Passing by the bus stop, the guys looked at the artifacts at the auction. Sitting in public transport, the man wondered if the legendary player had joined the Order of Fry. He wrote a message in the messenger and wanted to tell everyone about it. Sitting on the couch, the girl remembered that being a paladin is much more difficult and decided that he would succeed. The woman looked back and told her friend that the Moon Sculptor joined the Order of Freya. Holding a toothbrush in his hands, the guy asked what was so special about it and said that he was a legend in the land of mages and that no one could compare to him on the battlefield. The young man waved his hand and was disappointed in his idol. The Royal Road forum appeared on the laptop screen. User Pokipong wrote that the main character became a legend among all NPCs. Segoyfriend replied that it was simply unbelievable. In the chat, people began to discuss the exploits and rumors about him. People walked around the market. The guy scratched his ear. The woman looked back and asked what happened. The young man assumed that someone was talking about him right now. The saleswoman handed him a bag of beans, and the player noticed that they looked fresh. He smiled broadly and asked if the saleswoman could give him a discount as a regular customer. The woman waved her hand and said that her customer was acting like a housewife. The Moon Sculptor took the bags and thanked her. The protagonist closed his eyes and was happy that he would be able to cook healthy food for his sister, who was going through a difficult period in her life. Han returned home and decided to put the bags away. The guy went to his laptop and wanted to check the auction. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in shock. The website said that his lots had received 140,000 bids. The player gaped in amazement and wondered how much he would be able to sell his artifacts for, and noticed that the current price was $230. The Moon Sculptor smiled and decided to check the records. Someone called him cool and asked what kind of things his idol used. Sitting at the table, the protagonist read the enthusiastic comments and studied the bids. Han closed his eyes and was happy with such excitement. Still smiling, the guy wondered why all these comments embarrassed him so much. Earlier, the man frowned in displeasure and ordered his son to quit the game and go back to school. The woman closed her eyes and reminded him of how she asked him to get a driver's license. Presently, the warrior put his sword on his shoulder and asked what weapon would suit him best. The knight folded her palms and asked her son to give him some money. Pale put his hands on his belt and agreed to share the coins with them. The boy closed his eyes and wondered why parents playing games was so scary. The archer looked around when the girls passing by mentioned his friend who overthrew Tori and saved the people of Mort. The shooter's mouth dropped open in surprise and wondered since when NPCs discussed players. The headless knight raised his axe and shouted loudly. The master's students smiled widely and their eyes lit up. The heroes clenched their fists and began to curse because they could not decide who would attack the monster first. Crossing his arms over his chest, the first sword suggested that they attack at the same time and asked his comrades not to fight each other. The warrior scratched the back of his head and admitted his mistake. The mentor looked at his colleague and asked him to lead them into battle. Ilhun drew his sword and urged his opponent to blame fate for bringing him together with them. The living dead man lowered his weapon, puzzled. Screams and blows came from the dark cave. The heroes opened their inventory in front of them. The man noticed that the mobs were not dropping gold. The third sword said that at this rate they would not earn anything. The teacher asked if his charges were satisfied with such a battle. The fighters opened their mouths furiously and answered negatively. The first sword clenched his fist and said that they must become stronger and find monsters with gold. The students frowned menacingly and declared that they would follow him to the end. The mentor folded his hands behind his back and explained that if 505 swords gathered together, they would be able to compete even with a level 100. Frowning menacingly, the warriors said that they must go further and become higher than this, and declared that their time had come to accept the challenge. The fighters pressed their hands to their chests and smiled. The fifth sword bowed and announced his return. The man asked if he had brought bread. The boy frowned and denied it, reporting that all the NPCs were saying that Han had done something incredible. The teacher frowned sternly and asked what they were talking about. The boy raised his hand and explained that it was all about the immortal army of Berkin and that the main character had defeated the vampire king. The first sword crossed his arms when he heard that Tori was level 400. The teacher grinned and realized that he had not been mistaken about him. Raising his fist, the warrior declared that they would not lose to him and offered to show the monsters their strength. The students raised their hands and began to rejoice. A system window with the number of coins appeared in the air. The player crossed his arms and assumed that his gold had increased because he sold all the items through Mandu. The swordsman smiled and decided to go to the blacksmith's guild with such a budget. There was a sign on the wall with an anvil and a hammer. The heroes sat at the table. The man said that he thought that this profession would allow him to create weapons, but everything was not so simple, and realized that he needed to go hunting with his friends. A guild member raised his hand and said that Thor was already at the intermediate level of the fourth blacksmith. His friend closed his eyes and wished that he could have such a life too. The moon sculptor entered the building. The blacksmith put his hand on the counter and asked how he could help him. The protagonist smiled and said that he wanted to learn blacksmithing. The guild leader smiled widely and called it a great idea. Han scratched the back of his head and explained that he needed to learn to evaluate things. The man frowned in displeasure and said that people get their skills for a reason. He handed the visitor a shield and asked him to fix it. Raising his hand, the guy realized that he did not even need a hammer here, and cast a repair spell. Blue energy enveloped the broken shield. The young man picked it up and asked if that would be enough. The blacksmith looked at the shield and was surprised that it looked like new, so he decided to teach the visitor how to use a hammer. There were various tools in the forge, and the player received the necessary skill and materials. The swordsman approached the furnace and realized that it was time to begin. Flames enveloped the coal, and the moon sculptor remembered that he first needed to heat the metal over the fire. The protagonist hit it with a hammer to give it shape. The hot iron plunged into cold water. Han put it back in the furnace. Sparks flew off the blank. The guy began to sharpen the sword on a stone. The young man took it by the handle and concluded that everything was ready. The player wiped his chin and realized that this had nothing to do with sculpture. The swordsman grinned and decided that he could sell this sword for 70 silver coins, so this profession was much more profitable. A bag of coal fell to the floor. The moon sculptor wanted to continue working. His skill level increased. The protagonist picked up a new axe. Then plate armor appeared in his hands. Han took another sword he had made. His skill level went up to level 5, and now his items will be of even better quality. Clouds floated above the city. The guy squinted with displeasure. Having clicked on the system window, the young man thought that these 10 days had really exhausted him, and decided that the result was worth it. The player imagined an appetizing dish and weapon and concluded that now the effects of cooking would be twice as good, and the durability of the items he created would be much greater. The swordsman stretched and realized that he should forget about blacksmithing for now and continue moving forward. There was a blue sign hanging above the arch. The old man closed his eyes and asked if the visitor wanted to spend time fishing or catch something amazing and become a legend. The moon sculptor hit his stomach and said he wanted to learn how to cook fish. The man gaped in surprise. The guild leader gave him the OK sign and said he liked the mood and promised to help him with it. The system reported that the user had mastered the fishing skill. The sign showed scissors and thread. Holding a needle, the girl said that in their society, the chosen ones can be recognized by their custom-made clothes and said that everyone wants to wear a piece of art. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that this is exactly what he needs. The woman took a button in her hand and explained that he needs to learn the essence of a tailor. She frowned and asked if the visitor was not interested. Han replied that it sounded very exciting. The system reported that he had mastered the sewing skill. Many people walked along the streets. The crowd watched the guy sew something and admired his skill. The young man pulled the needle out of the fabric. The knight pointed at it and said that even from afar it was clear that it was high-quality leather. Passers-by found it amazing. The player bit the thread with his teeth. A leather shirt appeared in his hands. People clapped for him. The man smiled broadly and said that it looked very cool. His friend called the quality of this thing amazing. The swordsman looked at his new clothes. Someone asked how he managed to sew it so quickly. The man said that the tears of people who chose this profession will never dry. The moon sculptor smiled and decided that it was time for him to improve his skills, since the hunt for money had just begun. Many sounds were heard on the streets of the city. Han advertised his services, shouting for the townspeople to trust their things to him, because he provides free repairs. The guy pointed to the sword, assuring that he can restore the strength of even old items. He pulled out a cloth, promising that if they entrusted him with cloth or leather, he would sew clothes. The master swung a sledgehammer and convinced them that he could also make things made of iron or bronze. The protagonist glanced at the brazier, saying that this also applied to cooking, namely cooking meat with a bonus of 150 to HP. One of the listeners asked if it was true that meat could increase HP, and another offered leather for Han to sew something out of. The girl with red hair asked in confusion if people really fell for this, and warned them not to trust him, because he would simply take their things. She folded her arms across her chest and asked them to think for themselves who could sew clothes, cook food and forge armor at the same time, and accused Han, calling her a charlatan, suggesting that he would simply run away with their things, and with these words she made those around her doubt, and people began to say that she was right and the master was probably a swindler, and others confirmed that they had never heard of such players. The instigator of the conflict pointed her finger at Han and said that if he was a noob, he should behave accordingly and not rob people. Another person, calling him a bastard, threatened to kill him, and another one agreed with him. Han raised his hands up in frustration so that they would not touch him, and he thought to himself that he had not even managed to tell about fishing and sculpture, which meant that no one would most likely believe him. And then he added to himself that they were right, and he looked suspicious with all his skills. The protagonist decided that he was not going to retreat, and clutched the Dark Knight's medallion in his hand. He then suddenly raised his hand and shouted that he was calling the Death Knight. People were interested and scared at the same time. The knight appeared. Instead of the required greeting, he informally greeted Han. He banged his fists together and asked why the knight was addressing him informally. The knight cleared his throat and solemnly asked if the master had called him. One player asked who he was, another answered that it was the Death Knight himself, and the girl with red hair asked again if it was really the knight, after which she concluded that an eerie power emanated from him. A third player appeared and said that he saw the trailer on the website, and it was definitely the Death Knight, leaving the girl completely confused. Her face was covered with small beads of sweat. She wondered what level this guy was, reasoning that it was probably higher than 200, and he was able to summon a Death Knight, which means he is a dark mage. It must be dark magic. This is the second profession. The question of what level he was did not give him peace, maybe 280th. Han looked around the crowd and happily concluded that people were starting to believe. He ordered the knight to stand still. He replied that he understood, then corrected himself by giving a more formal answer. People behind the red-haired girl were talking. One asked how it was possible for a guy with a Death Knight summoned to be a scammer. The second replied that it was hard to tell right away. The girl approached he and said that she was ready to see what he could do and whether it was true that his cooking raised HP. The guy smiled and agreed, but asked to wait, since he still had 30 pieces of copper ore in the smelter, and he himself thought that she was trying to slip him cheap meat. Soon he was grilling a piece of tenderloin on the grill. The protagonist was carefully turning it over with tongs. A guy in the crowd told another to pay attention to the fire, who replied that it was impressive. Han held out a plate with a treat for the girl, saying that dinner was served. Then he asked her to try it and decide whether he was a swindler. The girl speared a piece with a fork and decided that it looked quite ordinary. Then she put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise. She felt like she was in a light dress on a summer meadow. It was so delicious. She finished the portion very quickly. The troublemaker concluded that it tasted amazing and 160 HP were added, then added that she would give all the meat and any money for it. People began to get out their supplies. Someone had yesterday's venison left, someone had fish. They began to ask for their food to be cooked one after another. Han agreed, asking to stand in line, assuring that he would not run away. The line stretched across the entire square. The protagonist announced that the lamb shashlik was ready. The man in the hat thanked him and asked if the master would be here next time, then wanted to know the name of the cook. He responded with a smile, agreed, and gave his name, asking not to forget about him and to come again. The man moved forward and asked again if he had heard the name correctly, to which Han became wary and asked again what the problem was. The owner of the shashlik asked if he was the same Han who had completed the quest of the Order of Freya. He had just gathered his thoughts to answer when he was interrupted. A guy in line asked the man in the hat if he really thought the cook came from the land of magic, and assured him it was just a coincidence. Then the girl confirmed that her friend in the game had the same name. Others suggested that he look at the Death Knight, noting that Han had destroyed a lair of vampires, and a man with such a reputation could not contact the knight, while the knight stood in deep and silent confusion. And people continued to say that a crafter could not complete such a high-level quest, that it was impossible. They laughed that he killed a Torito with a ladle, but all this made Han let out a nervous laugh. After a while, the protagonist began to forge a shield. The next man in line tried on a tailored suit. The protagonist, in accordance with the customer's request, returned to cooking. He thought about the fact that he did not expect to be so popular, which means that at this rate he can get rich. The setting sun illuminated the city with its rays. Han's eyes fell on unclean iron boots. He gave them back to the owner, asking for 1 silver coin for the work. He thanked him, saying that the protection was amazing, and Han confirmed that for level 60 it was more than enough, after which the protagonist decided that he needed to rest, because he was very tired, after which he tiredly rubbed his neck. But the client, holding up his shoes, asked for another favor. It was a request for an engraving of a fox, with the assurance that the work would be paid. The protagonist did not expect such a request and asked to repeat it. He looked at the boots and thought that engraving on iron boots was quite within his capabilities. The guy took out his tools, thinking that with his skills he should be able to handle it, and took out a knife. The protagonist immediately got to work. Han carefully cut out the emblem. The protagonist worked quickly and confidently. The player, watching his work, joyfully shouted, surprised by the sculptor's skills, when the system reported that these were now artistic iron unclean boots. The master looked at his work and was surprised that he actually managed to do it. He did not know that with the sculptor's skills you can also take on engraving. The warrior was very pleased with his work. He thanked the master, calling him amazing. Han watched the satisfied client and reasoned that the sculptor's skills changed the characteristics, which means that all skills work the same here. The line to Han did not end. One of the clients thanked him for the gloves and promised to come again. The protagonist smiled and thanked him in return for choosing him and explained that the metal braid was needed for repairs. Having handed over the shield, the protagonist announced to another client that he was ready. The client was delighted, since he only spent money on ore. He added that in the shop they would ask 10 gold for this, and here only 1 and the knight can enjoy life. One priest noted that the characteristics of the shield exceeded even the 60th level, and this is very good, to which he replied that it was all thanks to Han. Another knight thanked him for the fact that such a thing as he held in his hands, for 10 pieces of silver it was practically free, and 3 hours of waiting were worth it. The girl asked him to take care of her hat again. The crowd was delighted with him. Han clenched his fists in pleasure. He threw up his hands, thinking that this was an amazing feeling and felt happy, as much as he was not happy as a sculptor. Then he frowned, concluding that being a sculptor was terrible, because no matter how much he gave it all, someone still cheated him out of a copper. After that, the protagonist thought that he could change his specialty. Being a blacksmith he would earn more and decided that he would become one and reach the master. Han imagined himself surrounded by treasures, when he would start making quality items, and then the money would flow like a river. He scratched his chin until his thoughts were interrupted by the thought that changing his profession now was not profitable, and if you think about it well, it did not sound very good. While he was thinking, a priest approached the shop and told his interlocutor that Han was a good craftsman, and his companion agreed, noting that he had made him a cool sword, and took only a little. The priest suggested that the guy had pumped up all the professions and brought them to the limit, which he asked Han about, adding that it seemed that the guy knew much more about this than those who only knew how to increase levels. Another person confirmed that the master had learned all the skills in the royal road, calling him an amazing person and concluded that such people should be respected. At these words Han turned on, and apologized for daydreaming, asked again if the customer had come for the blade. The sun hid behind the mountain. Han announced that he was stopping taking orders and was starting to sell clothes. Pointing to the products, he listed that he had a robe and a tunic made of the highest quality deer skin. Everyone thought that these were clothes made of the same deer skin. The protagonist raised his finger and added that since there were few items, he would sell everything to the highest bidder. The first bid was heard. It was 100 gold, then its author himself beat it by 160. The girl beat this price by 200 gold, raising 2 fingers. Another participant in the auction, clenching his hand into a fist, could not decide and went from 220 gold to 230, and finished at 240. The next player, raising his hand, declared that the items would be his and offered 250 gold. Shouts were heard throughout the street. Someone offered 280, someone 300, someone declared that everyone below 300 would be rejected, and someone asked to lend him money. Day gave way to night, the moon rose in the sky. Han summed up the day, concluding that the auction, as always, saves, and he earned 1,000 gold. The protagonist looked at the system window, deciding that this was an effective method, because he didn't even have to look for resources to create, and with skills he gets money and fame. An idea came to mind to get an intermediate level in the skills of a blacksmith and a tailor. A couple of days later, it was a sunny day again. Han wanted to make an announcement, asking everyone to listen. He said that he was closing from today, which caused a stir in the crowd. Someone asked what he was talking about, because this couldn't be true, and someone agreed with him, saying that all the newbies were counting on him. Someone suggested that it was all because of the prices and suggested raising them. Someone supported the idea, saying that everyone knew what Han was capable of and were ready to pay. He was also supported by the words that the master had done a lot for them. The guy, ruffling his hair, apologized, adding that he was also sorry, but he could no longer do this. The people in the crowd tensed up when they heard that the protagonist was ready to talk about his last auction. The protagonist took out the item and continued that now that his tailoring skill had reached the intermediate level, he would finally be able to use rainbow cloth, and it was a very rare material, so something amazing could be expected. Finally, he said that the auction would start tomorrow and, after saying goodbye to everyone, he left. The players began to make noise, as they were upset. They were talking among themselves in surprise, not understanding what kind of rainbow cloth this was. One guy asked about it out loud, another answered that he did not know and suggested that it must be excellent cloth, a third added that Han even showed it, it was very bright. Another guy suggested going out and finding out what it was. The girl next to him supported the idea and added that since Han said that it was rare, it really was something worthwhile, after which they entered the information and the search engine returned the result. One of the players, jumping up from his table, was shocked, calling it madness and saying that he did not even know about such a thing. The girl looked at the tablet in surprise and decided that she needed to buy the item, reading that the characteristics would be determined when the tailor created the clothes. Another player, sitting at the computer, decided that he would definitely win the auction, even if he needed the help of the guild. The next day was clear. Someone clapped their hands. It was Han. He asked if everyone was here and announced the start of the auction. The crowd responded with a sea of voice, from which the hero heard that someone had traveled all night from another kingdom, and someone was simply reporting their readiness. Han awkwardly scratched his cheek and thought that there were too many people and hoped that everything would not get out of control. He asked Mapan to help him. He convinced him to rely on him. The merchant pointed to the items and continued to say that the master had created 13 things, 1 unique, 5 rare and 7 common. Then he announced that they would start the auction with the common ones, and at the end they would come to the unique one. The crowd roared in approval. Voices began to be heard under the game's sky, offering 1,000 gold, then 1,500, 2,300, the question of who would raise 800, someone shouted, ordering them to step aside, calling the auction participants noobs and offering 2,700 gold. It was a sunny day on the Vensa River. Fish splashed in the water. The float was motionless in the water. Han yawned boredly. Leaning over the water, he sarcastically noted that the bite was something, wishing to catch at least one. Finally, he caught a fish. The hero grinned sadly, noting that he spent a couple of hours fishing, and all he had in the end was a small fish. The protagonist added that he should be happy with his work with the media company, orders for clothes and earnings from selling items, continuing that if all this did not happen, he would not be sitting here. The guy tried to cast the line again, thinking that he needed to improve his sculptor skills, and now was not the time to be idle. He thought that sculptures should be created from the things around him, remembering that the dragon and the beauty appeared exactly like that. An idea came to mind. The hero opened the system window and wrote to Mapan. He immediately answered, asking how he could help. The guy with a smile on his face began to type, asking to find a huge stone, smooth and not fragile according to the characteristics. The interlocutor asked if this was necessary for a new sculpture and asked to give him 2 days. The main character straightened up, deciding that while Mapan was searching, Han would level up his fishing, arguing that there must be a reason for such a bite. He approached a local fisherman and asked about it. The fisherman, squatting, was surprised and asked him again if the guy wanted to know how to fish properly, and without waiting for an answer, said that first you need to choose the right place, since this is very important. Han perked up in surprise and asked again if the location really affected the fish he could catch. The fisherman chuckled and replied that if he wanted a good catch, the location had to be right and suggested that the guy was a complete novice and couldn't even recognize where which fish were found. Then, looking at the water, the man asked if the protagonist really thought it would be that simple and continued that a lot depended on the depth, temperature, and even the purity of the water, not to mention the bait. Han threw the fishing rod over his shoulder and replied that he now understood the problem, and added to himself that it looked like the plan to find a place to fish had failed. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with excitement when he asked if this was a good place, and the fisherman hesitantly confirmed it. Then Han sat down on the grass with satisfaction. The guy apologized and said that he would settle down there, causing the fisherman's displeasure. However, the man did not show it, saying that he was not against competition, and thought to himself that the newbie did not understand that his skills were not enough for normal fishing here. 2 days passed. Having pulled out a huge fish, the fisherman shouted that this was the fish of his dreams. Han held it in his hands and could not stop looking at it, estimating how much he would earn on it. Then the main character caught another one in front of 2 other fishermen, who were perplexed how he did it and complained that he would catch all the fish like that. Behind their backs, the fisherman Han was talking to expressed dissatisfaction that he had only started 2 days ago and had already made such progress in fishing. Someone called out to the guy. It was Mapan. He asked how his friend was doing and pleased that he had brought what the sculptor asked for. It was a huge stone. Mapan asked if Han liked it. He agreed and thanked him. A friend asked what he would make of it this time. The sculptor hesitated, saying that he had not decided yet. Han thought that since it would be near a river, it should symbolize a river, but rejected this idea. He imagined a mermaid and realized that this was what he needed. The main character continued the thought that it would be a mermaid who fell in love with a man, wanted to be near her beloved and lost her voice. Then, disappeared into the depths of the ocean, without waiting for reciprocity, and concluded that it turned out to be a sad story. The sculptor folded his arms across his chest and mentally asked who he would depict, convincing himself that a model was needed. The image of Soyeon came to mind. The sculptor imagined that instead of legs he would depict a fish tail, and the upper part would be naked. Soyeon in his head looked angrily at Han. The guy closed his eyes, denying this image and thinking that nothing would come of it. He tried to imagine some star. Finally, he thought that since everything was decided, it was time to begin, and pulled out his weapon. The sculptor was working very animatedly. The guys who had been watching him earlier were surprised, and one of them asked out loud what he was doing, doubtfully noting that it looked like he was making a sculpture. Han, concentrating on his work, thought that he should depict the sadness on the innocent face of the girl, and, at the same time, the emotions that she felt for the prince. Beads of sweat rolled down his face from the tension. The players continued to discuss what he was sculpting, suggesting that he was sculpting a mermaid who seemed to be from another world. Han continued to sculpt and was satisfied with his work. It was exactly as he imagined it. When a notification came that he had made a statue of a sea nymph, its score was 450 points, and it would protect the river from flooding for 10 years. The sculptor looked at the statue and noted the completion of the work. Of course, he hoped that the statue would give him a bonus to catching fish. But unfortunately, it would not help him or the other fishermen. The fisherman who taught him called out to him, asking if the boy thought this was too much. At these words, Han only looked at him in surprise. There was already a crowd of men around the fisherman, clearly dissatisfied with the sculptor's skill. The fisherman asked the boy if he knew that this place was popular among couples. The boy answered in surprise that he had not even thought about it. He remembered the boy who was laughing and rocking the boat and his girlfriend, who was afraid of capsizing. Then another couple admiring the stars in the middle of the day. The fisherman cried out in tears that every year crowds of couples sailed along the entire Winds River. He continued that bachelors could only pray to be swept out to sea as soon as possible, and Han was putting up a mermaid sculpture that prevented floods. The men behind him chanted that bachelors were the best and couples were crap and told them to go to hell. The sculptor raised his hands in front of him and asked him to calm down, explaining that he didn't think things would get that complicated. The fisherman angrily attacked the guy, asking what would happen next, asking if he was really going to leave the mermaid there, then suggested that the sculptor also had a girlfriend, which is why he created this Nifa, and Han carefully denied it. He, sweating coldly, decided that he had no choice, because they would not give him peace anyway. The protagonist destroyed the sculpture, deeply regretting it when a notification came that several different points had been deducted for this action. Han shed tears over the pile of stones he had turned his statue into, and the men joyfully chanted their moorings. The swordsmen shouted enthusiastically. Rushing towards each other, the fighters rejoiced that they had exterminated all the monsters in this forest. The second sword scratched his cheek and noted that this was not counting the dragons, and the master coughed, asking him to forget about them. The scene of the shameful escape from the monster floated before his inner eye, and about his own death. Rubbing his chin, the old man reasoned, who would have thought that they were so strong? With one fiery breath the dragon killed 100 people. Glancing at the fifth sword, standing on a branch, and asked what he had. Putting his palm to his forehead, the guy answered that they were one monster on course. But then the second lookout, pointing his finger forward, shouted that he saw a child, and asked what they should do. The swordsman clenched his fist and happily said that if there was a child, then the village should have been nearby. The second sword looked at the master in confusion, and asked if they were lost again. Again pretending to be serious, The man noted that they had to make sure before answering this question and ordered that the boy be brought. The boy looked scared. The other swordsmen were crying, muttering that they hadn't seen an NPC for so long, dreamed of getting back to civilization, and also missed some bread. Smiling, the master knelt down on one knee and asked the boy if the city was far away. But the child's gaze was suspicious. He asked the man to tell him who they all were. These words angered the fighters. They were indignant. Who was he calling man, when they weren't even married yet and were quite young, and 20 years was not a serious age? The boy burst into tears from fear. Openly sobbing, the boy shouted that they were all so scary, while the master tried to calm him down. A thoughtful expression appeared on the boys' faces. It became clear to them that they were surprised in vain that everyone was avoiding them, although the others also hunted together. The fourth and fifth swords cried, lamenting that they did not even have time to appreciate the local girls, which meant that they would always be alone. Shrinking, the boy asked if those guys were really good. Smiling confidently, the old man convinced the child that they followed the call of justice and hunted evil monsters, and that they were also stronger than it seemed. Clenching his fists, the kid believed that these people were so strong and asked for help. The man frowned and clarified what kind of help was needed. Choking back tears, the child said that his parents were kidnapped by a giant, which is why he went into the forest to look for them, asking to save his mom and dad. The boys exchanged glances, seeing the quest. And when the second sword called the master, he stopped him with a hand gesture. With a confident smile, the old man promised to save the boy's parents. The child stopped crying and thanked the scary guys. The young man reminded the master that they had decided to put the quests on hold. Stroking the boy's head, the first sword said that it was not about the useless things they had to bring. With a smile, the old man emphasized that they were swordsmen and had to help people, and so they would complete this quest. The other fighters, with equally confident smiles, agreed with these words and were ready to do it. Raising his fist up, the master shouted to his swords that they all had to accept this quest and start hunting the giant. The boys happily waved their hands, happy that they were finally going on a quest. The third and fourth swords pressed their palms to their chests and called this mission worthy of them, feeling the indescribable feelings of a real player. The group moved through the forest in orderly rows. Then the master frowned and asked the second sword to take a look. In the clearing, they saw a clear trace of a giant. The young man crouched down next to the trace and said that it was clearly a giant's foot with a diameter of about 3 meters. The fighters looked at each other, arguing that if there was such a leg, then what kind of owner was it? They hoped that the situation with the dragon would not happen again, but they must definitely fight such an enemy. The fifth sword pointed a finger and told the master that he had found a giant cave in that direction. The fighters reached a dark hole in the mountain. Frowning, the first sword concluded that the boy was telling the truth. The giant must have been hiding there. Taking out his sword, the old man declared that they would defeat the villain and save the boy's parents. Turning to his men, he barked that they must cope and let them follow him, and everyone was ready. With blades in their hands, the guys rushed inside, encouraging each other. But at some point, they all suddenly froze. The giant came out to meet them. Gritting his teeth, the monster growled. Hesitantly looking at the giant, the swords began to doubt their strength. He turned out to be even bigger than they thought. At that moment, the monster attacked the first sword with a fist in a roar. His assistant screamed in fear. The huge fist flew at the old man. He carefully watched the enemy's attack. Sand began to fall from the ceiling. All the fighters were already calling for the master in fear. The giant's fist rested on the destroyed ground. But the experienced swordsman dodged the blow. Sweat was running down the man's face. He was glad that he did not repeat his recent shame. The giant turned to his opponent, while he was thinking that although the enemy was tall, he was quite slow. The monster pointed his foot at the other swordsman. Turning around, the master shouted for them to dodge. From the heavy step of the scoundrel, all the fighters rushed in different directions. Covering his face with his elbow, the old man thought that they simply could not get away. Looking at his guys again, the first sword drew their attention to the fact that their opponent was a giant, but clumsy. Smiling happily, the assistant realized that their thoughts clearly coincided, and promised to do everything. The fighters rushed after the leader who rushed into battle. The giant swung again with a roar. But the enemies managed to slip under his clumsy hands. The blows of the steel blades fell on the legs of the villain. The giant let out a howl of pain. Then he fell, unable to stay on his feet. Rushing forward, the master shouted that the time had come. The swordsman immediately tore the monster's arms onto his shoulders. Then their legs, one after another, tore off the monster's back, until they rushed at the villain as a crowd. The blades stuck into the giant's thick skin. The giant let out an even louder howl. Then he collapsed on the stone floor of the cave. The guys began waving their arms and shouting about their victory. The second sword smiled at the master and said that it was all thanks to him. He knitted his eyebrows and objected that this victory belonged to all of them, that was their strength. Then a couple of NPCs came out to the heroes, attracting their attention. People looked at the fighters with gratitude, and the old man realized that these were the parents of that boy. Then the young man himself ran as fast as he could, calling his parents. The parents hugged their son tightly, rejoicing at the family reunion. The child named Henry gave the uncles a thumbs up, thanking them for saving him. While the others were angry at the uncles, the master smiled contentedly, especially since they had completed the quest, received glory points and increased their levels. Then the father of the family opened a chest where a dozen swords lay and said that the giant had kept these swords, but now they belonged to the heroes. The master picked up one of the blades, evaluating it. Looking at the blade, he noted that the previous swords were not even close to these, even the sensations were completely different. The old man turned around when the rescued man added that their settlement was famous for its medicinal herbs, and as a thank you, they could offer to use their supplies. The others watched this conversation until the man added that if they wanted, they could sell them in the city for a good price. The fourth and fifth swords looked at each other, discussing the rewards they had received, concluding that they needed to take on more quests. The master rubbed his chin with his fingers, wondering in his mind what Han was doing now. He must have been doing some incredible quests. Steam was rising from the bowl of stew. The said protagonist was sitting in front of a pot on the fire, thinking that he had reached level 9, and had even understood it up to level 97. It seemed he would have to cook fish until he reached the maximum level. The next moment, he shuddered, and the one who came up from behind noticed that the stew looked delicious, which meant that he had a fairly high level of cooking skill. Gloomily looking around, the young man clarified whether he really thought that they were going to share with him. With a sweet smile, the interlocutor tried to persuade him to give him at least a piece. He was also a fisherman, and the swordsman wondered why this guy was bothering him. Remembering the scene by the river, the sculptor reminded himself that he had come yesterday and started fishing next to him. According to rumors, he was quite a famous fisherman in this part of the river. The float twitched. Gritting his teeth, the fisherman expressed confidence that he seemed to be lucky. It should have been a big fish. But on the hook was a boot. While the loser looked gloomily at his catch, the guy behind him giggled and called it a big fish of his dreams. Throwing an irritated glance at the hero, the fisherman realized that he was also being mocked, and after all, until this impudent fellow appeared, he himself was the best fisherman here. At that moment, the young man also began to bite, and he shouted that he clearly had a big fish. The opponent looked puzzled as the other's fishing rod bent, and did not want to believe that the fish was really that big. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman pulled the rod towards himself. The catch tried to escape, and the sculptor screamed. Looking indignantly at the fisherman, the boy asked him to stop hanging around and help him. He folded his arms over his chest and asked why he should help him. He was the only one who came here and took his title of King of Fishermen. Squeezing the rod with all his might, the hero thought that the fish was strong, and was not sure that he would be able to pull it out if he continued in the same spirit. The line was stretched, and he mentally remembered how to deal with it. You need to loosen it a little when the fish pulls. The rod bent more and more. The young man continued to think that when it weakened, he would pull with all his might. The shadow of the prey with its mouth open flashed under the water, and the swordsman added that as soon as it calmed down and lost its vigilance, then he would catch it. Pulling the fish out of the water, the sculptor shouted that here it is. The fish jumped out into the light. The former king of fishermen opened his mouth. The guy triumphantly shouted that the catch was huge. Looking at his catch, Han noticed that it was a real monster, and even more than 50 centimeters. Watching how the other fishermen admired the catch of their rival, the red-haired realized that this fish was probably the largest that could only be caught in this river, while he was catching notifications about the leveled-up skill. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero noted that this was enough for a reward. With this level of fishing, he could also do other skills. An NPC standing nearby asked if he was done with fishing now. With a sweet smile, the young man answered that he would like to take a short break for a while. The fisherman returned the smile to his interlocutor and suggested that if they ever met again, they should compete and find out who was better, but immediately mangled his real name. Carefully ignoring this fact, the swordsman agreed if he had the chance. Soon the sculptor returned to the capital of the empire. The door to the local sculpture shop opened. The guy approached the seller and, when asked what brought him here, said that he was here to sell some of his sculptures. The protagonist put his works on the counter. The seller carefully examined the figurines, recognizing the work as amazing. He had never seen such a detailed sculpture. It was imbued with art and meaning contained in every detail, and clarified whether the master made it by observing the object. The man raised a finger when the sculptor admitted this, and asked if it was really a starving wolf. Rubbing his chin, the swordsman wondered out loud how the other man had managed to lift it, and suggested that the model hadn't eaten for 3 days, while he admitted to himself that he had actually managed to do it by accident. Winking at the boy, the shop owner noted that he could even feel his hunger. It was an excellent job. Clapping his hands, the hero admitted that the seller had a keen eye, and he was just looking for a place where his talent could be appreciated. The man rubbed his nose in embarrassment, and replied that these conversations embarrassed him. His shop was not located in the very center, but he was ready to guarantee that the sculptor would not regret it. The shop owner laughed loudly when the young man suggested that the best places were hidden from people's eyes, and thanked him for including his shop in this number, while the swordsman was thinking that a couple of warm words will appease anyone. After all, the forest is the best start to an acquaintance. The sculptor narrowed his eyes and asked how much the shop owner was willing to pay for his work. Holding up 3 fingers, the man announced 3 gold pieces for each sculpture, and the boy gave him a thumbs up. A bag appeared on the counter, and the customer said that there were 245 gold pieces in it. The hero was about to leave when the shop owner raised his palm and stopped him. Looking at the boy with a stern gaze, the shopkeeper noted that he had incredible talent, but would he be satisfied with just what he had now? With such an inclination for art as his potential must be limitless. The swordsman raised his eyebrows, and although he was not mentally happy about this conversation, while the owner continued that the sculptor should try everything in life, he could feel the visitor radiating great experience and nobility. Smiling contentedly, the man asked Weed what he thought about it, and whether he knew the master sculptor Darren, and he received a notification about the information received. The sculptor went to the specified address. Looking around, the boy thought about the master sculptor Darren and remembered that the masters had their own skill, and upon reaching 5 such skills, the skill of sculptural prediction appeared. The hero's face became confused when he doubted whether the master could live in such a place, again felt disappointed in the sculpting business. Scratching the back of his head, the swordsman realized that he had come to the right place, but he did not see anyone. But then something caught his attention. The sculptor noticed an old man on the porch of one of the houses. The man in a rocking chair was planing a wooden block with a knife. He was doing it very carefully. Smiling, the young man realized that this must be the sought-after Darren. At this time, the sunset began. A handful of chips lay under the sculptor's feet. The young sculptor watched the master's work from afar. A statue of a woman appeared in the old man's hands. And at that moment, Darren looked at the boy. With a smile, the man noticed that the hero had been sitting there all day, and realized that he was a sculptor. Rising to his feet, the hero acknowledged this, introduced himself, and asked if he was the master he was looking for. Looking tenderly at the figurine, the master explained that sculpting should be achieved alone. By changing something in your heart, you can change your work, and then asked if the young man had found him to study the sculptural prediction. The swordsman's eyes widened. This was exactly what he wanted, to learn how to fill sculptures with life. With an enthusiastic smile, the sculptor admitted that he sincerely wanted this and asked to be taught. Rising to his feet, the master admitted that, unfortunately, he could not teach this to anyone. He would have to test whether the boy was worthy of learning it. Looking straight at the seeker, the man told him to go and learn the hearts of 5 different life forms, thus giving him a new quest. Han looked at the NPC with confusion, trying to understand what it meant to follow other life forms, and doubted that it had anything to do with sculpting. The master looked away, and noticed that, judging by the expression on the boy's face, he was not particularly interested. He was just wasting his time. Clenching his fist, the hero declared that he would do it, because the lesson was wonderful. The most important thing was to look at the world through the eyes of a child, and the quest was accepted. In the morning, the swordsman went into the forest. Throwing his hands behind his head, the sculptor thought that he had accepted the quest. But what was he supposed to do with all of this now? Rubbing his temple with his finger, the sculptor thought, 5 different life forms, that is, it did not matter whether they were alive or not, so he could take on simple life forms instead of more complex ones. A rabbit running past attracted the boy's attention, and an idea came to him. The rabbit was calmly chewing grass. Staring at the little animal, the hero realized that he had absolutely no interest in doing this. But what choice did he have? So it was easiest to start with a small animal. The rabbit rose up on its hind legs. The young man squatted down, repeating its pose. The little animal lay down on the grass, continuing to eat its grass. The swordsman repeated after him, although he did not like the taste of the grass. The animal broke into a fast run, surprising the observer. Trying to imitate the object of observation further, the sculptor realized that he had to copy every movement, although it was rather awkward to run after a rabbit like that. But what else could he do? Unable to catch up with the animal, the guy could not understand how it was possible to be so fast. At this rate he would soon die here. Breathing heavily, Han tried to understand. He is a very ordinary sculptor. Why all this to him? Why should he chase after some rabbit? But then the hero saw that the object of observation was looking at him. Smiling tiredly, the young man asked if even in the opinion of the animal he looked pathetic. Glancing at the progress of the task, the sculptor realized that after all this he did not even reach 1%. Falling on the grass, the swordsman tried to understand out loud how this was connected with the art of sculpture. Here the animal headed away again, and the boy prayed for it to sit quietly for a minute, to let him catch his breath. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist reminded himself that he needed to finish what he started, and he was not going to stop for long. Gradually, the day came to an end. While having a snack under a tree, the young man noticed that his stamina was almost at 0, and he needed to eat some bread to restore his energy. Suddenly, the rabbit rubbed its head against the imitator's knee. The swordsman stroked the baby's head, asking why it had become so friendly now. What if he tried to eat him, or make a stuffed animal out of him, and he was not going to share the bread, or the animal thought that the man was actually a great relative just because he imitated him, but then it turned out that the progress had exceeded 84%. Rubbing his cheek against the animal's muzzle, the sculptor muttered that he had done everything already, but still had not reached 100%. Getting to his feet, the boy declared that he had decided to reach that 100% no matter what, even if he had to spend the whole night here. When the moon was already high in the sky, he had only 0.2% left. Looking at the rabbit, Han wondered what he should imitate now. He was not sure that there was anything left that could interest him. But then his gaze fell on the night light. Looking at it carefully, the hero remembered that everyone knew that rabbits were excellent at grinding food in their mouths. The stick fell into the stone mortar. With a satisfied face, the sculptor ground its contents, thereby achieving the maximum progress. The deer quickly ran forward. The young man running behind him decided that he would be his next object of observation. With a satisfied smile, the swordsman found this a much more fun activity compared to the rabbit. Glancing at the status window, the swordman realized that for some reason he hadn't made any progress, and he had been chasing a deer for at least an hour. The guy's face showed shock when he realized that his new target was a four-legged animal, which meant he had to run on all fours. While carrying out his plan, the hero couldn't understand how it was possible to move quickly in such a position. Closer to midday, a cart passed by. Waryang turned to her companion and told him that Weed had successfully completed the class quest, finding it surprising, and remembered that the giant ice dragon sculpture was also his doing. The merchant smiled and expressed regret that he wasn't there when the hero freed those holy knights, and then defeated Lord Tori. He had missed so much. The girl blushed. She asked him to continue the story, because she began to blush just from the stories of the young man's exploits. The news of his accomplishments had already spread throughout the continent. How she wanted to hear it personally from the object of the conversation. Pointing his thumb at himself, Mandu explained that people recognized the sculptor only now, but he immediately understood what kind of person he was as soon as he met him, namely, when he fell from the sky right onto the roof of the shop. But then the dancer pointed somewhere to the side and clarified if her companion knew why all these people had gathered there. And indeed, there was a whole crowd standing at the edge of the forest, and both travelers were interested in what made so many people gather there, and assumed that this was some kind of auction, which meant they should go and check. Squeezing through the crowd, the guy and the girl apologized and asked to let them see what was going on. But then the merchant's eyes widened in shock. He saw the same sculptor he had just discussed with his companion, running on all fours, racing with a fox. Their limbs moved almost identically. Then followed an absolutely identical somersault. The travelers looked at each other in horror, recognizing Weed. Pointing his finger in confusion, the merchant asked the nearest onlooker if he knew what the man was doing. The man turned around and admitted that he himself did not fully understand, but from what he had heard earlier, he could tell that at first the man had imitated a rabbit, and now he had taken up the fox. Nervously twitching the corner of his mouth, Mandu mentally asked the hero what was going on here. Had he really gotten so carried away playing that it had somehow affected his brain? Then the young man glanced sideways at the familiar faces. He waved his hand at the guys, asking how they had ended up here. But they quickly ran away. Rushing forward, both travelers did not want to believe that their Weed was this strange man. The hero looked after them in confusion, wondering out loud if he had just been ignored, and realized that they were definitely embarrassed by him. Thus, several days passed, and finally a notification about the end of the quest appeared. The horse let out a loud neigh. Stroking the animal on the side, the sculptor praised it, reminding him that after moving only on its 4 legs for several days, it was already somehow uncomfortable for him to stand only on 2 legs. In any case, he completed the task and it was worth it to return, although here he also discovered a new skill in himself, and increased some indicators. Running his finger along the lines, the guy was surprised that all he did was imitate animals, and hear an increase in skills. Embarrassedly scratching his cheek, Han remembered his friends who had run away, and decided that it was better to keep quiet about such a skill. Master Darren was putting the finishing touches on his sculpture. He was working the knife very carefully. The hero who came up to him was surprised that the man was doing something completely different, because it was the same statuette, only full length. Looking at the face of the sculpture, the young man thought that, frankly speaking, it was not very attractive. A statuette of a noblewoman or a princess would suit the master better, and it would sell better. The old man turned around when the young sculptor called his name. Putting the tool back in its sheath, the master asked if the guy had finished the task, and he confirmed that he had copied the movements of 5 different life forms, and these were a rabbit, a deer, a goblin, a fox and a horse. Looking seriously at the seeker, the sculptor admitted that he had finished earlier than he expected, asked if he thought he could make sculptures of the animals whose movements he had copied, and if so, he would teach him his craft. Clenching his fist, the hero said that it was easy, and noted to himself that animal sculptures were what he did best. Splinters flew in all directions. The knife slid confidently along the wood. The young man's face was puzzled. He could not understand what this strange feeling was. Something was wrong, and he felt different, Was he doing something wrong? Continuing to carve the rabbit, the sculptor felt strange. Now everything was completely different, as if the perception of things had changed dramatically. Sharpening the ears, the guy remembered that he had carved rabbits many times, but now all the details and the feeling from the work were different. Frowning, the hero had a feeling as if his own vision could be conveyed in every detail. Was it all because he had studied them? Remembering all his imitation, the young man realized that if it were not for this, he would never have learned about the length and sharpness of the animal's ears. He could not forget about how they moved. Picking up the finished statuette, the sculptor announced that everything was ready. Looking at the work, the guy noticed that it was completely different from the previous sculptures. His new vision of the details gave its result. The goblin turned out to be dreaming of wealth, but suffering from his weakness. The deer radiated energy. The fox's eyes reflected eternal anxiety because of the hunters. And the horse looked as if it was fearlessly rushing forward, and this was where the notification of artistic value and new skills appeared. Joyfully clenching his fists, the main character shouted that he had made a wonderful work. Looking at his own statuette, the young man could not believe it, such a work from an ordinary material, and also with amazing effects. The sculptor turned around when he heard the words of the master that the sculpture was fed by the feelings of the one who created it and gave life. He passed his check, and the system reported that the quest understanding sculptures was completed, and the player can get the secret of Darren. Looking calmly at the boy, the master explained that there was nothing special about his works, except for the love he put into them. He did not know any special skills, but he always understood that a sculptor should put his soul into his creation, and this is the sculptor's inspiration. Looking at the man with huge eyes, Han heard that this was a skill that transformed the sculptor, and mentally repeated his words. Raising his finger, the master said that, in addition to inspiration, he could teach him something else, for example, a method for understanding sculptures. The man narrowed his eyes sharply, after which he coughed violently. With concern in his gaze, the hero clarified if everything was okay with him. Wiping his lips, the old man replied that he was not sure, since he was far from young. Squinting his eyes, the master admitted that it was difficult, but time was running out. He had to manage to fulfill all the orders he had left. Looking at the young man again, Darren asked if he wanted to help him. It shouldn't take more than a week, and thus offered another quest. Smiling, the young sculptor promised to give it his all. The man handed the swordsman a scroll and asked him to choose what he liked. Looking over the lines, the guy thought that it was becoming increasingly difficult to improve his skills, so this was a great chance, but choosing from 300 orders seemed too much. With a confident smile, the protagonist decided that after everything he had been through, choosing the simplest was stupid. He had to move on, and chose the figures on the bow of the ship. Rolling up the scroll, the young man mentally added that everything was perfectly clear, a lot of details, but he had to cope. Bowing to the master, the young sculptor said that he had chosen what he wanted to do and expressed hope that he would not let him down. After some time, the dolphin sculpture was almost ready. Its muzzle looked perfect. Darren gave the guy advice, but in the end he gave him a thumbs up, being pleased with his work. The hero scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. When night fell, the young man was already finishing work on the second sculpture, this time a full-length horse. The master watched the seeker work. With a calm look, the man asked if the young man had a lover. He turned around in surprise and said that he did not yet. Looking straight ahead, the master said that when he was young, he met a girl and fell in love with her. All he could do was create sculptures, and made one for her. But she left this world earlier. Despite this, Darren continued his work, putting all his love into his sculptures. Putting down his tool, the swordsman listened to how it is not easy to be a sculptor. Talent can be great, but if there is no soul in the sculptures, then people will perceive it no more than an ordinary piece of wood. Clutching his knife, the old man added that he gives sculptors all the feelings that he himself once experienced. Scratching his cheek, the boy thought about these words. They seemed understandable, but still seemed difficult, maybe because he had never experienced anything like this. Looking over the completed orders, Han realized that his work was finished, and the game reported that the task was completed, and the sculpting skill had increased, and he also learned to change his appearance. The hero was surprised to read this information, but he was not sure that even at his level it would help him. After all, if the young man turned into a dragon, he would not be able to use his skills to the fullest, because he would remain his level. But then the idea came to use a level 200 rabbit. But then the master coughed loudly and fell from his chair. There was blood on his palm. The swordsman rushed to the old man, noticing this, and did not want to believe what it foreshadowed. With bloodied lips, the master concluded that the time had come, but he still had one request. Frowning, the young sculptor promised to do everything he could. Sweating, the old man asked to help him stand up. He had to finish something. The only candle was burning in the sculptor's house. Helping Darren stand, the boy stared at the statue of a woman. Also looking at the wooden face, the master admitted that he created this sculpture imagining what his beloved would look like now. Looking at the old man in amazement, the hero realized that he had decided to continue even in this state, This is what he meant when he said that he put all of himself into the work. Closing his eyes, the man explained that while his interlocutor was young, he could still love and do everything he wanted, and as a lunar sculptor, he could achieve his goal, going through all the difficulties. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man thanked the master. Continuing to look at the seeker, the old man asked if he knew why he became a legendary moon sculptor, and he was not sure of the answer. Darren explained that only a few could become truly legendary: a king who controlled a continent, the best knight, or maybe a merchant who promoted a country. These were the ones who could become legendary. Frowning, the swordsman clarified that this meant that he was lucky with his profession. Looking at the master seriously, the sculptor asked if he was suitable. Without taking his eyes off the young man, the old man wanted to make sure that he really wanted to know who the legendary moon sculptor was. The protagonist, standing in front of Darren, said that he really wanted to understand what the legendary moon sculptor meant. The boy frowned. From the very beginning it was a secret class. In many ways this class helped him, so it would be stupid to change it. Now he was obliged to know the true purpose of the legendary moon sculptor. The man rubbed his chin, saying that a legend is a legend. The old man smiled and said that it was a great honor, and he was not looking for profit, so he could be proud of himself. Han fell to his knees, mentally asking himself how he could not look for profit in money. Crying, the boy said that there was no difference between a legendary and an ordinary sculptor. It was better for him to remain ignorant. Darren put his dagger back in its sheath. Sweat ran down his face. Looking at the statue of a woman in front of him, he said that it was finally ready. Touching her face, the man smiled. Darren closed his eyes, mentally saying that he would see her again soon. Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees. The protagonist caught the old man. His body glowed. Then Darren said that he was happy that he passed on his knowledge to the legendary moon sculptor. He should not forget him, disciple, because he will not achieve the goal with only skills. A moment later, his body dissolved. Han clenched his fist and said that it was impossible to achieve the goal with skills alone, and one could not forget one's feelings. Taking out his dagger, the boy decided to finish the story. Soon, the statue of the man was placed opposite the statue of his beloved. Han, looking at the statues, said that it was the duty of a sculptor to always remain himself. A moment later, the system praised him for completing the sculpture of Darren. His level increased, and many points were added to his characteristics. The soldiers walked in an even row. The old man led his disciples. The boy in the bandana asked if they were those crazy swordsmen. His comrade answered, saying that they destroyed all the monsters in the area. Looking at the old man in front, the boy said that he was the leader among them. The master turned around when Ilhun called him. Looking at his comrades, Ilhun said that he received a message from Han. He finished his task and was going out to hunt. The man chuckled and said that he wanted to see his skills. It was always a pleasure to watch strong opponents fight. Looking at the walls ahead, the student told the master that Han had not fought in a battle for a long time. Perhaps his skills and reflexes had become dull. The sword master stopped abruptly. Standing with his back to the student, he laughed. Turning around, the old man said that a tiger never forgets the rules of hunting, and this is the difference between a domestic cat and a wild tiger. Frowning, Ilhun said that even the best athletes lose shape from long rest. Closing his eyes, the master said that a true sword master will never forget how to hold a weapon. Imagining a sword, he said that every master must understand that the sword is a part of him, because the sword is with him only because he himself wants it. Having achieved mastery in handling the sword, he will never forget about his weapon. The image of Han was reflected in the blade when the old man said that he can put the sword down, but he can never forget about it. A huge army gathered at the city walls. Mages gathered and cast buffs. Archers checked their bows. The protagonist, standing on the wall, said that the atmosphere here was quite heavy. Scratching his cheek, he said that it was not as exciting as it was shown on TV. The guy looked over the walls. Looking at the army from the outside, he said that there were too many opponents, but in the fortress all the members of the Prosperity Guild, and that was about 12,000 people. Suddenly, the captain, approaching him, said that at first the fortress was owned by several guilds, but the Prosperity Guild did not want to share the spoils and preferred sole ownership of the fort. The captain smiled and said that this was why the real owner of Odeon Fortress, Balkan, had joined Oasis and the Creole Maipa to fight back against the traitors. He raised his hand and said that he had not seen him among the guild members, so he was a mercenary. Han smiled and said that he was here more for training, but as a mercenary, he would be paid 3 times more. The captain put his hand to his chest and said that he knew this. He was not participating for the money. Both of them turned their heads sharply, hearing a loud sound. The soldiers were beating drums. The knights were advancing. A huge number of Iron Cross knights were lined up in columns. The protagonist watched in surprise as the knights near him verbally humiliated the enemies. The captain raised his sword, saying that they would definitely protect their fort. The army rushed towards the city walls. Han frowned, mentally telling himself that he was wrong. It was much better to be here than just watching on TV. His heart was beating like crazy. Fireballs rushed towards the city walls. The defenders responded with a hail of arrows. Knights jumped from the siege machines. Some rushed up the stairs. Jumping onto the wall, the knight said that they had definitely captured the wall now. The protagonist, taking his sword in his hand, asked if he would run away without waking the slain bear. Smiling, Han said that if they paid normally, he would be with them, but it was not fate. Raising his sword, the knight said that luck was not on his side today, so he should prepare to die. The protagonist, using the slashing knife technique, quickly killed the enemy. Han glanced back, saying that he was too slow. Suddenly, the guy was surrounded by 3 knights. He took a stance, deciding to move on to the main battle. All 3 knights attacked at the same time. The enemy raised his sword. Han frowned, mentally saying that their techniques were suitable for players up to level 200, so he could ignore them. A moment later, the knights struck. There was not a single damage left on the guy's body. Shaking his cloak, Han said that they were even weaker than he expected. Their attacks simply reflected off his polished armor. The knights took a step back. They did not understand how this was even possible. Han chuckled, saying that their attack took 300 units from him. For their information, he had more than 9,000 health. The guy swung his sword. The bodies of the enemies dissolved. Then the system told him that if his employer wins the battle, his fame will increase and he will be able to receive a title. The protagonist looked beyond the wall. Looking at the battle below, he said that most of the players were using simple buffs and spells. Han smiled, realizing that all the enemies were below level 170. The boy easily walked through the battlefield, killing enemies, no matter how experienced the enemy was in battle, or how much money they had. If their equipment was below level 200, they were weak. The commander, an enemy knight, shouted, ordering him to step aside. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that this enemy was already above level 200. The commander rushed at him, saying that he would cut him into small pieces. Han easily dodged his attack, using 7-star steps. The boy appeared next to his ally, saying that he looked pretty strong. The boy pushed his ally towards the enemy. The knight barely managed to block the enemy commander's attack. The protagonist smiled. He was taking too much of a risk fighting a high-level enemy. It would be more effective to deal with the small fry. Han struck the enemy in the chest. A moment later, he struck the second knight. He slit the throat of the third enemy. The enemy commander pointed his sword at him and called him a coward for chasing low levels. At the commander's order, many knights rushed towards the guy. Han trembled, pretending to be scared. Using the slashing knife technique, he killed all the enemies. The protagonist smiled. He was afraid that he would lose his grip without fighting, but it seemed like he was just worrying in vain. Soon, the enemy army was forced to retreat. The captain stood next to Han and said that now the Balkan Guild would think twice before sticking their nose in here. The man chuckled and told the boy that he was amazing. Rumors were already spreading about him. Han scratched his head, saying that it was nothing amazing, he was just fighting like he always did. The protagonist, looking at the knights behind him, realized that they were talking about how Han used his allies as a shield. The boy smiled nervously, realizing what rumors were spreading about him. The events take us to the forest. The third sword rejoiced, saying that they had now managed to reach level 170. The old man, seeing this, said that he had just received it. The students bowed and thanked the master. Clenching his fist, Hendo said that they had received this power as a reward for their efforts, and they should all be proud of themselves. A group of bandits poked their heads out from hiding. Hellman, frowning, asked if they weren't just trash. Marcus answered, saying that this group was famous in these lands. His pupils shrank as he suggested killing the group. Lewis and Gran grinned and said that they could level up that way, and they could also take away their level. Gran was smiling. He was about to stab him in the back. Lewis glanced at his comrade, mentally telling him that he was just waiting for them to relax. Hellman clenched his fist and decided to attack when his comrades reached for their things. Marcus closed his eyes, mentally telling him that they couldn't understand the feeling of satisfaction from a perfect setup. Once they experienced it, no one could stop. The students approached the master and began discussing something. Soon the group headed out of the forest. Hendo glanced at the student and asked if this was the right road. Ilhan raised his hand and said that they should soon come to a clearing where they could level up. Suddenly, someone stood in their way. Gran, holding the hilt of his sword, said that no one gets through here for free. The old man frowned and asked if this was another quest like the one with the kid. Gran swung his sword and sent a fireball towards the group. Hendo pulled his sword out of its sheath. The man grinned. His flame sword was precise and terrifying in its power. Trying to block this attack would be suicide. Hendo deftly deflected the fireball. Flames exploded behind him. Gran sweated as he saw this. The master student smiled, saying that this was a 4-ounce 1,000-pound technique. The old man himself chuckled, saying that if he was a bandit, then he should have more than enough items. Gran gritted his teeth and did not understand what was happening to his opponent, because he managed to deflect the flamed sword. Frowning, the master wondered why the swordsman stopped. Swinging his blade, the old man decided that in this case, he would deal with it himself. The boy deflected his opponent's attack and cried out loudly. The great swordsman opened his mouth wide and used a combination attack, causing his opponent to scream loudly. Clenching his jaw, Gran stopped his thoughts and realized that the blows weren't that strong, but he simply couldn't block all the attacks. A notification appeared in the air, indicating that his HP bar had dropped to almost zero. Turning his head, the swordsman asked what his teammates were doing and asked for help. The players ran forward and screamed that they were waiting for his signal. Ilhun pulled his sword out of its sheath and asked if they were monsters after all, to which his ally suggested that they were quest monsters. Jumping high into the air, the boys screamed for the fencers to die. Clouds thickened in the sky. The exhausted players sat on the bench. Marcus turned his head to the side and asked what happened yesterday, to which Hellman said that he didn't want to remember it. Lewis said that they were not their rivals and suggested not to take revenge, but simply surrender, to which Gran opened his mouth wide and shouted that they would not ignore it, and revenge must be done. Raising his head, the swordsman asked how they would do this, because their skills did not take enemies. Smiling, the swordsman explained that they had a guild, and they would ask their comrades to avenge them. Near the entrance to the building hung a sign with the number 1. The man put his head on his hand and asked if the guests were asking them to avenge these swords. Extending his palm forward, Grant said that there were 300 people in their guild, and if they gathered everyone, they should be enough to get rid of the enemies, and the things from them would pay for the time. The players lowered the corners of their lips, and the leader thought and said that it sounded interesting. The commander raised his finger and pointed out that they would soon become a problem anyway, so he would take care of it himself. The swordsman folded his arms and thanked the man for his decision and declared that the master was wise, to which the man laughed and exclaimed that they flattered him. Frowning, Grant said that they could move out, so he asked that they gather everyone. The heroes clashed in battle and shouted loudly that they had to kill everyone and that no one should escape. The archers released their bowstrings and someone could be heard shouting that they could not miss anyone. Sharp arrows pierced the fighters' bodies. The mages put their palms forward and began to summon a meteor. A moment later, a huge explosion of fire occurred. The master ran up from behind and exclaimed that his teammates were safe, and they were glad that he was also okay. Ilhun dropped his jaw and asked what was going on and why they were attacking them. Looking away, the elder told his allies not to relax, as they all needed to stick together and counterattack, and then added that they needed to find the 4th and 5th swords immediately. Bright streams of energy pierced the ground, and the players began to shout that it was an ice storm and lightning strikes. Covering his face with his hand, the teacher shouted that they could not counterattack as long as they were using magic. Gritting his teeth, the master thought that this was hell, and right now they could handle even a dragon, but they were being pressed by a group of ordinary players. Clenching his fist, the great warrior did not understand what his teammates wanted, to run and save their lives or fight to the end. The swordsmen closed their eyes and declared that they were men and would die without fear, as befits men. The old man rushed forward and told everyone to fight until their last breath and run after him. Columns of smoke rose high into the air. The swordsman's hand began to shake and he quietly called out to the master. Holding his palm out in front of him, the man called out to the second sword, to which the latter muttered that he was asking for forgiveness and assumed that he had come to the end. The team of victorious players in front of them smiled contentedly. Gran gritted his teeth and asked what the enemy thought of what had happened and if he enjoyed watching all his comrades die. The master frowned, and the swordsman noted that the old man was good and asked how many of them he had managed to kill. Sheathing his weapon, the man realized that things were bad, his hit points were almost zero, and his body refused to move. Grinning maliciously, Gran shouted that he shouldn't be upset, because he would soon meet his allies. Suddenly, a bright star appeared in the complete darkness. A building with a training hall was visible. Turning his back, the great swordsman muttered that he learned the name of the one who took his life. Grinning, the young man asked the chief not to get excited. Ilhan lowered the corners of his lips and thought that no one knew what this man could come up with in such a situation. Folding his hands behind his back, the old man said that he had not lost to anyone for 30 years, to which the subordinate noted that there were too many opponents, and this could not be called a defeat, after which he realized that his interlocutor was very angry. Closing his eyes, the master said that only weaklings and cowards look back at the number of enemies, after which he added that this game is really fun. The boy put his finger to his cheek and asked if it was true and muttered that it must be so, because it was an amazing battle, and then realized that everything was fine. The man put his palm to his chest and explained that you should always understand that it is just a game. Suddenly, the great warrior took the cap off the felt-tip pen. The old man began to write on the virtual reality capsule and said the names of his enemies. As he continued to paint the body, the master remembered that there was another one named Biakis. Smiling, the man told the boys not to dare erase it. Lewis gritted his teeth and said that they called the entire guild for help, and this is all that came out, to which Hellman noted that this could not be, and did not understand what it was. On the ground, the players saw several bad swords. There was rags in a pile. A mountain of bread towered high into the sky, and the boys noticed that it was an endless supply. Gran raised his eyebrows and suggested that they take a closer look. The guild leader smiled and suggested that they talk. The swordsman turned his head back and laughed anxiously. Heman widened her eyes and asked if the audience thought it was time to talk about the Versailles continent, and then added that they would introduce everyone to the events that happened in Royal Road, and her partner would tell them about it. The girl closed her eyes and greeted her partner, to which he greeted her back and noted that her smile was as beautiful as ever. Grinning, the host said that this was flattery again, and suggested that the man tell something more interesting if this was not all he could. Zhu extended his palm and replied that it was not so and said that they had a lot of interesting things to talk about today. For example, his intuition told him that his colleague had bacon for breakfast. Hyaman covered her mouth with her hands and asked how he knew about it, and whether he had smelled it, after which she exclaimed that bacon tasted best in the morning, and the man said that it was an excellent choice. The host raised his finger and decided to move on to the main topics, and then said that in the kingdom of Kaban, the player Badray had reached level 370th, which was called an insurmountable wall. A knight in dark armor appeared, and Zhu noted that he was known to others as the Dark Knight, and had also repeatedly taken first place in the rankings, and had received his level in the Warrior Tower. The girl lowered the corners of her mouth and asked if the Warrior Tower was an arena for the strongest players. An enraged man was seen attacking a knight, and Zhu noted that this was exactly it, and right now you can see how the battle with one of the strongest barbarians took place, after defeating whom he managed to get level 370th. Heman said that it was amazing, but she did not understand why he had to publish the level of his character on the internet, to which the host closed his eyes and noted that this was an interesting question, and then answered that this player was a member of the Hermes Guild, and with this statement his guild showed that it was the best player in the kingdom of Kaban. The host said that this was a provocation, and in a sense it seemed that they once again showed their power, to which Han, putting his fingers to his chin, thought about the level of the Dark Knight. The merchant smiled and said that he was actually the manager of a trading company, but because of his work he had no time to go fishing, and here it was easy, while the protagonist was thinking about how much such a character was worth, because most players were only at level 50 now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that the probability of him being sold was extremely small, because the continent of magic was slowly dying and selling the character was the best solution, but Royal Road would live for another 10 years. Zhu raised his palm and said that he remembered something, after which he asked if his colleague liked auctions, to which she responded approvingly. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that in that case he had good news for the girl, and asked if she knew that one of the players had reached the level of apprentice in cooking, tailoring and blacksmithing. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and wondered if anyone else had done this. Hyman smiled and asked if her partner had met him, since it was hard to believe that anyone could do something like this. The man raised his finger and admitted that he had thought the same at first, but then he saw it with his own eyes. Turning his head towards the screen, the host explained that he had managed to gather a lot of customers by simply selling clothes and other items and ended up selling clothes made of rainbow fabric, and invited her to see it for herself. The seller exclaimed that the price was 2,400 gold and asked who would give more, to which people stood in the crowd and shouted that 4,000 was a great price. The rainbow fabric was shining, and Zhu explained that these clothes were created by a truly outstanding craftsman, while maintaining all the characteristics of the fabric, and it was almost impossible to believe, but he still managed to do it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if they were talking about him. Putting his finger to his cheek, the player realized that they didn't know about the fishing and sculpture skills yet, and the host said that the material itself was amazing, but the tailor's skills exceeded expectations. The man folded his hands on the table and said that unfortunately, no one had even managed to see the mysterious tailor, although now absolutely everyone was trying to find him. Pointing his finger forward, Zhu shouted that when this master showed them his next creation, he himself would definitely be there and find out everything about it. Smiling widely, Han apologized and admitted that he was not interested, after which he added that this is why Mandu was engaged in sales. The TV screen went dark. A high fortress appeared. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared in the beams of teleportation. The player clarified whether his friend heard that Badray reached level 370th, to which he turned his head and said that the Hermes Guild is now stronger than ever. The guy grinned and suggested that this was why more and more people were moving to the Kingdom of Haben, to which the other guy asked why they didn't go there and at least look at him. The players decided to go there right now, to which Han turned his head and thought about what they were saying on TV about the same thing. The knight put his hands to his mouth and shouted that they were looking for a priest and a level 170 range fighter. Frowning, the man shouted that he would buy a sword that was suitable for a level 210 player with additional effects. Pursing his lips, the protagonist realized that this was what he needed and decided to buy the necessary supplies and head to the Basra cave. Tall columns were visible inside the room, and someone could be heard loudly asking everyone to listen to him. The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that their comrade would soon bring monsters, so everyone should be ready. The companions turned away from him and thought that this player was annoying them, because he was bragging in front of this girl. Suddenly, someone called out to Solon, to which he turned around. The man raised the torch up and shouted that he had brought the entire gang of thieves. The warrior opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was excellent, then ordered the mages to attack. The wizard put his palms in front of him and asked the flames to wake up, burn and destroy, and then called a firestorm. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. Mandu's companion pushed off the ground with her feet. The girl crossed her arms and used the ability Dance of Death. With one blow, the dancer killed 4 enemies. The men clenched their fists and admired her, and asked her to move into battle. Waryang winked at her allies. A guy exclaimed that she winked at him, to which another was indignant that she was showing him attention, and a third put his hand forward and noticed that the opponents were behind him. The opponent attacked the dancer from behind. A twisted rod appeared in the air. An iron line wrapped around the guy's leg. At that very second, the player fell face down on the ground. The girl closed her eyes and thanked him for his help. The young man slung his weapon over his shoulder and remarked that she should pay more attention. The fisherman winked and called her his sister. Solon folded his palms and was surprised that it seemed as if thousands of beautiful butterflies were dancing in front of him, and then remarked that Miss Waryang was the most beautiful of them all. The dancer closed her eyes and muttered that everything was clear to her and thanked him, although this was too much. The warrior clenched his fist and exclaimed that this was not the case at all, and that the girl was underestimating herself, to which she thanked him for his support. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy said that he had casually said that he was a member of the Maveros Guild, and that they owned the Basra Cave, after which he added that all they needed to do was follow his group and simply gain experience. Solon held out his hand and asked if the girl knew that there were secrets to gaining special experience, and if it wasn't great that if she went with him, she would earn 30% more points than regular players. The girl looked away and said that she would think about it, and thought about how this player couldn't leave her alone and wanted to talk to at least someone other than him. Raising his hand, the guy asked if she was a dancer since he had seen her before, and then added that it might be rude, but he offered her to join their guild. Suddenly, a member of the Maveros Guild stood between the players. Frowning, the warrior was indignant and asked the young man to think twice before offering her his useless help and crossing his guild's path on its territory. Closing his eyes, the young man muttered that he would probably go. Scratching the back of his head, the player wished them a successful hunt. Lowering her head, Waryang sighed heavily. Tall columns could be seen in the cave. Suddenly, a chain lightning strike erupted. Arrows flew forward, and someone shouted for the archers to help the mages. The projectiles pierced the bodies of the enemies. The players ran forward in a crowd. Winking, Solon shouted to the dancer that he would lead them. Closing her eyes, the girl thought about how she wanted to leave this group as soon as possible. Solon held an iron armor in his hands. Grinning, the warrior said that it was a silver breastplate. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy noted that it was cool, and assumed that it was high-quality armor. Smiling, the player explained that this was a difficult choice, but he believed that Waryang deserved it, and then clarified whether anyone was against it. The men lowered their eyebrows and muttered that they were not particularly against it, especially if that was what the captain decided. The fighter handed the equipment to the dancer, to which she said that she did not think she needed it, and the others thought that he was hanging around her again, although it was their turn. The man folded his arms and noted that their captain thought that if he gave all the things, he would be able to hit on her, and the interlocutor exclaimed that this would not have happened if it were not for his guild. But nothing could be done, because in the other group there is no bonus to experience. Squinting, Waryang thought that she was very awkward, and of course it was great to get experience and things, but this was not normal. The girl raised her hand and asked if it was right to continue hunting like this, because they did not pump up their skills, to which she was asked again. Opening her mouth, the dancer explained that skills increase with the frequency of use, and at this rate they will gain levels, but the skills will remain untouched. The guy closed his eyes and asked her not to bother her head, because she would never be able to reach the highest levels that way, after which he added that their main goal was to increase their level and join a good group. Lowering her chin, Waryang noted that even having reached one level, other players would be stronger because their skills were pumped up, to which the interlocutor extended his palm forward and objected that paying attention to small things could only burden oneself. The young man spread his fingers and asked how many groups the girl had been in before this one, to which she hesitated, and he continued that there was no need to worry about skills, and suggested that she think about it later. Lowering the corners of her lips, the dancer thought about easy hunting, easy levels, because you can only become weaker, not gain strength, and did they really like that? The sun's rays penetrated the dark passage of the cave. Raising a finger, the mage shouted that there was one spot in the group, as they had already gathered 30 people, and only needed a tank. The warrior held plants in his hands and exclaimed that he would sell all the herbs at low prices. Walking through the crowd of players, Han thought about how many people there were, and this was probably due to the hunting grounds. The knight extended his palm forward and asked if the protagonist was looking for a group. The warrior's face was covered with an iron mask, and he asked for his specialty and level, because he looked like a swordsman, because he wore it on his belt, after which he added that they had just the right spot. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought about the fact that he was wearing a duke's helmet, so he was from the Kingdom of the British Confederation, and was somewhere around level 180th, and his things cost 800 zlotys. Turning his head, the knight said that there were 15 people in their group, all of whom were level 170 or higher, and then added that they were from the Maveros Guild. Frowning, the swordsman realized that their group added 30% to the experience. Closing his eyes, the guy apologized and said that he was not looking for a group, to which Vintage asked him again. Pointing a finger at himself, the young man said that he could handle it himself, and then thought that if he joined the group, he would simply share the experience with others. The protagonist began to walk away, and the members of the Maveros Guild did not understand why he went alone, and whether everything was okay with his head, after which they suggested that he might be a high level. Looking around inside the cave, the protagonist said that he was on the 3rd floor, and Mandu was busy now, but his companion should be somewhere here. Suddenly, someone called out to Han, to which he turned around. Warion grabbed his hands and shouted that it was really him, then greeted him and exclaimed that she was glad to see him. The dancer's eyes widened and asked how he got there. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he just came to develop, and then mumbled for the girl to let go of his hands. Frowning, Solon asked the girl who this person was. Putting a finger to her cheek, the dancer said that he was a sculptor. Putting his hands on his hips, the warrior was indignant at his arrival. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, did not understand what was wrong with him and thought that this player was annoying him. Closing his eyes, the guy clarified if they were friends since he was not allowed to be her boyfriend, and asked if they developed their skills together. The swordsman lowered his chin and said that a friend introduced them, so they had not played together yet, after which he asked if this was a problem. Smiling, the Maveros Guild member exclaimed that everything was clear to him, since they were just friends, so there were absolutely no problems. The guy closed his eyes and introduced himself, and then offered the protagonist to join his guild, since it was a great chance for a sculptor, and he thought that since they were just friends, he had no other choice. Warion widened her eyes and asked the protagonist to join. The swordsman lowered the corners of his lips, thinking that he had planned to just say hello, but he did not understand what to do now. The girl smiled sweetly and mentally suggested that this was not such a bad idea. The squad of players moved deeper into the cave. Turning her head, the dancer said that no one would have thought that they would meet here. Raising her finger, Manda's companion noted that now was the time to tell about his past quest. Squinting, Han said that he was not interesting at all, to which the interlocutor exclaimed for him to tell. Frowning furiously, Solon thought that this guy was a bastard and knew that inviting him was a bad idea. Holding a flask in his hand, the fighter asked the girl to take it, because it should help her in the fight, to which she thanked him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and noted that the dancer was quite popular, after which he thought that this was too expensive a gift. Scratching the back of her head, Warion explained that it was not the matter, she just had a well-developed charm and appearance. With bulging eyes, the protagonist asked the interlocutor again. The girl lowered her head and said that if you increase your charm, you can become much more beautiful, and this is reflected even on your skin, to which the swordsman asked about her appearance. Winking, the dancer said that with this, her body becomes more attractive, after which she added that this characteristic is available to all dancers. Lowering the corners of her lips, the protagonist thought that charm for a dancer is like strength and dexterity for a swordsman. Putting her palm to her mouth, the interlocutor admitted that in reality she looks completely different, and decided that she would show him sometime if he was interested. Squinting, the protagonist thought about the fact that when creating an avatar, you can change some parameters, and it turns out that she is more beautiful here, and it's all like makeup in real life. Standing in front of the squad, Solon exclaimed that this is all for today, and everyone tried hard, so they will see each other tomorrow, to which everyone simultaneously thanked him. Disappearing in the beams of teleportation, the players said that they were leaving. Closing his eyes, the warrior said goodbye to Miss Warion, to which she remained silent. The dancer extended her hand forward and asked if the protagonist was leaving, to which he replied that he had some things to do, so she could leave first, and they would see each other tomorrow. Smiling, the girl said goodbye to the protagonist. Grinning, the swordsman waved his hand in response. Clenching his muscles, the guy decided that he would begin real development. Running the blade along the stone, the young man began to sharpen the swords. The equipment began to shine after Han polished and cleaned all the armor. The food in the frying pan flew up as the protagonist cooked special food to increase characteristics. Steam emanated from the hot dish, and the protagonist exclaimed that everything was now perfect and his skills had improved. Holding a fork and knife, the swordsman began to eat and wondered how many bonuses he would receive. Warion and Zephyr were drooling over the plate of food. Jumping back, the guy screamed loudly. The player asked what the girl was doing here, since she had just left, to which she scratched her head and explained that she thought it would be better to go back. Closing her eyes, the Fisher King greeted the young man, and he muttered that this was the guy from fishing. Leaning over the dish, the player admitted that he was glad that the protagonist remembered him, since he had not logged out of the game, and he simply did not notice him, so he could treat him as he wished, to which he exclaimed that you can't talk to his food. The dancer widened her eyes and said that she never thought the protagonist could cook such a thing, since it looked amazing, and you only need to look at the shrimp. Drooling from her mouth, Waryang said that it looked very tasty. Bright stars were visible in her eyes, and the girl muttered that it was incredibly delicious. The protagonist closed his eyes and remained silent. Raising his finger, the swordsman offered to buy her food for 1 gold coin, to which she shouted that she would take it. The dancer brought the shrimp to her mouth. Resting her head on her hands, the girl thought that this was a divine taste, and very juicy meat and delicate sauce, and the dish was amazing, and this shrimp seemed to be dancing in her mouth, when suddenly the system reported that the player was full and received an increase in many characteristics. Smiling widely, Waryang shouted that the food also increases characteristics, and the guy cooks incredibly. Clenching his fists, Zephyr said that he could also pay. Turning away, the young man exclaimed that the shop was closed, because these were the last shrimp, to which the player was indignant that this could not be, and there could not even be a piece left. Hang dropped his jaw and said that he was going to move on and asked if the dancer was coming out. Smiling, the girl said that she would rather go through the cave with him, because she didn't want the bonuses to go to waste. Holding out his palm, the protagonist asked if she was against the group, to which she asked if it was true and exclaimed that of course she was not against it. Grinning, the protagonist thought about how good his interlocutor was as a dancer, because the dance of death was quite useful, and in addition to strengthening allies, she could also put enemies to sleep, which was doubly excellent. Turning back, the girl asked if Zephyr would go with them. Clenching his fists, the Fisher King cried out that he would go, and that was all he had been waiting for, and that he would go with the swordsman even to the ends of the earth. The dancer suggested that they knew each other well, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he didn't really. The boy turned away and said that this was great, and this group with a beautiful sister, and the protagonist thought that this was quite unexpected, but maybe for the best, but he could not understand what the fisherman was doing here. Putting her fingers to her chest, Waryang exclaimed that she could call someone else. Raising a finger, the swordsman objected and said that this was enough, and 3 people was just right. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Zephyr asked if only 3 people were enough in such a place, and the dancer noted that this was a little strange, to which the boy asserted that this was enough, but there would also be a 4th. Raising the necklace up, the young man summoned the Death Knight. The space above the players' heads was enveloped in a magical aura. Van Hawk appeared and asked if the master had called him. The protagonist slammed his fists together, and asked how many times he had told him how to address him properly, to which he apologized and thanked him for summoning him. Han put his hands on his hips and asked if his assistant was well rested and noted that the freeloader needed to stretch, to which he didn't understand why he had to do it again and cried out that it was too much. Smiling, Waryang thought about how this was the Death Knight that the protagonist actually summoned, which was surprising. Zephyr lowered the corners of his lips and didn't understand who this was at all, because he thought it was an ordinary player who was developing a specialty but summoning a knight. The Fisher King wondered who he was, while the protagonist raised his fist and asked if they should go to the 4th floor now. Waryang smiled and asked if the protagonist of the story had heard of this dungeon, to which he asked for an example. At night, a human silhouette appeared, and the girl replied that she had been told that many years ago, the Duke of Barca was exiled for betraying the British Confederation, and over time, he found a dungeon where he settled and gathered a guild of thieves. Han, turning his gaze to the side, asked if they were here, and the dancer exclaimed that he already knew. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist noted that there were not many people here, after which Waryang explained that it was all because of the monsters above level 240, and there were enough of them here. Through the sweat on her face, the girl doubted that the 4 of them would be enough. The guy, raising his finger up, said that he should just trust him. The dancer, biting her lips, thought that she was still worried, because if they died, they would lose all their things, and they did not even take the priest with them. Zephyr, squinting, knew that he had to go out, because now certain death awaited him. After some time, the man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they would empty their pockets. The warriors, menacingly lowering their eyebrows, added that it was time to clean out their bags, and if they hid anything, they would find it, and then cut off their hands. Van Hawk, being in an unusual aura, used the skill of the power of darkness. A moment later, the knight swung his sword, using the ability of the deadly blade. Suddenly, many men began to fall off their feet. The guys widened their eyes in surprise. The king of fishermen, through the sweat on his face, wondered if he was really higher than level 290, and how the main character managed to get hold of him. Looking at the dark spirit, the young man noticed that he easily dealt with 4 monsters of level 200, and also asked how strong he was. The opponents clenched their jaws in pain. Suddenly Van Hawk raised his weapon and shouted that it was not enough for them, and now they would see his power. Unexpectedly, Han hit him on the head. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, ordered not to kill them, but simply beat them half to death, because they would take care of the rest. The knight, holding the back of his head, objected that he could understand everything, but let him at least warn him in advance, and stop hitting him already. The boy smiled and wondered if he had become stronger and thought he could be cheeky, and if he had become proud of his level and didn't value him anymore. It was clear that the dark spirit had turned his head away, and the warrior decided that he should work on it. Rushing from his place, the boy realized that he had to warm up first. A second later, Han launched a powerful attack, pushing his enemies. The men, quickly running away, called for reinforcements, and shouted that they all needed to be killed. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed through the crowd of warriors, using the technique of the slashing knife. Weryang, wide-eyed, did not understand what kind of technique it was, because he said he was a sculptor, and Zephyr had no idea what it was, but it looked cool. The king of fishermen, turning around, exclaimed that they should help, to which the girl responded positively. It was clear that the protagonist was waving his weapon furiously. The dancer's pink hair appeared. The player, winking, used the ability to dance charm. The warriors drooled in surprise. Weryang, bulging her eyes, asked if they wanted to offend her. Raising their eyebrows, the men replied that they definitely could not. Baring her teeth, the girl realized that they had been caught. Suddenly, the dancer crossed her arms and shouted that she did not need the tackles, because they disgusted her. The opponents opened their jaws in bewilderment. Zephyr, through the sweat on his face, asked how she did it, to which he received an explanation that if they were not attacked, they would stand like this for another 2 minutes, and if their level was higher, then about 1.5. The king of fishermen, taking out a hook, exclaimed that this was excellent, because he would take care of them. A moment later, the guy abruptly threw the rope. The metal loop caught on the enemy's clothes. The young man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was a good catch. Swinging his fishing rod, Zephyr used the fish tornado skill. At the same time, the girl cut the warriors' heads. Biting her lips, Weryang thought that unlike that group of idiots, everything was different here, and they would die if they were not careful. After some time, the guys lying on the floor said that they could not do it anymore. The king of fishermen, closing his eyes, asked how many enemies they had already killed, adding that at least 20 groups, to which the dancer replied that she had long since lost count. Smiling, Weryang thanked him for his help, because with his support it was much easier for her. The guy, scratching the back of his head, also expressed his gratitude to her. Han, poking at the screen, was surprised that the entire inventory was full. Raising the corners of his lips, the girl noticed that they were exhausted, while he was full of energy, but she did not understand how he could so calmly sort things when they had just finished fighting a crowd of opponents. The dancer, looking at the protagonist, asked if he always pumped like this. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows contentedly, answered positively. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior exclaimed that he was done sorting, and if they had anything to fix, he would be happy to help. Weryang, widening her eyes, clarified whether he had ever thought that this was quite dangerous, because fighting high-level opponents alone was too much. Taking his chin, the Moonlight Sculptor explained that he did not think so, because when he looked at them from above, they were very small, and therefore he immediately realized that they were just food, namely the food that would help him grow and grow. Smiling slightly, the girl thought that he was really amazing, and if they followed him, they would probably have a lot of adventures. Han, turning his head, asked if they had anything to fix, and then said that they should move on. Zephyr, opening his mouth, asked if it was right now, and also said that they had not even rested and had lost a lot of health. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that he had found out that the lower the health, the faster the resistance increases, and you just need to fight more and more, and for example, now their blows just tickle him, to which the guys thought that it was painful. The protagonist, scratching the back of his head, added that he had 15% of health left, and therefore lost his grip, and his team wondered if this is what he called losing his grip. Clenching his fists, the boy exclaimed that since the warm-up was over, it was time for them to move on, after which the king of fishermen muttered that he thought he needed to get out of here. Zephyr, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that this was too much, and Weryang agreed with him and added that they would die from the strain. The warrior, lowering his eyebrows, clarified that didn't they both accept him as a leader, after which he asked them to collect their thoughts and move on, because if they finished everything now, they could say goodbye to their valuables. The guys, nodding their heads, agreed with him. Han, sitting down next to them, said that they should rest for 10 minutes and then move on. Smiling, the main character said that for now he would embroider. The girl, looking away, thought that he probably had all the professions as an apprentice. The Fisher King, with his hand on his face, muttered that he was a damn monster, because he just liked to tinker, and they were just here for the game. Suddenly, the swordsman dealt a powerful blow to the guy's body. Zephyr, bending over in pain, said that it was a blow to a vital point. A second later, Weryang, rushing from her place, exclaimed that she would take care of him. Fiercely waving her daggers, the girl used the ability Dance of Death. Turning around, the dancer asked if her partner was okay. The Fisher King, through sweat on his face, replied that this was his limit. Stretching out his palm, the player asked the protagonist to stop already, because they are people and they need to rest from time to time. Zephyr, lying on the floor, said that he would just lie there, and also added that he had taken a critical hit, and he would not cope without the priest. Waryang sighed heavily and envied him because at least he laid down, while she had to go on with this demon. A moment later, the warrior took out some bandages. Lowering his eyebrows, Han said that he shouldn't worry, because he would take care of him. The Fisher King narrowed his eyes and said that he was bleeding, and the protagonist would not be able to cure him. The protagonist, smiling slightly, asked the guy how he was feeling. The young man asked about the warrior's skill, to which he, turning his gaze, replied that he had a 9th-level apprentice. Zephyr, narrowing his eyes, muttered that he was almost a master, after which he wondered what was wrong with him. The warrior, bulging his eyes, whispered that the two were very tired, but these battles could not be compared to those in Mort. Smiling, Han exclaimed that maybe it was all the effect of his profession as a Moonlight sculptor, because at first he was against it, but now he realized that being a sculptor is not so bad. It seemed like the protagonist was busy improving his skills, and he thought that he had been busy with this more than his level in the past months, but without all this he would now be much weaker. The protagonist, shaking his head, asked if his partner's health had recovered. A second later, the warrior, opening his mouth wide, shouted that then they needed to move on. Many items were visible in the backpack. The guy, through the sweat on his face, asked what he should do, and did not think he could carry more. Zephyr, looking ahead, was glad about this, and also clarified what they should do, and whether they really had to stop leveling up. Han scratched his cheek and replied that he would have to stop because he would not be able to pack his things anymore, to which the guys exclaimed contentedly that they were very upset because they had expected more, and this was extremely unfortunate, but nothing could be done. Through her tears, the girl realized that they would finally finish this. The king of fishermen, clenching his fists, decided that it was time to get out of this hell. Suddenly, the protagonist extended his finger and said that there was no need to worry so much, because he did not say that they were leaving, but was now running away to the city and would return, and as soon as he sold all the trash, he would immediately return. Raising his palm, the protagonist added that as soon as he returned, they would go even further, and he would also take the bandages with him. The guy, frowning, asked the dancer what they should do and whether they should run away, to which she asked him to ask something easier. A couple of days later, the night sky was visible. Han thoughtfully moved his pen across the notebook. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if he was starting to degrade because he didn't understand anything at all. Biting his lips, the protagonist silently asked himself if he should give up, since there were only 4 days left until the test, after which he added that he had already paid the money and did not want to upset his grandmother and Hyan. The younger sister, smiling, asked her brother if he was confused, and at the same time said that it was not that difficult, and let him translate everything into finances. The guy's hair stood up sharply when he heard the question of how much he would earn in 12 months if he put in 300,000 won, and the coefficient was 5.39%. The young man suddenly clenched his fists and said the figure of 3,700,000 won. The girl, stretching out her finger, said that it was not that difficult, and all mathematics could be translated into money, which he loved very much. The warrior, raising the corners of his lips, noticed that she was trying very hard to help him, and therefore could not let her down, and would try his best for these 4 days. After a while, many guys could be seen coming down the stairs. The Moonlight sculptor, looking ahead with satisfaction, muttered that there was only one difficult question. Scratching his cheek, Han remembered the question that if he found a wallet with money on the street, what decision would he make, and then thought that there were 3 correct answers. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, hearing that he had gotten a new thing from Ross Gleazy. The guys, walking forward, were talking about a golden axe with the effect of plus 45 to strength, but minus 10 to agility, to which the protagonist wondered if they were talking about Royal Road. The young man, holding out his palm, called Jonghong amazing because he was a dark gamer, and his comrade added that he was very different from them, and they only knew how to drink and have fun. The warrior, biting his lips, thought about the dark gamer. Smiling, the guy in the yellow t-shirt asked Jonghong what his current level was, after which he received the answer that it was all 355. The dark gamer was asked if he was from the rating, and he, lowering his eyebrows, said that he was in the top 10,000, which surprised the Moonlight sculptor. A moment later, the young man began to open the car door. The guy, looking at the guys, offered to get in the car, because we will show what dark gamers do, and they were very happy. Suddenly Jonghong turned to the protagonist. The player, stretching out his hand, asked if Han wanted to go for a ride. The protagonist bit his lips in bewilderment. The young man, opening his mouth, said that there was no need to strain himself so much, because he was listening to their conversation, which means that he understands something about Royal Road. Smiling slightly, the dark gamer explained that they were going to meet the Dark One and asked if he wanted to go with them. After a while, several warehouses appeared. Many computers were visible. Inside the building, there were virtual reality capsules. Jonghong, sitting on a chair, said that they were early and no one was there yet, but at least they had time to tell who they were. The player, squinting, asked if they had ever thought about how much people who sell items from the game for real money earn, because it's a whole job. The guys, turning their heads, assumed that maybe about 10 or 20,000. Suddenly, the guy, putting his glass on the table, answered that no less than 100,000, which surprised everyone. The young man, turning his gaze to the side, explained that these are mainly people from China, India and Northern Asia, but all the professionals are in China. The player in the yellow shirt closed his eyes and said that he had heard that there was a similar organization in Korea. Many unusual capsules appeared, and it was heard that there were actually quite a lot of such people, but they would not recognize their names, although all this was legal, but these were the rules of the game. Many human silhouettes were visible, and Jonghung said that there was a major organization, namely the Alliance of Dark Gamers. The guy in glasses raised his eyebrows and asked what exactly they did. The player raised the corners of his lips and answered that they mainly collected information, and the information that came to one of them belonged to the entire alliance, after which he gave an example about development points and special monsters. The Dark Gamer, looking at the guys, added that this almost always happens, to which they exclaimed that it was cool. Han, with his eyes bulging, listened to how this information was not available to everyone, because a person only gets access after reaching a special rank. Jonghong held out his palm and explained that it was necessary for their own safety, and so far it had worked out, but a leak could happen at any moment. A diagram of the information of level 100 and 200 players appeared, and the guy said why a level 100 player needed information about the opponents of a level 200 player, and also added that therefore the information directly depended on the level. The young man with glasses, his mouth slightly open, asked if it meant that the higher their level, the more valuable the information would be. Raising his finger, the Dark Gamer explained that this was not entirely true, because if he was an active gamer and was useful, then his rank would increase, and thus, he would be able to reach the top. The guys, smiling happily, exclaimed that they were in business. A second later, Jonghong, pointing to the paper with his hand, asked to write down his game name, level, and information about himself. The guy, turning his head, addressed the protagonist. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, refused the offer. The Dark Gamer closed his eyes and asked why he came here then, after which he said that he liked it, but when it came down to it, he would leave immediately, and if this was his decision, then so be it. The warrior, leaving the hangar, thought that he was wrong, because there would be nothing for him here. Suddenly, the guy put his hand on the shoulder of the moon sculptor. The young man, smiling slightly, said that those guys joined only to get a few useful opportunities, but the protagonist was not interested in such trifles. Frowning menacingly, Jonghong asked if he thought that it would bother him, or simply did not like to share with others, or thought that newcomers were not worthy. A moment later, Han walked away from his interlocutor. The Dark Gamer, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that there was no need to be so nervous, because this was a great chance for all of them, and let him think about it, because if he was serious about Royal Road, then let him join them. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, replied that he had more important things to do than climb the ranks, and even more so, he really did not want to share any information. The guy, squinting, exclaimed that he could not retreat now, and he had to join them. Lowering his head, the young man explained that people like him were not simple newbies, and also clarified whether he knew about the Dark Gamer's website, because they give a special account for newbies, after which he gave the password and login. Extending his finger, Jonghong continued that as soon as the protagonist logs in, he will have AC rank, and maybe he will find useful tips, and if he wants, he can create his own account. Frowning, the warrior asked what his advantage was. The Dark Gamer, shuffling his feet, replied that he was simply looking for allies, to which the Moonlight Sculptor asked again about allies. Sitting on the hood of the car, the guy said that the first rule of Dark Gamers is not to trust anyone, and both the protagonist and he adhered to this. Han, angrily lowering his eyebrows, listened to the second rule to give as much as he takes, and the young man thought that this rule also did not contradict his principles. Squinting, Jonghong said that taking this into account, he is an ideal fit for them. The warrior asked about rule number 3, to which the Dark Gamer, crossing his elbows, replied that you cannot trust anything except money. It was visible how the young man smiled slightly. The daytime sky appeared, and the Moonlight Sculptor said that this is a great rule, and therefore he is in business. After some time, the protagonist's partners, with their mouths wide open, loudly asked if he wanted to go to the boss. Zephyr shouted that Han had gone crazy because the Duke of Basra was level 290, and Warian, spreading her arms out to the sides, added that the guards were level 275. The protagonist, smiling, answered that he knew, and added that they were all necromancers, to which the King of Fishermen exclaimed that they would die, after which he muttered that he just wanted to ask for a rest. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened thoughtfully. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, quietly asked the dancer if it was true that if they were killed, they would be out of the game for a day, to which she replied that if they died in battle with the boss, he would be kicked out for a day. The girl, clenching her fingers, exclaimed that they needed to go quickly. The boys, walking forward, said that the cave boss should wait for them and kill them quickly. The warrior scratched his cheek and thought that they were an odd couple, but this was the only way to kill time until he got the test results. After some time, the Duke, opening his mouth, said that they had not had guests for a long time. Basra asked what brought them here, and Weryang, lowering her hands, muttered that they came to die, and at the same time Zephyr said to himself that he wanted to get out of here quickly. The Moonlight Sculptor, grinning, shouted that they came to kill him. The dungeon boss, smiling slyly, clarified whether they were from the British Confederation, and also said that since they wanted to die so much, he did not dare to interfere with them, and their corpses would lie here as a lesson for other fools. The Duke, raising his hand, ordered to kill them. Suddenly, Han raised his sword and used the holy blessing skill. The ring on his finger began to emit an unusual light, and the pontiff's blessing ability was heard. The protagonist turned around and asked Van Hawk to take them on himself, to which he obeyed the request. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that this idiot obeyed so easily because he was afraid of the holy artifacts. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior ordered Zephyr to help the Death Knight deal with the thieves. Lowering his eyebrows, the Moonlight Sculptor told Weryang that they needed to take care of the knights, and added that he would take on the Duke. The guys abruptly rushed from their place, and Han explained that it was time to begin. Suddenly, the opponents, opening their jaws, shouted that it was for the glory of Basra. The girl, winking, realized that she had to pretend that she was trying, and then used the ability of the Dance of Charm. Closing her eyes, the dancer thought that now let them hurry up and kill her, and although it was unpleasant, it was better than the endless hunt and muscle pain. It seemed as if the warriors, looking at each other, were discussing who would kill her. The man, lowering his eyebrows, clarified whether it was not the duty of a knight to protect women. The fighter, turning his head, replied that he understood him perfectly, but they had orders from the Duke. The opponents, abruptly rushing from their place, exclaimed that they had no choice, and also apologized to Weryang. The girl bit her lips and muttered that they should get it over with quickly, adding that her dance had not worked on them, which was too suspicious. Suddenly, the system wrote that she had successfully used the Dance of Charm, and at the same time, the Knights of Basra fell to the ground, saying that the dancer was too beautiful. The player, through the sweat on his face, wondered what had just happened. Suddenly, it seemed like a deep scar had appeared on the man's body. Van Hawk, holding his sword tightly, asked if they were really serious about fighting him. Zephyr, turning around, thought that the Death Knight had a lot of power, and therefore it was not just a name, and he was only helping for now, but he had already killed 3. The king of the fishermen's face suddenly turned blue, and he wondered what he was doing, because he needed to give in to them. Suddenly, the Duke, spreading his arms in different directions, fired many projectiles. Barca pulled out his staff and commanded the arrows of darkness to pierce his enemy. A moment later, the protagonist quickly dashed forward. The protagonist sharply dodged the magic projectiles. The guy, his eyes bulging, could not understand how he was able to dodge them. The warrior continued to run forward. The dungeon boss, baring his teeth, used the flash skill. A second later, the Moonlight Sculptor began to break with his feet. Han, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he could not do it, and then used the slashing knife technique. The magic beam pierced the Duke's body through and through. The protagonist pulled out his sword in front of him. Barca, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked if he really imagined that he could defeat him, namely the one who called on the god of death, and explained that it was time to show him why the British kings feared him. Suddenly, many skeletons appeared, and the dungeon boss ordered his warriors to rise. The enemy extended his hand and said that there were many corpses in this cave, and added that he would soon join them. The warrior, cutting the evil spirits, objected that this would not happen, and again used the technique of the slashing knife. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared behind him. The Moon Sculptor swung his cloak sharply. The monster, falling to the ground, missed. The skeleton's head flew to the side, and the guy thought that the blessing would last for another 20 minutes, so he needed to hurry. A helmet appeared in the beams of teleportation, and the young man thought that he would fight alone and meet them properly. Han raised his hand up and called the skeletons. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist ordered everyone to gather and destroy everyone who came near him. The knights fought the enemies, and the protagonist thought that even though he ordered them, they would not last long, because their level was below 50th, so it would be good if they bought some time. Turning his head, the swordsman told his partners to run forward, because they needed to gather and attack Basra together. Frowning, Haryan and Zephyr cried out that they were coming. Running forward, the boy said that he would clear the way. The Duke spread his fingers and asked if the boy really thought he was his equal. With their mouths wide open, the players decided to attack the enemy together. Lying on the ground, the dancer and the Fisher Kings sighed heavily and said that they could not move. Smiling, the girl noted that it was incredible, because they killed the necromancer. Closing his lips, the boy thought that the swordsman was truly insane, and who would have thought that the 3 of them could defeat Basra. Adjusting his gloves, the protagonist said that the partners had rested and that they had enough, because they did not have time for this. Smiling evilly, the protagonist said that he was one with money, and it flowed in him, so time was also money, and while they did not stop, they needed to go hunting, after which he added that they had a long way ahead, because they would not leave with an empty bag. The players opened their eyes in alarm. In the middle of the cave, there were columns, and they could hear Werion apologizing to the protagonist and saying that she had trouble at home and needed to go, and Zephyr cried out that he had stomach problems, so he needed to go out urgently, and they would see each other later. A couple of days later, the protagonist stood at the entrance to the cave and said that his workday had come. The swordsman grinned and recalled how his partners said they would return as soon as they leveled up a couple of times, and thought that since he was developing alone, there was no need to share experience. People gathered in a crowd and shouted that they did not understand what this was and whether it was a fair price, and that the creators had arranged a monopoly here. A wooden sign said that the price for using the Basra caves had been increased by 200%. Han noticed this with the corners of his lips downturned and assumed that he would have to change the hunting location. The clouds thickened in the sky, and the protagonist decided that he would meet someone first. The fortresses of the Rosenheim kingdom were visible. Circa smiled widely and was happy about the protagonist's arrival. The monk jumped on the swordsman and screamed that she missed him very much. The other players stood behind and watched them. Squinting, the guy realized that there were still people who were happy just to see him. Clenching her fists, the girl said that she had heard about his cooking skill and asked him to cook something for her, and Ramuna and Irene also cook for her, to which he thought that he was probably wrong. Extending his hand forward, Pale said that they had all heard about him and the quest that their comrade was doing, and also met Mandu, but he said that the swordsman was currently in Basra cave with Werion. Grinning, the archer asked if the protagonist had developed his stats well. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist replied that he was only at level 259. The players thought with the corners of their lips down that they had died trying to reach level 220. Suddenly, they were surrounded by warriors. The man stepped forward, and the swordsman thought that they were Rosenheim soldiers. The knight frowned and asked if the man in front of him was a sculptor. The boy closed his lips and did not understand what was going on, since he did not remember getting involved in the affairs of the kingdom. The guards surrounded the heroes from all sides. Frowning, the protagonist answered affirmatively and asked what was going on here. The knight bowed and explained that His Majesty wanted to meet him. The guys widened their eyes in surprise. A passerby pointed his finger forward and said that the man had been invited by King Rosenheim himself. His friend asked if this was really possible. Onlookers surrounded the heroes, trying to find out what was going on here. Han sternly frowned and asked what the king wanted. A bad feeling came over him. Squinting, the man answered that he had a request and asked the guy to go with them to personally find out the answer. Pale put his hands on his belt and asked if His Majesty wanted to give some kind of quest. Circa suggested that it should be something cool. The young man looked at the system window and remembered the quest of the Order of Fry, which he still had not completed. Raising his hand, the player said that he needed to visit the temple before the meeting, and hoped that it was possible. The warrior decided to accompany him there. White clouds floated above the cathedral. The swordsman sat at a table in front of 3 priests. One of them raised his hand and said that it was a great honor for them and that if the guest needed anything, they would be happy to do it. Placing his hand on his chest, the moon sculptor realized that he would be accepted in any temple of Fry, and said that he would like to receive information about the lands of despair. The Holy Father closed his eyes and answered that they did not know much. His colleague added that this is a place where a man rarely sets foot due to the large number of monsters and their constant wars with each other. A bloody sky hung over the wasteland. These lands became a refuge for those who were banished centuries ago, and have long since become only history. The man raised his index finger and explained that they had no means of finding out where Berkin had taken the necromancers, adding that the entire land was a grave. The protagonist scratched his chin and realized that he would have to find out what was going on there himself. Han asked about the party that would go with him, and the priest spread his fingers and said that 50 clergymen would go with him. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked if there would really be any paladins among them. The Holy Father closed his eyes and explained that they were all currently on missionary assignments, and would not be able to join, and stated that the selected 50 people would join as soon as the adventurer was ready. Scratching his cheek, the young man thought that he did not like all of this, and wondered if the king could help him with anything. The player entered the throne room and knelt before His Majesty. The monarch closed his eyes and concluded that this was the wanderer. The swordsman bowed his head and confirmed this. When the king wanted to explain the reason for their meeting, he suddenly raised his hand to his mouth and coughed. The servants looked at him in fear. The man wiped the blood with a napkin. Sitting on the throne, the old man asked if it was really the same moon sculptor in front of him. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. The king smiled and said that he was familiar with this path and that his mother had a close friend. The servants frowned tensely and called out to him. The monarch closed his eyes and explained that there was no need to hide it anymore, because the whole story had long ceased to be a secret. Han looked up when the king said that he had a request for him, adding that he did not have much time left. The man threw up his hands and declared that he had built a peaceful society and raised their homeland above the British Confederation, and cut down all the vegetation in the mountains and raised warriors who moved like clouds. The boy smiled awkwardly and realized that his companions were not joking about his sociability. The old man said that it reminded him of how he constantly fell off his horse as a child. The king continued his story. The young man turned away and mentally asked him to get closer to the point. Raising his eyebrows, the monarch called himself too weak and explained that it was time to hand over all his power to the prince and find a new home. The ruler leaned forward and asked if everyone was listening. Squeezing his eyes shut, the player confirmed this and realized that he had accidentally fallen asleep. The man squinted and said that the new house would become his grave, a place where this old body could rest. The swordsman looked at the description of the quest for the construction of the tomb and concluded that the quest from His Majesty would bring him many bonuses. The moon sculptor imagined himself as an aristocrat and realized that he could receive the status of a nobleman or some very rare item. The protagonist imagined a gilded sword and shield and wondered if there was any doubt in such a situation. Grinning, Han knew he couldn't refuse such an opportunity and decided not to miss the chance. Putting his hand on his chest, the boy asked His Majesty not to worry and promised to do his best to prepare a place worthy of his rest. Walking down the corridor of the castle, the young man thought about the great tomb. The player closed his eyes and assumed that it should be in the style of the Stone Age. The swordsman looked away and thought that this tomb should be legendary and incomparable to anything else and should go down in history. Clenching his fist, the Moonlight sculptor decided that he simply had to try and wondered if he had ever failed at this task. The protagonist remembered the ice dragon and realized that there was nothing he could not handle, despite its size. His eyes sparkled. Han wanted to build a giant royal tomb and receive a rare weapon as a reward. Pale approached him and asked how it went. The boy asked how his friends ended up here. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that they were worried and decided to come here, and asked if His Majesty had given him a new quest. The young man smiled and confirmed it. The archer assumed that this meant that his comrade would disappear for some time. The player stared at him in surprise. Clenching his fist, the swordsman denied this and explained that he would need their help. The archer scratched his cheek and asked if he was ready to share with him a quest from the king himself. The answer was affirmative. Ramuna raised her index finger and said that a crowd of people had gathered outside the gates who wanted to know what they had talked about with the monarch. Irene explained that if he did not show up, they would be furious. The Moonlight sculptor smiled widely and decided that it would be even better this way. He had an idea. The locals gathered in front of the castle. The squad left the fortress gates. The crowd looked at them and wondered why the king needed a sculptor. The protagonist stomped the ground loudly. Han opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Yawn covered his ears when the boy shouted that he had an announcement to make and that the king had just given him a quest. The man closed his eyes and asked what that was. His friend said that his eardrums were about to burst. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise and asked how he had even managed to get a quest from the monarch. His friend said that he had never heard of such a thing. The young man looked at the crowd when they asked him to share the details of the quest. The player smiled widely and explained that he had been asked to do something special and that he needed everyone's help. The locals stared at him in shock, wondering if this was a B-rank quest. One by one, they raised their hands and promised to help him. The swordsman raised his eyebrows confidently and said that they all breathed the same air on the continent and that everyone should help each other. The moon sculptor raised his index finger and said that this was not a simple quest at all, so he would take 1 gold from everyone for participating. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if he really thought this should stop them. The girl understood why he wanted such a crowd. Looking ahead, the warrior said that 1 gold for participating in such a quest was nothing. The guys smiled awkwardly. Irene was worried about her friend. Pale decided that he had definitely thought of everything. Circa suggested that this quest could be dangerous. People lined up and began to approach the main character one by one. A local man put his hand on his chest and said that he would be happy to help him. Putting his hand on his muscles, the man thanked Han and said that he would look forward to the beginning of the task. The fighter dropped the coin into the box and explained that it was very generous of him to take 1 gold piece for such a chance. Bowing, the boy thanked him and was surprised that so many people would be willing to go on the quest. It exceeded all his expectations. The young man smiled and decided that he could build catacombs in the eastern plains of Serberg, and for this he needed workers and materials. The bright sun was shining above the rocks. The player climbed a high stone and invited everyone to go forward for the B difficulty quest. The swordsman raised his clenched fist and declared that they would now begin collecting stones. A huge sledgehammer glittered in the light. The man hit the stone with it. The people were carrying a huge block forward. Watching from the side, the moon sculptor reminded them that the reward for this quest would be royal, so they should try hard. The protagonist put his hands to his mouth and said that they could continue at the same pace if they did not want to receive the rewards. Holding a block of stone, the user declared that he was going to earn the reward honestly. His companion rushed forward and decided to prove himself as well. Han looked at them and thought that everything was going according to plan, but he still needed more people. A crescent moon shone in the sky above the city. Someone told him that a crowd of people had gathered in the Rosenheim Mountains. The girl handed her friend her phone to show him something. She frowned and explained that people went crazy when they heard about this quest, and even from other kingdoms began to come there. Holding a dumbbell, the guy asked why she didn't go there too. The woman smiled and asked what about him. The young man said it was hardly worth it. Clouds floated above the KMC office. Someone reported that a B-class public quest actually existed. The company employee approached her colleague and reported that scouts were monitoring the situation in Rosenheim. The director took a sip and asked if Heeman was there now. The girl confirmed this, scratching her cheek, and explained that something had happened there. The man looked down, saying that he never thought she would let them down, and asked what had happened. The woman replied that her friend had not gone into details. The heroes froze in place and were silent for a while. Suddenly, they looked at each other and realized what could have happened. A huge block of stone fell to the ground. The wanderer lowered her head and said that it was too heavy for her. The adventurer pursed her lips and thought that even the magic of reducing weight was of little help to her. Heeman tensely clenched her teeth and realized that she simply had to do something amazing. Her hands trembled, the stone was too heavy. Her legs buckled. Suddenly, someone picked up the stone to help her. Pale looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. The boy smiled and decided to help her. The woman raised her eyebrows and said that she could handle it alone. The archer took the stone and said that there was nothing wrong with it. The wanderer pursed her lips and concluded that this man was not bad. The adventurer sheepishly looked away and asked his name. The archer closed his eyes and introduced himself. Heeman folded her hands behind her back and thanked him for his help. Green soup was boiling in the pot. The protagonist handed the assistant a bowl and assumed that he was hungry. The man thanked him and said that it was very kind of him. Holding a large spoon in his hands, Han realized that his cooking had already reached level 4, and his crafting level was 9th, and decided that with these skills, even a soup made from one herb seemed quite tasty. The user scratched the back of his head and said that he had never tasted porridge tastier. The guy smiled widely and said that he was very glad to hear it. The young man turned away and felt how his whole face hurt from constantly smiling. Steam was coming off the soup. The player realized that it did not matter how little meat there was, since he still bought it for 100 gold every day. The swordsman presented the guest with coins and concluded that it was good that all this money was spent on his cooking skill. The men ate soup while sitting on the ground. The moon sculptor realized that he had to feed them as a good leader, and that this was the only way he could thank them now. The protagonist smiled and thought that they had to work hard, and besides, he had managed to get 100,000 gold for this quest. Han spread his arms and laughed when he remembered how much money he had now. The boys continued to carry stones. The boy closed his eyes and complained that it was too heavy. His sister looked back and explained that they had to carry them. The men were pushing a giant stone block. The entire event was broadcast on a laptop. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked why it looked like a labor camp. The moisturizing mask fell off her face. The boy said that they should not go there, and explained that nothing in this world happens for nothing. After a while, there were many stones on the plain. The local wiped his forehead and was happy that they were finally done. His comrade couldn't believe that they had done it. The young man approached them and said that their work was not finished yet, because this was only the beginning. Spreading his arms, the player stated that this time they needed to shape these stones, and explained that they needed to be smooth so that they could be used for construction. The swordsman placed his hand on his chest and asked his allies to help him create the tomb. The woman smiled and wondered what he had in mind. Her friend guessed that it must be something truly incredible, since it took so many stones. Grinning, the man asked the moon sculptor to entrust this matter to the guild and promised to make sure that the work did not stand still. The protagonist remembered the face of the first sword and realized that the people from the IKA guild. The sun was shining brightly over the mountains. Someone's screams were heard. While the students were chasing the werewolf, the mentor looked at the chat. Han asked if he should work with IKA. A malicious grin appeared on the teacher's face. The guy widened his eyes when his comrade answered in the affirmative. The young man placed his hands on the keyboard and recalled the incident. The warrior explained that a real man should live with a light heart, without harboring grudges. A new message appeared in the chat. The first sword suggested to talk later, because now they were busy hunting. Closing his eyes, the player wondered if this man was not one of those who had a heightened sense of revenge, and assumed that he wanted to take revenge in his own way. The swordsman placed his hands on his belt, watching the construction of the tomb. People were grinding stones with a hammer and chisel. Others were dragging stones forward. The heroes lifted them up the mountainside using levers and ropes. At night, the moon shone in the sky. Soon, the sun rose above the stone blocks. The users' mouths opened in amazement. In front of them was a giant pyramid. Standing on a hill, the moon sculptor decided that the exterior was not bad, but the inside would be difficult without expensive materials. The protagonist smiled and thought that he had to complete this quest and not back down, even if he had to pay even more money. Torches were burning inside the tomb. A long red carpet lay on the floor. Han approached the sarcophagus. Frowning, the guy wondered what it should be like and decided that it needed a royal symbol that would represent the tomb. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Running down the stairs, the young man asked himself why he hadn't thought of this before and declared that he could create it himself. The player stood on a high cliff. Putting his hands on his belt, the swordsman remembered that he had left this stone because he could see the entire pyramid from here, and was glad that he had not touched it. The moon sculptor hammered a stake into the rock and decided to start working. The protagonist lowered it down with a rope. Han worked with a knife on the fly. Fragments of stones flew in different directions. People watched him from afar, wondering what their comrade wanted to do. The guy cut the rock with a knife and thought that the lion was a symbol of life and dignity. The predator stood on the edge of the cliff. The young man realized that this animal always retains an aura of greatness, and that when it starts moving, the power of its body is mesmerizing. The player struck again and concluded that the lion is an excellent symbol of the current king. The system reported that his skill had reached level 9, and that he had a new skill. A huge statue of a lion with a crown on its head appeared in front of the pyramid. The swordsman clenched his fists and was happy to have reached the master status, realizing that he could create statues even faster with his new skill. People looked at the sculpture and were surprised that he had managed to create such a masterpiece with just a knife. The guys pointed at the notification and noticed that their health had increased. A status window appeared in the air. Someone asked the others to check their stats, and said that it was simply unbelievable. The warrior smiled and said that all his stats had increased. The girl realized that these effects would last for a whole day. The moon sculptor wiped his forehead. The users realized that they had received these bonuses because they had watched him work. Smiled and said hello. Standing next to Pale, the girl introduced herself as his beloved. The heroines widened their eyes in shock and turned pale. The woman hugged her friend by the hand. Ramuna could not believe that her comrade had met such a beauty. Circa raised her eyebrows in confusion. The monk scratched her chin and asked if they hadn't met before. Ramuna scratched her cheek and said that she also had a feeling that they had met somewhere before. Irene said the same and asked when that could have happened. The boy scratched his head and said that it was the first time he had the same thoughts. The ranger raised her hand and asked if they had watched the Royal Road program. The monk realized that it was the host. The wanderer closed her eyes and confirmed it. The archer smiled awkwardly when his friends recognized her. The adventurer scratched her head and apologized for not telling them right away, and explained that she was not used to revealing her identity to everyone because it usually led to unwanted consequences. Circa put her palms together and said that it was so cool to meet the host of the program right in the game. The mage smiled widely and was surprised that she was playing Royal Road. The priest noticed that she looked completely different on TV. Hyaman closed her eyes and thanked them when the heroines decided that it was all because of the makeup and special lighting, but still called her beautiful. Ramuna raised her eyebrows and asked why the shooter had caught her attention. The girl put her hand to her cheek and explained that she knew he was the one at first glance. Raising her index finger, the monk asked if she shouldn't be gathering information about the events and suggested that she interview Han. Looking at Pale, the woman said she didn't need it and explained that she didn't want to mix her personal life with her work. The ranger smiled and said that her friend would be upset if she involved him in her work. The heroines awkwardly closed their eyes and assumed that he wouldn't care at all. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and asked if they really wanted him to join their guild. The man put his hand to his chest and explained that their guild was the largest and most influential in the Rosenheim kingdom, so they could be useful. His companion raised his index finger and declared that the guild would not only buy all of his sculptures at good prices, but would also pay him a daily salary. Smiling widely, the warrior suggested that he would want to leave this place and move to the central continent, and promised that his fame would skyrocket. Running away, the boy apologized and explained that he had no desire to join the guilds. The young man confidently knitted his brows and decided that all these people just wanted to profit from his statues. The player thought about getting back to work. Circa looked back and saw her friend. The swordsman stopped when the monk called out to him and asked where he was rushing to. Rice was frying in a frying pan. Heman happily began to eat. The shocked heroes watched her silently. Handing the Moonlight sculptor a plate, the girl declared that the food was simply divine and asked for 10 more servings. Putting her hand to her cheek, the woman was happy that she could eat as much as she wanted, and explained that in the real world, that would be a problem. The ranger put her palms together and guessed that with such cooking skills, her ally must be quite popular with the girls. Turning away, Pale said that his cooking level was not that good, and suggested that he was not suitable for his friend. Putting her head on his shoulder, the wanderer asked him not to be offended and called him her only one. The boy rubbed his nose, and the guys stared at him in amazement. The protagonist scratched his cheek and offered to go hunting if none of them were busy at the moment. The heroine smiled happily and agreed. Irene closed her eyes and told him about how hard she had been leveling up to level 225, so now she would be more useful. The archer pointed at himself and explained that they had gotten to level 238 by leveling up all day long. The priest put her hand to her cheek and said that she was so immersed in the game that she lost touch with reality and began to see goblins everywhere. Circa laughed, and was glad that this did not happen to her. Han looked away when someone agreed to go hunting with him. The first sword crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were ready. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that he would be calmer with them and offered to go on a journey. The shooter put his hand to his chest and said that he would be very happy to hunt with the leader of the swords. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The heroes decided to discuss the details before the hike and choose a suitable place. The squad was walking along a forest path. The young man asked where they were going. The shooter looked back and said that he himself had never been here. But, according to rumors, it was very dangerous here. Pale smiled and said that he always wanted to go to the Hunter's Gorge, but he didn't have a party to fight such strong monsters. The monk hugged herself and said that it was quite creepy here. The girl noticed someone standing behind the tree. The stranger's red eyes lit up. The man frowned furiously and asked his comrades to get ready. Dark elves came out from behind the trees. They had a menacing look. The woman approached the player and asked what they should do now. The enemy surrounded the heroes from all sides. The swordsman pursed his lips and realized that they were trapped. The boy frowned and said that they should not panic until the enemy attacked. Stepping forward, the monster called on the people not to dare desecrate their lands with their presence, and asked them to listen to her words, so as not to regret it later. After that, the strangers walked away. The moon sculptor looked back and said that his friend was right. The archer sighed in relief. The protagonist sat down on the ground and concluded that it was too dangerous to go further. Ramuna approached him and asked if they should leave here. Han extended his hand to her. Smiling, the boy asked his comrades to give him their equipment and weapons and explained that they should prepare well for battle. The archer picked up the shiny bow and realized that thanks to the intermediate level of blacksmithing, it looked like new. The young man looked back and confirmed this. Heman remembered that there were not many blacksmiths with such skills on the entire continent. The ranger handed her weapon to her comrade and asked him to look at it. The gilded bow sparkled. The player realized that he had never seen anything like it. The swordsman closed his eyes and guessed that it was worth more than 10 million won. The girl looked at her weapon and was surprised that it had so many new effects. The monk slapped his friend on the back and praised him for his good work, as her cotton clothes were reinforced. Holding a frying pan, the moon sculptor said that it was time to start cooking, and announced that they would have steak for dinner today. Fresh meat was being grilled. The swords closed their eyes when they smelled it, which was 100 times better than stale bread. Pale raised his hand and decided to give them his comrades' food. The heroes with shining eyes took up knives and forks. They surrounded the protagonist's table. Someone said that even in the real world, no one cooked so deliciously. Holding an empty plate, the man asked for more, even if the meat had not yet had time to cook. Hans smiled sheepishly and asked his friends not to rush. The warrior frowned menacingly and called out to him. The mentor scratched his cheek and explained that it would be nice to wash down this meal with something. The boy picked up a teapot and offered him some water. The teacher replied that he didn't mean that. The boy raised his index finger and asked if the tincture would be good for them. The first sword smirked and asked if he had any. The player furrowed his brows slyly and replied that he couldn't help but take it. The swordsman took out a glass container and explained that he had prepared the herbal tincture in advance. The moon sculptor picked up some dried meat and said that he also had snacks. The man took the tincture and said that he knew his comrade wouldn't disappoint them. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and thought about how they could get some beneficial effects from alcohol that would come in handy later on in the hunt. The warrior poured the tincture into a shot glass. The heroes sat in a circle and decided to drink to Korea. Hyman looked at her boyfriend and realized that she had never seen people get drunk before a hunt, but not after. The ranger took a sip and was surprised that the alcohol provided useful bonuses. The mentor raised his index finger and asked if his ally had anything else. Han scratched his cheek and answered yes, remembering that he had been saving it for the right moment. The teacher blushed and asked if he could try it. Ilhun frowned and reminded him that their comrade had prepared these tinctures for himself. The first sword turned away and was upset that no one liked him. The boy took out the tincture and allowed him to try it. Inside the bottle was a snake. The fighter pointed at himself and said that he wanted to try it too. The man wiped his chin and called the snake tincture the best drink he had ever tried. The youth bowed his head in front of the 3 empty bottles. The player burst into tears, thinking about how he had collected all the ingredients for this drink himself, and was outraged that he had spent so much money on a hunt that had not yet begun. The third sword pressed the bottle to his chest and called it amazing. The warrior asked him to pour him more alcohol. The mentor raised his glass and asked if Pale wanted to drink with him. The boy replied that he had had enough. Ramuna smiled and said thank you when the teacher called her beautiful. Heman frowned in displeasure and asked what about her. The first sword complimented her too. The man poured himself another glass. The swordsman closed his eyes in displeasure. A bad feeling came over him. The system reported that his team members had drunk too much. The guys lay down on the ground and began to discuss the stars in front of their eyes. The moon sculptor looked at his comrades, who lost their composure and fell asleep. The protagonist grabbed his head and asked how this could even happen. The dark elves approached him and called him too bold an intruder. Gritting her teeth angrily, The girl asked how they dared to get drunk on their land and declared that they would not be able to leave here alive. The strangers rushed into battle and called for the enemy to prepare for battle. Enveloped in blue energy, Han realized that he could handle them himself, but he was better off not taking any chances. Dark energy appeared in the air as the boy picked up the necklace and used a summoning spell. The women's eyes widened in shock, not understanding how this could be. The boy pointed at them and asked Van Hawk to deal with them. The man looked ahead and said that he needed to know something. Smiling awkwardly, the player asked if it could wait, and wondered what he didn't like again. Standing in front of him, the Death Knight explained that thanks to his master, he had the opportunity to travel the world instead of rotting underground, and added that he still had the memories of the past days. Imagining a large fortress, the living dead called himself a warrior of the kingdom of Kalimur, and recognized the swordsman as his master. The undead knelt before him. Bowing his head, the fighter said that the master could summon him without the necklace next time and promised to answer his challenge. The moon sculptor stared at him in amazement. Looking back, the protagonist realized that he did not need to use the pendant at all and wondered how much experience this sly man had managed to earn. Van Hawk's eyes sparkled and he promised to follow him even into the abyss. Smiling widely, Han realized that he would no longer share his experience with him and concluded that their relationship had reached its maximum. Grabbing his sword, the man asked him to step aside and said that he would take care of everything himself. A dark aura enveloped the tip of his blade. The Death Knight cut the air in front of him several times. The dark elves jumped to the side when an explosion of energy was heard. The guy raised his sword and used a holy blessing. The young man swung the blade and rushed forward. The stranger prepared to release 3 arrows from her bow at once. The girl released the bowstring and decided to show her enemy all her power. The player deflected the arrows with a swing of his sword. He pulled out a sculpture knife. The swordsman used the slashing knife technique and struck the enemy. The woman pounced on him from behind and asked how a pathetic man dared to hurt her sister. The living dead man crept up on her from behind and swung his sword. The warrior cut the enemy's body with his blade and declared that she was unworthy of being his master's opponent. The moon sculptor gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Van Hawk explained that protecting his master was his direct responsibility. The monster raised her hand when the heroes looked at her slyly. The dark elf put her fingers in her mouth and whistled loudly. The girls ran forward. Reinforcements appeared on the battlefield. Soon a crowd of huntresses appeared in front of the guys. Frowning, the protagonist remembered Pale's words about not attacking until someone invaded their territory, and assumed that they decided to take advantage of the moment when everyone was drunk. Grabbing his friend by the collar, Han asked him to wake up and asked if he really decided to leave everything to him. The guy cried and decided that nothing would come of it and that he needed to protect his comrades until they sobered up. Strange sounds were heard in the dense forest. The young man swung his sword and struck the enemy. The stranger smirked and said that these small scratches would do nothing to her. Frowning menacingly, the player felt that his strength was running out and realized that he alone was not enough for such a number of enemies. The swordsman put his hand under his cloak and thought about how he did not want to use this, but it seemed that he had no other choice. The Moonlight sculptor took out 3 salt shakers. Inside them were various spices. The protagonist waved the salt shakers and wished for the salt and soy sauce to fall on the enemy's wounds, and for the garlic to blind her. The woman ran away. Han looked back and saw another opponent. The guy threw red pepper in her face. The young man waved his hand and ordered his comrade to attack. Van Hawk began to fight together with his master. Pale opened his eyes with difficulty and groaned. The heroes rose from the ground, still in a state of intoxication. The player continued to chase the dark elves, throwing spices at them. The guys watched him from the side. The girl urged the enemy to leave her alone. The boy smiled awkwardly and decided that nothing else should be expected from him. Circa said that he was one of those who could always survive, even if he was thrown into a hot spot. Ilhun smiled and called his comrade a youngster. The first sword concluded that his energy never fades. Heeman's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that this couldn't be true and wondering if a sculptor could fight like that. The Death Knight swung his sword, and the ranger realized that she had her suspicions about the player, but now he had amazed even her imagination. The man grabbed the sword and offered to join the fun, since their hangover was almost gone. The archer confidently frowned and declared that he was not going to give all the things and experience to his friend for nothing. The guys rushed into battle. The cries of the heroes and the screams of their opponents were heard through the trees. Clouds floated above the hospital. Sitting by the hospital bed, Hyan said that she wanted to show her grandmother the results of the exams. The woman picked up the report card with grades. The girl told her how worried she was about her brother, but, as expected, nothing was impossible for him. The girl smiled widely and concluded that her lessons were not in vain, because he managed to pass all the exams. Suddenly, the schoolgirl's eyes widened in surprise. The old lady began to cry and said that she could die with peace of mind now that her grandson had succeeded. The student took her hand. Leaning towards her, Hyan asked her grandmother not to say such things and said that she would live a long and happy life with them. The first sword smiled widely and congratulated his friend on successfully passing the exam. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and thanked him. The man decided that he must have had a hard time and called him a full-fledged graduate. The warrior put his hands to his head and said that middle school was quite difficult. His friend agreed with him. The mentor looked back and asked if they hadn't graduated from high school. Putting his hand to his chest, Ilhun confirmed this and explained that they had decided to dedicate themselves to sword training. The teacher closed his eyes and explained that there was nothing to be proud of because they would always be considered illiterate weaklings. The first sword pointed at itself and said that it had received a doctor's education. Its friends thought that in fact it was just an internship from the university, and remembered that it had even been kicked out of kindergarten. Han was walking down the street. The guy smiled and decided that his family would be happy, even though it was an ordinary graduation exam. Hyeon was walking with her friends. The young man hoped that she would easily enter the Korean university and fulfill her dream. Imagining her wedding, the player wished that his sister would find a good guy, and mentally promised to always support her. Suddenly, the moon's sculptor stopped. He looked up and remembered how he had been doing research in this hospital. The sun's rays illuminated the building. The protagonist suggested that he should become a doctor so that his sister would stop being embarrassed by him. The girl grabbed her head and sighed indignantly. Yoonhee frowned with displeasure and said that the royal road was supposed to help, but there was no progress. Seo-yoon sat in the virtual reality capsule. The woman thought about how she felt safe in the game and thought about things that were alien to her in reality. Her medical record was open on the screen. The psychotherapist realized that her patient was still withdrawn into herself and that the royal road had not helped her. The adventurer frowned sternly. In the game, she did not even try to talk to anyone. The man handed her a sandwich. The girl got along well with him, but that was the end of it. All the wanderer did was hunt monsters. The doctor clicked the mouse button and remembered that she had been sent a letter. In the village of Baron there was a statue similar to Seo-yoon. The doctor wondered who could have created it. Yoonhee's eyes widened and she wondered if her patient had really found a loved one. She put her hands behind her head and decided it was just a coincidence, concluding that she didn't have a single friend and that no one even remembered her face. The sounds of blows echoed in the dark fortress. The swordswoman took a step towards the monster. The wanderer frowned sternly. The ghoul opened its mouth wide and pounced on her. The adventurer swung her sword. With one swing, she cut off the enemy's head. The monster's body turned into smoke and ash. The guys approached the girl from behind and asked what was going on. The man raised his hand and asked if she had really managed to deal with all the monsters on her own. The heroes praised her. Seo-yoon looked back but said nothing. The warrior asked her what level she was, but the woman hurried away. The swordswoman closed her eyes. The stranger was indignant that she simply ignored him. The wanderer took a step forward and wished to go where there was no one. The adventurer headed to the dark part of the dungeon. Dani was sitting in the park. She was holding a magazine about Royal Road. Her sister came up to her and asked what she was reading. The girl showed her the magazine and explained that it was about various details from the new update. The woman sat down next to her and was glad that her recovery was without complications, because even the doctors were surprised by such a quick effect. She covered her smile with her hand and assumed that it was all thanks to that guy from the game. Closing her eyes, the girl asked her sister not to tease her and explained that they were just friends. The woman smiled and said that she also wanted to play Royal Road to meet someone. Dani looked at the sky. Looking at the cumulus clouds, the girl said that she wanted to get back to the game as soon as possible. Standing by the VR capsule, the protagonist said that he had already visited his grandmother and wanted to get back to work, and asked who would pay the bills if not him. Hyeon turned away and decided that no one could stop her brother when it came to the game. Han promised to finish early. Frowning, the girl thought that she would like to talk to him more often and wondered if she should start playing. The boy looked back and called out to her. The young man picked up his sword and asked his sister to wait for him. The king's statue was finished. Han raised a shaking fist. The crowd erupted in cheers when the hero announced that everything was ready and they had done it. People cheered happily for his finished work. The sculptor smiled contentedly, feeling triumphant. The journalist standing behind him remarked that it was impressive, even better than the video, and if each of them was a single reporter, the ratings would have skyrocketed. The crowd of interviewers immediately rushed to the disgruntled young man, to whom they looked like a pack of hyenas, begging him for a comment, to answer questions, or to give an exclusive interview. But then his eyes lit up when the player heard that this was, of course, paid. More and more microphones appeared, and reporters began to compete to see whose channel would pay more. Taking a pompous pose, the creator asked them not to rush. He had enough time for everyone. Throwing a sly glance at the journalists, the guy thought that this was a great opportunity. The sword man resolutely held an auction for an exclusive interview until the position was sold. The people rejoiced and hugged, shouting about the excellent work, and the main character received a notification about the end of the quest to build the royal tomb. The reward could be received from the king's hands. Grinning, the sculptor mentally reasoned that everything was going according to plan, and the last thing left was to receive the reward. With these thoughts, the young man went to the ruler. When the player knelt down as a sign of greeting, the old man asked him to stand up. Creators deserved respect equal to their skills, and his courtesy only heated up the situation. Smiling at the creator, the king thanked him. The tomb was built, and he would be able to rest for the first time in such a long time. He mentally begged the chatterbox to shut up and move on to the reward. The guy's face expressed confusion when the ruler asked him what exactly he was thinking about when he built his chambers. The sword man bit his finger, trying to figure out what the question was all about, and whether his reputation would be damaged if he answered incorrectly. Han smiled confidently when the old man asked why he was silent, and said that the ruler's greatness and the deeds he had done had inspired him to build the tomb. But then the king's face turned sad, and he retorted that he had killed many people for the prosperity of his kingdom, and when he died, he would know the lowest depths of hell. The hero panicked, trying to think of an answer, imagining all the horrors of losing his reputation. Stretching out his hand, the sculptor summoned flames onto his palm, and compared the ruler's life to him. People who did not know his power dared to reach out and get burned. Continuing to smile, the young man added that at the same time, the power of this flame gave light and protection to the entire kingdom. It illuminated the path for people that led to prosperity, but would gradually fade. The tearful old man laughed, and when the player finished, that now he was left to look at his kingdom from his personal paradise, he said that he did not regret at all that he chose him for this job. He exceeded all his expectations, and deserved sincere gratitude. The creator looked slyly at the king when he admitted that no reward could express his gratitude, and he received a notification about the completion of the task. His fame increased, the favor of the kingdom brought many points, and the level increased several times. Folding his palms in a prayer gesture, the guy mentally calculated that such a number of points was enough for a rare reward. Maybe it would be possible to get a weapon better than the sword of Agatha. Extending his palm to the man of the sword, the ruler asked him to voice any of his wishes. The protagonist grinned. They would tell him anything, and that was fine. The sculptor placed his hand on his chest, mentally calculating that he would need more than just a weapon if he wanted to survive in the lands of despair, something extremely rare. So he told his frightened majesty that the Order of Fry had tasked him with dealing with a group of necromancers, servants of a dark god. Covering his face with his hand and shedding a tear, the young man explained that it was his duty to stop them, but he was not strong enough. Extending his hand to the knights standing before the king, the player declared that he would be honored if the king sent warriors of the kingdom of Rosenheim with him. Resting his chin on his clenched fist, the old man admitted that he had heard of the lands of despair, and if he was not mistaken, it was a place inhabited by dark elves and refugees from the time of chaos. The kingdom had sent countless knights to the so-called haven of monsters, but none of them had returned, so they had no choice but to build a wall on the border. The creator's face fell as he realized that this sounded even worse than the story of the province of Morta. The ruler rose to his feet and said that if everything the boy had told him was true, then it was his duty to help. Providing soldiers was the least he could do. However, he hoped that he valued the lives of those who were willing to give them for him. Clenching his fist, the sword man mentally triumphed, but there was still one more thing left. Kneeling again, Han said that he had one more request. If he could provide a weapon that could help him in his victory, the king's great generosity would never be forgotten. His Majesty, smiling happily, offered the hero to choose whatever he wanted. The knights and soldiers lined up in neat rows in front of the sculptor, and the game informed him that the king had given him permission to recruit the kingdom's loyal knights, or take the soldiers who were in service with him. The choice was his. With his hands on his hips, the young man mentally noted that this was exactly what you would expect from the Rosenheim knights. All of them were above level 280. But the player immediately scratched his temple with his finger in confusion, noticing the cost of recruiting in glory points. It was so expensive. So the creator headed to the armory, deciding to start with this. But the blades turned out to be even more expensive, which made the guy almost cry. Clenching his fist, the sword man wondered what to do. If he chose too many knights, then there would be no weapons left. But if he took a good weapon, then he would end up taking few soldiers. It seemed unfair. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reasoned that the knights would be useless if they died. Even if they survived, he would need to return them. That is, they were useless again. Opening his eyes, the sculptor had a thought that, however, if he had a good weapon, he would be able to sell it in the future. It was impossible to let the glory points go to waste. Looking back at the blades, the young man decided to trust his instincts. First he needed good equipment, and the soldiers faded into the background. Taking one of the blades, the player used identification, and it turned out that he was holding the cold-mouthed sword, which gave good stats and additional cold damage. Examining the blade, the creator came to the conclusion that this weapon was not bad, and cost only 1,700 points, which was an excellent price. Making a couple of trial attacks, the guy decided to spend the rest of the glory points on the knights, and he now had 541 left. Suddenly the sword man froze when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw three familiar faces. One of them was glad that he really met the captain and expressed hope that he had not forgotten them. Han's eyes widened when he recognized Becker and Kosram, with whom he once stood shoulder to shoulder, and asked how they had ended up here. Smiling happily, the Punishers told him that several monsters had gotten too close to the capital. They were assigned to deal with them, boasted that they had become centurions, and expressed joy at having met their comrade in arms. Mentally grinning, the hero realized that this was ideal. He needed loyal warriors, and he had already hunted with these in the lair of Lidvart, and they could be trusted. Resolutely frowning, the sculptor said that the guys were coming with him, and the guys replied that they would be happy to and at his service. Here the young man's face showed irritation when the manager approached and warned that they would be grateful if he returned their knights safe and sound. With a sinister face, the old man emphasized that he was asking him. Putting out his palms, the player made a promise, and thought to himself that he had honestly paid for them and would return them only if the quest was completed, and in general, he had the right to exploit them as much as he saw fit. The man smiled and said that this was exactly what was expected from the creator. There was nothing better when the knights returned from the battlefield, and the king would certainly thank him, and he wondered if this did not mean that if he increased the level of the knights and returned them, he would earn even more reputation. Panicking, the guy mentally screamed that he could have recruited even more soldiers if he had known about it. Having spent 2,000 on the knights, he could have gotten as many as 5 back. He should have been told about this earlier. Under the NPC's surprised gaze, the sword man thought that tears wouldn't help the grief, but next time he would find out everything in advance. The protagonist opened the capsule and took off the virtual reality helmet, after which he sighed tiredly. The next moment, the younger sister leaned over the virtual sculptor and was glad that he had returned. Seeing Hyan's satisfied face, the young man realized that it was already morning. Glancing at his watch, the young man asked if his sister was getting ready for school and asked him to wait a little while he made breakfast, but she asked him not to worry. The player awkwardly scratched the back of his head when the girl asked her brother to sit down. Sitting down on the floor, the schoolgirl said that she needed to tell him something. The creator sat down opposite and clarified how important it was, mentally figuring out what his sister might need, maybe money? The girl handed her brother a leaflet and asked him to read it. The guy was surprised to read about enrollment in a Korean university in the virtual reality department. While the sword man was reading, his sister raised a finger and explained that he had managed to sell his previous character to cover their debts, and that he was still making money from Royal Road. Smiling happily, Hyan reminded her brother that when it came to VR, he was the best at it, and that he had studied all the information he could about the game before even playing, so she believed that he knew more about VR than any of the students. Rubbing his cheek in embarrassment, Han countered that his little sister had overestimated him and that he didn't think he had a chance, while internally crying at the touching moment of the girl worrying about her brother. While the hero rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, happy that the little girl had such a good opinion of him, she assumed that he was refusing because he was worried about the pay. The virtual sculptor beamed with happiness that his little sister was starting to think about her brother's well-being. He was so proud of her. He decided that this is exactly what parents feel when their child grows up, which means they need to cook something tasty for breakfast. The schoolgirl continued to worry about the cost of tuition. The young man jumped to his feet and asked to wait a minute while he thought about breakfast. Hyan tried to think of a solution, after which she watched her brother go, deciding to definitely send him to the university while he was nervously fiddling with the stove. A magical seal lit up in the lands of disaster. A bright flash transferred the neat rows of soldiers. Standing under the flag of the Kingdom of Rosenheim, the player resolutely looked around. Looking around, the creator asked if this was really the lands of despair, mentally calculating that it seemed like the rumors about this place were true. Even the atmosphere was oppressive. The guy's face twisted guiltily when his most loyal fighters began to agitate the others to follow Captain Weed. It might be dangerous here, but as long as they were with him, they would cope, and he would lead them to victory. And he was thinking what they were talking about. He was not going to take responsibility for their lives. He could lose experience, lower his stats, and get a penalty for entering the game for a whole day. Throwing a serious look at his subordinates, the sword man ordered everyone to hold their positions while she scouted the area, and asked them to wait for him here. Going down the hill, the main character thought that he was not familiar with the area, so it was necessary to identify all possible threats. Looking at the location, the sculptor drew attention to the magnificent view. If not for the fog, it would be quite beautiful, and there was also a strong feeling that a completely different artist had worked here. Grimly studying the map, the young man realized that it was useless. It was obvious that in front of him was the Eurokina mountain range, but he could not understand further, and he was also told that there were many huge monsters here. But then something caught the attention of the players. In the distance, behind the mountains, a castle was visible. Having reached the fortress, the creator realized that this was the temple built by the necromancers of Barkin Demoth. Looking out from behind the stone, the guy noticed an orc standing at his post. The big guy's eyes were closed. It seemed that he was sleeping, although he looked quite strong. Grinning, the sword man thought that if he killed him and took care of the necromancers inside, the quest would end much faster than expected. Pulling out his sword, Han rushed at the guard, already mentally saying goodbye to him. The next moment, the hero's eyes widened. He heard the tramp of many feet and voices that were happy about dinner. The sculptor barely managed to hide back when a whole crowd of orcs came out of the castle doors, realizing that he was not alone there. One of the big guys barked that the first squad would start eating first, and the young man could not understand how many of them were there. Gritting his teeth nervously, the player admitted that last time there were not so many vampires, compared to these guys. Watching the crowd, the creator realized that everything was not going according to plan, and for now it was better to retreat. Walking away, the guy tried to understand how he was supposed to deal with an entire army, but then he noticed something else. A small settlement appeared before his eyes. Moreover, there were human guards at the gate, and at that moment the man of the sword received a notification that he was the first to discover the village of the outcasts, for which he received glory points. Entering with a satisfied smile, the protagonist realized that he was the discoverer here, and since the village was located east of the Lands of Despair, it was unlikely that anyone had ever come here. But the locals looked at the sculptor with suspicion, discussing among themselves that a stranger had come to them. One of the men even angrily shouted at the young man, demanding that he leave, and that he was not welcome, and this was a surprise for him. Looking at how everyone demonstratively turned away from him, the player could not understand what was wrong with them. He, of course, did not expect a warm welcome, but this was too much. He even wondered how long they had been cut off from the outside world. But then some stranger turned to the stranger, surprised that someone had found this village. Sitting at the entrance to the house, a man who was cleaning his shield noted that if the creator could get here, he must have been extremely strong, and offered to sit down to answer questions. The guy's eyes flashed. He thanked the hunter out loud, but he realized that he was an NPC instructor in front of him, and perhaps he would have a quest. Sitting down next to the man, the sword man asked him to tell him what this place was and explained that he had come here following the map, but the village was not indicated on it, which surprised the interlocutor, and he was sure that now he was obliged to tell him the story of the creation of their village. They built this settlement back in the Age of Chaos, which everyone had probably heard of. It was a crazy time. Their ancestors were exiled to the Lands of Despair and were forced to fight for their lives. They tried to fight without even basic weapons, not a single forged sword. Closing his eyes, the hunter continued that only a small number of refugees were able to survive. It was these refugees who founded their village, and he could tell him more. But, unfortunately, he had a lot of things to do. With a confident smile, Han said that he could help, and he decided to himself that this quest would definitely be his. The local showed his shield and explained that it was no longer any good. He needed a new one. In connection with this, he had a request, and the hero promised to do everything in his power. Pointing his finger in the direction, the man asked to take this shield to Ruzel and get a new one from him. The forge was down the street, and the sculptor received a new task. Soon the young man came to the local blacksmith. Hitting the shield on the anvil, the blacksmith angrily shouted, "Did this bastard Koken really send the player? But let him not say that he needed a new shield again." The creator looked at the red-haired man in confusion and, upon the statement that nothing would work, tried to find out the reason. And in horror he opened his mouth when he was told that the free shield shop was closed for him. If he wanted a new one, let him pay 10 gold, and he realized that he had been deceived. Gritting his teeth, the guy mentally cursed. The sword man feigned delight and, deciding to change the subject, told the owner that his shop was well appointed, and he was surprised that it was noticed. The protagonist convinced the blacksmith that he was so passionate about blacksmithing. It was an incomparable feeling, melting cold metal in order to create something greater. The man smiled enthusiastically and decided that the sculptor standing in front of him was forged from the same steel as himself. Perhaps a great blacksmith was hiding in his interlocutor, and he realized that he had bought it. The young man showed a thumbs up and thanked when he was offered a discount. But he immediately lowered his hand when it turned out that he was given only 2 gold coins and asked for a slightly smaller amount. They haggled for a long time while the player tried to knock down the price, but in the end the task was completed, and he received 20 steel arrows, a map of the area, and some experience points. While Koken rejoiced at the magnificent shield, the creator gloomily thought that he had spent as many as 5 gold coins on this sword. Here the hunter raised his eyebrows and clarified where they had left off, and the boy reminded them that they had been talking about how the survivors had founded this village. The man continued his story. The main goal of people back then was to become stronger in order to protect themselves and others. That was why they had learned to hunt. Even the elves recognized the skill of their ancestors. They were able to create weapons thanks to a small iron vein near the village. Then the orcs began to attack like a plague. When the sword man asked about it, the hunter explained that every year during the harvest, the orcs raided their settlement and took all the food with them. Although it was worth admitting that the people also owed their survival to them. Thanks to their raids, no monsters came near their village, and they lived in a strange, but still peace. However, a couple of years later, the orcs began to take the inhabitants as prisoners. They used them to create weapons and other tasks. It was a hard time for the people. Frowning, Han asked if they did not try to resist to stop this. The hunter looked angrily at the listener, and said that resisting an entire army of orcs was nonsense. they were strong enough to resist dark elves and giant monsters. He at least understood what could have happened to them. The man pointed at the hero when he said that these were cowardly excuses, and he decided that after everything he had been told, he still did not understand and needed to be explained differently. The hunter's face twisted in anger as he began to shout that there were monsters nearby that they were powerless against, giant ants. Or did the sculptor think that he could deal with at least 5 of them? He would acknowledge him and his words only if he succeeded, and not only he himself. The entire village would acknowledge him as an equal, and so the quest to kill 5 giant ants was received. Smiling, the young man realized that he had succeeded and the villager had taken the bait. The knife glowed in the player's hands. With broad gestures, the creator began to shape the stone. The subordinates watching this noticed that the captain was busy with the sculpture again and decided not to disturb him. Concentrating on his own work, the guy thought that with the help of the sculpture he could improve his characteristics, and there was no way he could make a mistake. It could be worth the glory. Continuing to work with his tool, the swordman thought that, ideally, he should create something familiar. Pressing his lips together tensely, Han added, or someone. The image of Seoyun popped into his head again. Soon, the sculpture was ready. A notification came about it, and it could increase stats, and the hero also gained the ability to attract people. Rubbing his chin, the sculptor thought that this would not increase their combat stats, but with this statue, they would get more experience from quests. The squad under the flags of the kingdom moved forward, and the young man assumed that it was time for the monsters to appear. Exhaling tiredly, the player wondered how big these ants were. Ahead, the ground rose up, while he assumed that they were just ants. Looking at the monster that appeared, the creator realized that they really were just gigantic. Sharply turning around, the guy ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Pointing his blade, the sword man ordered the priests to use blessings and the royal knights to take the vanguard. The protagonist's face twisted in anger as the fighters reluctantly entered the fight, and gave in. Let the upstart not think that it will always be like this. Still, the knights rushed at the enemy. But the monster easily scattered the proud ones to the sides, and the sculptor realized how useless his subordinates were. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that they could not even defeat a single ant, and yet they called themselves knights. They even know how much he paid for them. Turning to the clerics, the player said that first the enemy must be slowed down. Stretching their hands forward, the priests began to read prayers to their goddess, but they sounded so strange that the creator's face expressed bewilderment. But the seal of slowing down fell on the giant ant, although the guy could not believe that it worked. The archers raised their weapons when the order was given to resume the attack. They had to concentrate on the limbs and belly. A hail of arrows fell on the monster. Frowning, the sword man estimated that judging by its size, it had enough life. He rushed forward, reminding himself that the slowing magic had its limit. If he did not take advantage of this moment, then there would be no chance later. The knights turned around in surprise when they heard the order from above to protect their heads. Han was flying at the monster from the air. Swinging his sword, the hero prepared to bring down a blow on his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he attacked it. Watching the sculptor pierce the ant's back with his sword, the commander of the knights also ordered the attack to begin. The blades hit the chitin of the monster, the priests supported the fighters with all their might, and the arrows continued to fly. The giant fell into agony. As the final series of blows were being dealt, the young man realized that it was all over. His squad members opened their mouths. The player looked at them triumphantly. The ant began to collapse. And to the triumphant cries of the warriors, it fell to the ground, while the creator received a notification about the level increase and the trophies received. While everyone around was dancing, the guy noticed that the enemy's level was higher than 350, but this was a C-rank quest, and he did not think it would be so difficult. Then fear was reflected on his face, because he remembered that he had to kill 5 giant ants. Remembering the face of the impudent NPC, the sword man promised that he would regret this. Koken looked dumbfounded at the ant's shell, not immediately believing that it was real. After which he looked at the main character with delight, saying that he didn't think he could handle it, after which he noticed his murderous look, and asked what was the matter, and he couldn't believe that he was seriously asking about it. The hunter patted the irritated sculptor on the shoulder, and consoled him that now no one doubted his powers. Isn't that great? And the game reported that the quest was completed, and his fame increased by 6 points. With a stone face, the young man accused the hunter of going through all this because of him, and asked where his reward was, or if he wanted to visit the place of those ants, and heard that there was a reward. With an innocent face, the man handed the player a special short blade that he used, and now he was giving him, since he was such a strong warrior, this sword would be proof of their friendship. With an indifferent look, the creator threw the weapon into the inventory, assuming that since this was a reward for the task, it might be needed later. Holding the trophy in his hands, the man noted that he could trust a warrior of his level with all the secrets of the village, and this smelled of a chain of quests. The hunter told that all these lands were quite a dangerous place. It was worth relaxing and you are dead. Firstly, it was not worth getting involved with the orcs. They fought with huge monsters from birth, and were the true masters of these lands. The guy's face was covered in sweat. Of course it was so, since there were so many of them, and the local resident added that it was also necessary to always remember that the orcs were in a state of constant war with the dark elves who lived in the Urican mountains. The sword man looked at the narrator in surprise, and clarified about the dark elves. He explained that, probably, for many years, the orcs surpassed the elves in numbers and speed of reproduction, but now everything was different. In addition, as the dark elves joined forces with the dark magicians, they pushed back the orcs' territories. Folding his arms over his chest, the man added that he himself had witnessed how the fallen orcs rose up and went into battle against their brothers. It looked as if the mighty warriors suddenly lost all their strength and became dolls. Han raised an eyebrow when he realized that this was what he needed. This was where the necromancers were hiding. Extending his palm to the hunter, the hero realized that the necromancers Beric and Demov had united with the dark elves, and asked out loud for details of this story. The forest was full of fog. The sculptor looked around. The young man turned to Kasum when he asked where they were going, because even the soil here was cursed. The player explained that the peasants were worried about the appearance of shapeshifters and they needed to figure out what was strange. The shapeshifter wanted to marry a girl named Amy. The faces of the subordinates expressed confusion. They clarified that it was, of course, unpleasant that the monster was disturbing the girl. But was the captain sure that it was their business, and he had to invent? The guys were indignant when the creator said that Amy was a 10-year-old girl. The warriors' eyes filled with anger. They began to shout that it was the knight's duty to protect the weak. It was unforgivable, and a monster that pestered a little defenseless girl did not deserve the right to life. Seeing off the crowd of knights with a satisfied look, full of righteous anger, the guy thought that it turned out even better than he expected. Soon the royal knights enthusiastically killed the shapeshifters, threatening the perverts with death. The man of the sword thoughtfully watched what was happening. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist thought that leveling up through side quests was no problem, but they still hadn't reached the level of the dark elves yet. Even if they equipped rare equipment, he wondered what he should do. The sculptor closed his eyes, thinking about the orcs, but immediately opened them wide when an idea came to him. The captain's smile was so insidious that even his most loyal subordinates noticed that he was up to something again, and they had not yet recovered from the last time, but one of them told him to stop complaining and get used to it, although the young man only thought that the enemy of his enemy was becoming his friend. Soon the sculptural knife glowed with moonlight again. The stone muzzle of the orc was ready. Looking at his work, the player came to the conclusion that everything was fine, and the game reported the creation of a frightening sculpture, and an increase in skill. Looking away, the creator realized that it was better not to look the statue in the eyes. You never know what else he might dream about, even if it was his work. Touching the figure's leg, the guy shouted that he had put all the knowledge he had into it. The sculptural transformation turned the sword man into an orc. With a roar, Han raised his hands up, realizing his new body. But when he wondered if he had succeeded, he realized that he was making a strange sound. Pulling his lip, the hero realized that he was being created by huge tusks, and found it strange, at which time the game informed him that due to the change in size, he could no longer wear his armor. Reading the information with disappointment, the sculptor muttered that he could not wear old clothes while in this form, and thought that, frankly, it was a shame. Looking back at the fortress in the mountains, the young man decided to go on a journey. He ran along the mountainside, noticing that the field of vision had also changed slightly due to growth. Then something caught the player's attention. A whole crowd of orcs was running towards him, urging each other on, and at first he thought that he had already been discovered. Then the runners noticed the stranger and turned to him to drive him off the road. But the creator tried to smile as friendly as possible, which looked creepy on the orc's face. The frightened crowd immediately backed away from the guy running towards them, shouting that he was creepy, they shouldn't look him in the eye, and that he had come for their lives. The sword man turned to the tense big guy, trying to find out what had happened and where they were rushing to, and he answered his terrifying fellow that there was a fight that way. A stranger had crossed the border. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The battle was clearly beneficial to him. Trying to continue to show friendliness, the sculptor offered his help, to which the orc agreed solely out of fear of the creepy stranger. Ash and sparks rose into the air. The fire demon grabbed one of the orcs and let out a terrible roar. The monster saddled a giant centipede and scattered the crowd of enemies in all directions. Opening his mouth in shock, the young man realized that in front of him was a fire titan who was higher than level 280. The orcs fought at full strength, but were clearly losing. Their axes bent on the too strong shell, so they did not succeed. Frowning at the terrible sight of the monster on the giant Scolopendra, the player even thought that it looked like one creature. Folding his arms on his chest, the creator thought that if they killed all these orcs, he would be able to pick up equipment. Picking up the first blade that came to hand, the creator reminded himself that he himself was an orc now. Rushing into battle, he added to himself that these people never abandon their brothers. The guy swung the weapon right at the titan's face and dealt it a strong blow. The enemy fell off his partner, and the other orcs began to shout that the stranger was strong. The strength matched the threatening appearance, and again rushed to attack, now believing in their own strength. The monster tried to burn the impudent enemy, but the sword man managed to dodge. He jumped right on the titan's nose. after which Han dealt his enemy his signature blow. The others, seeing this battle, could not believe that there was an orc in front of them, but the hero was sure that everything was going as it should. Covering his eyes, the sculptor reminded himself that Kendo taught him complete control over his body, and no matter the situation, never lose concentration. At this time, the fighters below decided to help their brother, and also continued the attack. The Titan was almost exhausted when a crowd of orcs rushed to help. With a roar, swinging his blade at the monster, the young man decided that it was time to finish him. The player's strongest blow killed the Fire Titan. Towering over the fallen enemy, the creator raised his spear up, and the other orcs began to joyfully click their tusks. Inside, the guy was happy. He felt the sweet taste of victory. Looking at the winner, the fighters thanked him for his help, acknowledging that he saved them. Turning to them, the sword man said that no problem, and if they needed his help, just let them whistle, because he loved battles. But here the orcs somehow became embarrassed, although they recognized that before them was a worthy warrior of the tribe. The next moment, the protagonist's eyes widened when someone said that they did not remember his face. The sculptor folded his arms on his chest, and while the orcs asked questions about his name and homeland, he frantically tried to come up with them. Even starting to speak, the young man continued to think. Taking a proud pose, the player introduced himself as Carrie, and added that he knew nothing about his origin. Trembling slightly, the creator lied that when he was a child, his family left these plains, and now he has returned, well, and it is better for them not to know the details. While the boy was trying to feign tears, the orc's face only became more terrifying, causing the others to ask him not to continue, admitting that he might have his own reasons and they shouldn't have asked, but they thought to themselves that he was wanted or an arsonist of some sort. The spotlights came on under the ceiling. The spotlights illuminated the girl at the piano on the stage. Weryang began her performance, and the song quickly captivated the audience. Closing her eyes, the girl continued to sing. At the end of her performance, she took a bow, and the audience began to demand an encore. Heading down the corridor, the singer heard thanks for her work. The embarrassed sound engineer asked if the girl would perform an encore. But she, throwing a surprised look, apologized that today would not work out, since she was too tired, and in response, she heard the guy remember that she had just finished her world tour, and a promise that he would figure everything out himself. With a smile, the artist thanked the hard worker. After which she moved on, happy that she had finally figured everything out. Clenching her fists, the girl happily thought that it was time for a quick leveling up. At this time, a group of friends gathered at the bar to relax. Han thoughtfully looked at the phone screen. Friends looked at him confused, trying to understand why his face was so sour, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, where their womanizer friend had gone. Throwing the phone away, the young man said that the situation was too tense, and the confused friends thought that they were just empty space for him. But in fact, the red-haired man was remembering an exciting fishing trip in the Royal Road, how wonderful it was sometimes to entrust your secrets to the serene flow of the river. But then the face of the main character flashed before his inner eye. Remembering that huge fish, the player wondered if that guy was still there. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man thought that he would like to meet him again. Smiling, he remembered Weed's disgruntled face and his endless nagging, thinking that it was a great time. The red-haired man grabbed his coat sharply. After which he rushed to the exit, saying goodbye to his confused friends who asked where he was going. Smiling, the guy thought that there was only one answer to this question. Zephyr was returning to a more interesting world. At the same time, Hyan was holding an envelope in her hands with excitement. When she unpacked the letter, her hands were shaking. The girl's face lit up with a joyful smile when she read that her brother passed the first round, and now admission to the university depended only on the interview, which meant the chances were 50-50. Pressing her finger to her cheek, the schoolgirl thought about what to do. She needed to convince her brother to go to the interview, because he refused, considering it a waste of money. The girl resolutely squeezed the sheet of paper, deciding to resort to extreme measures. At this time, Han was busy fighting the Minotaur, and just knocked him down. The protagonist raised his fist in victory. His relatives were wildly happy about his next victory, but they distorted his name to Karichi. Soon the sculptor entered the streets of the orc village. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Looking at his new clothes, the young man was glad that the pumping was in full swing, and he had already reached level 295, plus he was able to increase his level thanks to equipment. Remembering the satisfied faces of his new friends, the player realized that feeding them all for free was a good idea, so to speak, an investment for the future. Then he remembered the team of swords of his master, and realized that they had the same priorities, barely in battles, which made them similar in many ways. The merchant folded his arms on his chest, looking at the creator. He was offered a hammer at a discount, but even so it cost 1,000,000 gold, and the guy could not understand why it was so expensive. Looking at other goods, the sword man realized that these were not prices, but his nightmare. What was wrong with the orc village? What nonsense. But then the main character froze. Someone approached him from behind, and the orc instinct grew to the limit. The sculptor was covered by someone's shadows, and he could not understand whether he was surrounded by enemies. But it turned out that the young man was being pursued by a group of amorous fans who were fascinated by his muscles and tusks. One of them even pointed her fingers at the player and declared that he was her type. The creator ran away from the amorous orcs as fast as he could, and the guys who saw this scene envied him. Having broken away from the pursuit in a narrow alley, the guy tried to catch his breath, wondering what was wrong with him and everyone. But then he turned around when someone's voice asked if it wasn't natural that the girls were looking for a strong partner. An old orc approached the man of the sword, who knew his name, but wanted to find out who he was. Holding out his palm, the old man introduced himself as the leader of this village, and since he had finally found Karichi, they should hurry. With a confused look, the hero asked where he was being called, although he secretly hoped that it was just a quest. To the sculptor's shock, the chieftain replied that, as had been predetermined, they were holding a trial. The old orc looked ahead resolutely. The young man became terribly tense from this look. At some point, he even looked away. The rest of the settlement was raging around them, clicking their tusks. Confusedly watching as some chanted his name, the player seriously tried to understand what was going on here. At this time, the chieftain raised his palm and demanded silence for the sake of the trial. Pointing his finger at the creator, he called him the defendant. Mentally lost, the guy tried to understand what he had to do with it, and decided to listen to what they had to say. The prosecution immediately outlined their claims, because Karichi was not born in their village, and also eats less than they do, which outraged the main character. It looked like discrimination, and if there is so much, there will be no money, and one of them added to this list that he is too handsome, and he could not understand why he blushed. But the defense shouted that such a great warrior should be respected. He was cunning and fought well, they cannot do without him. He gave them delicious food, and in general, those who condemn him are freaks themselves who did not even know how to fight. The sword man watched what was happening with frustration, not understanding why wherever he was, there were always envious people. Even being an orc in this world, there was no peace. Then Han noticed that the leader was looking at him intently, and realized that he wanted him to do something. The orcs froze when the defendant roared that he also had something to say to them all. Clenching his fists, the hero loudly demanded that everyone who didn't like him come out, and he would prove to them that he had every right to be there. The locals even covered their ears, looking at each other in confusion, because the strong man had scared them a lot. The chief stepped forward and declared that so be it. Since Karichi wanted to prove that he was worthy of being among them, he would settle this dispute. The young man looked at the old man in bewilderment when he told him that their enemies, the Dark Elves, had been acting very strangely lately, and he had noticed this too, to which he clarified what he meant. The old orc explained that they, like humans, had begun to build a castle, and because of this, monsters began to raid their village, but, worst of all, the castle walls were too high. The sculptor wondered if that was great, because there were monsters to hunt. But the chief frowned. Waving his staff, the old man shouted that they had decided to take revenge on the Dark Elves and capture their castle. He called on Karichi to join them, and immediately received a quest, and a warning that in case of refusal he could be expelled from the orc settlement. The young man froze, realizing that he was being offered a quest dedicated to the interracial war. One of the player's loyal subordinates looked at his sculpture with admiration. The creator himself was busy in the field kitchen. He was setting out plates with food, inviting everyone to the table. His fighters enthusiastically took up the food, thanking the captain. The guy watched with a smile as they gobbled up his cooking, praising it in every way, and he himself thought that, as they say, before killing a pig, you need to feed it well. But then he got upset when he remembered the face of the old orc, who said that he would not be able to refuse to participate in this war, and he was just collecting resources while raising his level. The sword man stubbornly pounded his shield with a hammer, deciding to increase his fighting power, since he accepted this task. Soon the protagonist gathered his warriors in front of the statue of the mercenary, and ordered them to prepare for battle, and the priests to bless for luck and grant protection, and everyone was ready to act. The most loyal fighters asked the commander why they began to prepare for battle. Did he really have something for them? He took a medallion from his inventory, and said that he had saved something very interesting for them. The sculptor first called the Death Knight. He appeared, asking if his master called him. But the young man pulled out another medallion and asked him to move. Carefully examining the object, the player realized that it would not be easy, but he needed it to increase the level of soldiers. The new summoning command created 100 bats high in the sky. The vampire lord came to the call, and he looked around haughtily, muttering that he had not seen this wonderful world for so long. To the creator's surprise, the lord headed towards his sculpture, exclaiming that it was a magnificent statue, and no one in this world could repeat such beauty. The three soldiers glanced sideways at the commander, and asked who this guy was, who looked like a strong monster. The knights' faces lengthened when they heard that this was the enemy they had to defeat. While the vampire continued to admire the sculpture, the boy barked at them to start fighting and become stronger, despite the fact that the vampire lord was level 400. When the Death Knight, obeying the lord's order to start first, rushed at the monster, it turned around sharply, declaring that he would not allow anyone to take his new treasure. Raising his hand, the vampire summoned a tornado blade. All the blows flew at poor Van Hawk, but did not have much effect. After the swordman ordered, he threw the blade of death at the enemy, after which Han himself also brought down blows from his blade. The Lord's eyes widened and he declared that he needed a victim. He could barely stand on his feet after a series of attacks, and he was eager to drink blood to become stronger. After which the monster rushed straight towards a group of frightened priests. While the Death Knight was knocking the Lord to the ground, the hero ordered them to continue in the same spirit and deprive the enemy of life force. They should not allow him to recover. Then he sent sculpting magic along the blade. The priests obeyed to protect the commander. At this moment, the vampire exposed his back, and the sculptor decided that the time had come. He attacked the monster in a jump. The blade passed right under the hand of one of the warriors and sank into the chest of the Lord, and the young man clenched his teeth. With the help of the sword skill Kaiser, the player managed to throw the enemy back, and he disintegrated into particles. While the captain fell to the ground, the fighters began to admire him. But he looked at them angrily and barked that he had summoned him to raise their level. There was no point in stopping at just one fight. The Death Knight even cried when he heard that the master was summoning the Lord again and ordered them to fight to the last drop of blood. They needed to raise their level, and when the fighters asked why they should kill the one they had just killed, didn't he feel sorry for him? And he muttered that just like him, the soldiers had to fight Tori from morning till night for 7 days. Finally, after several dozen levels, the vampire knelt before the creator, entrusting himself to high artistic skill and leadership. Holding out the crystal on his palm, the Lord called it proof of his loyalty, and a notification about it immediately arrived. Looking at the vampire's blood, the guy smiled contentedly, because now he could summon Tori at any time, and if they did this for a week, they would be able to train, and in addition he got a unique item that increased mana. Looking at the serious faces of his fighters, the swordman decided that everything was ready for war with the Dark Elves. The next morning in the game developer's office, the protagonist came to talk to the company's director. Putting a can of drink on the table, the virtual sculptor clarified that they wanted him to provide them with video recordings of his game, and the man confirmed this. He explained that, as everyone knows, on the Unicon website in the Hall of Fame section, some users published their best game recordings, and uploading a video to their resource was a great honor for players. The director grinned and added that, however, not everyone was destined to get there, because according to the company's rules, the number of players was strictly limited. Such a privilege could only be enjoyed by players whose reputation exceeded 6,000 points. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise, and clarified that this is why he was among this number, and heard a positive answer. Holding out his hand to the player, the director asked if he wanted to publish a video of his game in the Hall of Fame. He would only need to post videos of solved quests or fierce battles once a week. The creator closed his eyes, and he kept thinking why they suddenly needed him. Remembering the named resource, the guy remembered that published quests and adventure videos of the so-called best of the best were the highest level of popularity. The director clasped his hands and suggested that since the man of the sword agreed, they could move on to the contract. But then Han declared his refusal. He did not need popularity. Besides, it would be problematic if other players began to recognize him in the Royal Road, and he added to himself that he refused to be famous for free. The guys' faces lengthened. They did not immediately believe the hero's words. The director leaned forward, calling the virtual sculptor a truly unusual person. Many players were ready to do anything just to get into the Hall of Fame, and he thought that he was exaggerating. Sighing, the young man thought that if he was invited here only for this, then he had only wasted his money on travel, while they continued to convince him that, in fact, if he began to be placed in the Hall of Fame, their company would pay him millions, or even tens of millions every month for advertising the Royal Road. The player's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that, in addition to everything else, having become famous, he would be able to star in various game broadcasts, which was also an excellent opportunity to earn a lot of money. At this time, the director even jumped up with tears. It was so unusual to meet a user who was sincerely devoted to the Royal Road. But then the player grabbed the man by the hand and said that he agreed. He even froze, not understanding what was going on. With shining eyes, the creator repeated that he agreed, begged to show the contract as soon as possible, to give him the highest place in the Hall of Fame. When the guy was leaving the office with a satisfied look, the director watched him go. The secretary came up to him and said that she would like to ask a question. Remembering the strange behavior of the visitor, the girl noted that for the first time she saw the boss showing so much attention to an ordinary player. She wanted to know why he was so interested in him that he even decided to meet him in person. The man handed the secretary a tablet with a recording, offering to watch it and understand for herself. The girl watched the video in surprise. Her eyes widened when she screamed that this could not be. Less than a year had passed since registration, and the player gained such a reputation in just 9 months. She could not believe it. Looking back at his subordinate, the man assumed that the guy was just trying very hard in the game, and she reminded him that he himself knew that reputation could not be earned by efforts alone. Some even forgot about their personal lives and did not sleep at night. The director turned his gaze back to the window, and noted that this was why it was interesting, and when asked what exactly, he added that he was really looking forward to next week, when the video would be published. The sun was rising over the mountains. Even rows of orcs, clicking their tusks, were moving towards the gloomy castle. Standing on top of the cliff, the protagonist said that it was morning in the mountains, the scarlet sun was rising, a strong wind was blowing, even the clouds were menacingly hanging over the ground in anticipation of the battle, and he was standing on the front line in the battle with the dark elves. And this sunny morning he was hopeful. Raising his fist, the sculptor roared that their courage and desire for victory, their fortitude and their souls, wanted to sing. Menacingly waving his fist, the young man shouted that the dark elves were strong, but they would go with a song in their hearts, with a song of victory. They would be able to win if they did not give up. The axes rose into the air as the commander declared that no one would escape and they would win. With a satisfied smile, looking at the orcs clicking everything they could, the player thought that a cool video needed something like this scenario. Then there would be more views, and the more views, the more money, the better for him. Glancing at the castle, the creator called for the destruction of the dark elves. Frowning, the guy thought that after all, war was war, and this was not an easy matter. There was a ditch dug around the fortress. If you fell, you would be dead. In addition, the enemy had reliable protection in the form of thorny vines, skilled magicians and accurate archers. Scratching his chin, the sword man continued that although they said that the dark elves were no match for the orcs in terms of fighting power, but in this mass siege, the dark elves were good at magic and archery. It was suicide to attack, trusting only in numbers. Then Han turned around when they told him that they believed in him. The chieftain came up to him and said that at all costs, victory was needed today. He looked at the old man in confusion, and clarified, as in today, what was he talking about? Did it have to be today? The hero's face twisted in panic when he heard that the army had no food. If they did not finish the battle today, then tomorrow they would starve, and he could not believe his ears. The sculptor mentally cried when he realized that they did not even have a plan of action. How were they going to fight an army of 20,000 soldiers, provided with provisions for only one day? The upset young man turned around when he heard someone calling him. Another squad of orcs approached him, and the commander announced that fighters from the Chwiber tribe had arrived to fight on his side, and the Halchvi tribe had sent 15,000 warriors. Garche brought 20,000, Baranchvi brought 8,000 orcs, Jurbaj had 9,000, and Salchvi brought 1,000 only fighting orcs, and the player could not understand what was happening. Where did such incredible numbers come from? Were all the orc tribes gathered here or something? Resolutely looking ahead, the creator realized that there was now a large army of orcs here, numbering over 400 warriors. With such a number they had a chance of victory. Raising his blade, Karachi asked if the brothers would follow him. The crowd exploded with shouts that they would be honored to march under the leadership of the most ferocious orc, and the boy thought that everything had worked out extremely well. Pointing his spear forward, the sword man ordered the brothers to move forward to attack. The orcs did not keep them waiting long, and rushed towards the castle. The elves raised a wall of fire and an ice storm against them. The elements knocked the enemy off their feet. But they continued to rise and move forward. Arrows immediately flew at them, but the orcs stubbornly moved forward with the help of shields. Watching this with delight, Han thought that this was simply incredible. After all, each race had its own characteristics. With a satisfied smile, the hero thought that he, as their leader, was the most excited of all, and was already in anticipation of the number of views of the video. But then the squad standing behind him began to be indignant, that they could not stand it any longer. Looking sternly ahead, the sculptor, to all the persuasion to go on the attack and the desire to fight, answered that it was not time yet and they needed to wait. And then he got upset. Continuous scenes of attack, the capture of territory, and even a castle, and they were so short of provisions. And all because the dark elves built the castle in an extremely unfortunate place for them. The orcs rushing forward became an easy target. Even if the orcs used at least some kind of strategy, however, at this rate, the scale of losses on their side could significantly increase. However, the most serious problem was not in this. Several elven women on the city wall showed the orcs obscene gestures, calling them dumbasses and pigs, whose grave would be here. They in turn got angry, began to shout insults in response, and rush into battle, which is why the system reported their provocation. A smirk appeared on the face of the insidious ladies. The command to get ready sounded, while the orcs with blind fury rushed forward. A huge fireball hung over the enemy crowd. The orcs froze in fear. Confused, looking at the colossal explosion, the young man realized that this was the problem. In their stupidity they had fallen for these childish provocations, the embodiment of single-celled organisms or something. The frightened warriors muttered behind his back that the dark elves were very strong, and their magic affected their fighting spirit. Clutching his spear, the player declared that it was their turn now, and thought to himself that he needed to intervene and change the course of the battle. Then he clenched his fist and ordered the reinforcements to attack. He rushed forward, although the fighters considered it suicide, asking them to believe him. Continuing to run, the creator was sure that after such a powerful spell, the attack from the Dark Elves would begin to weaken. A satisfied grin appeared on the guy's face when he mentally added that most of them were now out of mana. Jumping onto the wall, the sword man shouted that it was time to attack. The orc's appearance greatly surprised the enemy. They tried to hit him with bows, but failed. The main character landed on the stone with a crash, throwing the enemies aside with a wave. Several more fighters followed him, and the sculptor gave the order to destroy them all, to defeat the Dark Elves. The crowd of orcs began to crush the enemies, while they continued to shower them with insults. The faces of the elves gradually lost their former confidence. The archers continued to shoot, demanding that the brainless pigs go away. But the young man only put one of the enemies as a shield, mocking that someone missed. And with a satisfied face, he asked if they had forgotten how to shoot. Although he knew perfectly well that in close combat the bow was useless, there was a chance of accidentally hitting their own comrades. After which the player launched his signature series of attacks, shouting that the Dark Elves are so weak. The orcs running after the leader waved their clubs, chanting his name. Squinting, the creator decided that the time had come. At this time, one of the elven women clenched her teeth, cursing the stupid orcs. She pointed her hand forward, activating the magic circle, but this was exactly what the guy was waiting for. As soon as the fiery arrow flew at them, the sword man ordered his men to retreat. The orcs scattered from the attack, and the attack flew at the defenders of the castle themselves, and Han easily jumped down, mentally calling on that scum to burn their own comrades with the last reserves of mana. Mentally triumphant, the hero realized that everything was going according to his plan. Jumping to his feet, the sculptor decided that he had to finish everything now. Rushing into the attack, the young man shouted to the others that it was time to continue the attack to defeat the Dark Elves. The orcs rushed after him, supporting Karichi. The elves panicked, although calls to defend themselves were still heard, but the most terrible of the enemies was approaching. Running to the gates of the fortress, the player knew that they needed to destroy them to win this war. Someone from above shouted that he needed to be stopped, but he only smirked. Pulling the sculpture out of his inventory, the creator decided to try a secret technique. Chopping his own work, the guy called on the force. The chopped figurine flared up. The effect of destroying sculptures turned on, and the sword man roared menacingly. Now they would fully feel his power, because this effect made the art characteristic turn into strength. 4,000 points of the characteristic awakened an unprecedented rise in the chest of the orc leader. With a battle roar, the main character swung at the gate, and destroyed it to pieces with one blow. His face reflected triumph. Horror seized the Dark Elves. They could not believe that someone could destroy the fortress gates alone. The orcs rushed forward, shouting that the gates had fallen, and it was time to continue the attack. One of the elves with a desperate look exclaimed that they could not allow the enemy to penetrate the castle. It was necessary to urgently restore the gates and stop the horde of enemies. But first of all, the warriors rushed at the leader of the vile orcs, calling for him to immediately start growing trees, using all the magic he could. The terrible sculptor pulled out another weapon and motioned for the ladies to approach. The Dark Elves rained down swift attacks on the player, but he easily repelled them. Reflecting the blows, the creator was forced to admit that their weapons would easily pierce his armor. Clutching the weapon tighter, the guy decided to deal with them as soon as possible. The opponents fell from his blows, muttering about great power. The other orcs were truly delighted. Looking back, the sword man thought that the gate was passed, which meant it was time for the next stage. He took a deep breath. Then he shouted to the orcs. Using the roar of a lion, Han called on the orcs to destroy and plunder. The stomping of feet was heard around the area, while the hero added that killing was also necessary, and the system reported the effects of his ability. Tears rolled down the cheeks of the frightened Dark Elves. They did not believe that the orcs had entered the castle. The fighters moved around the fortress, chanting orders to destroy, plunder, kill. The defenders fled, while the orc commanders demanded that everything around them be swept away. They opened doors and smashed shop windows. The evil hero demanded that one of them stop destroying everything and start searching, and mentally called the orcs idiots. They could take everything if they did not destroy it. The orcs gave a thumbs up, saying that they understood Karichi. But then, behind the sculptor's back, two orcs were arguing over some rag. Each pulled on himself, causing the thing to tear, and the young man almost burst into tears. Clenching his fists, he mentally said goodbye. Because he could get a lot of money for this, even if he simply sold it, this rarity was not so easy to get. Clutching his head, the player lamented that his allies were so stupid that they were senselessly destroying so much good. But then a blow of a staff was heard from behind. The creator turned around. He recognized the elder who called Karichi incredible. With a gloomy triumph, the leader declared that entrusting him to lead their brothers was the right decision. The boy thanked him, and to himself he thought irritably that he did not need his useless praise. Let him just give him a good reward for completing this quest. But then the sword man stopped. He remembered that this was not his only quest. Turning to the old man, the protagonist asked him to take command. He fearfully extended his hand to him, not understanding where he was going, but the sculptor replied that he had important things to do. Gritting his teeth, the young man reminded himself that he did not have much time. Rushing forward, he mentally added that if he did not hurry, he would definitely be late, and he needed to complete the task of the Order of Freya. A detachment of royal knights climbed the cliff, while the second-in-command encouraged them, while the rest prayed to the holy Freya for their lives. A hand reached for a ledge on the edge of the cliff. Then someone's green palm caught him. The warrior smiled tiredly to thank for the help. But then he saw the face of a huge orc, who declared that they had finally arrived. The knight's face stretched out in horror. And despite the player's attempts to catch him, he flew down, thinking that now he would definitely die. But someone grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. Calmly looking forward, the vampire said that the master ordered him not to let them fall. The monster held the poor fellows while they were confused, because the demons saved them. Shaking all over, Becker reported to the captain that they had made it, somehow survived, and now there was nothing to worry about. Looking at the tired fighters, the creator thought that he had ordered them to come from this side and go up, but they did not inspire confidence at all. Taking on his true form, the guy mentally added that the orcs far exceeded his squad in numbers and combat skills, and they were just small change for influence points. Sighing, the sword man thought that he was worried that he took them for such precious influence points, and he had to spare their lives. Turning sharply, Han ordered his warriors to follow him to the Temple of Necromancers. And smirking, he specified that as quickly as possible. Even near the temple, the sounds of battle were heard. Blades clashed. The orcs continued to press their weakened enemy. Running past these scenes, the hero realized that the orcs had advanced far enough with his help. The sculptor glanced sideways at his subordinates, and said that they had little time, they needed to focus on the necromancers, ignoring the dark elves. The crowd running after the leader roared to eat. But then the elves also noticed the humans, whom they immediately decided to stop, not giving them a pass. Looking back again, the young man ordered the priests to use spells. They began to cast blinding flashes right on the run, causing the elves to clutch their eyes. The player grinned, great. He sent the vampire lord and the death knight ahead of him. The summoned monsters obediently scattered the interfering enemy. The squad rushed past the stunned elves, while the commander shouted to break through further. Soon they reached the doors of the temple. The necromancers turned around at the noise. The creator stood in the open doors, happy that he got there first. The necromancers stared in horror at the human squad. Seeing the calm Tory, they could not understand how he bowed down to these people. There were also bearers of sacred powers, priests of Fry. The Death Knight caused even more questions. The guy grinned again. Pointing his blade at the vile necromancers, he declared that this place would become their grave, and they called him Frey's watchdog. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the necromancers growled that the man of the sword had ruined his plans, and saw that they were excellently prepared. With a satisfied smile, the protagonist noted how trivial it was. If there were no corpses nearby, then the necromancers could not do anything. Covering his face with his hand, the necromancer hissed that it was no longer possible to properly button a button that was incorrectly buttoned. Looking furiously at the sculptor, the old man declared that he had never believed in God's providence in his life. But if this was the truth, then he was ready to die. Falling to his knees, despite the others' attempts to stop him, the leader of the necromancers began to beg for death. The young man took out his sword, already mentally anticipating the rewards for the quest. Swinging the sword, the player could not have imagined that he would complete this quest so easily, and he expressed his hope out loud that in the next life they would be able to avoid evil. But suddenly he froze, as the thought came to him that something was wrong here. It was too easy. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, the creator remembered that this was a B-rank quest. Everything seemed to match in terms of difficulty. But why did the necromancers suddenly accept their death so easily? That hellishly difficult quest with Tori was also a B-rank, and this intense battle with the elves was also a B-rank quest. Continuing to thoughtfully watch the necromancers beg to finish them off and kill them, the guy continued to think that, in fact, their request for murder for this level of quest was somehow too simple. The quest chain was related to the return of the Holy Grail and the crown of Fargo. Folding his arms over his chest, the sword man thought that it would be good if he could finish the quest chain here and now. Han's inner voices both began to persuade him not to hesitate, to finish off the enemies, and get a bunch of good things from the Order of Freya as a reward. He saw those cool items. They were at least unique things. Did he know what price they could ask for them? The hero's eyebrows rose. It was tempting to kill the necromancers, but it seemed like he was missing something. The ground shook from the screams of the crowd. The necromancers raised their hands, shouting, demanding to be killed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew that he couldn't just go and kill them. Removing his hand from the hilt, he asked the necromancer to answer him a few questions. Crossing his arms over his chest, Han asked what button he was talking about, and what God's plan was. The priest standing to the side became agitated, saying that the necromancers should just be executed. The guy raised his hand, saying that they needed to calm down, because he wanted to listen to them. Han frowned when Barabal asked him if he would kill him. The protagonist answered, saying that he would give him a chance if he told everything. The old man frowned at the guy. Barabal, with his brows drawn together, demanded a promise that he would not kill them. Han responded by saying that he would promise to listen to them, but he would not promise that they would remain alive. The young man and the old man stared at each other in silence. Gritting his teeth, Barabal said that the whole world was wrong about Barkan's deeds. The protagonist rubbed his chin. The boy knew that Barkan was a dark magician, a genius and a real magician who conducted research in the field of eternal life. As he grew older, he began to ask questions about life and death. Sitting at his desk, he began his research. His goal was always to help those in need. However, he had a student, Sheer, who was embittered by the whole world. His grin frightened ordinary people. Using the teacher's trust and with the help of lies, the boy introduced the teacher to the darkness. The old man's entire body was then covered in veins from tension. All the same desires to defeat diseases and prolong the lives of people gave birth to an army of the undead. Being mad, Barkan led his army to destroy this world, wiping out entire cities. Sheer supported the teacher, making more and more contracts with all the dark forces of the continent. As a result, he led an immortal army. Mentor Barabal, who accompanied Barkan in all this madness, is also guilty of his atrocities. Barabal, putting his hands to his chest, shouted, saying that they must free Barkan's mind from darkness and get rid of Sheer, the real culprit. Han clenched his fist and smiled. The system informed him about the completion of missions. The devil in the guy's head sighed, saying that, unfortunately, now they cannot get the things of the necromancers. The angel agreed with him. The protagonist was struck by an electric shock from the realization. His items that did not yet belong to him evaporated. Han mentally fell, asking why he did not just throw away all this sentimentality. Barabal bowed, saying that they were forced to unite with the Dark Elves to resist the army of Sheer. But when the army of the undead fell, he hid from the world, and recently his army was summoned again. And this army of the undead was now marching towards the lands of humans. After the defeat, the fear of death consumed Sheer, so he changed his body, becoming a lich. Frowning, the old man said that they must fight back against the immortal army. The Dark Elves have already united with them. Raising his hand, the old man asked for help in the war against the army of the undead. Han frowned when the system gave him a quest, and it was a rank A quest, a level of difficulty he had never seen before. Han frowned even more when he read the conditions of the quest. It opened the highest class for him. The knights of the church raised their swords, saying that it would be an honor for them to fight the army of death. Han parted his lips, saying that he was forced to abandon the war with the army of the undead. Barabal fell to his knees. Khosram and Becker behind the protagonist grew angry, saying that they were sure that he would agree. The knights' eyes blazed. They were sure that this pathetic sculptor had no nobility at all. The priests, putting their hands on their chests, said that Han himself, chosen by the goddess, simply could not ignore the battle against the forces of evil. The protagonist trembled. This was not his whim, but the difficulty was too high. If he failed, he could not even imagine what the penalties would be. Turning to his angry subordinates, the boy began to shout and calm them down. Han glanced back when Barabal said that he seemed to not fully understand the importance of his request. The old man shouted, saying that in that case he would use a secret technique. Falling to his knees and bowing, Barabal said that the immortal army was a threat not only to them, but to the entire continent. He was sure that only Han himself was worthy of leading them. The protagonist remembered the image of the bishop and his task. The system gave him the quest again even after he refused, and such tasks, where the system itself imposed them, were always too problematic. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was none of his business. Standing up, the old man said that he still did not understand what they were talking about. Smiling, he said that the entire continent could suffer if he made a mistake now. If he refused now, he would live his whole life in the shadow of shame. Han grabbed the system window when the system reported a decrease in fame in case of refusal to accept the task. The guy grabbed his head. He realized that this was one of those quests that left no choice. Turning around, the protagonist said that even if his reputation went down, he would complete the quests and quickly gain it back. The guy parted his lips. Turning elegantly, he said that someone had to stop the immortal army and the lich. The necromancers opened their mouths in shock. Van Hawk and Tori turned away and sighed. They saw the lie of their master. However, the knights and priests almost cried with admiration. So the protagonist led the army, internally crying, because he was forced to go on an A-rank quest. Tori and Van Hawk sighed again. The events take us to Dani's house. Dani, approaching the capsule, said that she had not seen the capsule for a long time and missed it so much. The girl touched the capsule. She smiled, saying that now she could come back. The voice of an orc was heard in the ruined city. The orc, who lifted a couple of boulders, told the elf to stop shirking. The girl extended her hand, saying that this would do. Vines burst out of the ground. A moment later, the vines had penetrated every crack in the house and broken through the roof. Another second passed before the house was torn in two. The knights carried planks. They quickly put up a support for the destroyed house, complaining that the ground was too soft. The knight wiped his sweat, saying that the house should hold up now. Standing in front of his subordinates, He said that they were almost done here, now they needed to help the others. When his comrade asked him where the captain was, the knight simply pointed up. Han was standing at the top of the tower. The boy stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The knights looked at each other, saying that their captain must be strategizing against the immortal army. Han, rubbing his chin, decided to look at the things he had already received. In his inventory, he saw a full set of armor and weapons. The boy poked at the screen, saying that glaives were not as popular as the rest of the things. The guy clenched his fists, saying that this would definitely cover his expenses. Meanwhile, his subordinates below smiled, admiring their captain. Clouds covered the sky. Events take us to the protagonist's house. The guy cried. He could not believe that someone was actually looking for the orc glaive. Han could sell it for crazy money. Closing his eyes, he decided that he still had a lot to learn. Remembering his last battle, the protagonist realized that he needed to collect more bows, and not storm the gates, but the battle absorbed him. Touching the mouse, he decided to upload a video to the Hall of Fame. Soon a notification appeared on the screen. It turned out that it took an hour to upload the video. The protagonist got up, deciding to do other things for now. Suddenly, the loading bar sped up. So a 19-hour video of the assault appeared on the network. In the first part of the video, an army of orcs was filmed. Viewers saw how the orcs were heading to the castle. Dark elves were standing on the castle walls. Watching the orcs raise their weapons, viewers said they thought it was just boring crap, but it turned out to be a very interesting video. The protagonist clenched his fist, shouting something to his subordinates. Many enthusiastic comments began to appear under the video. The orc army rushed towards the city. While the discussion was going on the internet, the elves began to shoot. The orcs were struggling to get through the elves' fire and ice spells. The protagonist frowned, watching from the side. A rain of arrows fell on the orc army. People, seeing this, began to argue about whether this video was cool or not. A powerful explosion occurred right in the middle of the orc army. One of the viewers, looking at Han, said that he was already starting to watch. The bodies of the elves were thrown back by the explosion. The orcs were able to get closer to the dark elves. The girl fired a bow, not going to give up. 3 minutes ago, one of the people wrote that everyone urgently needed to watch this video. People, looking at the protagonist, could not understand how an orc player could even exist. Soon a moment with the protagonist and his group running appeared on the screen. The necromancers turned their heads in shock. Soon they showed the moment when they all begged for a kill. But soon the knights raised their weapons. A new video of the assault was launched on the laptop screen. The number of views changed at an incredible speed. A bright light appeared in the darkness of the cave. A beautiful lady appeared in the bright light. Dani opened her eyes. She stepped on the floor. Now she was finally back. Turning around, the girl said that the place was the same. Suddenly, a monster in armor appeared. A headless knight approached Dani, asking where his head was. The girl laughed when she heard his question. Pointing at him, she ordered him to shut up. The girl needed her fists, saying that her fists would be his answer. The monster's eyes were distorted in shock. Dani clenched her fist, saying that she would show him her strength. She rushed forward. In a second, the girl dealt more than a dozen blows. The monster, receiving the blows, screamed in pain. Extending her hand, Dani said that he would not die so easily. Thus, the shaman healed the monster. Smiling, the girl said that while she was in the hospital, she could not release all the accumulated stress. The monster began to cry, realizing that it would be very painful. The cry for help scared the birds, and they flew up. Soon the girl came out of the cave, saying that the best way to relieve stress is to fight. Dani was happy like a child, beating the undead. The skeleton actually started to cry, begging her to kill him. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she had not yet forgotten how to play. She froze in surprise, seeing something. Right in front of her stood a statue. It was a sculpture of Dani herself. The girl covered her mouth, realizing who it was. She silently stood in front of her sculpture. A long time ago, Dani and the protagonist spent time together here. Han fought on the front lines, and Dani covered him. When the guy cooked, the girl was incredibly happy. She watched in surprise as the statue was being made. On the last day, Dani sang for the guy. The smile did not leave her face while she sang. Han, closing his eyes, listened to her with pleasure. Now, at the bottom of the sculpture, the protagonist wrote that he made it in memory of the time he spent with her. Tears rolled down the girl's face. She smiled, realizing that Han had not forgotten her. Wiping away her tears, Dani approached the sculpture. She looked at it closely. At the bottom of the sculpture, Hendo and his students had left their names. At the very bottom, one could see the inscription of the old man's 505th student. The events take us to the city. Hendo's students were working hard, rebuilding the city. Some of them were sawing logs, others were working with boards. The old man himself, holding a hammer in his hand, told the students to work with great enthusiasm. The girl approached the place where the boys were working. Selena, raising her hand, greeted everyone. The boys turned their heads sharply and were happy to see her. They immediately approached her. Taking the tender bread in their hands, Hendo's students cried from the wonderful taste. Selena, receiving the praise of the boys, smiled, saying that she had almost given up on fixing the house when they showed up. The boys surrounded the girl and said that they would build her a whole palace. The girl, blushing slightly, said that in fact her house was in terrible condition. The swordsman smiled widely. They would gladly build a castle for her. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen began to cry. His elder asked what was the matter, and he opened his eyes and said that the matter was that once the repairs were finished, they would not see Miss Selena again. The man froze upon hearing his words. The student fell to his knees, saying that of course they all knew that she was a game character, but she was so kind and beautiful, and they did not need much. The man grabbed the student by the shoulders. Hitting him with a hammer, he said that they needed to repeat after him. Raising his hand, he said that they could postpone building the house by simply destroying it again. Hendo approached the student and asked what was going on. He closed his eyes and said that he was already aware of their conversation. Pointing at them, he asked what they would do when Selena returned. Would they really continue to destroy her house right in front of the innocent girl? The swordsmen were struck by an electric shock from this terrible thought. They fell to their knees in despair. The student, trembling all over, brought a brick. A moment later, he had already put the brick in place. Then the system informed him that the task was completed. Selena's beautiful wooden house was built. The swordsman cried, saying that now they would not see her again. The man opened his eyes when someone called him. Two cute girls approached them, asking them to help them build their house. The boys' tears immediately disappeared, and they, overflowing with energy, agreed to help. Hendo, who was watching everything, said that these guys neglected their training too much. He would have to make them practice their kicks 10,000 times. Closing his eyes, he said that all this could be put off until later. Throwing a hammer into the sky, he told his disciples to wait for him. The 19th swordsman smiled when a girl called him. Meanwhile, another girl thanked the 50th swordsman. Hendo stood quietly, unaware of someone watching him. The assassin frowned. The old man opened his eyes, sensing a threat. The swordsman was running straight at him. Hendo easily blocked the enemy's attack. The swords trembled from the clash. The swordsman grinned and asked the old man if he knew what true strength was. The old man grinned himself, hearing his question. His eyes sparkled when he said that it was a good question. The man swung his sword. Hendo easily blocked all of the enemy's attacks. The enemy's sword flew past his head. Hendo began to move around the battlefield, dodging attacks. The grin did not leave the old man's face. Suddenly, he smoothly lowered the sword. The old man suddenly rushed forward, saying that it was his turn. The man gritted his teeth. Hendo ducked, dodging another attack. A moment later, he struck back at the swordsman. The man's pupils disappeared from the pain. His body rolled on the ground. Hendo put the sword on his shoulder. Rubbing his chin, he said that he did not even sweat. Soon, the swordsman, kneeling, apologized for his rudeness. Closing his eyes, he said that he wanted to personally find out the strength of the master, that he was close to perfection, because the entire continent had long been talking about him and his comrades. The old man and Ilhun frowned at his words. The swordsman, thinking, said that he dedicated his life to training, but even his training was not enough to know true strength. Looking at the blade of the sword, Hendo said that training alone is not enough for this. Opening his eyes, the swordsman said that this is why he will become even stronger over time, that is when he will lead him to the place of true power. Hendo was surprised when the system gave him a quest. Looking at the man in front of him, he understood everything. Hearing the teacher's shouts, everyone was surprised. He was calling everyone. Soon, all the students, led by Ilhun, knelt down in front of the teacher. Ilhun smiled when the old man said that they had been together since the first day of the game. They had nothing to fear. Everyone just ran away from them in fear, even the foxes. The strength of the group grew, for they all fought as one. Smiling, the guy said that he had recently thought about it and realized that they were causing a lot of trouble for the others. Pointing to the sky, the old man said that this had come to an end. The time had come for them to gain experience. Hendo raised his sword. He put his hand on his hip and shouted that they would explore the continent, protect the weak and defeat all the monsters, and they would reunite their forces in 6 months in the kingdom of Rosenheim. The students stood up and asked the teacher to take care of himself until then. And so the crowd of swordsmen began to leave the city. Some of them cried with joy, because now they could eat whatever they wanted. Wiping away his drool, one of them said that he needed to catch a rabbit as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Hendo himself clenched his fist. Now all the bread belonged to him alone. The events take us to the protagonist's house. Hyen was holding the enrollment notice in her hand. She looked at the door and thought about how to tell her brother everything. She immediately imagined how her brother would get angry when he took the sheet, because he would have to pay for tuition. Burning his notice, he would say that the problem was now solved. Hyen smiled nervously. She bowed her head, realizing that she couldn't delay any longer. Because today was already the interview, she had to make him go there. The girl slapped her cheeks. She clenched her fist. Hyen turned the door handle. Opening the door, Hyun told her brother that she had something to tell him. Hyun turned around, asking what exactly. Smiling nervously, Hyun said that they needed to go to a university in Korea. Today was the interview. The guy sitting at the laptop asked what the interview was for. The girl answered by saying that she had received an acceptance letter. The protagonist froze with a smile on his face. Putting her hand to her lips, Hyun said that she sent the documents without asking him. Lately, many people go through special selection rules. Squeezing out a tear, the girl apologized for deciding everything without consulting him. Hyun, looking at his sister, realized that she must have been afraid that they would not be able to pay the tuition, but as a brother, he had to ensure the success of his younger sister. Smiling widely, the guy asked when the interview was. Surprised by her brother's reaction, Hyun did not answer right away. Looking away, she embarrassedly said that the interview was in 3 hours. The protagonist jumped up, hearing her words. He started to pack his things, saying that they needed to get ready quickly and leave already. While washing his face, Han was glad that his little sister was already entering the university. Hyun herself smiled, saying that the main thing now was not to be late. She clenched her fist. Han frowned, getting ready to support his sister. The events take us to the university. They take us to the virtual reality department. The protagonist found himself inside the interview hall. He frowned, not understanding how everything turned out this way. He could not believe that Hyun came to the interview instead of her. The girl carefully stuck her head out of hiding. She looked at her brother, even though she forced him to come to the interview, but everything was not as she would have liked. A couple of minutes ago, they were sitting together. Looking at his sister, Han said that he did not know that she was into VR. Hyun, looking at her brother, said that he should know almost everything about VR. After all, he plays all day. Clenching his fist, the guy said that now he could finally help her with the interview. Smiling nervously, Hyun realized that her brother thought that she was the one who came for the interview. The girl imagined her brother's angry face when he found out that he was the one applying. Her eyes widened, she thought of something. Hyun stood up abruptly, saying that she needed to go to the toilet. Minutes passed like this. The clock hand moved around the dial. Soon the clock showed 10 minutes to 11. The protagonist frowned, looking at his phone. Hyun's future depended on this interview, but she had an untimely stomach ache, which meant that there was something wrong with the porridge he had prepared. Meanwhile, Hyun asked the teacher to tell her brother to come to the interview in her place. The teacher smiled awkwardly, agreeing with her. So she approached the protagonist. Han, with a smile on his face, was forced to go in. The protagonist frowned, thinking that his sister's resume was being checked. The professors frowned and asked why he decided to apply here. Were other universities bad? Han raised his hand and said that he heard from his friends that they had the best teaching staff, and he had the chance to read a couple of scientific papers that were written by professors of this university. The men looked at each other. They did not see sincerity in the protagonist's words. He answered as if from a textbook. The protagonist himself frowned. He had a bad feeling. Raising his hand, he said that his sister was very kind-hearted. Their parents died when they were young, and he tried to support his family on his own. His sister did not want to, but she gathered all her strength and concentrated on her studies, being close to her grandmother. Han himself was now studying the Royal Road and earned enough money to pay for his studies at the university. The professor chuckled, asking how he differentiated the real world from the virtual world. The protagonist smiled, saying that there was no need to separate the two. Hyun looked inside when her brother said that the university and the Royal Road were all reality for him. The boy's future was determined by the efforts he put into his work, and that was what determined his position. The protagonist rubbed his chin. What he acquired in the game affected his life. Virtual reality does not mean that life inside is fake, because the player learns new things, makes new relationships, like the protagonist and his friends. It was as if Han was holding the planet between his hands. No matter the dimension, people always do their best. Hyun's mouth fell open in surprise at her brother's story. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, said that for him, a person who has achieved everything all his life only through his own work, there was no difference. Soon, he closed his eyes and sighed. Hyun ran up to her brother and asked how the interview went. He scratched his head and said that he did everything he could. Smiling, he said that they could come back and explain everything to them, so she could pass the interview herself. Hyun was scared, realizing that her brother still hadn't figured it out. The girl closed her eyes and sighed, saying that it was okay. He tried. Taking her brother's hand, she said that they should go, since they didn't spend time together often. Sticking out her tongue, she mentally said that it was good that she changed the contact address. Soon, the sky turned red. Leaving the cinema, Hyun was horrified that the first movie she watched with her brother was so terrible. Han himself was shaking, clenching his fists. Suddenly, he started waving his arms, saying that the main character was really cool. Hyun smiled nervously, realizing that this guy was the only one who liked everything. Extending his finger, Han said that they should go somewhere to have dinner. The girl smiled widely, saying that she knew a great street shop. The protagonist disagreed, saying that they would go to a hotel restaurant. Clenching his fist and smiling, the guy told his sister not to worry, because they didn't have dinner like this every day, so they had money. So the guy grabbed his sister's hand and led her to the restaurant. Soon, the couple found themselves in an expensive restaurant. Hyan's friends were taking pictures of their steaks. Looking at the steak, they began to praise the local chef. Looking to the side, the girls saw their friend with her brother. One of them immediately stood up, deciding to join them. The second, wary, asked if Hyan herself would be angry. The brunette answered, saying that as long as her brother was around, she would not be angry. Soon, the classmates came to the table and asked to sit with them. Han smiled and agreed to accept them. When they sat down, the protagonist began to wonder if he would be forced to pay for everyone. Suddenly hearing a loud noise, the four of them turned around. The young cook had broken an ice sculpture. The director ran down the hall. He grabbed his head and screamed. Pointing at the girl, the man said that she should understand that she had broken the sculpture in honor of her 40th wedding anniversary. The man froze, hearing a familiar voice. Kang and his wife entered the hall, asking if this was the sculpture he had ordered. The director bowed and sweated, saying that it was. Turning around, the old man said that they couldn't even deliver a regular sculpture to the restaurant. The man closed his eyes, trying to find a way out. His eyes suddenly opened when someone said that he was the sculptor himself. A few minutes ago, Hyan and her friend were discussing what was happening. Looking sadly at the girl, the brunette said that they could probably carve a new one. Han, raising his hand, said that carving a new one would be quite difficult. Looking at the debris, he said that the sculpture was made by a master of his craft. Judging by the state of the ice, it was only yesterday. Looking at the head of the sculpture, he said that the sculptor was unlikely to be here now, and it would take more than 1 hour to find another master. The girls looked at the guy in surprise, asking how he figured all this out. Pointing to himself, the protagonist said that he himself was a sculptor. Hyan closed her eyes, saying that he was probably talking about the game. Suddenly, the director rushed towards the protagonist. He bowed before him, asking him to help them. Grabbing the guy's leg, he begged him to create a new sculpture. Han, smiling, was about to object. But the crying man shouted, saying that he could ask for anything. The protagonist froze, not knowing what to do. He glanced at the married couple to the side. Taking a closer look at the old woman, he realized that this was her sculpture. It was her young image made of ice. Even at that age, this lady looked beautiful, which Han noticed. The protagonist looked at his sister. Hayoung smiled and looked at him. Han imagined his family. Smiling, he said that he would see what he could do. Soon, a huge block of ice was placed in front of him. Han picked up his tools. The protagonist closed his eyes. He had already lost count in the game, but now he needed to make a sculpture in reality. Picking up the hammer, the guy realized that everything was familiar. He remembered how he recently spoke at an interview, saying that virtual reality and the real world were one for him. The protagonist frowned. A moment later, he struck the ice. In one of his hands, he twisted the chisel. Chunks of ice began to fly in all directions. Hyan and her friends watched everything with admiration. Hyan, crossing her arms over her chest, said that they would be finished if they tried to take her brother away from her. The girls smiled, saying that they could already feel the evil aura of their little sister. Kang frowned. It was impossible to carve a new sculpture in such conditions, especially in such a hurry. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He froze. Soon, the protagonist removed the chisel from the sculpture's eyes. Pointing at the sculpture, he said that everything was ready now. Hyan smiled, saying that it was very beautiful. The sculpture of Kang's wife was simply shining. The restaurant manager smiled widely. Even Kang's wife was impressed. The protagonist, approaching the president, congratulated them on their wedding anniversary. The old man extended his hand to him, saying that looking at this sculpture, he felt that his wife was happy, and this was the best gift for him. Pointing at the old woman, the protagonist said that she was much more beautiful than his sculpture. He was just conveying the feelings that he thought she had. So the old couple looked at each other again. The protagonist smiled evilly, realizing that Kang had fallen for his trick. Now he would definitely not forget it. Night fell outside. The protagonist stood next to his grandmother's bed. Looking at her face, he said that he had good news. So the guy began to tell how he passed the interview instead of his sister. How they had dinner at a restaurant, and the director pestered him with a request. In the end, Han carved a sculpture out of ice. Remembering the appearance of the old woman, the guy told his grandmother that there was a woman there who reminded him of her. In the end, Kang handed him a check for a large amount, and he managed to earn money. Taking his grandmother's hand, Han said that she had told him before that they would face difficulties. And even with a family, life is not as easy as it seems, and she had once been going to send Hyan to an orphanage. Then Han stood in her way, trying to stop her. Smiling, the boy said that difficulties always await them. Stroking his grandmother's hand, the young man said that he himself was not complaining, because if he went back, he would do the same. The boy imagined his happy family. The events take us to a swampy area. Irene concentrated mana in front of her hand. The monster covered its face because of the bright light. Pale and Heman fired their bows at the same time. The arrows pierced the monster's body. Circa, clenching her fist, rushed forward. She struck the frog in the chest. The monster's body flew back to its relatives. Winking at her comrades, she said that their turn had come. Ramuna raised her staff, concentrating the flame. A moment later, a tornado of flame covered all the monsters. The corpses of the frogs began to disappear. The whole group was happy and celebrated their victory. Soon, Weryang and Zephyr approached the group. Zephyr, raising his hands, said that they came here immediately after entering and were still late. Pointing to himself, Zephyr said that he, as always, would be tanking. They could rely on him. The three girls clapped their hands in admiration. Pale, scratching the back of his head, said that Zephyr could always be relied on. Suddenly, the guy stuck out his finger. Looking away, he said that they had not met Han for a long time. Circa, closing her eyes, said that he did not answer them either. The guy bowed his head, saddened by this news. Weryang winked, saying that Han would definitely return soon, and in the meantime, they could have a good hunt. The group clenched their fists. So, led by Zephyr, they rushed towards the monsters. The events take us to the ruined city. The protagonist stood on top of the tower. He looked at the 5 rows of walls that they were able to make. All the fortifications were finished thanks to the elves and their vines. The guy looked to the side. He saw a huge army of creatures in the distance. The protagonist, standing in front of the orc leader, greeted him and asked why there were so many of them. The orc, clenching his fist, said that he told the other orcs that there would be enemies here that could be fought forever. On the day of battle there would be twice as many. Han smiled nervously, hearing his words. Suddenly, the orcs raised their guns and roared. Now the protagonist noticed that there were already more than 500,000 orcs. Suddenly, a dark elf approached the guy, saying that they had also called their tribes. The small tribes that were scattered along the mountains would arrive soon. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. The orcs in front of him were superior in number. There were few dark elves, but their skills were honed to perfection. The knights of Rosenheim were not very strong. They got tired after a couple of hours. There were also necromancers. They were quite a powerful force. The protagonist also had a higher vampire, Tori. Han frowned, realizing that even this did not mean that they would win. The army of the undead, its main advantage was that people could not destroy the undead in any way. Each time it would rise and rush into battle. The only thing that could help was holy magic or burning corpses. If this was not done, the dead would rise again, not to mention the fallen orcs and elves. So their own comrades will turn against their friends. Han parted his lips, realizing that he had no other choice. He raised his hand, ordering the priests to follow him. Suddenly, the necromancer blocked his path. Barabal, frowning, asked where he was going, if he had forgotten their agreement. Han mentally clenched his teeth in anger, but on the outside, smiling, said that he needed to prepare for battle, after which he would immediately return. Raising his hand, the necromancer said that he could not do anything then. Standing in front of the guy, he repeated that he must return. So they shook hands. The protagonist, angry, left with a group of priests. Soon, the protagonist found himself in the city square. Putting his hands on his hips, he heard many shouts of people looking for partners. The guy walked along the streets of the city. On the streets, he saw more and more people who had moved to creative classes. He even saw a sculptor who asked to accept him into the party. The boy looked at the protagonist in surprise when he said that he had chosen a difficult class, but all this would be well rewarded later. Suddenly, the knight pointed at the protagonist and said that he had found him. The boy froze in shock. Soon he left the church. He was shaking all over with anger, saying that if he was needed, he could be called, and not make such a mess. A couple of hours ago, the knights grabbed him right on the street. They, ignoring his objections, dragged him. The bishop, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that he had done an excellent job. Clasping his palms, he blessed the boy. Han, poking at the system screen, decided to see what he had been given as a reward. Armor and a cup appeared in his inventory. The bishop, raising his hands, said that their order owed him a holy relic. He was obliged to stop the immortal legion. The protagonist raised the cup. This cup turned ordinary water into holy water. As the protagonist laughed evilly, people avoided him. Han walked forward. The reward he received once again emphasized the seriousness of the task. The city market was full of people. Mandu stood at the counter, shouting, calling people. He smiled, remembering how wonderful it was to travel with the group. He quickly looked away when someone spoke of Han. Looking at the backs of the people passing by, Mandu listened as they discussed the orc siege. Suddenly, all the vendors began to talk about Han and his bravery in fighting and accepting the A-rank quest. Mandu closed his eyes, saying that since his friend was different, he should not be left behind either. The man's eyes suddenly opened when the protagonist sent a message, asking if he was busy. The merchant grabbed the system window in joy. He cried, realizing that his friend was alive. Smiling, the man said that it was good that he was alive. Pale was very worried about him, and the others remembered him too. The protagonist, surprised, asked if they were really gathered together now. The merchant, holding out his finger, said that he had left recently. After all, they were hunting at the Lake of Souls. Han smiled, hearing his friend's words. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, saying that the swords decided to split up and follow the path of a warrior, so they left the kingdom. He met them just when they made this decision. The protagonist smiled, saying that the path of a warrior sounded interesting. Han, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he needed silver weapons and a lot of arrows with silver tips. The merchant began counting on his fingers, asking how many arrows he needed. The man was shocked when the guy said that he needed 2 million arrows. Mandu grabbed the system panel, saying that this was a lot. He imagined silver weapons when Han said that he needed enough silver to make 50,000 weapons. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked if he could handle it. A smile appeared on the merchant's face. He clenched his fists, saying that he could handle everything. The protagonist fell to his knees. He was forced to spend a whole 75,000 gold, an irreparable blow to his wallet. The boy understood that ordinary steel would not help in the battle. Only silver weapons could kill the undead. Han, clenching his fists, said that without risks he could not earn money. He had to think of it as an investment. Taking out his dagger, he said that he needed to visit the renegade village and earn more reputation. Soon the guy stood in front of a huge stone. The stone fragments began to fly in all directions. A couple of minutes later, a sculpture of an orc was carved. Han smiled and clenched his fist. Mana swirled around him from using the sculpture transformation. A moment later, the guy took the form of an orc and read the system notifications. Earlier, he tried to create a 4-legged animal, but it turned out so terrible that even a human could not withstand such torment. The protagonist rushed away with a scream. The events take us to the dungeon. A group from an elite guild fought monsters. Arrows came out of traps. A moment later, they rushed towards the knights. The commander shouted, ordering them to raise their shields. Suddenly, some of the shields flew apart. Someone or something was knocking the knights off their feet. The commander clenched his teeth, realizing that there was another trap. Clenching his fist, he shouted, saying that they would continue the offensive even at the cost of their lives. Soon the group entered an empty hall. 2 people approached the altar. The magician, pointing to the spheres, said that in front of them were the ancient writings of the Baron, and that he could translate them. Looking at the red sphere, he said to wait. Soon there was a translation above the slab. It turned out that from 7 crystal spheres, it was necessary to make 7 beautiful scorpion statues in order to get into the hall. The commander thought, looking at the spheres. The knights looked at the system panels in surprise. The head of the guild gave them a task. They needed to find a sculptor who could create scorpion statues. At this time, the orc statue was left alone in the field. Events take us to the plains. A huge man swung his axe. Raising his hand, he ordered the magicians to attack. Magic circles immediately appeared in front of the magicians. They used magic to attack the wolves. The group of adventurers began to fight the monsters. The captain of the group grinned and said that this was his team. He swung his mace. Soon the wolves began to run away from the group. The bearded man said that they could rest now. Raising his hand, his subordinate said that if they had just set foot on the lands of despair, and there were such monsters here, what would happen next? The big guy raised his hand and said that this was the only reason all the members of the expedition were at least level 250. Looking at the meat and fangs that had fallen to the side, the captain said to forget about them, because they were only taking up space. Smiling, the guy said that they had dealt with everything pretty quickly. At that moment, the captain saw an orc running in the distance. The archer immediately stood in front of the commander, saying that a monster was approaching them. The group of warriors grabbed their weapons. The exhausted orc was carrying huge bags on his back. The people, seeing the running orc, tried to understand why he was so thin and tired. Han raised his eyes and looked ahead. He saw meat in front of him. The guy jumped and laughed. The group of warriors froze, hearing his laughter. Han rolled head over heels, starting to collect all the meat. He ran past the captain in an instant and rushed away. The warriors looked behind them warily. The protagonist ran forward. He could not believe that there was so much loot lying around. Fortunately, he collected everything. The protagonist threw a coin. He almost reached the goal. With a cry, the orc continued running. The events take us to the walls of the city. The guy fell on one knee. The bags fell to the ground. The protagonist ran even in the rain. He had to eat grass along the way. Now Han was dried out to dry. The valley of despair almost destroyed him. Suddenly, someone threw a coin in front of the guy. The girl smiled, saying that he looked very pathetic. Suddenly, a couple more people threw coins. Han began to beat the ground, saying that he needed to pull himself together and head to the castle. Mandu, raising his hand, called the protagonist. Han and the merchant approached each other. Pointing to the cart behind him, he said that he did everything as he ordered. Taking the piece of paper in his hand, the man said that he tried to buy it cheaply, and in the end it came to 65,000 gold. The guy stuck out his finger, saying that he would pay him everything. Crossing his arms over his chest, He said that only after the goods were delivered to the place at the destination, he would give the entire amount. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the man said that he would help him transport it all. Han smiled widely, saying that he needed to go to the Urican Mountains. The merchant seemed to be struck by electricity, then he said that it was too dangerous. Blood burst from his mouth. Leaving the suffering merchant, the boy said that he was going. A teleportation portal lit up near the city gates. A moment later, 2 people appeared in the portal. Mako, throwing his sword over his shoulder, asked if the sculptor really appeared here. Closing his eyes, he said that no one would have thought that they would go all the way to Rosenheim to buy a couple of sculptures. Psyche, smiling, told him to calm down, because they would soon complete the task. The people, looking after the couple, discussed them. Some, recognizing them, smiled and were surprised. Mako shook his head, saying that according to the source, the sculptor was somewhere here. Suddenly, Psyche, pointing at the protagonist, said that it was him. Han was just getting on his horse. Saddling the horse, the boy smiled. Han carved a sculpture. Mako and Psyche stood in front of him. The girl nudged her companion and asked if the trip was worth it. A few minutes ago, the protagonist raised his hand and said that he no longer sells souvenirs. The girl held out a ruby and said that he would receive this stone for his work. Han, seeing the shining ruby, agreed. Psyche and Mako exchanged glances, and the girl asked if Han was playing. The protagonist coughed up blood when she asked. He chuckled, realizing that they were talking about him. Mako, looking at his companion, said that he heard that Han sold his account in the land of magic and now moved here. Rubbing his chin, he said that this guy was like a dark knight, protecting everything in his path. Psyche, closing her eyes, said that she did not really believe in rumors. The man smiled, saying that he wanted to see him at least once. The protagonist trembled all over. He scratched his head, wanting to say that he was that Han. But suddenly the 2 players grinned, saying that if they met Han, they would definitely kill him, cutting him into small pieces. Then they abruptly turned to the protagonist, asking if he said anything. Han, smiling nervously and sweating, said that he would be done very soon. The guy began to work at a faster pace. Soon a red scorpion was made. Psyche smiled, saying that the work was excellent. The protagonist, climbing on his horse, galloped away and said goodbye to the couple. The girl smiled along with Mako, saying that this sculptor was very busy. Han galloped away on his horse. Soon night fell. The group clinked glasses of beer. They sat by the fire, rejoicing at the many monsters caught, and there were still so many resources lying around the clearing. The captain chuckled. He noticed the creature running towards them. The guys jumped up, they were shocked, saying that it was complete madness to rush here alone. The protagonist frowned. All the resources that were lying on the ground were reflected in his pupil. He, like a 6-armed Azura, grabbed all the things on the run. The captain, looking after the guy, experienced déjà vu. The man opened his mouth in shock, realizing that this was the same orc. The guys smiled nervously, realizing that only one person fit the description. It was the same orc in the video from the Hall of Fame. The captain, looking into the distance, said that the quest location had been the Valley of Despair all this time. The protagonist's horse was exhausted. Saliva and sweat were dripping from the animal's head. Han, squeezing the harness, shouted, encouraging the horse. He raised his hand, saying that they were almost there. The horse suddenly stopped. His body began to tilt to the side. The protagonist placed all the bags on his back. He jumped up. Taking the statuette in his hand, he used sculpture transformation. Mana surrounded his body. A moment later, the guy took the form of an orc. Han, running away, said goodbye to the horse and wished him luck on the way back. The protagonist ran forward. Looking at the golden sky, the guy said that at this rate he would reach the place in 12 days. He had little time left. Far ahead, a lonely figure of a girl was visible. Han, looking at her, assumed that it was a villager. Looking closely at the girl's hair and silhouette, he realized that she looked familiar. The guy frowned. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of the lady. The protagonist summoned a spear, realizing that this monster would not be an easy opponent. Seoyun stood calmly in front of the minotaur. She grabbed the hilt of the sword. The monster's axe rushed towards her. A moment later, Soyeon made many cuts. The minotaur's eyes widened. A second later, his body fell apart into small pieces. Soyeon returned the blade to its sheath. She was disappointed about something. The girl began to slowly approach the orc. The protagonist frowned, looking at her warily. The girl, having stopped, tried to understand whether there was an enemy in front of her. Han, looking at the approaching girl, realized who she was. The guy involuntarily remembered his sculpture of a girl. Then he imagined a sculpture of a knight. Now, looking at Seoyun, he realized that the sculptures he had made before were worthless compared to the real her. The protagonist began to sweat, realizing that she could come to him for using her face without permission. Scratching the back of his head, the guy realized that she didn't know for sure that he was an orc now. Han began to wave his hands, trying to say something, but his words were incomprehensible. Seoyun released her aura. The orc froze, realizing that she thought that a real monster was in front of her. Han swallowed. He was not going to give up so easily. Suddenly, the girl turned around, deciding that the orc had lost the will to live. The protagonist only watched her go. The guy turned in the other direction. He did not have time to relax here. Seo-yoon stopped. Han and the girl met again. The protagonist turned around and ran away. Seo-yoon bowed her head, not understanding why she saw him again. So throughout the entire journey, the couple met more than once. When the protagonist was drinking water by the stream, Seo-yoon was drinking water next to him. They even met on the hill. Soon it was sunset. Han frowned. Seo-yoon looked at him silently. The protagonist fell to his knees. He realized that they had the same goal of the journey. The Yetis rushed at the couple with screams. The girl swung her sword. She deftly cut one monster and rushed to the second. The girl held the sword tightly in her hand. She swung the sword and struck the monster. Seo-yoon deftly deflected the Yeti's blow. Her sword style was very different from the one the protagonist used. The swordswoman deftly moved through the crowd of enemies. She swung her sword, killing monsters. In 1 second, she could kill one Yeti. Looking at the girl's face, the protagonist realized that she was enjoying this battle. He opened his mouth in amazement. When there were no more monsters in the area, Han saw sadness on the girl's face. The guy's eyes widened. He remembered how the girl dealt a blow to the Yeti. How she moved deftly in the crowd. The guy imagined how she dealt the final blow to the Yeti. Then he realized that Seo-yoon never attacked head-on. She did not even look at the monsters properly. The girl did not look at the monster in front of her, as if she did not want to see them suffer. The protagonist, running forward, decided that this simply could not be true. Soon night fell. The orc and Seo-yoon lit fires. Han diligently collected loot. Despite the fact that Seo-yoon defeated most of the monsters, she did not take anything. If he collected it and made clothes, then he would not have to freeze anymore. Putting the bag on the ground, he mentally said that Seo-yoon really changed from the first time he met her. A couple of hours ago, the girl stood in front of the Yeti, who was protecting his child. The monster was shaking, hugging its child. The girl did not move. Suddenly, Seo-yoon put the sword back in its sheath. Then she turned around and left. Now, looking at the girl's face, the guy tried to figure out where the killer's mark had gone. Seo-yoon bit off a piece of bread. It was as if an electric shock had struck the protagonist. Looking at the girl chewing bread, he did not understand how she could eat this tasteless bread again. Han clenched his fist, deciding that this was a way to save his savings. The orc began to cut the Yeti meat. Then he impaled the pieces of meat on a wooden skewer. The protagonist smiled, looking at the resulting kebabs. The guy took a piece of meat in his mouth. The orc was going to enjoy it. Han felt delight while chewing. Seo-yoon turned her gaze to him. The guy froze in horror. He shook his stick and saw the girl looking at the meat. Suddenly, Seo-yoon released her aura. The protagonist handed her 2 skewers. He fell to his knees and clenched his fist in anger. It was better for him to share, otherwise he himself could be eaten. Seo-yoon swung her sword. The Yetis turned and ran away from her. The protagonist, looking at her, realized that she had no mercy at all. He took a sharp step back as the girl took off her cloak. She threw the cloak and breastplate on the ground. Han, who covered his face, realized that the girl had a lot of armor, unlike other professions. Seo-yoon silently stared at the armor. Her breastplate was damaged. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, realizing that it was time to repair the armor. Suddenly, he grabbed the breastplate. The orc and the lady stared at each other. Fräulein abruptly took the sword in her hand. The protagonist, taking the breastplate, began to quickly repair it. Then he handed it to the young lady. The girl looked at the armor with surprise. She quickly took off her jacket. Then she handed it to the orc. Han, understanding everything, took the hammer in his hand. Suddenly, the girl behind him changed clothes, embarrassing him. The protagonist silently followed Soyeon. The girl looked into the distance, not paying attention to the orc. Han himself was gloomy, but traveling with her significantly reduced the risk. Suddenly, Soyeon stopped. Then she turned around. A moment later, her body dissolved. So Han was left alone in the clearing. Putting the bag on the ground, he realized that the girl would return in about 2 hours. The orc sat down and began to make a statuette. He slowly cut a piece of wood. From time to time, he looked at the sky. The protagonist soon made a sculpture of a beauty with a sword. He squinted, checking his skills. The guy rubbed his chin. This work was unsuccessful. It was the worst of the beautiful. Frowning, the orc decided that perhaps he was missing the right details. The orc picked up a larger piece of wood, deciding to try again. Splinters began to fly in all directions. The boy bowed his head. He had failed time and time again. Now these works were standing next to him. He grabbed his head, saying that he could not carve the face correctly. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that he could not carve her beautiful face. Closing his eyes, he said that he needed to imagine her face. The girl reached for a rose. She plucked it and attached it to her hair. The squirrels played around her. The girl sat down next to them silently. The protagonist's eyes widened. He smiled happily, saying that this was what was needed. Raising the dagger, he said that nothing is created so easily. The boy imagined Seoyun with roses in her hair. Standing next to the boulder, the boy said that he needed to create not the image he saw, but the one he felt. The events take us to the hospital. The doctor approached Seoyun's bed. She smiled, asking if she had been tired lately, if she wanted to take a break from the game. The girl did not answer, only looked away. The doctor stepped aside, realizing that psychotherapy was not working. She had to find another way. When he helped the girl stand up, trying to figure out what method of treatment she should use. Looking at Seoyun's back, she mentally said that it was very difficult to determine what stage the disease was at. Approaching the capsule, she decided to see what had been happening in the game lately. He saw an orc waving his arms funny. This orc had met Seoyun all along the way, even on high ground. So he fell to his knees in the canyon. He smiled, realizing that Seoyun got along well with this orc. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw how the orc began to repair armor, how he skillfully made food. The doctor grabbed the book, realizing that such a behavior pattern simply couldn't exist. She trembled all over, saying that there couldn't be another orc who would fall for money like that. Then she pointed to the protagonist's image. Yuhi slammed the table, not understanding what this guy was doing with 2 days left until the battle. A bright light appeared in the clearing. A moment later, Seon's body formed. She stepped forward. The girl shook her head. Looking around, she tried to find the orc. Looking at the crushed grass, she assumed that he had already left. The girl began to remember all the moments spent with the orc. She put her hand to her chest. Then Seoyun turned around. The girl soon came to the clearing. The lady was walking through a clearing of white flowers. She opened her mouth in amazement. Right in front of her was her own sculpture. Seoyun was crying and rejoicing, holding flowers in her hands. The girl looked closely at the girl's face. Squinting, she said that it was not her. Ever since she was a child, the girl wanted to become stronger. She felt like she was in a cage. The girl covered her face and pulled her knees up. If only she could forget everything and move on, she would never feel sad again. A tear fell on the water. Tears rolled down the girl's face. She stood silently in front of her sculpture. A flower leaf fell on the water, creating ripples. The events take us to television. Heeman smiled and said that the stories of the Versailles continent had become even more exciting. The man stretched out his fingers and said that the main topic of today's discussion would be. The couple pointed sharply at the screen, saying that the topic would be the war with the immortal army. The screen showed an orc jumping off the wall. The military specialist smiled, saying that the player's level was very high and many players were hoping for victory, but most likely the task would fail. The seasoned player, closing his eyes, said that the main thing in war is not the number. With orcs and dark elves, with such different races, it is simply impossible to fight against an army of undead. Raising his hands, the military man said that this is simply recklessness. The player, opening his eyes, said that this is quite possible, and the orcs and dark elves after death will become undead and attack other kingdoms. The player jumped up, saying that if the army of immortals appeared, their guild would stand up to protect the human kingdoms. Heeman smiled, asking if this quest that everyone was waiting for was impossible to complete successfully. The military man closed his eyes, saying that this quest was doomed from the start. Meanwhile, the protagonist was jumping on the rocks with the help of a rope. He swung his dagger. There were enough orcs and dark elves here. He should create something that would help him control them. The guy closed his eyes, saying that if the sculpture gained life, his stats and levels would be lost forever. In a couple of hours, the dragon statue was made. Han froze with the dagger in his hand. He stood in front of the huge dragon. The system informed him that the work was completed, because of which even his sculpture skill increased by 6. The protagonist rubbed his chin, saying that he made it carelessly, but it turned out beautiful. A huge pillar of mana rose up. Cracks appeared on the dragon. Its eye glowed brightly. A moment later, its body glowed brightly. The dragon flapped its wings. Han smiled, saying that this was not a method that could be used for sure, since it would cut off a lot of experience. But if it increased the art, it would be useful. The dragon bowed its head. Han almost cried, saying that he was its master. The beast began to look at its body, asking why he made it so ugly. Crying, the beast said that it was very upset that it was created like this. The protagonist hit the dragon, saying that he gave it life and created it, he should follow it and serve it faithfully. Climbing onto the dragon's head, the boy asked if he thought that his face spoke of his resilience and strength. After thinking about it, the beast agreed. Raising its wings, the dragon asked what its name was. As the dragon flew, Han said that he would call it Vale. Flying in the sky and remembering the teacher's instructions, the protagonist said that they should go to the mountain range. Soon, the dragon in the sky disappeared. Vale landed right in the middle of the orc army. The protagonist jumped off, not understanding why the orcs always gathered like this. Barabal, frowning, said that he thought he had escaped. Han, angry, knitting his brows, asked if he was trying to displace him. The necromancer raised his hands, saying that this was not what he meant. Extending 3 fingers, the necromancer said that there were only 2 or 3 days left. They were gathering an army in the dungeons of the Tahamakan Mountains to the east of here. The army of the undead would advance and trample the earth, turning everyone into part of their legion. In the distance, a fountain of fire gushed. It painted the sky red and increased the magical abilities of the undead along with their level. Beads of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He knew that this was definitely a bad sign. Pointing to the sky, Barabal said that when the sky finally turns red, the undead will begin their attack. A multi-million army of undead is just waiting to rush into battle. Mandu opened his mouth in surprise. He brought carts with goods to the gate. The guy, sitting on the front cart, said that it was even more amazing if you see it with your own eyes. Someone appeared from behind the bushes. Orcs came out of the forest, wanting to grab the merchant. The man frowned and screamed, asking what was going on. The merchant's eyes rolled back. The orcs carried the guy through the crowd. Soon he fell to the ground. The guy cried and smiled, saying that this was the end, now he would die. The protagonist, with a knife in his hand, approached the guy. He cut the rope. The man looked at the orc in surprise. Gloomy Han thanked Mandu. The merchant jumped up in fear. The dark elf and the orc laughed at the protagonist, who was holding the merchant. Standing up, Mandu told the protagonist that he should have warned him. Turning away, he said that he was the one who invited him. Trembling all over, the merchant said that everything was fine. The man glanced to the side and saw the blacksmiths working hard. Silver ingots were thrown into the cauldron. Then they poured liquid silver. Then they dipped swords into the liquid silver. Lastly, they forged the weapons. The merchant looked at everything in surprise. Taking the weapon in his hand, the orc said that if they coated their weapons with silver, they would be able to inflict more damage on the undead. The guy noticed the elves complaining that these were not even completely silver arrows and weapons. Mandu barely restrained the angry protagonist. He looked back sharply. He saw joyful orcs who were rejoicing at the shiny weapons. The boy smiled, realizing that these orcs were just simpletons. Han chuckled, realizing that the dark elves would climb to the top of the mountain, and the orcs would take up position at the foothills. Mandu looked at his friend, asking why the arrows he brought were being divided among the dark elves. Pointing to the orcs breaking their bows, he said that the dark elves were simply better archers and mages than the orcs. Raising his hand, the merchant asked if he was now ready for war. Han frowned, saying that he was almost done. Walking away, he said that there was still one unfinished business. The boy stopped. Mandu and the protagonist stood in front of the wall. The man scratched his temple and asked what it was. Han grabbed the canvas. He quickly removed the canvas, revealing a dragon. Dozens of canvases flew into the air. So the merchant and the protagonist found themselves surrounded by 5 dragons. Vale was flying in the sky. He landed on the walls. The dragon's eyes were shining brightly. Vale roared, raising his wings. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that this was his last trump card to win the war. Suddenly, the guy fell to his knees, saying that each of them was 2 lost levels. Han stood on the walls. The entire sky was covered with clouds and red smoke. The orcs lined up in a row. The dark elves looked into the distance with a frown and tension. The necromancer parted his lips. Barabal, standing at the head of his group, said that the battle was about to begin. Han raised his weapon. The dragons roared, and the people raised their weapons, thirsting for battle. The laptop turned off. Everyone watched the beginning of the battle through the screens. The dragons flying in the sky trembled when the protagonist said that the crimson smoke blocked the red sun. Darkness covered the entire land. Han pointed into the distance and said that after completing the quest, a hall of fame would open, but he had to enter it with dignity. The orcs and elves grabbed their heads, feeling disgust. Some could not hold back their tears. Lightning began to strike in the sky. Lava burst out of the volcano. Smoke filled the entire area. The necromancer, approaching Han, said that now the army of the undead had awakened from sleep. He grinned, saying that there would be no peace until they found eternal peace. Picking his ear, the guy ordered the necromancer to be taken away. So 2 orcs grabbed the old man and dragged him. Han himself turned his head and looked into the distance. Looking at the flames rushing from the mouth of the volcano, he said that the battle had truly begun. The bodies of the undead began to burst out of the ground. Giants, zombies and skeletons rushed forward. A huge giant stood up, smelling the fresh meat. Pointing to the walls, the giant said that the mortals were waiting for them. The eyes of the dead glowed brightly. Acrid smoke spread everywhere. The army led by the giant advanced. The orcs trembled, feeling fear. The elves covered their noses and ears. Their senses were heightened, and the smell was terrible for them. Han rubbed his chin, trying to understand why everyone was acting like this. Looking at the warriors clutching their heads, he realized that morale had dropped significantly. The knights fell to the ground, saying that they wanted to go home. Suddenly, a comrade's hand fell on his shoulder. Khosram smiled, saying that the pain would not last long. Becker, who stood next to him, said that they should not be afraid, because they fought together, they lived together and would die together. Khosram smiled, saying that he was glad that he had the chance to fight them. The knights clenched their fists, saying that there was nothing to fear here. The knights raised their weapons, saying that they must go to victory. Mandu stood on the wall. Looking into the distance, he said that now he knew what the army of the undead was like. The giant and the army of the undead were rapidly moving towards the enemy army. The protagonist stood motionless. He saw that there were just over 100,000 skeletons, zombies, and vampires. The bodies of his comrades were still shaking. They turned their heads sharply, hearing Han scream. He, pointing at the enemy army, said that these creatures had never washed. Only a disgusting stench was felt from them. The girls immediately imagined that their hair would fall out and they would become freaks. The orcs were angry, realizing that their stomachs would stick to their ribs. They would starve and in the end become completely emaciated. Han was gloomy. The army below screamed. Their fighting spirit was raised. Mandu, standing next to his friend, was surprised. The protagonist raised his weapon, saying that they needed to destroy the enemy. So the two armies rushed towards each other. It was as if the orcs and skeletons had broken loose. They were already next to each other. Han smiled. The protagonist pointed his weapon at the enemy army. The zombies roared. Khosram raised his hand, ordering them to close ranks. The group of skeletons and zombies were stopped by shields. The sword pierced the skeleton. The orc's mouth opened in surprise, as the skeleton told him to give up his life and become their comrade. An arrow shot towards the undead. It passed the orc and pierced the skeleton's head. The elves drew their bows. The elf commander shouted, ordering them to fire. Arrows flew into the undead and pierced them. The protagonist stood on top, watching the battle. The tenacity of the dead was amazing. Even 3 or 4 arrows hitting them did not kill them. Arrows flew through the air, while the orcs fought below. The bodies of the undead began to dissolve. The giant chuckled, saying that he found a crowd of tasty meat here. The protagonist ran forward. He looked at the giant, mentally telling himself that he must first deal with their leader. Khosram held his shield in front of him, ordering him to hold off the enemy. Spears passed through the gaps in the shields. The knight, seeing how his comrade was pushed back, told him that he must hold on. The boy was shaking all over. A zombie jumped right at him. Han cut the zombie down, telling him to leave the enemy to him. Landing in front of the warrior, he told him to lead the wounded back. Swinging his spear, he told the priest to concentrate on healing the wounded. Khosram and Becker were fighting at the front. The protagonist was leading an army of knights behind him. The boy began to look around, running past the orcs. The orcs were wounded, and their comrades were covering them. Han called for his inventory. Bandages rushed to the orcs. Their wounds were bandaged in an instant. The orcs smiled, happy that their wounds were gone. The protagonist then took out the porridge he had prepared earlier. The boy threw the oatmeal to his comrades. The orcs caught the bowls. They drank the porridge and felt their strength increase. Han, looking around the battlefield, said that the orcs had recovered enough. The giant gritted his teeth. He was clearly angry. The protagonist, pointing his weapon at the giant, asked if he had the courage to fight him. The giant bared his teeth, saying that he would personally catch him and eat him. While stretching his shoulder, he said that he would kill him and everyone else. Han got into a stance. The giant raised his hand to strike. The protagonist blocked the enemy's blow. He rushed past the giant. The guy looked behind him. The monster bared his teeth, asking if that was all he could do. Han waved his finger, asking if he could catch him at that speed. The monster gritted his teeth in anger. He raised his hand to strike. The giant's blow shattered the ground. Smoke rose from the monster's blow. The giant's eye glowed, then he said that this happens when he is provoked. The monster froze, raising his hand. Han, throwing his spear over his shoulder, said that there was not a scratch on him. The giant turned around. He raised his hand to strike. The protagonist ran away, dodging the enemy's blow. The giant rushed after Han. Looking behind him, he told the monster to catch him if he could. The monster ran after the orc, asking how long he was going to run. Han ran, looking behind him from time to time. Looking at the clearing, he said that they were almost there. The monster's foot broke the ground. He suddenly jumped straight at the orc. Mandu, who was watching everything, screamed, saying that Han was in danger. The sculptor himself grinned. He snapped his fingers. At that moment, the priests began to read their prayers. The elves clenched their teeth in tension. A huge magic circle appeared behind the giant. Mandu, who was standing on the wall, saw the giant fall down. The protagonist threw his spear over his shoulder, saying that even if it was difficult to lure him here, it was still possible. The protagonist's army rushed towards the enemies. The knights plunged their swords into the giant. Soon the orcs joined them. The giant opened his mouth, saying that he could not allow himself to be defeated by such a rodent. Han chuckled, asking if these were his last words. The boy swung his weapon. A moment later, he cut off the giant's head. The monster's body began to dissolve. The members of the army rejoiced and raised their hands, saying that they had won. The undead retreated back. The protagonist raised his spear. Khosram led the knights and rushed forward. The head separated from the skeleton's body. Han destroyed the skeleton with a blow of his spear. Then he straightened up and looked around. The boy wiped his face. Barabal, grinning, said that they finally defeated the undead army. The orc frowned, looking at him. Again, a couple of orcs took the necromancer away. The protagonist, looking at the sky, said that it was impossible for everything to end so easily. Han held out his hand, telling them to return to the wall and prepare for the next wave. The orcs and elves cheered. The protagonist shook with anger at this. He took a deep breath. A moment later, he roared, ordering them to return to their positions. The deafening scream made everyone cover their ears. The orcs and elves immediately turned around, realizing that this was serious. Soon, a bright light appeared in the sky. Han turned around. In the sky, he saw a Death Reaper with a scythe in his hand. Mandu on the wall asked if this was not the end yet. At that moment, a banshee appeared and mummies crawled out of the ground. Many pairs of eyes glowed in the darkness. A worm was impaled on the hook. The fishman froze when he saw the worm. Zephyr distracted the monster while his comrades aimed at it. Flames and arrows rushed towards the monster. A moment later, it began to roll on the ground in pain. Its entire body was fried. Circa dragged the monster while Ramona said that she was looking forward to the new updates so she could become a necromancer. Another corpse was thrown into the pile. Zephyr closed his eyes when Warai said that she heard from Mandu that he had already finished the quest on the Plains of Despair. Opening his eyes, the guy said that it was very boring here without Han. He should have at least told him when he returned. It seemed like this guy was in love with the protagonist. Pale, who was standing to the side, said that there was no news from Mandu for a long time either. The system panel appeared near the merchant when Pale asked his friend how he was doing. The guy, without stopping to watch the battle, said that he was listening to him. Pale, smiling, asked his friend how he was doing there. Scratching his cheek, he asked where he was now, whether he was bargaining or on a mission. Many banshees appeared on the battlefield. The arrows did not stop firing. The protagonist rubbed his chin in thought. The banshees opened their mouths and chanted. The orcs and elves grabbed their heads from their voice. Many warriors fell to the ground. Han snapped his fingers, realizing what he should do. The priests, putting their hands to their chests, said that they were ready for battle. So, closing his eyes, the priest began to pray. The other priests followed him and closed their eyes. A bright golden light enveloped the bodies of the orcs and elves. The protagonist, clenching his fist, shouted, ordering them to prepare for battle and reorganize their formation. So the entire army began to regroup. Zombies climbed the walls. Banshees with spirits flew in the sky, attacking the elves. An orc's hand rushed forward. He grabbed his comrade by the throat, preparing to strangle him. The orc's eyes glowed as he offered to die together to find eternal life. Many orcs were enveloped in darkness. They were under the control of the enemy. Han raised his spear, saying that the orcs fighting each other did not receive the effect of the blessing, so they must be stopped. So the orcs began to fight each other. Friends confronted each other. The commander's order was to detain, not kill. The dark spirits that burst from their bodies were attacked by the dark elves. They concentrated spheres of ice and fire in front of their hands. A moment later, the spells rushed towards the banshee. A powerful explosion occurred, blowing up the banshee. Han stood motionless, watching everything. Mandu smiled and said that his friend did an excellent job of commanding the dark elves and orcs even during chaos. Han, raising his hand, ordered to wait for the next order. The protagonist did not care if the orcs and dark elves died, because nothing would happen to him. Raising his hand, he ordered to return to their positions. Mandu opened his mouth in shock, not understanding why Han was returning everyone. Han pursed his lips, knowing that it was not yet time. Looking at his subordinates retreating, he said that the battle had not been difficult so far. Frowning, he said that nothing was that easy. They had to preserve their troops, and their trump card in the form of Tori and the dragons. Han chuckled. The flying boots stepped onto the battlefield. The lich walked forward, holding a grimoire and staff in his hand. Shir's eyes glowed brightly from the influx of mana. The protagonist clenched his fist, knowing that their enemy had not yet revealed itself. A huge number of undead fell into the abyss. Soon they emerged from there, becoming skeletal knights. A giant's hand emerged from the ground. Giants began to appear in the ranks of the enemy army. Soon, even witches appeared on Triceratops. At the head of the entire army stood the lich along with the generals. Mandu turned around and excitedly called out to his friend. Han stood motionless. He was glad for the enemy's appearance. The boy noticed the lich's crown. Then he looked at his cloak. The lich's grimoire was glowing. His staff was magnificent. And his boots even had bird feathers. All these things were worn by the lich alone. The protagonist's eyes shone. He was sure that they would cost at least 10 million won. Han, frowning, shouted, saying that this was the final round. Raising his spear, he ordered an attack on all fronts. The orcs roared and raised their weapons. The lich opened his jaw, ordering his army to destroy all living creatures. Raising his staff, the lich said that this world must be filled with darkness. Dark spirits, possessing corpses, began to raise them from under the ground. The witches on their beasts rushed to the walls. Right behind them ran the skeleton knights and giants. Han raised his hand, ordering the orcs to hold their positions, and the elves should prepare to shoot silver arrows. The dark elves pulled the bowstring. A moment later, the arrows rushed at the enemies. The body of the skeleton knight was broken like a sieve. The protagonist, raising his hand, ordered to continue shooting. The guy cried. He spent so many silver arrows, so much of his money just flew away. A moment later, the dragons flew out. Mandu looked up in shock, looking at the dragons. He frowned, saying that these were wyverns. The knights on the wyverns were preparing to drop a gift to the enemy. A second later, holy water poured onto the undead army. Flying over the enemy, the knights dropped holy water. Han smiled. They got the water from the Holy Grail. He prepared it in advance. The water enveloped the blade of the spear. The elf, closing her eyes, read the spell. Her partner formed a flame between her hands. The third concentrated the air. The warriors' blades were enveloped in mana. The blood boiled. The necromancers, concentrating mana, tried to strengthen the army. The warriors' eyes glowed red with bloodlust. The orcs, having received the boost, roared. The army of warriors rushed at the enemy. The orcs easily killed skeletons and zombies. The two armies clashed again. The witch brought the forge to her lips. The triceratops ran forward. The witches tore off the orcs' heads with their mere presence. The witches' beasts trampled the warriors alive. The elves aimed their arrows at the witches. The witches, having formed a barrier, blocked the arrows. The protagonist, raising his hand, ordered the elves to use summoning magic. The girls immediately obeyed, starting to summon vines. Soon a huge forest formed. The roots of the trees dug into the soil. Enormous giants went to meet the witches. Vines sprouted under the beasts' feet. They instantly lengthened, surprising the witches. The tree giants bound the witches, starting to kill them. The protagonist raised his hand, ordering all the hunters to protect their villages from the undead army. The hunters, led by Ruzel, ran out of the forest. They pounced on the witches' beast in a crowd. The triceratops roared. Explosions spread across the battlefield. The beasts were quickly killed, and now their bodies began to dissolve. At that moment, the fallen orcs began to rise. Han, raising his hand, shouted, saying that they did not need to pay attention to the rebels. First of all, they needed to kill the witches. Looking at the battle below, he said that the battle would not end soon. Han raised his amulet, deciding to call them. In a second, Tori and Van Hawk were behind the protagonist. The knight, raising his head, asked if he called him. The vampire looked at the boy and asked why he had summoned him in such a noisy place. Han pointed into the distance. The boy, frowning, ordered them to be destroyed. The knight drew his sword, ordering the dark knights to come out of the darkness. The vampires appeared behind Tori. He was against fighting, but witches had no place in the world next to him. Han struck the vampire, telling him to go and start the fight. A swarm of bats flew out of the walls. A moment later, the vampires took their forms below. Tori and Van Hawk ran ahead of the army. The giant swung to strike. The ground shattered from his blow. The vampire appeared next to the giant. He formed the hand of death, extending his limb. With one blow, the vampire killed the giant. Tori stood on the magic circle and chanted a spell. Powerful tornadoes formed right in the middle of the enemy army. The eye of the Supreme Being flashed as he ordered everyone to petrify. The witch's hand began to turn to stone. The beasts and the witches themselves began to petrify. A clean cut went through the statue. Van Hawk destroyed the petrified enemy with one swing of his sword. The elf, running past him, asked him if he would take off his helmet so she could see his beautiful face. Han frowned, realizing that things were bad. The protagonist turned his attention to Tori in the sky. He would soon run out of mana. The vampire was at his limit. He was tense. Han looked at Mandu to the side. A system window appeared in front of the guy. The protagonist, putting the panel to his ear, asked if he wanted to watch the fight from the best place. At first happy, the merchant suddenly became serious. Frowning, he asked if he would have to pay for it. Han smiled, saying that it was free, but it could be dangerous. The merchant smiled, saying that he was ready for this. Something rushed towards the guy's back. The dragon's paw grabbed the merchant. Then the dragon flew up. Veil threw the guy off. The protagonist screamed, ordering Tori to catch Mandu. The vampire rushed towards the merchant. He managed to catch him in time. Soon they landed on the ground. Mandu, standing up, was able to watch the battle. He smiled widely. This was the best place to watch the battlefield. The guy looked sharply at Han when he said to enjoy the food, but not eat it right away. Tori appeared behind the merchant. Mandu extended his hand to his friend. Now he understood why he was sent here. Moving away from the guy, the vampire said that the taste was a little different, but he had no other choice. Han, who was watching this, said that he felt sorry for the merchant, but nothing in this world is free. Suddenly, the chief of the tribe appeared behind the guy. The old man, worried, said that they ran out of silver arrows. Han cried. All his money disappeared without a trace. He waved his hand and ordered to shoot fire arrows. A few seconds later, the elves were pulling the bowstring with fire arrows. The sky shone from the number of fire arrows. Soyeon stepped onto the edge of the cliff. She did not move, while her hair and cloak fluttered in the wind. The girl silently watched the battle. Seeing how the witches broke into the ranks of the orcs, she said that it was very noisy here. Then the girl looked at the sky. There she saw dragons fighting with banshees. The girl, stepping forward, said that she did not like this. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that the last forces of the enemy were advancing on them. The elves began to gather mana near their chests. The orcs were angry and thirsty for battle. Many orcs stood on the walls. The giants struck the wall. Many orcs died, some tried to get up. The elves raised their hands, forming a magic circle. The foot under the giants' land sank. A moment later they fell down. Huge columns of smoke rose up. The orcs ran to the wall. They pushed it so that it fell right on the enemy. The walls began to crumble. A few seconds later, the walls fell right on the giants' bodies. The protagonist, jumping down, ordered an attack. Thus, a wall of giants was formed, and the two armies rushed towards each other again. The boulders flew at the undead, crushing their bones. The protagonist, pointing forward, said to Sheer, "Die." Suddenly, Sheer appeared. Many graves were visible. Suddenly, an orc's hand appeared. The protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise. The goblin, opening his mouth wide, ordered the corpses to be destroyed, because if there were no corpses, Sheer would not be able to create zombies from them. The old man, lowering his eyebrows, shouted that he understood everything, and added that it was time to show everything they were capable of. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy was heard. The monster's limb quickly cut through the air, and the flesh explosion skill was also heard. The elf, having created a magic seal in front of himself, exclaimed that all the corpses must be burned. Opening his jaw, the orc said that everyone should attack and concentrate on the lich. A second later, two elements headed towards the skeleton. Fire and water sharply attacked the evil spirits. Suddenly Van Hawk swung his sword. The knight quickly turned in the air. The sharp end of the weapon was visible. The warrior sharply struck the enemy's magic seal. The unusual shield began to collapse. Sheer, stretching out his finger, called him a pathetic coward. The skeleton invited the protagonist to go out and fight him one-on-one, to which he, sighing heavily, asked why all of a sudden. Han asked why make it difficult when he could easily win, causing sweat to run down the undead's face. The guy crossed his elbows and explained that it was stupid to fight the monster boss alone, and it was much more fun to beat the monsters with the whole army, after which he asked why the enemy thought that was a good idea. The lich parried in the sky. Sheer's body was suddenly surrounded by a dark force, and he replied that he understood. The skeleton bared its teeth menacingly. Holding a book in his hand, the lich said that since he decided to do this, he should know his place and bow before him. A gravity skill was heard, from which the orc and elf fell to the ground, and said that their body was getting heavy, and they could not get up. A limb of the undead appeared. Suddenly, many powerful explosions were heard, and Sheer shouted that let the living creatures die and die without stopping. The goblin frowned and thought that this was expected of a lich, namely an A-class quest boss. A moment later, the dragons flew into the sky and were ordered to rise higher and continue to pour holy water, as well as weaken the enemies with divine power. Torai bit his lips, hearing that he needed to increase the onslaught. The girl, releasing a stream of flame, asked the dark elves to use more spells. A second later, a huge amount of elements surrounded the protective shell of the skeleton. Suddenly, a dark force struck the ground. Sheer thoughtfully looked down. The lich suddenly released several waves of unusual power. A small beam was visible in the distance, and the firestorm skill was heard. The evil spirits opened their mouths in confusion. Van Hawk, swinging his sword, explained that this was his master's order. A moment later, the knight struck the enemy's magical seal. The warrior's helmet appeared through the shell. Sharp spikes appeared above Sheer, and he said that how dare they do this to him. A second later, many projectiles were directed downwards. Suddenly, the guy, holding his head, could not understand who he was, where he was, and why he was here. Van Hawk landed abruptly on the ground. The skeleton, stretching out his finger, asked that the knight had really forgotten about his oath of allegiance to Barkin. The warrior's helmet glowed red, and he replied that they now had a new master. The rings of the evil spirits appeared, and he said that Barkin was waiting for them, and offered them to go with him, because when they returned, they would help Barkin take over the entire land. Van Hawk sighed heavily and said that he could not go with him. The vampire lord closed his eyes thoughtfully. Crossing his elbows, Tori asked if he would really accept him after betraying him. The orc frowned in confusion. The protagonist, his eyes bulging, wondered what he really wanted. The goblin lying on the floor thought that Tori was ready to change sides. Rushing from his place, the protagonist realized that he needed to act quickly. Han quickly ran forward and thought that Tori was a level 400 vampire, and if he switched sides and became against them, things would take a very bad turn. The skeleton's eyes burned brightly, and he explained that Barkan was their hope, and he was patient and generous, and along with him, all living things needed to be killed, and he also added that life was burdensome and should be consumed. The vampire lord thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. The evil spirit opened its jaw in fear, hearing how they addressed him. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously. Tori's pupils turned white with fear. It seemed as if a magical beam pierced the vampire's body through and through. The monster quickly began to crumble into small pieces. A moment later, the lord fell to the ground. Suddenly, Van Hawk touched him. The knight, stretching out his thumb, asked if he already knew which side to choose. A second later, Tori opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, the evil spirit lowered its eyebrows and shouted that the time had come, because he had come out from behind his fighters, and therefore let everyone attack the lich. Suddenly, many vampires rushed from their place. Sheer, clenching his jaw, said that how dare he deceive him. The monster, smiling broadly, replied that this was his original plan. The Death Knight sharply delivered a slashing blow to the enemy's magical seal. The orc, quickly cutting through the air, thought that Tori had changed his mind faster. Frowning, the protagonist in the monster's body decided that while he was not thinking about going over to Shire, he would give him a chance. Swinging his sword, the protagonist ordered everyone to attack. A moment later, several elements headed towards the enemy, and it was heard that it was necessary to fire from the guns. It was seen that the skeleton was holding a book in his hand. Suddenly, his magic shell broke. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Thick smoke circled around the lich. Suddenly, the evil spirit parried Van Hawk's blow with a limb, after which he said that he had no chance against him. It seemed like the opponents parried in the air. The orc, briskly taking off, asked to detain the skeleton. A moment later, a sharp sword appeared. Shire opened his jaw in surprise. Han, in the monster's body, pulled the weapon forward. Suddenly, the protagonist pierced the lich's body through and through. The boy lowered his eyebrows and thought that he had done it. The rings on the fingers of the evil spirit suddenly glowed. The energy emitted by the sword suddenly disappeared, which left the protagonist perplexed. Many unusual projectiles appeared behind Sheer. Lowering his head, the skeleton exclaimed that he would not forgive him, after which he called the warrior a bastard. The young man bared his teeth angrily. The orc turned around and asked to use magic. Parrying in the sky, the protagonist added that they should stop everything except attacks on Sheer. The girl, raising her head, explained that he was too close, and if they attacked now, he could also suffer. The protagonist in the body of the monster, looking to the side, ordered to forget about him and attack right now. A moment later, a magic seal appeared, and the elf said that everyone should obey the order. Suddenly, many forces surrounded the bodies of the opponents. A second later, the skeleton caught fire, causing him to scream loudly. The orc sharply clenched his jaw. Several fireballs were visible in the sky, and the system reported that the protagonist had been attacked by an ice attack, and his body had frozen over, and therefore could not move, after which it added that his body was burning, and if he did not put out the flames he would soon die, and he had also been struck by lightning, and therefore temporarily paralyzed. The lich's body quickly crumbled into small pieces. The remains of Sheer appeared, and he managed to say that this could not be. Ash was flying in the air. A gray haze was circling around the guy. The young man looked at his palm in bewilderment. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in front of him, and the artificial intelligence wrote several times that his level was increased, but he lost too much health and died. After some time, a tall building was visible. Han, through tears, said that he probably got a good thing, and therefore really wanted to check, but he could not, and also added that he died before him, and an item definitely fell from him. The protagonist paced the room from side to side, realizing that if the robe dropped, it was cool. Remembering the bright flash, the protagonist said that he definitely felt like he grabbed something. A skeleton and objects around it appeared, and the guy said that it was great luck if something like that dropped. Clenching his jaw, the young man exclaimed that Kurtle's shoes would have come in handy too. Placing his palm on the screen, the warrior said that he was curious about what happened, but could not do anything, after which he wondered what he should do with the task now, and whether he should rest a little. Biting his lips, the Moonlight Sculptor said that in any case, he would not be able to log into the game for the next 24 hours. A moment later, the door closed with a bang. The body of the computer girl was visible, and the system reported that the punishment for death was a ban on entry for 24 hours. A small screen appeared. Suddenly, the blue light went out. After some time, 3 guys were sitting at the table, and one of them asked why it hadn't appeared yet, and added that he was losing patience. The guy, clutching his head, said that the video should have appeared by now, and the quest should have been completed, and his friend exclaimed that he couldn't wait for the result. Suddenly, a video appeared, which depicted an orc, after which it was heard that this orc was controlled by the main character from the Magic Continent, but what was this player going to do in the Royal Road? One of the guys suddenly bulged his eyes. The player, adjusting his glasses, suggested taking a look quickly, because something interesting was starting. A laptop screen was visible, and the guy asked if this was the Scarlet Wings Guild. The young man, stretching out his finger, shouted that this was an A-class quest, to which his friend added that this was a broadcast on the STS channel. A red demon appeared, and the player clarified whether this was it, after which he suggested taking a look. After a while, a tall structure appeared. The warrior, walking forward, thought that so far everything was going well. Smiling slightly, the knight decided that this time he would complete the quest for the sake of views, and it was also a great chance to increase the popularity of their guild. A question was heard whether this was the tomb of the Scorpion King, to which the man, clenching his fingers, replied that they had a clue, and asked the team to look around here. The girl, looking up, asked where the guild leader was, and Psyche was surprised that this was also an A-class quest. Suddenly, the warrior's mouth opened in confusion. A moment later, the knight brought his fist to his lips. Frowning menacingly, the man shouted that no matter what threatened them, together they would overcome any obstacles, because everything was at stake, and therefore they would win glory. The swordsman raised his weapon and continued that he would risk his life for this, then asked them not to give up and proceed to complete the A-rank quest, and also said that they had come to destroy the tomb of the Scorpion King, and together they would succeed. Mako, with sweat on his face, listened that they would achieve glory, and would be brave and courageous, and everyone would see their struggle, the flow of blood and a noble victory. A wide gate appeared in the distance, and the players discussed that this was their guild leader, and it would be glorious to simply surrender. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. A lot of debris rushed down, and the knight exclaimed that it was destroyed. The man, smiling, said that it was here. Scorpion statues were visible on the walls, and the warrior said that they had finally arrived, and also added that this door was the entrance to the tomb. With his mouth wide open, the swordsman explained that this was a scorpion statue. Psyche sighed heavily and answered positively. Several poisonous animals appeared, and the girl asked if this was true. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The huge door began to open. Red eyes were visible in the darkness. The knight's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Stretching out his palm, the warrior shouted that there were monsters inside and asked everyone to be ready for battle. The fighters, putting up their shields, exclaimed that they had to fight, risking their lives, and not retreat a single step. A moment later, the long monster rushed from its place. The evil spirits quickly rushed towards the magician. A second later, Mako delivered a slashing blow to the enemy. Turning his gaze to the side, the giant asked what it was. An unusual particle was flying in the air. A member of the Scarlet Wings Guild, taking off his hat, said that he could not use magic here, to which the man replied that this was very bad. Suddenly, it seemed as if a sharp blade pierced the monster's head. The knight, lowering his eyebrows, clarified whether the guys were okay. The warriors abruptly raised their hands and exclaimed that they had won. A bright glow came from the gate. The swordsman's leg was visible. Inside the room was a golden scorpion, and the guys said that this was a treasury, and there was clearly more than 1 million gold. The man, reaching for the artifact, said that there was a horn here. Picking up the object, the knights said that they had received an item to complete the quest, and with it, the A-class quest would be completed. A moment later, the warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The swordsman noticed a blade sticking out of the gold. Spreading his palms out in different directions, the man said that it was something interesting, and also thought that it was unique, because maybe this sword belonged to King Belsos. Psyche, opening her mouth, asked what he was doing, and Mako said to be careful. The warrior, grabbing the weapon by the handle, realized that it suited his class. A second later, a bright flash appeared under it. The guys, hiding from the light with their hands, could not understand what it was. Suddenly a golden scorpion appeared, who said that there was no forgiveness for the lying and greedy people for encroaching on the shrines of the great Emperor Belsos, and for this the fury of fire would fall upon them. Suddenly the knight's hands caught fire. The man, sticking out his tongue, began to scream loudly in pain. A powerful flame appeared, and it was said that fire would cover this world. The dark spirit, hovering in the air, called people stupid. The scorpion's eyes lit up with an unusual color, and he exclaimed that they had incurred the wrath of King Belsos, and for this the fire curse would descend upon the world. After some time, a large city was visible. The city dweller, through the sweat on his face, said that it was very hot, and also asked why it was so hot, to which the girl replied that it was the rays of the sun that were burning. The guy, holding out his hand, explained that it was all because of the curse of King Belsos, and that was why the fire spirits were at work here, after which the man asked why the guilds did whatever they wanted, and at the same time the young man said that he was not feeling well and asked someone to bring him ice. A moment later, the man fell to the ground. The big guy, hearing the request for help, turned his head and clarified whether it was a player or an NPC, and a townswoman standing nearby asked if he had heat stroke. A bright beam was visible in the sky. The man, with his mouth wide open, did not understand how it could be so hot. After some time, the windows of the building appeared, and it was heard that it was very nice in the summer. The main character, reaching for a towel, said that in the winter the bill for heating and hot water goes up. Wiping his head, Han said that he registered the items at the auction and sent his younger sister to school, and also got enough rest for the day. Opening the door, the protagonist decided to set off. An unusual space appeared, and the Moonlight Sculptor exclaimed that he needed to earn some money. A moment later, the guy found himself in the game world. The young man was walking along the street, and conversations about excellent items at low prices were heard. The warrior, scratching his cheek, wondered if the city had become more lively, because before it seemed less beautiful to him. Suddenly, Koken, opening his mouth wide, was happy to see the protagonist. Han, grabbing him by the shoulders, asked how the battle with the undead army ended, to which he received the answer that they won, and the lich fell. Through tears, the man said that after the battle, the enslaved people were able to return home, and thanks to the protagonist, their village grew a little. The daytime sky was visible, and the hunter added that now they, humans and orcs, live in peace. The roof of the house appeared. Koken, smiling slightly, said that the orcs said that their hero had disappeared and they were looking for him, and the necromancers were also waiting for him. Sitting on the ground, the man continued that they said that they wanted to meet him quickly, since it was their time to leave this world, and the boy replied that he would go visit them then. The hunter, waving his hand, wished him luck and exclaimed that he would be welcome in any village in the lands of despair from now on, after which the young man thought that this was a relief for him, and as expected, the quest was successful. The warrior decided to check the characteristics first, and then a system screen appeared in front of him, in which his statistics were written, and he thought that he had grown by 7 levels, and even if he had not personally killed the lich, he still had a lot of experience. The Moon Sculptor, through tears, noticed that all production skills had dropped by about 2 or 3 levels. Putting his hand in his backpack, Han decided to check the items he received after defeating the lich. A magic staff, a book, and an unusual stone appeared. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that there was no robe here, and the magic book was definitely a quest item. Stretching out his palm, the protagonist thought that if the items were useless, then his time was wasted. A second later, the guy decided to identify the items, after which a description of the necromancer's grimoire appeared, and he muttered that this was the best self-study guide on creating and managing the undead, and that such a grimoire could fetch a lot of money. An image of the prophet's staff and its statistics were visible, to which the young man asked where to sell it, and added that priests were so weak that they would not be able to use things of this kind. Suddenly, the warrior fell to the ground and could not understand when he would become happy, and also could not believe that he had picked this up. Taking the crystal in his hand, the Moon Sculptor said that he felt better about receiving this expensive thing, and at least this would cover his losses. Putting on his backpack, Han said that if they reported the end of the quest, then it was worth looking for something else. Smiling, the protagonist exclaimed that he would earn money wherever he went. After some time, Mandu, bringing the screen to his ear, was glad to see the protagonist return and asked where he was now. The guy, turning his head, replied that he was where the battle with Shir was taking place, to which the traveling merchant said that it was wonderful, and therefore he would be there soon. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise hearing that the squad was in those places, after which he asked again about the squad. Joyful guys appeared, and Mandu said that they rode to the lands of despair to meet him. Weryang and Zephyr opened their mouths in satisfaction, and the traveling merchant added that they would appear soon, as would he. The warrior, raising the corners of his lips, wondered if they had crossed the lands of despair just to meet him, and realized that he had not lived in vain after all. Many legs were visible, and the Moonlight Sculptor muttered that there were people who were glad to meet him. A green leaf parried in the air. Han, holding the screen to his ear, wondered if this was true. Circa, waving her hand, suddenly exclaimed that it was them. The Fisher King's eyes bulged joyfully. Suddenly the master and the other swords appeared, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zephyr, abruptly hugging the protagonist, said that he missed him, and the girl added that they had been waiting for a long time to meet him. The archer, holding out his palm, clarified whether they had completed the quest. The protagonist fell to the ground and replied that Shir had almost no valuable items, after which Pale apologized for asking in vain. The Fisher King smiled and said that his heart was breaking too. Weryang blushed and thought that, as Han had said, nothing was changing. It was visible how all the guys surrounded the protagonist. Suddenly, the protagonist stood next to the orc statue. A second later, an unusual aura began to swirl. The monster's sharp fangs appeared. The warrior, in the monster's body, asked what they thought. The master, lowering his head, replied that it was cool, and Mandu said that he was still not used to it. The archer, wide-eyed, said that he looked very strong, and Zephyr added that he was very powerful. The daytime sky was visible. The girls, touching the orc, were surprised by his powerful arms, and also called him cute. Pale sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand what they liked so much. The Moon Sculptor scratched his cheek and exclaimed that they had to set off and tell them about the end of the quest. After a while, an orc village appeared. The monster opened its jaw and shouted that the protagonist had returned. The monster frowned and asked if he had died, to which his comrade asked in return that if he had died, then who was it? The boys suddenly turned blue when they heard that the protagonist was their hero. A moment later, the orcs quickly ran towards Han. One of the monsters, pointing at the warriors' team, asked who these people were. The girls, smiling broadly, were surprised by their muscles, height, and shoulders. The moon sculptor in the body of a monster, lowering his eyebrows, decided to take the hard way, and then explained that these were his prisoners. In the past, Mandu turned around and noticed many opponents, and the orc asked when the protagonist was going to eat them, to which he said that they did not eat them immediately after being caught. The traveling merchant was hung by a stick, and at the same time, the monster offered to eat them now and drink. It was seen how the guy was lying on the floor, and the monster added that the soup from them would be delicious. The young man, opening his mouth wide, wondered what a misunderstanding this was. Suddenly, the protagonist was offered 80 zombie eyes for them, which made his body shake. The warrior's eyes suddenly turned red. The moon sculptor bit his lips. Stretching out his palm, Han explained that he would eat them later and asked to pay in advance, after which the orcs began to choose the limbs of the boys. The protagonist, squinting, said that zombie eyes would do, but it would cost a lot, and the monster asked if he could pay with something else, and at the same time Warian wondered if this was really a joke. Mandu, through the sweat on his face, said that he assumed it was. A low building appeared, and the traveling merchant added that anything could happen. The daytime sky was visible. The protagonist was followed by his team. The guy, standing opposite the orc with a cleaver, was slightly confused. Circa abruptly extended her finger forward. The guys walked along the street of the village. After some time, the leader of the settlement crossed his palms. The warrior in the body of the monster entered the room. The moon sculptor, putting his hand on his side, said that he was here, and returned after completing the task. The old man, opening his mouth, shouted that they, the orcs, showed the dark elves who was the real master in the Urican mountains, and all thanks to the protagonist, after which the system reported the completion of the task. Han, smiling, noted that after completing the orc's quest, he rose 3 levels. The village chief stuck his fingers in his pocket and exclaimed that he would now give him what he promised. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thought that it would be great if he received an expensive gem. The eyes of the head of the settlement turned red, and he said that he found it. An unusual artifact appeared, and the monster explained that this mineral was discovered a long time ago. Opening his mouth, the monster said that it was part of the armor worn by the one who came to punish them, and it looked like a good thing, but they did not know what to do with it, so it lay in the forge. The chieftain handed over the valuable item and said that he should take it and use it as he saw fit, to which the moon sculptor thought that it looked like a mineral gem, and also wondered how to use this scrap metal. The warrior's eyes widened and he realized something. Looking at the magic stone, Han muttered that it was elven silver. The artifact emitted an unusual power, and the protagonist thought that he said that it was part of the armor, and the armor contained a significant amount of elven silver. Biting his lips, the protagonist understood that in order to properly process it, he would have to go to the city of divine craftsmen, and he silently asked what the name of that guild of art and crafts was. The roof of the building was visible. After some time, the guy in glasses, his eyes bulging, asked what it was, after which the system reported that a new race of orcs was available in the vastness of the Versailles continent, namely evil, selfish creatures, but sincere and straightforward. The young man, with his mouth wide open, happily asked if it was now possible to play for orcs. The main character appeared on the laptop screen in the body of a monster, and a question was heard whether this was really connected with that quest. After some time, the guys were walking near the walls of the castle. The team entered the wide gate. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction. The guy, holding out his palms, exclaimed that they were still alive, and his comrade added that they thought they were dead. The daytime sky was visible, and Buren was asked where Dale was, and the moon sculptor asked why there were only 3 of them. The warriors, clenching their fists, began to cry. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that Dale had fallen under the spell of Sheer and had crashed together with the winged dragon. In the past, Becker had said with a smile that they had all been promoted to foreman, all thanks to the boss. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, asked if it was true and why they were here. The fighter, with his hands on his hips, explained that too many monsters had started robbing everyone in the area, so they had come here on a punitive operation, and the young man exclaimed that it was great to meet him again, adding that he would walk him home. The Moonlight sculptor, looking up, whispered the name Dale. The boys, clenching their fists, said that the boss was holding back his grief, and this was expected of their leader, because he had looked after them since the Lidvar lair, and so they believed him and did not regret at all that fate had bound them together. The protagonist team looked at him and said that they thought he only cared about money, but it turned out that he had weaknesses too, and Circa called him sensitive for being so upset about losing a comrade. Ramuna said that he was just an NPC soldier, and Han took care of him and protected him from danger, and at the same time, he thought through his tears that these were all his investments. Introducing the old man, the protagonist muttered that he had to return the Rosenheim soldiers safe and sound to cover all the contributions spent. It was visible how the man closed his eyes. The Moonlight Sculptor, with his mouth slightly open, silently clarified what the penalty would be for losing Dale. The warrior, wiping away tears, said that about 25 more soldiers died, but for them it was an honor to die in a fight with the lich. Clenching his fingers, Han thought that Dale should rest in peace. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and said that they would remain in his heart and they should always remember them. The boys looked at the protagonist and answered positively. The man in the black robe raised his palm and admitted that they had been waiting for him. Lowering his eyebrows, the mage noted that the great commander who defeated the undead army would be glorified by the people for centuries, despite the fact that they had driven him off the battlefield. Smirking, Han thought that not all the cards had been revealed yet. Lowering his head, the protagonist retorted that he had done nothing great, and then thought that in truth, if he had been alone, he would not have been able to do all this. The dark elf opened her mouth wide, and the protagonist thought that the reason they won was because the orcs and dark elves had worked together and given it their all. The skull appeared, and the magician declared that thanks to his hard work they were able to win, so Sheer has now fallen asleep forever. The man spread his fingers and said that the disappearance of the undead army was only the merit of the swordsman, although Sheer can burn with ambition even in hell, when suddenly the system reported that the task was completed, and the player's fame increased, and friendly relations with the necromancer increased. The artificial intelligence notified that his level had increased, to which the guy pointed his finger at the screen and was surprised that he had immediately risen to level 17, and reached 306th. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about the fact that he had lost levels on reviving dragons, so everything was not so wonderful, and his path was very long. The protagonist raised his palm. Biting his lip, the necromancer did not understand what was happening. The protagonist grimaced and asked what the man meant and where his reward was, thinking that it should be something unique, or at least 3 or 4 rare items, to which he replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but they had no property or treasure. The swordsman's hair took the shape of a trident, and he remained silent. Waving his hand up and down, the necromancer shouted that they were 100 years old, which they spent in the darkness, hiding from everyone, and they could not wander the world and accumulate wealth, to which the boy clarified that they really did not have at least one item dear to them. Falling to the ground, the magician said that over hundreds of years of persecution they got rid of everything, so all the valuables were scattered around the world, and it would be difficult to find them, to which the young man remained silent. Han put his palms on the floor and mentally said that he felt like a beggar. The man touched the protagonist's shoulder with his hand and asked him not to despair so much, then added that he really had nothing to give him. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils narrowed, and he clarified that it was on him then. Spreading his fingers, Barabal shouted that he was the leader of the necromancers, and for the warrior helping them in a difficult moment, he wanted to give him a special gift. A bright beam of magic burst from the roof of the building, and the man cried out that only a necromancer could give such a gift, when suddenly the system reported that this man was going to give the player the skill of strength, which is able to cheat death, and clarified whether he wanted to accept it. With his eyes bulging, the swordsman thought about what ability they wanted to give him. Pointing his finger at the screen, the guy replied that he accepted. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that this was at least some kind of reward for the A-level quest, and hoped that this was not a useless skill, although it must be incredible, since it increases the characteristics. A dark knight on a horse appeared on the protagonist's palm. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist said the description of the skill, the power to cheat death, when suddenly the artificial intelligence showed all of its characteristics. Grinning, the swordsman noted that if you fight to the death, you can become undead and continue the fight, and he cannot believe it, but the ability is still good, because now he does not have to wait 24 hours to access the game. Barabal said that he had to endure a lot, saving their good name, after which he added that in gratitude he wanted to tell him one secret, to which Han looked away. Gritting his teeth, the necromancer asked if the protagonist thought that the Versailles continent was really so harmless, to which he asked him again and did not understand what he was trying to say. Dark entities appeared opposite the red moon, and the man said that in distant lands that no one knows about, there live creators of evil, and then added that there are 12 sects of the Mbino order. The man's eyes lit up brightly, and the magician said that they believe in a single evil and want to plunge the whole world into darkness. An army of warriors was visible, and Barabal noted that the 12th of the Dark High Priests is hiding in the lands of Basran, where it is peaceful and calm during the day, and at night religious fanatics conduct their rituals, and also keep all the villages and fortresses of those places in fear. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought about the Mbino order in Basran, after which he realized that since no one had been to these lands before, there was no use in this new information. The swordsman grinned and thought that the necromancer wouldn't say anything for no reason, but the quest was over and the crowd of mages said goodbye to him and hoped for another meeting. The guy turned his head and said that they would only meet if they had something worthwhile. The host was sitting in the studio and said that they had just received fresh news and it was finally over, after which she thanked everyone who had been with them throughout the night for their work. The girl smiled and noted that they were telling them that the invasion of the rebellious monsters in the village of Riven had ended, so now the villagers could return home. The man raised his hand and said that this was indeed good news, because it was not for nothing that the mercenaries claimed that they would deal with the monsters without any problems, and for them this was a great chance that they took advantage of. Zhuwan said that chaos was a ladder, and that participating in such an event was a good experience for mercenaries, and Hyaman cried and did not understand how it was that the events on the Versailles continent had been going on in an endless stream lately. Because of this they had to broadcast continuously, without resting even at night. Remembering Hung and his comrades, the girl thought that Pale probably went on a journey through the lands of despair with his friends, and she missed him. Raising his hands above the table, the man exclaimed that although the village was a little destroyed, they still congratulated the winners, and the host decided that after this broadcast she would take a 4-day vacation. Squinting, Hyaman realized that she needed to pull herself together and finish her work, and then suggested moving on to the next news. The screen showed a city, and the girl said that it was impossible not to notice the terrible heat that had been going on for several days, and they said that the Scarlet Wings Guild, which had caused it, had finally disbanded. Adjusting his glasses with his fingers, Zhuwan said that no one expected it to end like this. After all, they were one of the top 10 guilds on the Versailles continent, and then added that in any case, nothing had been decided yet, and suggested that it was obvious that all the responsibility lay with them. The knight held a sword in his hand, and the man said that everything happened because the guild leader was too ambitious, and all of the guild's friendly alliances turned away from it, and other guilds did not miss the chance to pounce on the weakened enemy under the pretext of moral duty. The host raised his thumb and said that in the end, Scarlet Wings couldn't take the pressure and decided to disband the guild, and his partner admitted that it broke her heart. Mako yawned, and Zhuwan said that there were rumors that Theros, along with key players Saikia, a Buddhist, and a giant, were going to recreate the guild, and then noted that this was not the end of the story. Heman picked up a piece of paper from the table and said that there was also good news. The host's eyes widened and said that it was known that the guilds were serious and were looking for a way to beat this heat in the cold northern regions, and then added that since Belbos's tomb was located in the south, they were going to look for a solution to the problem in the freezing north, and everyone was looking for a special quest or artifacts that could affect the weather. The ground was covered with snow, and the girl said that if you go to the north, it will be a truly amazing adventure, because a whole continent will appear before people, and then added that lately many people say that the north is very interesting. Pale winked, and Heman thought that it would be nice to go there with an archer, because she thought it would be fun. Suddenly, the technician began to wave his hand, and the host noticed it. A message appeared on the TV screen that the quest of the undead army was completed. With her mouth wide open, the girl shouted that she had good news for the viewers, which would be very interesting to listen to, because information about the results of the quest about the undead army had arrived, and her partner asked if the quest had failed. The hosts reported that they had learned that Sheer had been defeated and the undead army had found peace, to which people in the street began to jump up and down and joyfully shout that this was incredible. Zhuwan said that it was indescribable, and now there would be a quest with orcs and necromancers, and his partner closed her eyes and realized that Han had done it. The black car sped along the road. Through the dark window, you could see the protagonist anxiously biting his lips. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered how much all this cost. Suddenly, the guy turned his head to the side. Reaching for the bottle, the player wondered if he could drink it. At that moment, the young man began to smile. The driver looked back and said that it was for him, so he could relax and enjoy it. The driver said that he would keep him comfortable for the rest of the trip, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and agreed. The car drove forward along the road, and the protagonist did not understand what was happening. The player lowered his head and mentally asked what this was. A minotaur horn appeared on the laptop screen, and the guy thought about how this useless item was worth 30 million. Putting his finger to his chin, the young man thought that this couldn't be true. Suddenly, Han noticed that his phone screen began to glow. The protagonist put the smartphone to his ear and answered the call. The interlocutor greeted him and said that he had just received confirmation of the bid at the auction, and after a silence, clarified whether it was the right player on the line, to which the man's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about what he had known, and wondered if the man was going to cancel the reservation at the auction. Squeezing his nose with his fingers, the swordsman changed his voice and asked what they were talking about, because there was no such person here, and he was busy. Hansip asked him to wait and said that he was the head of the KMS Media Planning Department, when suddenly the guy pressed the phone screen, and the interlocutor shouted that he was not canceling the deal. The player's eyes widened as he thought about KMS Media and the broadcast channel. The man said that they had a lot to talk about, so if possible, they should come to their TV center, to which the protagonist, sitting on the floor, replied that it would be expensive for him to get there because it was 3 bus transfers, and the head of the planning department asked him to tell him the address so that he could send a car for him. People surrounded the limousine and were surprised by it, and the protagonist thought that the man really did send a car. Biting his lips, the swordsman thought about how this was the first time he was able to drive someone else's car like this. The KMS media office building towered towards the sky. Hansip shook Han's hand and said that he was glad to meet him. Smiling widely, the head of the planning department suggested that they go to the conference room and talk there, and they should go that way, to which the protagonist agreed. The man's lips turned down as he thought that the player was much younger than expected, because he thought that he would be around 30. From the tall building, the director could be heard asking the guy how much he knew about KMS Media, and then telling him that their media broadcasts games in real time. Raising his hands, the head of the planning department noted that if there were no broadcasts, then the information available to players became less, and now live broadcasts and Royal Road were inseparable. Grinning, the young man realized that this meant that the broadcasts brought in money. There was a sign above the door, and the protagonist thought that where people gathered, there was always money. The heroes sat down on the sofas near the table. With his jaw dropped, Hansip asked the esteemed guest not to consider this as impudence, and clarified what level he was, after which he added that it was not necessary, but they would be grateful for this information. Scooping up food, the protagonist replied that he was level 306. The KMS media employees opened their mouths wide in surprise. Leaning over, the director asked if it was true that it was 306, and if the player did not want to reveal his real level, then there was nothing wrong with that, to which he asked if there was a problem with that. The cans of drinks appeared, and the man said that he was just a little surprised, but he thought that with his level of 306, he could have completed the A-rank quest. Han put the chocolates in his pockets, and the head of the planning department thought that the vast majority of players are above 370, so this can't be true, because when the quest ended, his level was even lower than now. It seemed like a huge orc was standing on a high wall. Dark elves were shooting at enemies with bows. The man put his fingers to his chin and thought that even if he managed to complete the quest with the help of orcs and dark elves, it was still incomprehensible. Hansop asked if he could find out what the player's profession was, to which the player smiled. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist realized that he was very embarrassed to reveal that his profession was a sculptor, although everything was not so sad, and the KMS media employees assumed that he had a very cool profession, and it was thanks to it that he was able to get such a task, and he could be an adventurer, because his character probably has an innate sense for the task. Glare of light fell on the ceiling, and the protagonist said that he was a sculptor, which surprised everyone. Closing his eyes, the swordsman repeated that his profession was a moon sculptor, and decided to skip the legendary part. The interlocutors sat on the sofas near the table and were silent. The director opened his mouth wide and thought about the sculptor. The employees widened their eyes and realized that this was a creative profession that everyone had forgotten about, and with such a profession the player managed to complete the A-rank quest. The man folded his hands and muttered that it was wonderful that he had done such a great job as a sculptor. The planning chief closed his eyes and said that it was an outstanding profession, since artisans and artists had been getting more and more attention in Royal Road lately. The protagonist grinned and said that he thought so too, then added that he thought that the sculptor profession was really good, and he thought that he lacked characteristics because of his profession. The man noted that they said that recently in Royal Road, a cynical sculptor had been exploiting the players as simple labor, when suddenly the protagonist started spitting out soda from his mouth. The exhausted player stood near the wall, and Hansop said that the man had been using them to build pyramids. The children carried huge sand cubes, and the planning chief said that they had all been working themselves to death, but they were fed grass porridge. Han looked at the players working hard, and the director said that such things should be shameful, although the ratings skyrocketed thanks to this. Looking away, the protagonist asked if this was really true, because wow, such things happen in the world. The man closed his eyes and asked how long the guest had been playing Royal Road. Raising his finger up, the protagonist said that he had been playing it for a little over a year. Sitting on the sofas around the table, the heroes were silent. The KMS media employee raised his eyebrows and thought about how he managed to gain more than 300 levels in a year. Opening his mouth, the head of the planning department did not understand how he managed to grow so much in a little over a year that he completed A-level missions. The girl bit her lips and decided that he was simply a liar, because no one could play without sleep. The protagonist closed his eyes and it was said that some people play games without normal sleep. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked the true reason why they wanted to see him here, not thinking that it was to ask him about all this. Opening the envelope, Hansop asked if it was true that he had recently participated in some notable events, even defeating an army of undead. Putting the piece of paper on the table, the man asked the player to sign an exclusive broadcasting contract with them. Putting his fingers to his chin, the swordsman asked him again and clarified what exactly the contract was. Mandu waved his hand at the team of players. Pointing his finger forward, the traveling merchant shouted that this was the Dark Elf Market, and there were many strange things there. The merchant raised his hand and shouted for everyone to buy fruits from him, which were grown by the beautiful elves with their own hands, and being on top was exciting, so they should buy some calming herbs to get rid of their excitement. The girl raised her palm. The elves smiled widely and laughed. On their feet were elegant boots with golden designs, and Circa was surprised that the dark elves were very beautiful, and they all worked hard. The monk widened her eyes and asked if Mandu had seen many elves, and how other elves differed from the dark ones. Scratching his head, the traveling merchant said that he had actually seen them rarely, and had never met dark elves before, and the last time he saw forest elves and half-elves on the central continent, and the girl asked if they were all different. A girl with pointy ears appeared, and the player explained that half-elves look like humans, except for their ears, and they are just like the dark elves they had just seen. An elf in a green outfit was visible, and the guy explained that forest elves live deep in the forests, and there are also gray, sky, nights and twilight, and many other varieties. Approaching the building with a sign, the young man noted that they had arrived. The girls were surprised to see him when they entered the room and said that this was the same gun shop they had wanted to get into. Ramuna tried on a yellow hat. Irene and Zephyr were choosing weapons from the rack. The king of fishermen suddenly opened his mouth. The player smiled broadly and asked how much the fishing rod cost, noting that it was very flexible and durable, and the elf said that it cost 8,000 gold, and asked him to put it back if he was not going to buy it. The guy snapped his fingers and cried out that he would buy it right then. The priestess's eyes widened, suggesting that a rich man was standing in front of her. The young man closed his eyes and admitted that all he had was money. The girls closed their eyes and said that the rich kid was here, and rich people go to heaven the same way a camel goes through the eye of a needle, and apologized for not recognizing the rich boy, to which he did not understand whether he had done something wrong. The players carried Zephyr away, and he exclaimed that he simply told the truth. The dark elf frowned menacingly. The woman saw a quiver of arrows on the body of one of the guys. The merchant called out to him, to which Pale turned around and answered. The archer did not understand what was going on, when suddenly the silhouette of the seller was surrounded by streams of flame. The elf asked if the guy called himself an archer, to which he smiled in confusion. Lowering her chin, the dark elf said that this bow did not suit his skills, because it did not help its owner. At the same second, Pale turned his head back in alarm. Grasping the weapon with his fingers, the archer thought that he had been using it for a long time, so it was not surprising that it did not suit his level. Smiling, the merchant said that she had chosen a bow for him. Putting her palm on the table, the woman asked to buy it for him, because it was not very expensive, and the guy noticed that it was an elven bow. The equipment was shining brightly, and the boy noted that it was not unique or rare, so it had few properties, but for rangers it was a good bow, and then asked how much it cost. Frowning, the seller said it cost 25,000 gold. Winking, the boy realized that he was using the new skill learned from the main character, and said that in fact he only had 24,000 now, so he was asking for a discount. Folding her arms, the merchant said that he should get lost if he was not going to buy, and noted that this boy was winking very scary. Circa put her finger to her cheek, thinking that Pale looked stupid, and Ramuna mentally said that he was not Han. The archer fell to the floor and decided that he got a good bow, but that was all his money, and then someone apologized. The dark elf lowered the corners of her lips and asked if she needed anything from him. The monk closed her eyes and began to speak. Running close to the woman, the girl shouted that she found her very cute, and not at all like an old person, but rather like an older sister. The player shouted that she did not know if it was okay to say that, but wanted to tell the truth, when suddenly the others moved towards her and did not understand what she was doing. Grabbing the staff with her hand, Ramuna thought that if the elf got angry, she would attack. Closing her eyes, the merchant clarified whether the girl really thought so, and whether she really looked so young, to which she cried out that she did not look like an adult at all, but like a very cute dark elf. The building of the weapons store appeared, and from it, Grangbell could be heard exclaiming that the girl was also cute and allowed her to call her by name, to which she loudly introduced herself in response. The girl's eyes widened as they wondered if it really worked, and it was incredible. Warion covered her mouth with her hand and muttered that the elf had revealed her name, although this was only possible with close relationships, and the dark elves had never gotten so close to anyone before. Ramuna decided to attack her partner, when suddenly Mandu stopped her and told her to be quiet. Turning his head, the traveling merchant asked to just leave them, because this was an important moment, and now Circa was forming strong relationships with the dark elves. The orc crossed his arms, and the boy explained that closeness with NPCs was very important. The young man shook the elf's hand and said that if he had charm, he could receive rare quests and important information. The orcs bent their knees and said that if the player gave more gifts, they would tell him something, and they knew the place where the great champion died, to which he replied that he did not need such useless information. The traveling merchant closed his eyes and shouted that he was not good at gaining trust, and that this was causing him problems. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted that Circa could do something that others could not, so no one should interfere. Grangbell said that this girl was the only one who had seen her like this for the first time in a long time, and in return she would give her a gift, to which she smiled widely and was surprised that she would be given a gift. A cliff appeared, and the woman told her that if they walked a little to the east of their fortress, they could reach the high mountain Horn, where there were many monsters to hunt, and although the slopes were steep, the view from the top was excellent. The dark elf raised her hand and explained that it would be difficult, but she had been to Mount Horm herself and passed it, after which she added that if the players went, she would tell them about another amazing place to hunt. The monk widened her eyes in surprise and asked her again. The KMS media office building towered towards the sky. The staff of the organization were sitting at a large table. The young man opened his mouth wide and loudly congratulated everyone on signing the contract, because the director did a great job, to which he said that he now felt more relaxed. Hang lowered his head and asked if it was true that all the drinks were for him, to which he was answered approvingly. Hansip began to peer at the documents, and thought that now that the exclusive contract was signed, he could relax a little. Sitting on a chair, the boy exclaimed that the protagonist had sent them a video, which made the others very happy. A multimedia screen appeared, and the staff quickly decided to turn it on and watch it while eating. The girl stepped on the floor with her heels and said that she heard that the director signed the contract. Turning his head, the head of the planning department exclaimed that everything went well, and he had just received the video and wanted to watch it. The woman smiled and said that it was great, but everyone needed to make sure that the broadcast was done as soon as possible, because the longer it took, the worse it would be, to which he replied that he would do it right now. Raising his hand, the man asked why she didn't take a look at the videos since she had come here. The guy raised his eyebrows in alarm. The young man lowered the corners of his mouth and said that he had just turned on the video, but they had a small problem. Turning his head, Hansip asked what the problem was and what was the matter, to which he replied that the video was 21 hours long because it had not been edited. Sitting at the table, the KMS media office staff suddenly fell silent. The clouds in the sky thickened, and after a pause someone suggested watching it in fast forward. The sun emitted bright rays onto the buildings of the city. The protagonist walked down the street, waving his arms. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about how easy money had just floated into his hands. The player leaned his hands on the table and decided to leave the auction bid as a deposit, and the payment would change depending on the number of viewers, and then shouted that he wanted to sign the contract right now. The boy lowered his eyebrows and thought that if everything went well, he would earn a lot of money, and the people on the street did not understand whether this man was crazy. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he still had to earn more, because this would not last long. The girl turned around, and the protagonist remembered that he needed a lot of money to pay for college, and the tuition for it exceeded 10 million won per year. Pushing off the ground with his foot, the protagonist decided that he would do his best. Running forward, the player shouted that he needed to hurry, because his grandmother was waiting. Cars passed on the road, and from the building, the boy could be heard greeting his grandmother and sister. Turning the door handle down, the young man announced that he had arrived. The woman said that there was nothing to think about, while her grandson entered the room and did not understand anything. The girl raised her eyebrows and noticed that her brother had arrived. Scratching the back of his head, the swordsman asked what was going on, to which the grandmother replied that it was none of his business. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist realized that something was definitely wrong. Sitting down on a chair, Han asked if she had scolded Hyan again, because the girl seemed to have come to her senses and was focusing on her studies, and no longer hanging out with bad company like before, while she said that she was studying hard, and the grandmother said that it was not about that. A medical device appeared, and the protagonist asked what was going on then, to which she replied that her granddaughter said that she was going to go to university no matter what. The brother asked her again, and the schoolgirl closed her eyes and shouted that it shouldn't be bad to go to university despite how they lived. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, the woman asked if her grandson had dropped out of school for work. The protagonist gritted his teeth, and the elderly man screamed that the girls shouldn't waste money on such unnecessary things. The heroes were sitting in the ward, when suddenly the grandson called his grandmother. The guy explained that university was necessary, when suddenly his sister closed her eyes. The grandmother frowned, and the young man said that while there was an opportunity, he should study as much as possible, because it would pay off in the future. The woman bit her lip, and the player admitted that he thought everyone should go to university if possible. The protagonist said that this was exactly why Hyan was obliged to enroll, when suddenly the elderly woman turned her head to the side and noted that everything was not so simple. The grandmother suggested that it would cost them a lot, so they shouldn't talk about it, when suddenly the protagonist jumped onto the floor with his feet and called her loudly. With his mouth wide open, the player shouted that he shouldn't give up just because it costs a lot of money, and that he should go no matter what, because he would also go there, and the harder he tries at university, the more successful he will be in the future. Closing his eyes, the woman asked her grandson to look at it from the other side, because it might be that he wouldn't have to take care of his sister and protect her, and asked if he would change his mind about going to university even like that. The guy lowered his head, not understanding why his relative was giving such examples, when he suddenly answered her that it was true, and he would also gladly go to university if he was accepted. The grandmother lowered her head and said that she knew it, and then noted that she had documents about being accepted to a university in Korea. Taking the envelope in his hand, the young man exclaimed that Hayoung had finally been accepted, when suddenly he received a negative answer. Smiling, the woman explained that it was his letter from college, to which he asked his relative. With the corners of his mouth down, Han couldn't understand whether it was his letter or whether he had managed to get in. The hospital building appeared, and from it he could hear the protagonist shouting that this couldn't be true. With her eyes closed, the girl apologized to her brother for lying to him, and then congratulated him on his admission. Hansip folded his hands over the soda cans. The office worker turned his head and muttered for his partner to say something, to which he asked what he should say. The director asked how much the video could be shortened if they did it as quickly as possible, and the guy scratched his head and replied that he didn't know, but probably not by much. The young man spread his arms wide and pointed out that the planning department manager could see that it was a complete work of art from start to finish, adding that he couldn't even edit it himself. Gritting his teeth, the man didn't know what to do, as he had spent over 20 hours in the office watching the video. Looking at his laptop screen, the manager noticed that someone had told everyone the news of the new contract being signed. Slamming his fist on the table, the planning department manager realized that it wouldn't help and decided to do his best. Hansip opened his mouth wide and shouted that they would air the entire video, adding that he would take full responsibility. The KMS media office staff exclaimed that their manager was the best, and that it was incredible, and that they all respected him. Sheets of paper and soda cans began to fly off the table, and someone asked if he would be fired for this. The players walked up the hill and said that they couldn't wait to see how Han would cook in the mountains, and it seemed that some of them didn't know about his cooking skills. Waryang exclaimed with a wide smile that the wind was very refreshing, and it felt like they came to play. Pale put his hand to his forehead and remarked that it was really wonderful, and Mandu admitted that he was glad he came here. The protagonist turned his head and exclaimed that this was Mount Horm, or rather a good place to stay, to which the dancer exclaimed that Circa did a good job. Ramuna clarified who would know that there were such wonderful places here, to which the traveling merchant raised his palm and said that sometimes you can find such views, and the girl remarked that getting fame and information just by walking around is not so bad, because at the same time you can increase your level. Suddenly, the monk's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, the girl jumped over a huge gap in the ground. Circa put her hands on her hips and said that it was amazing, but she didn't understand why there was such a big fresh hole here and who made it. The protagonist stepped on the grass with his foot. Putting his hands on his hips, Menchik said that it looked like monster footprints. Monster footprints appeared around the players, and the guy assumed that they had gotten into a fight, and the archer was surprised that these were traces of a monster battle. Raising his eyebrows, Pale admitted that he thought these were high-level enemies and laughed. The young man noted that they were probably medium-level, to which the others opened their mouths in alarm. The players dropped their jaws, thinking that the huge things here were only medium. After all, they were on the Urokina mountain range, and Han was very collected. The archer turned around and said that he was going to look around the area, and Circa said that she would look around here, and Zephyr decided to go the other way. The protagonist kept silent, putting his fingers to his chin. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that there was no monster nearby right now, so he didn't have to worry so much, but it didn't matter, because the really dangerous monsters were in the Red Forest and along the narrow gorge. Suddenly, the swordsman lowered the corners of his lips and decided that he knew that Yetis lived on Mount Horm. White monsters appeared, and the guy remembered that he had met them before, so such enemies should not be a problem. The girl's robe could be seen fluttering in the wind. Waving her weapon in different directions, she managed to move forward. Xiaoyun closed her lips. Standing in the middle of the clearing, Han thought about the fact that he didn't know where this girl was now. The protagonist stretched the dough in his hands, surprising all his partners. The players ate the noodles with pleasure. Touching their stomachs, the guys said that it was delicious. The protagonist folded his arms and thought that there should be quiet days like this too, and now that they had eaten and rested, they would not need to rest during the hunt. The player lowered the corners of his mouth and sighed heavily, and then assumed that he had said it too soon. The fighters surrounded the priestess, and the boy exclaimed that she had given him blessings, and Pale should throw arrows at the monsters. With his mouth wide open, the young man shouted that everyone else should do everything they could when the battle began. Suddenly, the Yeti bared its teeth viciously and began to scream loudly, and the protagonist thought that they were different from those he had seen before. The archer began to shoot back at the monster's attack. Sharp arrows pierced the enemy's body. The monster began to fall right on the protagonist. Suddenly, a powerful snow explosion occurred. The player gritted his teeth in anxiety. Suddenly, the boy looked back, as the system reported that his body was frozen, and his strength was reduced, and his movements and attack speed were slowing down. Lowering his chin, the swordsman noticed that his blade was frozen. The young man put his palm to the snowy ground. The huge Yeti began to beat itself on the chest, and Han realized that they were indeed high-level monsters. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that it turned out that such monsters had the ability to send cold, and they really were snow monsters. The undead screamed loudly, and the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, told his partners to be wary of its front paws, because if you touch them, you can get frostbite. Hendo grabbed his sword with his hand and said that this was a good reason to deal with them, because if evil is strong, then the spirit of battle burns hotter. The master asked if his students thought so, to which they stood in fighting stances and agreed with him. The boys stepped onto the snowy ground in front of their enemies. The Yetis raised their eyebrows in alarm, and Zephy decided he didn't think he should say that, while Mandu exclaimed that he had faith in his allies. Smiling, the swordsman said that the two of them would take care of him, to which the other noted that the weather was bright now, so this would be the best training. Looking away, the boy muttered that he was going head-on. Frowning, the young man decided that in that case, he would attack from behind. A moment later, the fencers rushed to attack the enemy. Swinging his fist, the monster began to scream loudly. Opening his mouth wide, the Fisher King announced that the monster was above his partner. Swinging his sword from side to side, the warrior advanced. Running around the monster, the fighter dealt crushing blows to it, and someone asked if they had parried everything. The boy tightly clutched the hilt of the sword with his fingers. Suddenly, ice shards began to fly off the Yeti. The young man thought, turning down the corners of his lips. The swordsman's hands began to freeze, and Zephyr asked if he was cold, and Mandu exclaimed that if he did so, the pain would be worse than paralysis. The warrior shouted that it was very refreshing, to which the others dropped their jaws and did not understand what was happening. Hendo noted that it was over, and his student extended his palm forward and said that their partner looked weaker than before. Putting his palm to his forehead, the Fisher King said that this was what was expected of Team Han, to which the traveling merchant said that they were on the same team. Opening his mouth wide, the snow monster began to scream loudly. Dark spirits enveloped the swordsman's silhouette. Raising his eyebrows, the fighter began to mutter something quietly. A moment later, the warrior pulled his leg back and shouted that he was doing 2 strikes and a lunge. At the same moment, the huge monster flew back. Ilhun lowered his eyebrows and invited his ally to join the fight, to which he exclaimed that it looked funny. The fencers shouted that it was incredible, and it was great to fight together against one, when suddenly Zephyr and Mandu turned away and said that they were far from the monsters. Raising their hands up, the students shouted that they won, although it cost them nothing. Grinning, Ilhun wondered what their teacher would say, because a lot of work had been done. The boy called the master again, while Hendo put his fingers to his chin. Turning his head, the young man was perplexed. Suddenly, it seemed like Weriang was smiling contentedly. The girl used the dance of charm, which made the Yetis happily raise their thumbs. The warriors, with their mouths wide open, shouted that it was magnificent and great, and they also felt like they were being attacked. The master, clenching his fist, ordered them to stop because they were on a battlefield, to which he received a positive answer. The old man, holding his chin, said that this girl was magnificent. A moment later, the guy lowered his eyebrows in surprise. The dancer widened her eyes in bewilderment, hearing how she was warned of danger. A second later, a huge monster rushed towards Weriang. Suddenly the monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. The warrior, holding his sword tightly, exclaimed that how dare he. The boy, having dealt a powerful blow, said that it was an honor to fall from his sword, and his comrade proposed to marry after that, to which their partner added that he did not need much, because he agreed to even just be friends with her. The master, smiling, said that this is what his students are like. It seemed that Weriang's face suddenly turned red. After some time, a stick was visible in the snow. The boys, walking in the snow, said that this path has no end, and it was so cold that they almost died, and therefore they wanted to quickly find themselves in some hot place. Han, turning his gaze to the side, thought that since they climbed the mountain, he knew that they would suffer from the cold. Suddenly, the girl looked at the protagonist, and thanked him for making a cloak from Yeti skins, which helped her survive, to which he muttered that they should feel the cold to understand how wonderful it was that they had these cloaks. The protagonist's team climbed up the mountain, and he realized that this was a good lesson. The second sword, with his hands on his hips, said that it was very beautiful here, and his partner suggested that the teacher compete to see who would climb first. A moment later, the guys opened their mouths wide and screamed. The moon sculptor, opening his jaw, screamed sharply. Hendo thoughtfully looked away. Suddenly, an avalanche came down from the mountain. Han, stretching out his palm, ordered everyone to take cover here. A second later, a mountain of snow covered the old man. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, realized that it was a failure, after which he said that he would have to wait for a reconnection, and asked what they were thinking about, starting to shout on the snowy mountain. Suddenly the daytime sky appeared. A wooden stick was visible. The protagonist, spreading his arms out to the sides, exclaimed that they finally reached the top, and Mandu muttered that his knees hurt. The archer, smiling, said that it was great that only by traveling like this can you gain fame, since it is harder to achieve this through battles. The girls closed their eyes in satisfaction, and it was audible that at first he went to this mountain for the sake of fame, but now he thinks that climbing here was the best decision, and this is a truly invaluable experience. Circa, bending over to the moon sculptor, asked if he carved sculptures even here, to which he replied that looking at the views will not bring in money, and therefore it is better to do something else. Waryang lifted the corners of her lips and said that it was wonderful. Suddenly, the master turned his gaze back. Taking out the sword, the elder told the students that they had come all the way here, and therefore they could not just give up and leave. A moment later, an inscription appeared on the stone, and this was where the first sword was. Pale, raising his palm, noted that it sounded funny, and the monk invited them to join. The archer, drawing on the stone, said that it was very hard, and Circa added that engraving her name was surprisingly difficult. A bright sky was visible. Han, smiling, explained that it would cost 4 gold per minute. A second later, many inscriptions appeared on the cobblestone. On the stone, it was marked that all 5 swords were here. Also drawn on the boulder was that Circa was here. The protagonist walked on a thick layer of snow. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips contentedly. Looking ahead, the boy thought that everyone had logged out of the game and gone to rest, but he still had work to do. Standing in front of the boulder, the boy realized that sculptures were more valuable when combined with nature. Taking hold of his jacket, the warrior muttered that if he were to create a sculpture in such a place, it should be more than a masterpiece. Putting his palm on the stone, Han wondered what he should do. The protagonist, imagining the statue as Seoyun, was sure that he would make at least a masterpiece if she was the model again. Raising the dagger, the protagonist decided that not now. A moment later, the boy dealt a powerful blow to the boulder and realized that at the moment he wanted to do something else. The boy remembered his grandmother. In the past, the warrior happily closed his eyes. It was possible to see his younger sister sitting on the neck of the Moonlight Sculptor. Han contentedly cut the apple. The family members touched hands. The protagonist and Hyen placed their palms on the shoulders of the grandmother. A moment later, the protagonist happily raised the corners of his lips. Suddenly, high mountains appeared. The guy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the statue of his grandmother, the young man realized that it had many wrinkles only after he began to carve. The warrior held the dagger tightly. Looking at the sculpture of his younger sister, Han thought that she was just like a celebrity. Fingers were visible, and the protagonist muttered that he would finish in a little while and also concentrate for the last time. Noticing the rays of the sun, the protagonist was surprised that so much time had passed. Waving the knife, the guy decided that he needed to finish before it was too late, because there was no money for watching the sunrise. A statue in the form of a young man appeared. The warrior, through the sweat on his face, wondered if his eyes were really that small, and then added that his nose should be a little straighter and higher. Looking at his stone copy, Han noticed that the forehead should be a little wider on the other side. Turning away, the protagonist began to hum a song. A sculpture of a satisfied protagonist was visible. The guy, holding his chin, said that now everything is perfect. A moment later, the figures of the warrior's family members appeared. The young man, putting his hand on his side, said that he finally did it. Suddenly, the moon sculptor noticed a system screen where he had to give a name to the completed sculpture. Han, crossing his elbows, thought that such a proposal was truly honorable for a sculptor. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that it would be a close-knit family, after which the artificial intelligence said that this was a grandiose work, and he completed the sculpture. Many screens appeared around the protagonist. Several holograms of the system were visible. The guy, smiling, said that he really created a grandiose work. Looking at the statue of his little sister, the young man muttered that he had created the best he could on this level. Turning around, the warrior decided that it was time to go back, because he had a lot of things to do. Walking through the snow, the Moonlight Sculptor thought that they should stay here on the mountain and watch the sun rise and set, the clouds float across the sky, and the rain fall. The protagonist's family appeared, made of stone, and he hoped that they would always look at the world from this mountain. After some time, Waryang appeared. The girl's leg was visible, and she asked if she could look at the top of the mountain one more time before going down to the village. Suddenly, the dancer noticed a sculpture in the distance. Approaching the statue, the player exclaimed that it was very beautiful, and also added that it was a family sculpture, and looked like the protagonist's work. Waryang's eyes widened in surprise. The girl introduced the main character in a business suit. The dancer, blushing, wondered who this beautiful guy was. The city was lit at night. There were many people sitting inside the building. Suddenly, Milady, slamming her palm on the table, shouted that this is why she told him not to take any quests. The man, scratching his head, explained that he did not know that it would create so many problems, because he thought everything would go well. The girl, frowning angrily, exclaimed that she would not have said a word if everything had gone well, but he died, and now people suffering from the heat hate him, and also lost 2 levels, to which she received the answer that he understood her, and anyway, he received the money. The warrior's wife, wiping away tears, said that it still does not compare to the value of his life, because when she thinks about the fact that he died in those dungeons, she becomes very sad. The man, his mouth wide open, called her darling. A small building was visible, and a sweet conversation could be heard. The player, blushing, said that she was the only one who thought about him. The townspeople, baring their teeth, thought that it had started again, and one of them needed a broom. Suddenly, the lovers were asked if they had an extra minute, which made them turn around abruptly. The guy, putting his palm on his chest, said that he was from the Steel Rose Guild, and he had a task for them, after which he clarified whether they would accept it. The warrior looked thoughtfully ahead. A bright candle appeared, and the man asked for more details first, and then they would decide whether to take it or not. The young man, smiling, explained that they were going to explore the northern territories and were hiring expedition members, and the minimum level was 320, and the base reward was 40,000 gold, and depending on their efforts, additional rewards could be received. The dark gamer raised his hand and said that the pay was good and the minimum level wasn't that high, then asked if that meant the mission would be dangerous, and what kind of quest it was. The Steel Rose Guild member stretched out his fingers and said that it was an expedition to find the village of Edern, which had answers to how to stop this heat. The guy squinted and added that it would open up the northern continent. A block of ice was visible. After some time, a huge castle appeared in the distance. Han suddenly appeared, and a question was heard about what it was, and whether it was a teleport. The old men, with their mouths wide open, shouted that someone had teleported to their city. The protagonist, wiping sweat from his forehead, realized that Rhodium was a city of craftsmen. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, many people leaned towards the warrior, begging him to give them a penny. The city's residents, through tears, spoke, told about their problems and asked the Moon Sculptor for money and unnecessary items, to which he wondered what was going on here. The young man, with the corners of his lips raised in confusion, wondered why there were so many beggars here, and whether something had happened to the city, and also decided that he could not just stay here. The citizens, lowering their eyebrows, said that they only needed half a coin. Suddenly Han said through tears that it was a poor life, and if they helped him a little, he would not forget their kindness and would work hard, and asked to help him only once. People looked away in confusion. The townspeople began to leave, and they hoped that it was some player after a long time, but it turned out to be a loser, because he did not even have food with him, and also asked if this was the first time someone poorer than them appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist muttered that it was a great job. After some time, the protagonist was seen sitting on the floor. A huge amount of sweat was running down the protagonist's face, and he could not understand what happened here. In the past, the boy was in front of the king, thinking that he came back after the soldiers returned to Rosenheim, and even rejected the offer to become a sculptor for the royal house. It seemed like the old man extended his palm. The pupils of the young man suddenly turned white. Raising his head, the warrior thought that if this was a city of artisans, then the streets should be filled with musicians and great performances. And then he wondered to himself if he was really there. One of the artists, standing next to the painting, asked the man how he managed to achieve such a shade, to which he replied that he experimented for a long time and finally got this color, because the cost of paints lately did not please him. Han, smiling, thought that if he looked closely, the artist was right, because in the end, art is not about money. Clenching his fist, the protagonist realized that he was not in the best situation here. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist could not believe that he was accepted to the university, and was unhappy with the expensive tuition and books, as well as the transportation costs. Suddenly, 2 gold coins fell into a small plate. The girl smiled and asked the warrior to cheer up, saying that everything would get better, and her partner added that he didn't know what had happened to him, but life wasn't as hopeless as he thought, and so he should buy himself some normal clothes with the money. The guy, through the sweat on his face, sensed danger. Suddenly, many people, pushing each other, also wanted to get money. 2 guys suddenly fell to the ground, and the young man knew that this would happen. Sadly lowering his head, the Moon Sculptor thought that he didn't have much money, and therefore he would accept this small amount. Han opened his mouth slightly, hearing how he was addressed. The man, closing his eyes, said that he was still young, and should not despair, and his comrade added that he should pull himself together, because the world was limitless, after which he asked if the problem was in the woman. Suddenly, one of the passers-by pushed the plate, exclaiming that no matter how terrible everything had turned out, there was no need to be so disappointed. A moment later, the coins fell to the ground. The protagonist quickly picked up the money. The townspeople, grinning, explained that it was a misunderstanding, because they did not know that they were lying there. After some time, a tall building appeared. Oberon, wiping his weapon, heard how he was addressed and asked what he needed. The guy, stretching out his finger, clarified whether they would take several people from Rhodium on an expedition to the north, to which the commander asked a counter question: why would they do this? Because there were no warriors or adventurers among them. The young man, bulging his eyes, inquired whether Rhodium was famous for its artists and artisans, after which he received a positive answer. A fire was burning in the small structure, and it was heard that their specialty was preserving life, and if they were caught in a storm during the journey, they could rest in a hut built by architects. Introducing the happy girl, the guy said that bards and dancers would also help relieve fatigue from the long journey, and with their performances they would be able to increase the strength of the other players in the expedition. Closing his eyes, Oberon said that this was a good offer, and added that he had not thought of it. Clenching his fist, the commander sharply shouted that he was giving the go-ahead, and in any case, heading north, they would cross Rhodium, and there they would take with them as many useful people as possible. The old man, opening the door, asked everyone to come closer and faster, and the young man was glad that he was one of those leaders who knew how to listen. The assistant, keeping his hands on his hips, thought that if they got the help of artists and artisans, it would be a huge leap forward beyond dreams. Suddenly, a wooden figure appeared. The protagonist, holding his chin, muttered that he needed to get the help of a great man. A golden symbol was visible. The singer, lifting the corners of his lips, was singing a beautiful melody. Many people were sitting in front of him. The warrior, clenching his jaw, noticed that there were many bards here and wondered if it was because they made a lot of money from their performances, adding that wherever he looked, there were only poor people. A large city appeared in the distance, and the Moonlight sculptor called it beautiful. After some time, Han was sitting at the table. The man, through sweat on his face, explained that he should eat a little slower, to which the protagonist objected that since they said they would pay for everything, he would gladly eat everything. The townsman, looking at the protagonist, asked what brought him to the city, since he did not look like a tourist, to which he replied that he came here to gain and develop his professional skills. One of the residents asked about the guy's profession, after which he grabbed the bread and said that he was a sculptor, and at the same time the second said that he had chosen a difficult path for himself. Stretching out his palm, the citizen said that in the world of arts, such a fundamental profession as a sculptor is not an easy matter, and his comrade continued that even in Rhodium, nicknamed the city of craftsmen and artists, there are few people who have chosen this profession. It was visible how the young man quickly put food in his backpack. Waving his hand, the warrior hoped that he would get a hint about the moon sculptor from the Artists' Guild, and it would also be good for him to learn new skills. Smiling, Han decided that he should inspect all the guilds. Suddenly, the big guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that how dare a pathetic craftsman try to learn military arts, and let him say if he still wants to stay, because he will die even if he forces himself to endure it. A moment later, the man gave the protagonist a powerful blow, and he whispered that to take blows meant to endure. Suddenly, the wooden stick broke, and the system reported that the protagonist had received a new characteristic, namely endurance, which increases his ability to withstand blows, and he also learned the skill of squinting. The guy, raising his head, said that this was an assembly of artists, and added that the building was incredible, even if they had no money. A second later, the young man opened the door. The woman, her eyes bulging, said that they had not had visitors for a long time. Sitting at the table, the administrator asked how she could help him, to which the warrior explained that he wanted to register as an artist. The registrar, looking at the protagonist, said that the natives of their city do not need to register, which means that he is a foreigner, and then asked where he was from, receiving the answer that he was from the kingdom of Rosenheim. The woman, holding out her finger, exclaimed that it was from far away, but art spread so quickly and widely that there was nothing surprising. Opening her mouth wide, the receptionist said that Rhodium is a concentration of art and culture, which is very important, since only thanks to them the lives of others become deeper and more interesting, and that is why they preserve and try to increase all possible achievements of art. The receptionist, sitting on a chair, asked if he had ever seen Rhodium at sunset, after which she said that the charm of the landscapes knows no bounds, and many tourists come to admire them, because art can enrich the soul, and therefore they are always happy to welcome new artists to the city, and suddenly Han asked to stop. Squinting, the protagonist explained that he would like to know the rules for registering with the Rhodium Artists' Assembly. The woman raised the corners of her lips and said that people from other countries who wanted to register as artists had to do a qualifying work, and at the same time the system wrote that Rhodium sculptors proved their skill and passion by creating a beautiful sculpture. The boy scratched his cheek and wondered if the sculpture had to match the skill level, and also thought that this meant that in order to register as an artist, Rhodium had to create a sculpture that would show all his talent, after which the artificial intelligence notified that he had accepted the task. Suddenly, a goblin village appeared, and the boy muttered that he would create a statue, adding that there was no place in the world where you couldn't make some money, and therefore he could trade, traveling from city to city, buying and selling. Mandu, with his jaw open, shouted that he was selling items very cheaply. A lot of supplies were visible, and a traveling merchant exclaimed that he was selling things for traveling, and there were also bandages for wounds and backpacks for trophies. The seller's eyes widened and he said that there were also weapons and various elven seasonings. Suddenly, many orcs ran up to him and said that these were excellent items, and therefore they wanted to buy them. Raising his palm, Mandu asked to wait in line, explaining that there were still many things, and realized that he had hit the jackpot, and the orc city was definitely a good decision. With his jaw wide open, the traveling merchant thought that the prices were inflated by 2 and 3 times, and the weapons even by 10 times their cost price. But even so, everything was instantly bought up, and added that they needed to earn as much as they could. The monster, frowning menacingly, asked what he was doing, and asked the guy to calm down and sell him the item. The young man, looking at the orcs, shouted for more to come. A green monster was visible from afar. The woman in the monster's body, smiling, noticed that this was the starting village of the orcs. The player's pupils suddenly turned white. The orc's belly was visible. The monster's sharp claws appeared. The monster, clenching its fists, thought that the orcs were definitely the best, and their appearance was very convenient, and she really liked it. The girl smiled and muttered that Royal Road was definitely an incredible game. The professor poked at the screen and explained that this was all for Seoyun, because she was always alone, and thanks to that orc, she was now able to travel with someone. Introducing the stone statue, the researcher added that it was good that she was able to express her feelings at least in the game, and that meant that her emotional wound was healing, albeit a little. The orc turned his gaze and asked where Seoyun was. The monster, walking towards the mountains, whispered that she should wait, because he was going to her. Suddenly, the backpack hit the ground. Han, smiling, said goodbye to the merchant and realized that he had bought the materials for the sculpture at a good price. A few minutes earlier, the girl, closing her eyes, exclaimed that the materials would cost 12,600 gold. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked for a discount of 2,500 gold. The seller, sweat on his face, replied that she wouldn't get a penny from such a deal. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that he should make a discount of 2,490,000, and then she would get 10 gold. The merchant, through tears, muttered that those who have money are the worst of all. Moving his feet, the guy thought that he had collected all the materials for cutting. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened when he realized something. The warrior, stretching out his hand, called the item, after which he wondered whether it was worth identifying the item received from the orc elder. The moon sculptor, holding his chin, used the identification skill, and at the same time the system reported a sintered conglomerate of various metals that contained parts of armor, and he said that if you melt it, 5 elements of armor can come out. Turning his head, Han said that he heard that there were blacksmiths here. After some time, many structures were visible, and the protagonist exclaimed that he was there. The protagonist, holding onto the backpack, greeted the man, to which he asked what he needed. Having handed over an unusual artifact, the guy replied that he needed to melt it, after which he asked if he would take it. The blacksmith's eyes bulged in surprise. The young man, biting his lips, asked what it was and what was the matter. The big guy, through the sweat on his face, was perplexed. A moment later, the man returned the magical item back. The blacksmith opened his mouth wide and asked to sell it to him right now. The warrior, not understanding anything, looked ahead. Raising his eyebrows, the Moonlight sculptor wondered if this was something so valuable that he could not understand it, and something that only blacksmiths could recognize. The unusual artifact emitted a bright light, and it was heard that it was a terrible mixture of several metals, as well as a complete mess, because I had never seen anything like it. The big guy smiled broadly and said that this was the case when few people would be able to melt it even with their good skills. Han, frowned, was dissatisfied. Extending his palm, the man said that if he sold it, he would pay handsomely, or, if he wanted, they could carefully melt it and make him a custom weapon, to which the protagonist said that he should just melt it. The blacksmith, lowering his gaze, answered positively and added that he was very sorry, because he wanted to work with such a wonderful metal. A second later, the big guy put the stone in the furnace, and the protagonist thought that this was a good opportunity to improve blacksmithing. Suddenly, the system reported that the guy had dealt a fatal blow and also destroyed a vital place, and at the same time, the third sword, opening its mouth wide, exclaimed that these guys were very nice. The warrior, having dealt a blow to the enemy, said that it was a little creepy, to which his comrade explained that this is what he was talking about. Suddenly, the young man cut the monster's head in two. The fifth sword attacked the enemy's legs, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the tendons in the monster's thighs were torn. The guy dealt a slashing blow to the monster, after which the system notified that the monster's eyes were damaged and its field of vision was reduced. A moment later, the defeated evil spirit was seen lying in the snow. Zephyr, stretching out his finger, asked how he did it, and the archer said that he could not believe that the goblins were defeated with one blow and did not receive any damage. The Fisher King smiled and said that he thought hunting yetis was crazy for them, but it seemed like they knew the monster's movements in advance, and Pale added that it was incredible. Circa, with her eyes wide, exclaimed that she thought these monsters had 3 weaknesses, but now she counted 8. Scratching the back of his head, Zephyr remarked that looking at this, it seemed like he didn't like fighting anymore. Irene, holding her staff, said that it was incredible that they had even surpassed the protagonist, and then asked if constantly fighting on the brink of death had increased their endurance. The fifth sword, raising his thumb, replied that it was precisely because of that. Through the sweat on his face, the boy thought that he was still shaking because he could die even if he only took a blow, and his partner wondered why they didn't use defense skills, and why they were doing this, and at the same time, the boy muttered that it was shameful to die at the hands of a monster that looked so pathetic. The master, with his mouth wide open, said that it should be quite simple, to which his assistant added that it was not enough to stretch after eating. Hendo, baring his teeth, said to himself that if they died here, he would personally kill them. The second sword, lowering his eyebrows, whispered that they would be beaten 100,000 times in reality. A dark aura circled around the warriors. The boy, closing his eyes, exclaimed that they won, because there were no more than a dozen of them. Suddenly, the girls began waving their index fingers. The boys looked at them in bewilderment. A second later, a huge number of monsters appeared. The warriors clenched their jaws in surprise. The goblins, sticking out their tongues, shouted that they would avenge their own. A moment later, the team of fighters rushed at their opponents with katanas. Zephyr could be seen sighing heavily. The archer smiled contentedly. Circa turned her gaze to the side. The guys, rushing from their place, said that they would also help. Weryang, joyfully raising her eyebrows, thought that everyone was going crazy, as if they were hunting with the protagonist. It seemed like Han was hitting the iron with a hammer. The dancer crossed her fingers and wondered if the Moonlight Sculptor should be in Rhodium now, and added that she could not wait for his return. After some time, the protagonist stood near the destroyed houses. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought that this place should be suitable, since no one walks here. Throwing his backpack on the floor, the guy decided to take out all the equipment first. A moment later, a furnace and anvil appeared. The blacksmith, with his mouth slightly open, explained that there was mithril, black metal, and steel in there, then added that he seemed to be a traveler with a bright future, so he would give him a discount, to which the boy thanked him. Keeping his hands on his hips, the young man realized that he had enough materials. The warrior thoughtfully took one of the ingots. Smiling, the Moonlight Sculptor said that it would be better if he first improved his skill. Grabbing the hammer, Han said that now was the time to begin. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the system reported that the blacksmithing skill had increased by 0.1%. It was visible how the protagonist was hitting the iron with a hammer, and at the same time the artificial intelligence again reported that the skill had increased by 0.3%. It seemed like the metal ingots were surrounded by fire. The girl, sitting on the grass, said that she was tired. Dani, her eyes bulging, exclaimed that the guy did not stop for a moment, and also asked why, and whether he was tired. The young man, raising the corners of his lips, answered that if he rested even for 5 minutes, then others were working, hunting and becoming stronger during this time, and besides, a real worker did not have time for a break. Squinting, the warrior said that if a person rests tomorrow because he worked hard today, then there is no point in the work that was done today. The girl picked up the hair, and the Moonlight Sculptor added that this was the basis of the basics, and consistency was very important. Han murmured as he struck hard with his hammer, that was why he was not sitting idle, after which the system reported that the blacksmith's skill had reached the intermediate 3rd level, and the attack and defense power of forged items was increasing, and he could also now make more effective assault weapons. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the protagonist said that he had increased his skill level. A second later, the protagonist grabbed the ingots in his hands. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy decided that he would now get down to the main thing. It was possible to see how the light reflected off the iron, and the young man explained that the black metal increased defense against physical attacks. A bright beam appeared on the blue metal, and at the same time the warrior said that mithril increased strength and magic resistance. The Moonlight Sculptor imagined how he held the flag tightly, and thought that it also increased fame and prestige. Standing near the furnace, Han muttered that these materials are great for creating armor. The protagonist dealt powerful blows to the ore. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A piece of the hammer broke off, after which the guy realized that the materials were really strong. The young man, picking up the sledgehammer, used the repair skill, and also thought that he could not cope with this with strength alone, and each time, increasing his level, he invested points only in dexterity and strength, and at that moment, the artificial intelligence notified him many times that his level had increased. A huge fish appeared, and the warrior said that he raised his health through fishing. Introducing the knights, the Moonlight Sculptor added that he increased defense through resistance to blows. An orc's hand was visible, and Han thought that thanks to this, his characteristics were high enough. The protagonist furiously swung his hammer and exclaimed that it couldn't be that it wasn't enough, after which the system wrote that the blacksmithing skill had increased by 8%, and also gave a description of the black helmet of nobility and black boots of nobility. The protagonist, clenching his fist, decided that this was excellent. The armor and the figurine of a hare were visible. Dani, smiling, said that the guy did not rest for a minute. After some time, a huge number of people were near the castle, and it was said that they wanted to take part in the northern expedition. The people stood close to each other, and it was heard that how they would cope with more than 1,000 people, because it was rare for 200 people to be recruited. Oberon, holding his chin, said that it looked like they would have to reduce the number, to which his assistant explained that it would be difficult to do this, because they personally contacted each person and asked them to participate, so it was too late to kick them out. A powerful tornado appeared, and the commander exclaimed that they would still have to go to 2 dangerous places, because they would not be able to take all sorts of blockheads, after which the guy objected that an attempt had already been made by several adventurers, and they failed, and based on this, they could only find out the topography of the participant in the north. The young man, stretching out his palm, said that this is why they changed their thinking, and think that they need to take as many people as possible. The man, crossing his elbows, asked if he meant that by hiring more people, they can create a strong army, to which he received the answer that no one knows what awaits them in the north, and therefore insists that there is no need to disperse the people, because if a small elite squad goes, it can die, and an army of 1,000 players is unlikely. Lowering his gaze, Oberon said that he is not sure that in a critical situation they will be useful and obey commands, and not run away. A huge number of people were visible, and it was heard that always hoping for help from comrades is absolute stupidity. But the people recruited will not just eat their bread, and you cannot refuse them, because many of the alliances are independent friendly units, and they must keep friends close, and enemies closer. The commander, sighing heavily, explained that if they did not accept them, then this would cause a wave of indignation on their part, and this meant that they would have to accept everyone. Opening his mouth, the man said that this was a game that he wanted to enjoy with everyone. Suddenly, the leader looked away from the fact that they addressed him and said that now is the time for a speech, and they need to go. Oberon raised his leg and replied that he continued to do what he wanted. The guy, with his hands on his hips, said that their boss was an innocent thinker, and that was his charm, to which his teammate clarified that adventures, expeditions, being a pioneer are great, but wouldn't it be better to take care of practical interests first? And the young man exclaimed that they should definitely take good advantage of this opportunity and increase their influence by absorbing the other guilds. But the boss would be against it. The guys lowered their heads and decided to do it without telling the boss. A moment later, the warriors touched their palms and said that this was all for their boss. A crowd of people was visible from afar, and it was explained that the crisis would soon be resolved, and therefore they needed to go and get what they wanted. Sweat was pouring down the dark gamer's body. The man, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that it was very hot, and also added that there were many annoying events that happened after accepting requests. Dioran handed him a handkerchief and said that she had already spoken to the merchants who had carriages, so they could ride in a carriage when they left. Oberon began to approach the small table. The commander raised the corners of his lips and said that he did not want to make long speeches. The leader opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were leaving this hell and heading to the cold lands. The people clenched their fists when they heard that they were heading to rid the world of heat, and therefore they had to go and do it. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. The presenter on the gaming channel smiled contentedly. The warriors, furiously lowering their eyebrows, exclaimed that they were heading north to destroy the heat on the Versailles continent. A flock of unusual creatures flew through the sky. Gritting his teeth, the dragon cried out in alarm. Turning his head, one of them asked what was wrong with the seventh. Spreading its wings, the flying animal said that it was too hard to fly in the sky, because the wind was too hard and was hitting its body. Rushing forward, the dragon shouted that there was nothing to be done about it, because their angular bodies prevented them from flying faster, and because of this, they also got tired faster, when suddenly someone asked why they were made like that, and their master was evil itself. Crouching down, the flying creature asked its partners to shut up, because it itself was not complaining even though it had more angles, and if the others had time, then they just needed to flap their wings harder, to which the others agreed and said that they would try their best. Smiling widely, Han said that the first one did very well, to which he thought that he would be there soon, so the master should wait for him. Rushing towards the grassy cliffs, the dragon did not understand where it was. Rubbing his forehead with his hand, the protagonist exhaled in relief. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and said that for all the money he had put into it, it would have been better if it had worked out. A golden statue appeared and the player exclaimed that it was great. Biting his lips, the boy thought about how the materials for this sculpture cost him 7,000 gold, and only if it hadn't been a quest. Poking the chisel at the sculpture, the swordsman decided to make the finishing touches. Suddenly, the system reported that they had done a great job, when suddenly the young man's eyes widened and he thought about it. Imagining the statue of Seoyun, the protagonist thought that it was the third one. Remembering the sculpture of the friendly family, the protagonist realized that this was a great sculpture. Putting his hand on his side, the player decided that this was the fruit of his labor, and now that the quest was complete, he couldn't just leave this great work here for people to gather around. Raising his palm to the head of the sculpture, the boy realized that he couldn't let others do whatever they wanted with his creation. A bright glow appeared, and the swordsman cried out, giving the sculpture life. The statue opened its eyes, and suddenly the system reported that he had managed to bring the sculpture to life. The golden boy placed his fingers on his chin. With wide eyes, the creation of Hung began to speak. Extending its hand forward, the statue asked for a name. Raising a finger, the protagonist decided that he would be called the Golden Man, since he was a man made of gold. Clenching its fists, the living sculpture repeated its name and exclaimed that no matter what the enemy was, it would fight them, to which its owner thought that this was great, and should also give life to the sculpture of Seoyun. The eyes of the girl made of stone lit up. The statue began to draw its sword from its sheath. The sculpture sat on the ground, and the protagonist wondered if this would happen. A checkpoint with barriers appeared. Heian frowned and thought about how she had been very worried, pondering whether or not to tell her brother about the interview, but in the end she had not told him about it. The player opened his mouth wide and cried out that he didn't know what clothes to wear for the interview, and whether his sister needed anything, whether she had enough of everything. The girl closed her eyes and thought about how she had performed at the Olympiad and received a certificate for admission, and all that was left was the interview. But if she told her brother about this before the interview, he would definitely be worried. The sister lowered the corners of her lips and realized that she would be extremely disappointed if she couldn't pass. Clenching her fist, the schoolgirl decided that she would definitely be accepted and would also definitely receive a scholarship. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Haeun remembered that her older brother had promised to go to university too. The dark players approached the crowd of people. The man held a flag in his hand, and the townspeople didn't understand who all these people were, and said that this was an expedition to the north, after which they asked them to beat the heat. The citizens folded their palms and asked for some money to save them. The coins fell into the hands of the poor people, and they began to thank them and wish for good luck to come with them. The lovers joined hands. The dark player smiled widely and exclaimed that they would look around the city, to which the swordsman agreed and said that they would see each other at the bar at night. The loving couple turned back to say goodbye, and the players wished them a great date, and shouted that they were very sad to be so alone. Sitting on the bench, the dark players said that this place was very delightful, and as expected from a city of craftsmen, it was magnificent. The man asked if his darling remembered how he gave her a bouquet of wooden flowers, to which she raised her eyebrows and replied that this was how he proposed to her, giving her such a wonderful gift, and how could she forget something like that? And he replied that he could only give something like this, because he did not have much money, and for the first anniversary he would prepare a better gift for her. With her head down, Darren said that this bouquet of flowers was enough for her, when suddenly her lover asked if there was anything she wanted. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the girl said that the only thing better than a bouquet would be their sculpture. Her lover noted that it was because they were no longer alone and were now together, when suddenly the dark player opened his mouth wide and called her cute. The couple began to hug and confess their love to each other, and passers-by said that it was already hot enough. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that if he could find the sculptor who made the bouquet of flowers sculpture again, he would ask him to do so, but he could not find him. With wide eyes, Darren asked that now that she thought about it, her boyfriend had said that the player was stubborn and obsessed with money, to which he replied that he was very good at trading. Pointing her finger forward, the girl asked if he was just like that person. With a wide smile, Han shouted that this was a rare chance that not everyone gets, and his was very cheap. A beautiful equipment was shown, and the protagonist said that it was a strong long sword with high durability, and razor sharp, also had a 20% synergy effect in striking power, and no one would ever find a new sword like this, only 120 gold, of which there were only 40 pieces on sale, so the chance should not be missed. People rushed closer to the seller and did not understand whether he could be a sculptor, and cried out that he needed to hurry up and sell it to them, because if not, they would burn and eat him. Getting up from the bench, the dark player decided that it was impossible that he managed to run into him like this when he could not find him in his desperate search, and judging by his goods, he did not really look like a sculptor, but more like a blacksmith or a weaponsmith. Gold coins fell on the player from above, and the man thought that it couldn't be that they were the same person. Han stood with his arms crossed and thought that everything was sold. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he had earned about 7,500 gold, and yet the sound of money falling on him was exactly what was called life energy. The sun's glare was reflected in the glass of the building, and the protagonist wondered if he should go to the artists' assembly now. The receptionist leaned her hands on the table and exclaimed that a guest she already knew had arrived. Folding her palms, the administrator said that rumors had already spread throughout Rhodium that this was the person who had created that excellent sculpture, after which she added that if they had him, then with his limitless abilities, the rest of the artists of Rhodium would also be able to find strength and confidence in themselves. People raised their hands and shouted that this was truly so. The player lowered the corners of his lips, not understanding if it was all because of the completed task, although he did the right thing when he hid the golden man. Grabbing the swordsman by the hand, the girl cried out that they were really waiting for such a person to appear. Smiling broadly, the receptionist exclaimed that Rhodium, which still lacks so much, will no longer cry because of the lack of outstanding works of art, after which she asked how much he knew about this city. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he knew a little. Raising his eyebrows, the administrator said that in the past the city was not like this, and when artists with a sense of refined aesthetics completed their works, then everyone around was happy and congratulated them, as if it was their personal work. The girl said that the city was filled with art, and people were full without eating and cheerful without wasting time on sleep, to which the main character smiled and realized that he had a bad feeling. The receptionist opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was all because of the lack of a master, because the city must be ruled by a skilled craftsman, and only then will it be able to prosper endlessly. Bowing, the administrator asked the young master with outstanding abilities to become the master of Rhodium and lead the others after him, when suddenly the system reported a detailed description of the offer and clarified whether the player agreed. With bulging eyes, the protagonist thought about the girl's request. The luxurious city of rhodium appeared. Imagining the city of craftsmen in his hands, the swordsman thought that having the opportunity to get his own city or fortress was tempting, and began to agree. Suddenly, the guy frowned and decided to wait a minute, when suddenly the system screen appeared and the young man did not understand why no one agreed. Raising his finger up, Han asked to wait, because he needed to check something. The receptionist raised her eyebrows and asked the guest again. The protagonist began to ask about the annual deficit of the city budget and the toil debt of the city, and how many soldiers, to which the administrator grabbed her head with her hands. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist clarified whether the technology was advanced or whether the goods were locally produced and had trade value. A moment later, the swordsman closed his eyes and exhaled with relief, and then thought that the rhodium was a gilded statue that was passed off as gold, and one wrong move and he almost had to get all the expenses for management and huge debts. Sitting closer to the floor, the guy said that this was too much for him, because he had only taken his first step as a sculptor, and the road he would take in search of beauty would still be very long, to which the girl muttered that if so, then nothing could be done, because the search for real art was also an important task, when suddenly the system reported that the player refused to become the owner of the rhodium. The boy extended his palm forward and confessed that he actually came to this city as a sculptor because he needed to find something, to which the receptionist asked if he was looking for a sculpture. Putting his hand on his side, the young man said that what he was looking for was the Moonlight sculptor's technique. The townspeople loudly repeated his words with their mouths wide open. The receptionist thought for a moment, placing her fingers on her chin. Han grinned and assumed that they knew something. People were walking around the artist's assembly, and the receptionist paused and explained that the Moonlight sculptor's technique was something like a legend among sculptors. The graceful columns rose to the sky, and the woman noted that the only thing known about it was that only a few great sculptors could master it. Closing her eyes, the registrar suggested finding out about it from another guild, which was also located in the city of Rhodium, after which she added that if the player went there and collected enough information, he would surely be able to get the answer he needed. Suddenly, the system reported a quest to find the secret of the Moonlight sculpture art, to which the swordsman grinned and realized that he had a clue. A huge crowd of people had gathered in the square. The guy unrolled a paper scroll on the table and asked if his friend had filled out the list of available goods, and if another had finished drawing a magical teleport diagram, when suddenly the young man asked to report whether several artists from each profession had been recruited. The player reported that everything was done and the preparation of supplies was complete, and from the city of Rhodium alone, another 160 people had joined them, to which the commander, sitting on the ground, asked again about the number of people. Oberon opened his mouth wide and noted that this was a dangerous expedition, the success of which they could not even be sure of, and so many people would go with them, and this was very unexpected. The guy closed his eyes and asked the leader if he had ever heard of the wandering fighters who had raised the entire Versailles continent on its ears, to which he asked him again. Enraged fencers appeared, and the man clarified whether these were the same fighters who were constantly looking for someone stronger than them and fighting them. Smiling broadly, the young man answered that this was exactly so, and several dozen of them joined their expedition this time, thanks to which the probability of its success increased even more. Looking away, the commander exclaimed that this was very wonderful news, and it was wonderful, because he wanted to meet them, and now the opportunity presented itself. Raising his helmet above his head, Oberon asked if the preparations for the exit were completely finished, to which his subordinate answered in the affirmative. The man frowned and shouted that in that case, they would send the advance party first, namely the main detachment of their guild. The bright sunset illuminated the head of the guild, and the chief thought that the north should wait a little longer. Melodies were heard from the window of the building, which is located in the Bard's Guild. Han entered the room, opening the door wide. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this is the Bard's Guild, and it is not bad here. The girl played the harp. The men's eyes widened in delight and asked her to sing another song, because she has a very clear voice. The lady was sitting on the sofa, and the protagonist did not understand whether she was a mentor. The singer closed her eyes. The musician widened her eyes and asked if the guest had any business with her, to which he answered in the affirmative. Raising his finger, the player admitted that he did not have time, so he would say it directly, after which he added that he would like to ask her about the Moonlight sculpting technique. The mentor opened her mouth and said that she missed this name. The guy grinned and decided that he had come to the right place after all. The singer closed her eyes and said that she had heard about her a long time ago, after which she clarified whether their Bard's Guild could answer such a question. Raising his hand, the swordsman did not understand what he was being asked about. Putting his hands on his hips, Han wondered if there was some kind of condition, or if he should say something else, after which he decided that he would first continue the conversation and increase the level of friendship. Bowing, the protagonist noted that the mentor looked very beautiful. Twisting her hair around her finger, the girl interrupted him, because if he was trying to get her attention, he should at least be beautiful. But his face was not like that, when suddenly the protagonist admitted that he thought she had often heard such words, so she was tired of them. The player assumed that no one had said that she had very beautiful hands, when suddenly the singer widened her eyes and asked him again. Bringing her fingers closer to each other, the musician asked if she was laughing at her fingers now, which were covered in dead skin, to which he clarified, how dare he do that? Frowning, the mentor diligently played the stringed instrument, and the young man said that this dead skin was what appeared as a result of her endless efforts. Remembering how he sewed soft toys, the protagonist said that this was proof of how diligently the girl had practiced playing the harp until now, just like he himself had before. Raising his palm, the protagonist asked how else could such hands be called other than beautiful, after which he expressed his respect. The girl smiled broadly. A chandelier was visible under the ceiling, and the singer noted that the swordsman knew how to give compliments, after which she agreed and remembered that the guest told her that he wanted to learn about the Moonlight sculpting technique, so she would tell him. Raising her eyebrows, the musician said that she had one condition. Biting his lips, the guy asked her again. Strumming the strings, the girl clarified whether the guest would like to listen to a song first, to which he asked again. Spreading her fingers, the mentor began to sing about how his lost heart remained there. The young man's gaze widened in confusion, and the singer continued that in a distant house, where the girl missed him. With her eyes closed, the musician sang that no matter where the battles took him, he should remember her every moment, in a dream or in reality. Open up and remember the happiness that was then. The men sat at the table and exclaimed that as always, she had beautiful songs, and it seemed as if this song had descended from the sky. Putting his fingers to his mouth, Han thought that this was very good, and it seemed to him that a beautiful melody penetrated deep into the soul, when suddenly the system reported that the player was under the impression of the song of the former military man. With her eyes closed, the mentor continued the song about how you need to sing it as if in a dream, and then you will be able to find yourself in a place where happiness awaits you. From the walls of the Bard's Guild building, you could hear the audience asking the singer for an encore. With her eyes closed, the girl asked if the protagonist liked her song. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he liked it very much. Turning her head to the side, the musician said that this was all he could say about her performance. Frowning, the player thought that he had raised her interest with great difficulty, so it was impossible for it to fall, and then thought about his carelessness. Raising his hand, the swordsman asked how she managed to think of such a thing, because he simply froze from how beautiful this song was, to which he received words of gratitude, and then added that for her it was simply simple, and he was sure of it, because the girl was surrounded by such nobility that nothing else could be expected from the song. Lowering her head, the mentor thanked the guest for his words, and he thought about the fact that the indicators were no longer falling, and a person definitely needs to be able to flatter. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the singer was beautiful, and there was no argument about it, and then realized that he needed to be careful with flattery, because everything has a limit, and if he really did not like it, the lie would come out even from someone who flatters just as well. Han smiled broadly and asked if he could find out why the teacher decided to sing him such a beautiful song, because it seemed to be somehow connected with the conditions that were voiced earlier, and then he thought about the fact that it couldn't be that she decided to sing for him for free, and would some kind of quest really be added. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, the singer noted that it was very convenient with him, because he had just raised the topic that he wanted to talk about. Passing the mug to the waiter, the girl said that the protagonist listened to her song very diligently, that she wanted to sell him this very harp, to which he asked her again. The protagonist's eyes widened and he didn't understand why she suddenly offered to buy him an instrument, and then he said what that could mean. With her eyebrows lowered, the musician explained that if the player bought the harp, she would tell him something that would interest him, and asked if it was worth buying this beautiful instrument that helps sing such wonderful songs. With his mouth wide open, the guy realized that she sang to him for this reason. The mentor said that the harp only costs 1,500 gold, and the swordsman hit the floor with his fists and thought that this was terrible, although the world certainly does not revolve around flattery, after which he used identification, and the system reported the characteristics of the instrument. Holding the harp in his hands, the young man thought about its capabilities, and even for the sake of flattery it is difficult to call them good. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist mentally said that for some reason the appearance of this instrument seems a little familiar. Raising his eyebrows, the singer noted that, as promised, she will tell him about what was interesting. Putting his hands on his side, the protagonist exhaled heavily. There was a bright moon in the sky, and the player remembered that the singer had seen a sculpture of Moonlight before, but every time she looked at it, it made a different impression, and the light that came from the sculpture was always different. Putting a finger to his cheek, the guy thought that the musician was very sorry, but she had nothing to add, and that was all she knew, when he suddenly asked what kind of nonsense this was, and why speak in such riddles. Scratching the back of his head, the swordsman said that nothing could be done about it, so he would have to go ask other guilds. A building in the hairdresser's guild appeared, from where he heard someone say that he was sorry that the client had to look like this. The master opened his mouth wide and explained that he would cut his hair and it would be beautiful, although the price was low, only 100 gold, to which the young man said that he was looking forward to it, but he thought that it was expensive, and the system reported that the art and charm characteristics had temporarily increased. In the Dancers Guild, Han held a rose in his teeth and was told where to put his foot. The trainer bent the protagonist down and said that he needed to make one turn here. From the windows of the dance hall, he could hear that they would charge him 80 gold for the lesson, when suddenly the system reported that agility and charm had increased. In the Perfumers Guild, the protagonist mixed the contents of test tubes. Having come to the Calligraphers Guild, the player drew with a brush on a large sheet. Together with the antique dealers, the guy looked at ancient objects through a magnifying glass, after which he assumed that this quest was aimed at learning about the Moonlight sculptures so that one could learn different arts and get different skills from them. Having fallen to the ground, the swordsman decided that it was taking a lot of money, and wondered if the Builders Guild would tell him to buy a house from them. A bright shimmer appeared in the sky, and the young man thought about what the hairdressers told him about how the history of sculptures shows how they try to improve them, and it also has meaning, and the dancers said that they once had to dance near one special statue, and then they felt an extraordinary lightness in their bodies, and when the dance was over, they felt even more attractive, and the perfumers said that depending on the angle of view, the statue is perceived differently and, when observed from the same point, the impressions change. Putting his hand on his side, Han realized that to call this information, these were two general words. A sign was visible on a building, and the protagonist decided that he needed to go to another place, because everything looked a little simpler here. Entering the room of the Artists' Guild, the protagonist asked if there was anyone there, to which he was allowed in and explained that he had managed to get into the Artists' Guild. The man smiled and began to talk about the guest, and the protagonist did not understand whether they knew him. Frowning, the employee exclaimed that the player had great creative abilities, so such a person could not come here without a reason. Putting his hand to his chin, the man asked what brought him here, to which the protagonist exclaimed that he wanted to know about the Moonlight sculptures. Raising his eyebrows, the artist noted that it sounded like the name of a famous painting, to which the swordsman assumed that he knew something. Snapping his fingers, the guild employee said that it was not difficult for him to tell him about it, but there was only one condition, to which the protagonist was indignant in thoughts that he needed to buy something again, and he was tired of this quest. A window was visible, and the guy started asking how much it would cost him, when suddenly they answered that they were not talking about money. Clenching his fist, the young man clarified whether it was true. Turning his head, the man began to tell about how the sculptor and the artist had argued over who could depict a lion more accurately. It seemed like the main character was carving a lion out of stone, and the guild member explained that the artist was drawing, and the sculptor was sculpting. In the picture, the beast bared his teeth, and the man admitted that it seemed like the lion could step off the artist's canvas at any moment. In the form of a statue, the king of beasts opened his mouth wide, and the creator noted that the sculptor's statue turned out to be so magnificent, as if it was about to roar. Stretching his hands forward, the man asked the guest who he thought had won. Folding his hands, Han didn't understand who won, and shouldn't the one with the better skills win, but of course he would root for the sculptor. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist admitted that he thought the sculptor had won. Grinning, the protagonist understood why he was asked such a question. The player assumed that it didn't matter who won, and asked if his interlocutor wasn't the sculptor and the artist, to which he smiled and asked why the guest thought so. Lowering his eyebrows, the swordsman said that his hands were proof of this, because on the right one there were traces of a brush, and on the left one there were traces of a sculpting knife. The guy explained that this meant that this particular person was both a sculptor and an artist at the same time, when suddenly he folded his hands on the table. Lowering his head, the creator noted that the young man was very observant, so one could say that there was no point in such an argument. The guild member recalled standing at the easel and said that in the past, sculptors painted and artists sculpted, but they had different ways of expressing emotions, but these two were different from others. The man said that he was ready to sell him this beautiful painting for only 1,500 gold, when suddenly the protagonist threw his head back and thought that he would never, under any circumstances, visit Rhodium again. The protagonist held out a bag of money, and the creator said that he would now continue his story. A bright flash appeared, and the man said that usually a sculpture is in close connection with its environment, and if it is placed in the shadow, then of course it will look dark. There was a moon in the sky, and the Artist Guild member asked to imagine that the sculpture would begin to glow, and in fact, it contains light and can emit it. The statue of the friendly family appeared, and the creator noted that the amazing skill that allows you to freely and in any form clothe the moonlight is the Moonlight technique, when suddenly the system reported that Han had collected enough information about the Moonlight technique, and now must visit the Sculptors Guild to learn it. The building of the Sculptors Guild was visible. The master put his hands on his side and told the students that the chisels should be held differently, and you need to cut, feeling the texture of the wood, after which he asked what the essence of the art of sculpture was. Turning his head, the protagonist thought about the fact that so many people want to retrain as sculptors. And why is this so? Because it almost does not bring in money. Clenching his fists, the protagonist decided that in any case, he got here with great difficulty, and went around all the art guilds, and he was even robbed of his entire emergency reserve of gold, although money is more valuable to him than gold. Taking a step forward, the player realized that he had to master the Moonlight technique at all costs, if only for the sake of those precious coins. The man looked away with disdain and asked why the swordsman had come here and whether he had requested a sculpture. Slamming his palm on the table, the guy shouted that he had come because he wanted to learn the Moonlight technique, to which he was asked again. Putting his fingers to his chin, the receptionist remembered that he had heard about it somewhere, but it had been so long ago that he could not even remember where, after which he suggested that he might have never heard of it at all. Frowning, the young man asked him to think carefully, because the journey here had cost a lot of money, and whether they wanted to tell him that this was the end, to which the interlocutor said that it would be better to ask someone else. The protagonist looked away, and the administrator explained that he was the most outstanding sculptor in Rhodium, so perhaps he knew something. The protagonist looked at the old man sitting on the floor and was silent, and then asked himself if this man was the most outstanding sculptor of Rhodium. Sitting down next to the creator, the player greeted him, but did not receive an answer. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if the master was very busy now, to which he again remained silent. Taking the chisel in his hand, the swordsman thought that characters can also be killed. The creator's face was covered in beads of sweat, and a cold blew from somewhere. Bulging his eyes, the young man noticed what the sculptor was doing, and decided that he could endure it one more time. The blades slid along the wood, and Han noticed that the old man turned out to be making objects that this world needs. Looking up, the man clarified what the protagonist meant, and he realized that this was great, because he was able to attract his attention. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that the old man creates neither people nor works of art, but ordinary plates, and even from elven wood. There were wooden saucers on the table. Frowning, the creator asked what was wrong with that, and whether the player thought he was making useless plates using his sculptor's technique, to which he replied that this was certainly not the case. The boy extended his palm forward and asked if this was not the basis of sculpture, because it was not an art, but something that appeared for the sake of creating things that people needed. Remembering how the wood shavings flew in different directions, the swordsman thought about how he also made all the kitchen utensils himself in order to save every penny. Looking away, the man thought. Continuing to carve the plate, the old man explained that by looking at his hands he could tell that he was also a sculptor, after which he offered to sit down, because it seemed to him that the young man understood something, and he himself was not against becoming an interlocutor to a comrade who was walking a similar path, to which the latter thought that this was excellent. Raising his finger up, the moon sculptor admitted that he actually wanted to ask him something about the art of sculpture, to which the interlocutor replied that if so, he would be happy to tell him everything he knew himself, and clarified what he wanted. Han asked if he knew anything about the Moonlight technique, when suddenly the old man's eyes noticeably decreased. Turning his head, the master said that the Moonlight technique is something that can only be mastered by reaching the highest level of sculpture, and it is a technique that requires finding the light of the sculpture itself, although people consider this technique fictitious, not believing in it. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the creator noted that this is definitely knowledge that has been very difficult to find lately. So if you want to learn this Moonlight technique, then first you need to know what it is. The man picked up a light ball. Handing the sphere to the guest, the sculptor explained that this is the last obstacle on the path to learning the Moonlight technique, to which he clarified what it is. The master asked to process this ore and create the most important, and most importantly, dear to him item, to which the protagonist's eyes bulged in bewilderment, when suddenly the system reported a task to search for the lost light. With a wide smile, the creator said that this was an incredibly hard ore, so it would probably take hundreds, maybe thousands of sculpting chisels to process it. The protagonist spent many knives carving something from the ore, and the sculptor noted that if he understood what he needed to achieve, he would make the resulting statue glow. The metal sphere was surrounded by moonlight, and the old man said that then it would be possible to learn the technique of moonlight. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the players shouted that the enemy was advancing and they needed to block it. The monster knocked the team members down with its tail, and everyone realized that it was too fast to catch it. Frowning, Ramuna cast the spell of flaming earth. A moment later, the ominous serpent raised its head high. With its mouth wide open, Pale began to shoot arrows at the enemy, and everyone shouted that they were hot. Raising her staff up, Irene asked for protection from the raging flames. Suddenly, water portals appeared under the players' feet, and they realized that this was the patronage of water, as expected of a priestess. Zephyr turned around and asked what happened to the king's snake, and where the boss monster had gone. Winking, Warion used the chaos dance skill. The monsters' heads twisted around each other, and they began to scream loudly. Suddenly, the monster looked away. Drops of dark liquid flew out of its mouth. The Fisher King fell to his knees on the ground. Bowing their heads, the guys exclaimed that it was poison. Irene put her palm out in front of her, wanting to use the antidote. Suddenly, the snake swung its long tail at her. A point appeared at the end of the limb. Dodging the attack, the priestess shouted that it was dangerous. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. The girls covered their faces with their hands. At that moment, Irene's eyes widened in confusion. The protagonist appeared in front of them with a sword in his hands. The protagonist tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. Frowning, the player asked if his partners were okay. The girls called him enthusiastically. The players surrounded the swordsman and shouted that he had arrived faster than they thought. The king snake opened its mouth wide. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that it was good that he had hurried a little, because this was a very good chance to gain experience. Closing his lips, Hendo decided that now was the time for them to act, to which his student agreed. The monster's eyes lit up, and the fencers said that they needed to stop just watching. The monster bared its mouth, and the players shouted that it was coming. Jumping back, Weryang screamed that the enemy was attacking from behind. The dancer's eyes widened in fear. A swordsman rushed past her, attacking the enemy. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to attack, as they couldn't let the enemy slip away. The swordsman smiled and started shouting loudly. Ilhun extended his hand and used the ice blade skill. The other warriors spread their arms out to the sides and struck the king snake. Circa kicked off the ground with her feet and shouted that she would help too. Jumping forward, Monk used a double strike. Han crouched and called out to the girl. The partner stepped on the captain's palm with her foot. The protagonist launched his ally right over the monster's head. Circa pulled her fist back. A moment later, Monk flew close to the monster's jaw. At that very second, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the forest. Raising her hands up, the girl exclaimed that they did it, to which the others praised her and shouted that it was great. The protagonist folded his hands and remained silent. The player grinned and laughed. The guys were happy to see a familiar girl, their hands up. The lovers pressed their palms together, and the girl asked if Pale knew what would happen in 3 days, to which he asked if it might be the 64th day of their relationship. The archer's beloved raised her eyebrows in embarrassment, and said that she would have a day off then. The guy smiled broadly. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that he had just wanted to go to a classical performance, and then suggested watching it together, to which the girl said that she would then pay for dinner, and the fencers thought about couples and dates, and that they were jealous, because they wanted to kill this Pale at least half. Circa's eyes widened, and she clarified how about they all go to an orchestra concert together. The monk exclaimed that she would like to meet everyone in reality, to which the fighters frowned angrily. Smiling broadly, the warriors shouted that this was a very wonderful proposal and a wonderful idea, and then agreed to meet together. Adjusting her hat, Ramuna suggested that it would be fun, since she hadn't listened to classical music for a long time, and Weryang said that she would also free up all her time, and the others noted that they saw no reason not to go to an interesting place. With her hands clasped behind her back, the dancer clarified whether Han would also come, and she herself thought that this was a chance to meet him in reality. Closing her eyes, the protagonist said that classical music was not his thing, so he didn't think he could go, and the ticket was expensive. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that if the protagonist didn't go, then she wouldn't go either. Extending her hand to the side, Zephyr noted that if he wasn't there, he thought that there was no point in him going either, and Irene suggested that there would be no fun without him. Ramona opened her mouth and said that only one person refused, and it seemed that it would be better not to meet at all. The swordsman objected, because even if he was not there, everyone would have fun, when suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to wait a minute. Ilhun frowned and muttered that the guy did not understand how important it was that everyone decided to get together, to which he exclaimed that he could see them in the hall. The third sword clenched his teeth and said that they did not recognize desertion, and the guy did not understand whether the army was here. The fourth sword pressed his lips together, and noted that this was a chance to plunge into the hot and passionate beats of the classics, and the young man clarified whether they were really talking about the classics. The fifth sword grinned angrily and cried out that a real man is loyal to his brothers, and loyalty is something that must be maintained, to which Han asked what a real man had to do with it. Ilhun closed his eyes and pointed out that he would pay for his ticket and food, so he really asked him to go. Smiling widely, the protagonist shouted that everyone wanted to meet, so how could he be the only one who missed it, and then added that he would definitely come. Circa raised her fist and shouted that everyone had agreed to attend, while Pale and his lover talked about their date. The swordsman asked if they had said that they were meeting in 3 days, and suggested that they agreed to try their best and completely clear one dungeon before that day, not counting the appointed day. They had at least 8 days according to Royal Road time, to which Circa widened her eyes and asked him again. Han exclaimed that this would be just enough time to prepare and kill all the monsters, when suddenly the monk pointed her finger forward and screamed that they were going to kill monsters again, so they needed to move quickly. Weryang remembered how they were lying on the floor of the cave and wondered if they were going on that horrible endless 29-hour hunt again, which was like hell, where they eat, hunt, bandage, eat and hunt again, and if they would really go back to that torturous time of constant hunting when they couldn't even die. Turning around, the protagonist explained that it would be fun and suggested that they go right now, to which the others muttered in fear and didn't want to go. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The orc put her hand to her eyes and asked if it was here. With her eyes widening, the goblin remembered that she was familiar with this place, and this was the road that Seo-yoon often walked on. The girl's robe fluttered in the wind, and the doctor thought that it was good that she watched the game video that was saved in the capsule. Suddenly, menacing monsters with blades appeared. Smiling, the doctor in the form of an orc exclaimed that this is what she was looking for. Soyeon swung her sword, and her doctor realized that she found it. Players ran through the dungeon and shouted that they needed to go that way and be careful. Iron hooves pushed off the floor. Riders rushed after people and shouted that it was them. The eyes of the metal horse and knight glowed brightly. Circa frowned menacingly. The monk rushed forward and used a fiery fist. Opening his mouth wide, the rider began to scream loudly in pain. The dark knight grabbed his sword with his hand. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman wanted to kill the girl, and they shouted to her that it was dangerous. The tip of the blade approached the girl's forehead. Suddenly, she grinned and laughed. A moment later, Circa delivered a crushing blow to the enemy. The knight's blade stuck into the floor. Frowning, Zephyr did not understand where the monk had gone. The dark swordsman raised his head in confusion. The girl jumped from the ceiling and everyone saw that she was there. The heroes looked at each other and were silent. Swinging her fists, Circa dealt continuous blows to the opponent. Hendo grinned and exclaimed that this was a very timely decision and action. The players closed their eyes and asked whether their partner was aiming at all. Putting his hand on his side, the master declared that in this case, they would take this side. Han spread his legs shoulder-width apart. Putting his palm forward, the protagonist opened the inventory. Smiling, the protagonist thought that everyone had really developed their powers and their levels had increased greatly. And in this case, he also couldn't sit and do nothing. The contents of the inventory were visible, and the player decided to use the Dalok armor. Reaching out, the boy thought that even if he sold it now, he could get at least 10 million won. The brush was cleaning the chest plate, and the swordsman thought that he couldn't just put on such a thing. Wiping the equipment with a rag, the young man shouted that the armor was being cleaned. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he needed to wipe it as thoroughly and carefully as possible, because it was very expensive. The metal chest plate was shining, and the protagonist exclaimed that everything was ready, when suddenly the system reported that the armor's defense had increased by 20%, and the player put on the Dalok equipment. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy realized that these were unique items that stood out in everything, starting with their appearance, and were very shiny. Waryong exclaimed with wide eyes that the swordsman was very cool, and that he had very beautiful armor. Squinting, the young man noticed that the characteristics were even better, after which he thought that judging by the fact that the dancer did not ask anything, it seemed that she did not care about the qualities associated with battle. Grinning, Han declared that he would fight them this time. Pushing off the ground with his feet, the protagonist shouted that he was starting to attack. The protagonist rushed forward and used the slashing knife technique. A passage into the cave appeared. The orc put her hand on her side and screamed that this was the place that Karichi spoke of. Turning her head, the goblin asked to go faster. The girl had a helmet on her head, and she was silent. Stepping on the ground with her foot, the doctor thought that with her face covered she would not attract much attention, so she could gradually start making friends with strangers. Putting the wooden bat on the floor, the doctor noted that she was sure that her task was to find the scarlet fruits. The Dark Knight's hand fell to the ground. Closing her eyes, Waryong exhaled heavily. The players fell to the floor and did not understand who they were or where they were, and this was madness, after which it was time to leave the dungeon, or rest a little. Suddenly, the protagonist called out to Pale, to which he covered his face with his fist and responded, and his partner exclaimed that applying bandages would take exactly 45 seconds. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist said that the archer should have time to lure more monsters here during this time. Smiling, the swordsman cried out that they were continuing the hunt, and Zephyr muttered that this was a real hell from which there was no escape. The boy was wrapping a dancer's arm with bandages. Waryong widened her eyes and asked what he was thinking about and if anything was bothering him. The boy looked down and replied that he had simply remembered something that he had been asked again. Han recalled his sister crying while sitting on the floor and thought about how he had once taken her to the hospital after a similar bandage when she had injured her leg. The schoolgirls raised their eyebrows, and the protagonist reflected on how fortunately Haeyeon was now growing up very bright and correct. But back then he had worried a lot about her. The statue that the protagonist had made for his relatives appeared and he realized that it was obvious, because his sister was his precious family. Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes widened. The boy remembered how the sculptor had handed him a ball of ore and thought about the word valuable. Thinking about how he spent the chisels for carving and realized that there must be his most valuable sculpture. The ball of ore was covered in moonlight, and the young man wondered what it was. The protagonist did not understand what was most important to him, when suddenly Zephyr raised his hand and offered to go with him. The protagonist frowned menacingly. Hendo walked in front of the fencers, and the swordsman said that in people's meetings, if once, then it is an accident. The dark riders moved towards the couple in love, and the guy noted that if twice, then it is inevitable. Ramuna opened her mouth wide and asked to run faster. The young man's eyes widened in delight. Seoyun in her helmet closed her lips. Han saw a familiar silhouette in the dungeon. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. The players stood in front of each other, and the protagonist realized that if 3 times, then it becomes fate.